After Yi Qingqing transformed into the White Moonlight substitute, she became solely focused on accumulating wealth. When the domineering CEO asked her to dance, she donned a white dress and swayed gracefully. When he requested her to sing, her performance astonished the bar patrons. Faced with the scheming of the original White Moonlight, she presented a job application, complete with a high-level postpartum caregiver certificate. When the spoiled young lady insulted her with money, tears welled in her eyes as she lamented, "I arrived late, dear old servant." With a gambling-addicted father who owed a staggering sum, creditors threatened him with a knife, declaring, "If you don't repay the debt, I'll cut off a finger." Yi Qingqing rejoiced. "Is a single finger worth 10,000? Please, go ahead and cut it off while you're at it. Fine me 900,000. Her biased mother resorted to emotional blackmail, and Yi Qingqing feigned innocence. "Morality has always been my weakness." Chapter 1. The fortune has finally come my way. If someone were to inquire how Yi Qingqing met her demise, she would undoubtedly express her frustration once more she perished due to poverty. Thus, when she found herself in the role of the domineering CEO's White Moonlight substitute, she could hardly contain her ecstatic howl. "At last, this fortune is mine." In that moment, the imperious CEO, Zhou Yueqing, casually tossed a check her way, stating, "I'll give you 500,000 a month. You will reside here from now on." With trembling hands, Yi Qingqing caught the check before it fell, nearly moved to tears. She looked up earnestly and asked, "What do you require of me?" "I can do laundry, cook, and clean without a hitch. Additionally, I have specialized training in acupuncture, massage, and dietary therapy. I would make an exceptional caregiver. Rest assured, this 500,000 will be worth every penny." Alas, who understands her plight? In her previous life, she toiled as a corporate drone, earning a mere 3,500 a month, with that wretched employer refusing to provide social insurance. With this thought, Yi Qingqing cautiously inquired, "Do we have social insurance here?" Zhou Yueqing paused, gazing at her as if she were a fool, before replying, "I am not seeking a caregiver." "Yi Qingqing, you should be grateful that you bear a resemblance to her, otherwise, I wouldn't even glance your way. Behave yourself and remain my canary at home. Moreover, suppress any inappropriate thoughts." Yi Qingqing hesitated. Did this imply there was no social insurance? Oh well, with such a generous salary, who needs insurance? Cheerfully, she tucked the check away, declaring, "As long as I receive my salary on time, I'm content." "Zhou, how does one play the role of a canary? Is there a manual?" "Rest assured, I am a quick learner, and will certainly meet your expectations." "Fine, fine, fine." Overcome with joy, Yi Qingqing wiped away her tears. "We have an agreement. 1 million is the after-tax price. Whoever reneges is a dog." Zhou Yueqing paused, then scoffed, "Yi Qingqing, such tricks are too clumsy." Why, Yi Qingqing secured the 500,000 check, smiling brightly. "Indeed, you are correct." Zhou Yueqing, possessing a handsome visage reminiscent of a classic novel CEO, particularly with those cool, almond-shaped eyes, scrutinized her for a moment before coldly stating, "From now on, do not wear red dresses. Wan Ning only favors white. Must she prepare work attire as well?" Yi Qingqing pondered awkwardly. "What about a white shirt? The kind worn at banks? I saw some on a certain platform, 3 for 100, with good reviews and a $5 rebate. The quality might be average, but the craftsmanship is decent." Zhou Yueqing's expression darkened. Silence. How could Wan Ning wear such rags? "I will have someone deliver suitable clothing shortly. Remember, do not engage in activities I dislike." "Well then, no need to spend her own money." Elated, Yi Qingqing nodded vigorously, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Zhou." Zhou Yueqing again questioned his choice, taking a deep breath as he settled onto the sofa. The girl gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her fair and rosy face illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, momentarily resembling an angel. His expression softened as he gestured to the sofa. "Come here." Why, Yi Qingqing immediately rushed to his side. "Are you hungry, Zhou? Shall I prepare a meal?" "We have a caregiver. You are not needed." Zhou Yueqing lounged on the sofa, looking at her. "Sit here." Confused, Yi Qingqing complied, sitting beside him with eager anticipation. "What would you like me to do?" Truly adorably naive, Zhou Yueqing chuckled lightly, lifting her chin with one hand. "Do you not understand how to please a man? Pleasing?" Yi Qingqing was taken aback, her large, glistening eyes full of bewilderment. Her lips parted slightly, as if silently inviting him. Zhou Yueqing's throat bobbed, his gaze darkening. "Is this a game of desire?" Smirking, he covered her eyes with one hand while the other grasped her waist, pulling her into his embrace, leaning down to kiss her. An unfamiliar scent enveloped her. Startled, Yi Qingqing instinctively struck out, landing a resounding slap. Both Zhou Yueqing and Yi Qingqing were momentarily stunned. "Wait! Note, That was why Qingqing trembled as she hugged her shoulders, weakly mumbling, "That's an additional price." Though 500,000 was substantial, she couldn't allow him to kiss her so casually. Had she known earlier that she needed to sacrifice her dignity, she might not have refused. After all, it was 500,000, not 50. Zhou Yueqing turned his head away, the sting of her slap leaving a mark on his fair face, radiating an aura of frost. Qingqing, he ground out, his eyes glinting with fury. "Do you wish to die?" The original Qingqing had a tragic background. Her gambling-addicted father abused her mother, who abandoned her after giving birth and remarried without a care for her daughter. Raised with great difficulty, her only loving relative, her grandmother, lay gravely ill in the hospital. Unable to afford the 10,000 needed for treatment, Qingqing wept alone in the hospital when she fortuitously encountered Zhou Yueqing, who was hospitalized due to a stomach ailment. And the dimly lit corridor, her tear-streaked face bore a striking resemblance to Lin Wanning, the object of Zhou Yueqing's unattainable love, who had gone abroad for further studies. Moved, he not only covered her medical expenses, but also brought her to his villa, contemplating her as a substitute. Despite this, Zhou Yueqing, blinded by the 10,000, erroneously believed Qingqing was a woman solely interested in money. Even as she devoted herself to him, cooking, preparing soup, warming his bed, and enduring various injustices, he remained oblivious, relentlessly tormenting her. Ultimately, when Qingqing became pregnant and was forced to abort, she left, heartbroken, and then, reflecting on this, Qingqing felt conflicted. While the idea of selling her body was not entirely unacceptable, being forced into an abortion was too cruel. As Zhou Yueqing's expression darkened further, and the fire in his eyes intensified, she seized the moment and earnestly declared, "Zhou, your actions tarnish the sanctity of your love." Chapter 2. A Touch of Floral Grace. In a moment of bewilderment, Zhou Yueqing paused. He narrowed his enchanting phoenix eyes, his tone laced with displeasure. "What did you say?" Qingqing hastily straightened herself, employing her eloquence from a previous life in sales, and implored earnestly, "Mr. Zhou, your affection for Miss Lin is evident. How can you be with a woman who pales in comparison to her in both looks and lineage? Are you not concerned about her feelings?" The room fell into a heavy silence, and after a considerable pause, Zhou Yueqing, touching his reddened cheek, let out a cold laugh. "Do not flatter yourself. How could you possibly make Wanning feel upset?" Qingqing shook her head. "You misunderstand. A man's greatest asset is his purity. If you were to share intimacy with me, you would lose that purity. In Miss Lin's eyes, you would become tainted. Miss Lin is merely abroad. She is not lost to us. The best way to love a woman is to remain virtuous for her. If you cannot uphold this, what right do you have to speak of love?" This sudden lesson in male virtue made Zhou Yueqing temporarily forget the sting of the slap. His gaze turned distant, his voice tinged with melancholy. "But she has never professed her love for me. To put it simply, it was merely a gathering of devoted admirers, all of high caliber. Commonly referred to as a female sea king. She is indeed a paragon among my generation. What fault does she possess? She simply does not wish for any man to suffer." Qingqing silently commended Lin Wanning in her heart and continued to subtly persuade the domineering CEO. It is entirely normal for someone as exceptional as Miss Lin to refrain from expressing love easily. After all, love is a complex illusion, and each person's experience of love is unique. It seemed she had said much, yet conveyed little. Nevertheless, Zhou Yueqing found himself in contemplation. After a while, he made a decision. "You may leave. Our arrangement as a substitute ends here." No. Qingqing was taken aback. Her 500,000 had yet to settle in her grasp. "Mr. Zhou, you are mistaken." She hurriedly interjected. "Women are inherently jealous. My role as a substitute is essential. Just consider, if I were to occasionally provoke her, Miss Lin might come to understand her own heart." Zhou Yueqing looked at her with impatience. "So, after all that, you have said nothing of substance?" Qingqing patiently clarified. "It is an honor for me to be seen as Miss Lin's substitute. It is my duty to defend your love's purity. Mr. Zhou, this sum of 500,000 is indeed worth your investment." As a shrewd CEO, Zhou Yueqing was not easily fooled. He squinted his eyes and sneered. "After all this, you still seek money? A hypocritical woman." Qingqing conceded. After all, was it not for money? However, as the saying goes, a man of power is naturally drawn to the thrill of the chase, and she could not readily admit it. "Mr. Zhou, I am doing this for you. I willingly wish to be with you." "Indeed." Zhou Yueqing felt a sense of satisfaction and lazily reclined once more. Go change your clothes and style your hair into long, straight black strands. Also, address me as Yueching. Very well, Yueching. Yi Qingqing obediently nodded, her heart brimming with joy. She had finally grasped this immense fortune, upholding her principle of spending not a dime. Yi Qingqing took the car arranged by Zhou Yueching, purchased new clothing, had her hair done, and even bought an entire box of the finest self-heating hot pot. Observing the driver's hesitance, Yi Qingqing cheerfully offered, "Please charge everything to Mr. Zhou's account. Thank you." As she touched her bare neck suggestively, she added, "Yueching, do you not think something is missing here?" Clothing, no matter how expensive, could not compare to the allure of gold and jewels. Zhou Yueching paid little heed to this. He gazed at Yi Qingqing's pure visage, murmuring, "Wan Ning adored pearls? Such a hassle to liquidate." Yi Qingqing eagerly suggested, "Miss Lin is a pure lotus, untouched by mud. How could I dare to share her taste? Perhaps gold would suffice, something both thick and heavy." Zhou Yueching scoffed. "How utterly pedestrian." "Ah, yes, indeed. I am inherently drawn to the common." Yet, Yi Qingqing was met with disappointment as Zhou Yueching retrieved a set of jewelry from a box. The elegant, lustrous sheen of the pearls instantly captured her attention. Both the necklace and accompanying earrings were crafted simply, yet could not conceal their inherent nobility, for these pearls were rare. Exquisite pinkish-purple gems, each one plump and grand. Zhou Yueching gazed at them with a hint of nostalgia. This was intended as a birthday gift for her. But she has since gone abroad. Yi Qingqing internally scoffed. What of her being abroad? Was it a matter of being unable to travel or affording a plane ticket? In the end, it was merely an excuse not to present the gift. Time has changed, and these treasures no longer suit the current Wan Ning. Zhou Yueching, seemingly in deep sorrow, tossed the set of jewelry onto the sofa, declaring without room for debate, "You shall wear it." Yi Qingqing heard nothing but the allure of wealth echoing in her mind. What does it matter if it matched or not? Anything associated with money was a match made in heaven. Adorned in the jewelry, Yi Qingqing exuded a blend of purity and allure. Prompting Zhou Yueching to gaze upon her with profound affection, his voice roughened, "Dance for me." In the original narrative, Lin Wan Ning was an exceptional ballet dancer, and her journey abroad was to pursue her dreams. Yi Qingqing felt at a loss. She had never learned to dance, though she was well-versed in calisthenics. Noticing her stillness, Zhou Yueching mocked, "What is this? Another price negotiation?" With that, he tossed a card to the floor containing 200,000. "Dance now." Energized as if infused with vitality, Yi Qingqing immediately began to perform, keeping rhythm with her clapping hands. The spectacle was astonishing. A pure maiden in a white dress, adorned with pearls, fervently dancing. An image both striking and surreal. "Enough," he rasped, standing abruptly, utterly at a loss for words to properly chastise her.
Je winkaltet.
Innocently blinking her large eyes. "Do you not like this style? Would you prefer I change? Rest assured, I am dedicated. I shall dance until you are satisfied." Not skilled in dance? She could learn. 200,000. Aside from stripping, she was open to negotiation on all other forms. Chapter 3. Not a fraction of Wan Ning. What is this? This is not at all as depicted in the book. In the story, Yi Qingqing resided in a villa. She cast a reluctant glance at the opulent abode, complete with a butler and housekeeper, and mustered the courage to speak. "Isn't accommodation and meals included?" "You said I could stay here." Zhou Yueching radiated an aura of menace, his words biting. "I am only interested in your face. Do not harbor delusions of replacing Wan Ning. Simply fulfill your role as her substitute." Yi Qingqing shrugged in disappointment. "Shall I take my leave then?" Zhou Yueching's expression darkened further. "I will arrange for you to stay elsewhere. Do not come here without my consent." Yi Qingqing understood no problem. A change of workplace is merely a minor adjustment. Zhou Yueching resided in a rather remote suburban area, and as she stepped out the door, Yi Qingqing felt dizzy. She was a pauper, without a car. Inside the villa, Zhou Yueching exhaled deeply, and just then, Butler Li appeared respectfully. "Mr. Zhou, Miss He has requested the driver to take her." A vain woman. As soon as she stepped out, she sought to capture his attention. That display was likely an attempt at reverse psychology, a novel approach indeed. Zhou Yueching smirked coldly, waving his hand. "Let old Zhao take her to Tianren City." "Yes, Mr.
Zhou. Butler Li vanished swiftly.
Zhou Yueching, feeling restless, tugged at his collar, contemplating Yi Qingqing's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Lin Wan Ning, and grew even more agitated. He stood and casually dialed a number. "Let's go out for drinks." At Qingqing, the largest, most extravagant, and expensive nightclub, a woman clad in a white dress, with an exceedingly pure visage, swayed upon the stage. "Are you here alone, miss?" A man clad in a white shirt, a cigarette dangling from his lips, flashed a grin he deemed charmingly roguish. "Care for a dance?" Yi lightly paused, casting a glance in his direction. "How much?" The man's expression faltered, his smile turning lewd. "So direct? Let me size you up." He assessed her. Though modestly dressed, her figure was exquisite, a rare beauty. Coupled with her innocent visage, she stirred a twinge of desire within him. "I'll give you 1,000. How does that sound?" "Quite a generous offer, wouldn't you say?" Yi lightly regarded him with disdain. "Not a chance. Someone like Zhou Yueqing offers 200,000 for a dance. A mere 1,000?
Uffed.
I am no longer the Yi lightly of old. I am now rich beyond measure." The man smirked. "Ah, a woman with lofty aspirations. Very well. Today, I am in a generous mood. Name your price." Yi lightly, lips slightly parted, declared 300,000. It was not a mere act of inflation. She had to account for the possibility of a price reduction. The man's lips quivered before he coldly chuckled. "Farewell." Yi lightly protested. "Wait, you ought to negotiate." Though the two had different interpretations of dance, their business venture had evidently soured. The other eager men halted, aware that those who frequented such establishments were not without means. To think a mere woman could command 30,000 was quite steep. After all, they could hire a third-rate starlet for only 10,000. "Beautiful lady, would you prefer a dirty martini or a vodka gimlet? A glass of juice, please."
Ye lightly replied, "Tosin 100 yuan jaswali."
"No need for change, keep the tip." Who understands my plight? Yi lightly, finally experienced the joy of tipping. She had made it. With 100 yuan spent, a wave of exhilaration surged through her. She was now part of the high-earning crowd. The bartender's smile was frozen in place as he repeated, "Miss, what would you like?" Yi lightly rested her chin in her hand, casting him a flirtatious glance. "It's merely a tip. No need to be so excited that you can't hear." The bartender, skeptical of the girl's mental state, noted her designer attire and patiently inquired again, "What would you like to drink?" Yi lightly, growing impatient, replied, "Juice. The freshly squeezed kind." The bartender maintained his smile. "This is a bar, you know." Yi lightly raised her gaze to him. "So, do you have juice or not?" The bartender's smile faltered. "Yes, it's 199 a glass. Would you kindly pay an additional 100? Another pink 100 yuan bill floated before him. At the entrance of the upscale bar, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt. The back door swung open, revealing a pair of polished black shoes followed by a pair of long legs clad in tailored trousers. The bar manager stepped out to greet, "Mr. Zhou, what brings you here today?" He glanced back to see Zhou Yueqing accompanied by two distinguished young men, a cold sweat breaking out. Gu Xiao, Shen Xiao. These were the three young masters from the most prestigious families in Qingqing. Shen Xiai, with a nonchalant kick at the expensive car door, remarked, "Zhou, this car has been in service for 2 years. It's time for an upgrade." Zhou Yueqing shot him a sidelong glance. "Wan Ning likes it." Ignoring Shen's banter, Zhou strode purposefully inside. Gu Jing's expression darkened as he took Shen Xi's hand. "Let us go for a drink." At the bar, amidst a sea of revelers, a girl in a flowing white dress with dark hair sipped her juice. Her delicate and pure profile starkly contrasted the chaotic crowd. As the three entered, Shen Xi exclaimed, "Sister Wan Ning?" Zhou Yueqing and Gu Jing simultaneously turned their attention to the bar. Gu Jing's face lit up with surprise, while Zhou Yueqing advanced, seizing Yi Lightly's arm with a cold tone. "What are you doing here?" Yi Lightly, contemplating whether to indulge in a hot spring that evening, nearly stumbled as she was yanked. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invective, she swallowed it down and forced a smile. "Yueqing, long time no see." Zhou Yueqing's expression darkened. "You left less than an hour ago." Yi lightly replied, "I took a taxi. It cost 58. No need for reimbursement." Shen Xi chuckled lightly.
"Zhou,
is this the little sparrow you found? Wan Ning stand-in? Truly, a poor imitation." Gu Jing's face also displayed a hint of disdain. "Not even half as good as Wan Ning." Chapter 4. Transfer or Cash. Yi lightly realized these were the second and third male leads, commonly referred to as licking dogs 2 and 3. Zhou Yueqing regained his composure, adopting a condescending demeanor. "Didn't I instruct you to go to Tianren City? What are you doing here? This is not a place for you." Though the driver had delivered her to Tianren City, after a windfall, she naturally sought some merriment. Yi lightly was taken aback. You own this bar? If so, then my 199 was wasted. Zhou Yueqing ground his teeth. I do not own it. Establishing such a high-end bar in the prime real estate of Jingbei was not beyond him, yet his family disdained such ventures, thus he refrained from involvement. Yi lightly expressed mild regret. Oh well, money spent is money spent. It's not a significant amount. Upon uttering this, she suddenly felt a surge of pride.
200 yuan.
Yi lightly had a day where money was no object. Zhou Yueqing felt a mounting frustration akin to conversing with a wall. I am not here to discuss this.
What are you doing at a bar dressed like that?
Is my financial support insufficient? He grasped Yi lightly's chin, his gaze sweeping over her alluring figure. Behave yourself.
Shen scoffed.
Zhou, a woman like her is well suited for this sort of place. He added with a malicious grin. If she is Zhou's woman, shouldn't she be in the private room serving us? Zhou, let her pour drinks and sing for us. Zhou Yueqing released her, casting a cold glare her way. Get to the private room. Without another glance, he strode toward the innermost private room. The bar manager, casting a sympathetic glance at Yi lightly, shook his head in sorrow. Such a beautiful girl ensnared by these three masters. Shun, known for his capricious temperament, exhibited little gentlemanly decorum towards women. The private room where the three congregated was at the rear of the bar, soundproofed to perfection. Even the sofas were imported from abroad, making it the highest tier in terms of cost. Shen Xiai lounged back lazily. Bring me the bottle I left here last time. He added with a grin, bring plenty. I'm in a festive mood today, and I want to leave until I'm intoxicated. Shen Xiai clicked his tongue. I want to be drinking today. Zhou's little sparrow loves to imitate Wan Ning, doesn't she? Let us see how she handles the drinks. Zhou Yueqing lifted his gaze but remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Mentioning Yi lightly caused Gu Jing's expression to darken as he unbuttoned his tailored suit and scoffed. If she gets drunk, she'll only embarrass herself. The three settled into their seats, and even as the bartender brought in 2 crates of liquor, Yi lightly did not make an appearance. Shen Xiai snapped his fingers. Seems the little sparrow has quite the attitude. Why must Zhou personally summon her? Zhou Yueqing tugged at his tie, a sense of disheveled despair washing over him. He dialed Yi lightly's number, his voice cool and commanding. Come here. Yi lightly, still seated enjoying her juice, answered the call with a smacking sound. What do you want? Did you not hear me? Get to the private room. Zhou Yueqing's voice echoed through the phone, causing Yi lightly to frown. This cannot be considered part of my duties. Your appetite seems grand. Zhou Yueqing retorted. Is 50,000 a month insufficient for you? Yi lightly, with a sense of entitlement, countered. In this day and age, who complains about too much money? Big brother, you earn more than that each month. Yet I don't see you retiring. Even a stand-in deserves a work schedule. 20,000. Arrive immediately. Yi Qingqing drained her juice in one gulp and flashed a sweet smile at the bartender, declaring, I'll give you a 5-star rating. Clinging to her shoulders in a helpless manner, she appeared utterly disheveled, yet she received no sympathy from Zhou Yueqing, who impatiently told her to leave and not embarrass herself. As Yi Qingqing entered, Zhou Yueqing was swirling a glass of red wine, casting a fleeting glance at her and instructing, Come sit here. Obediently, Yi Qingqing sat beside him, her face radiating compliance as she filled her wine glass to the brim. Shen Xibai tilted his head and observed her. I heard Zhou Go is paying you 500,000 a month? How does it feel to see so much money for the first time? He hit the nail on the head. In her previous life, her savings never exceeded 4 digits. Thus, Yi Qingqing smiled slightly. Congratulations on your correct guess. Envious, are we? With a haughty lift of his chin, Shen Xibai proposed. Finish this glass, and I'll give you 200,000. Another 200,000? Did these domineering bosses only recognize the number 2? Yi Qingqing shot him a proud glance. 300,000. Zhou Yueqing wrapped his fingers on the table. Xiaobai, quit messing around. Shen Xibai, however, was intrigued. Zhou Go, it's just drinking. What is the rush? Or are you worried about this woman? Zhou Yueqing shot him a glare. Stop spouting nonsense. Gu Jing, a man of few words, finally lifted his head, coldly stating, she doesn't deserve it. In his eyes, only Lin Wanyan, the exalted goddess, was worthy of Zhou Ge. Though he too admired Wanyan, his family had arranged a marriage for him. And since Zhou Ge had been his idol since childhood, he could only find contentment in marrying the goddess to Zhou Ge. Yi Qingqing, a woman of humble origins and vain aspirations, was not even worthy of warming Zhou Ji's bed. Yi Qingqing felt panic rise. These two were attempting to thwart her from making money. The girl in white abruptly stood, slamming her hand on the table. All right, 200,000 it is. She downed her glass in one go and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Bank transfer or cash? Ridiculous, she, a mere saleswoman from the mountains. What was one glass of red wine to her? 3 bottles of white liquor were nothing. Shen Sibai was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Huh, you're too funny. Zhou, go-s woman.
What was so funny?
Yi Qingqing narrowed her eyes dangerously. Are you trying to renege? Shen Sibai clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Would I renege on 200,000? Yi Qingqing resumed her submissive demeanor, promptly displaying her payment code. Please scan. I only accept immediate transfers. Thank you. Shen Sibai, with a teasing glint, took out his phone. Upon hearing the delightful sound of a transfer, Yi Qingqing lifted her innocent face, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shall we drink more? Red or white, either works. Chapter 5. She was about to get rich. Why did this person always delay her from making money? Shen Sibai leisurely mixed a bottle of red and white wine together, then spoke ominously. Zhou Go, if we're going to play, let us do it to the fullest. Why rush after just one drink? Or, are you concerned about this woman? Hearing this, Zhou Yueqing released Yi Qingqing, glancing at her. If Xiao Bai tells you to drink, then drink. Gu Jing, who had been sitting in the corner, finally showed a hint of interest, revealing a malicious smile. I heard Missy is a vocal music major? It's no fun drinking without some music to liven things up. Zhou Go, why not have her sing for us? This was a blatant humiliation. Yet Yi Qingqing felt more exhilarated. She shoved her payment code right in Gu Jing's face, same price as before, 20,000 per song, payment up front. She generously added, buy 3 songs, get 1 free, a great deal. Shen Sibai's face twisted with impatience. What is this nonsense? Trying to divert our interest? He warned, I advise you to drink and sing, amuse me, and I'll let you go. Yi Qingqing gently reassured him, don't rush. I'll give you a discount, drink 3 cups, get 1 free. How generous is that? Was this woman a fool? Yi Qingqing remained unfazed, extending her arm to point at the green payment code. Gu Jing's disdain was palpable. He quickly transferred 1 million. Shameless. What was shame? All she knew was that she was about to get rich. Suppressing her urge to laugh heartily, Yi Qingqing cleared her throat, ready to sing, when Zhou Yueqing, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, You're not allowed to sing that song from earlier. The words hung in the air, like thunder. No matter. She was known for her diverse repertoire. How could she possibly only know that one trendy song? Standing tall, she sang a fitting tune, My surname is Sure. No matter when we meet, I am worth it. My surname is Sure, pen in hand, words flow like a galloping horse. Sure, unafraid of the wind and sand. Sure. Praised by all. The 3 men were left bewildered, and after a long pause, Zhou Yueqing managed to utter, Aren't you supposed to be Yi? Yi Qingqing was equally stunned. What else with the demands? Requesting a song comes at a different price. Besides, this is the hottest song of the year, and it's my first time singing it. Your money is well spent. After all, there's no song by the surname Yi. Zhou Yueqing's expression darkened. Shut up. No more singing. Shen Sibai frowned. What kind of nonsense is this? Truly a lowly person from the slums. Be quiet. Yi Qingqing warily covered her phone. No singing, fine, but I 1 tea refund. Shen Sibai smirked, pointing at the mixed drink before him. Drink this, and we'll consider the matter settled. Yi Qingqing sighed in relief, lifting the glass to her lips. Taking a sip, and realizing the alcohol content was disappointingly low, not even comparable to Ergo 2. Gu Jing, seeing her hesitation, sneered. What, afraid? In the next moment, he widened his perpetually listless eyes. Yi Qingqing downed her drink in one go, and with a satisfied lick of her lips, proclaimed, This cup is on the house. You still owe me 400,000. You're not drunk. Shen Sibai was beginning to grind his teeth, begrudgingly transferring 400,000 to Yi Qingqing, feeling utterly frustrated. Keep going. Enough. Zhou Yueqing finally stood up, grasping Yi Qingqing's arm and, without waiting for Shen Sibai and Gu Jing to respond, strode toward the exit.
Ye Wing protested.
I could still drink 10 more cups. Do you want to die? Zhou Yueqing's dark gaze fell upon her. Are you willing to risk your life for money? You. Someone who has never drunk before. Are you not afraid of winding up in the hospital? Was he underestimating her? Yi Qingqing, lacking his strength, could only be dragged along. Continuing to chatter, I'm not boasting. The drinks on the table are all gone, and I didn't even blink. Do you think being a wage slave is easy? Making money is not a walk in the park these days. Finally reaching the bar's entrance, Zhou Yueqing halted, fixing his gaze upon her. Is money so crucial to you? Qingqing pouted in grievance. Of course. I haven't even bought a house yet. Buying a house and a car was the ultimate dream for every wage slave in the country. Zhou Yueqing took a deep breath. I have a small apartment in Qingdong. It's a bit small, but it's enough for you to live in. I'll arrange for the transfer tomorrow. But there's one condition. You must never come here again. Bearing a visage strikingly similar to Lin Wanning, yet drowning her sorrows in glass after glass of liquor for the sake of monetary gain, he felt an intense frustration brewing within. Is this how she earns herself a house? Qingqing hesitated, biting her lip as she tentatively spoke. Boss, considering my travel arrangements, it would be rather inconvenient for me. Zhou Yueqing gritted his teeth and replied, Go select a car yourself tomorrow, and send the bill to my company.
Ye wink, displaying her intelligence.
Refrained from inquiring about the price cap for the car. She bowed respectfully and assured him, rest assured, within a 10-meter radius of this bar. You shall never see my shadow again. It was a pity about that bartender, though. The juice was truly delightful. As a diligent subordinate, it was her responsibility to be concerned for her boss's well-being. After Qingqing departed, Shen Xiai exited the bar, narrowing his elongated eyes and remarking, Brother Zhou, this woman is rather intriguing. Why not let me have her for a couple of days? In the world of the affluent, the constant exchange of women was merely a norm. Shen Xiai shrugged indifferently. After all, she was just a woman. His interest would likely wane soon enough. However, the expression on the face of Gu Jing grew increasingly grim, flashes of malice crossing his already brooding countenance. Such a woman only deserved to be a toy. The driver, Lao Zhao, halted the car in front of Building 33. Mixue, the password for the villa is 48. You may enter directly.
Indeed.
It was a property under the name of a domineering CEO, and the lavish decor exuded an unmistakable scent of wealth. She leapt onto the plush, expansive bed, poised to sing a tune, when suddenly her phone emitted a melancholic tune. If you peel back my heart layer by layer.
Ye wink furolet herbrov.
Ungracefully sprawled across the bed, noticing her phone flashing with her mother's name prominently displayed. Her mother, who had remarried. Qingqing, tomorrow is the weekend. Come home for dinner. Uncle Li has bought chicken legs and will personally cook for you. Chun Meru's voice sounded gentle and soothing. Had Qingqing not read this book, she would have believed this was the voice of a good mother. The original owner had been a gullible fool under Chun Meru's influence, with her hard-earned money siphoned away under the guise of maternal love. Yet Qingqing, like a simpleton, would be moved to tears over a mere meal, only to wash the dishes and leave money behind. I'm busy tomorrow, she replied without a second thought, dismissing the invitation outright. Leaning languidly, she idly picked at her nails. Are you worried I won't enjoy the chicken legs? What's so special about them anyway? They're loaded with hormones. Chun Meru was taken aback by her daughter's sudden assertiveness, which she misinterpreted as a reaction to her grandmother's passing, leading her to sob and lament. Qingqing, how can you speak to your mother this way? I bled profusely when I gave birth to you, lying in bed for an entire week.
Ye wink scoffed.
Sister, what does your bleeding have to do with me? Go find Yi Xinghua. If it weren't for him, would you even have been pregnant? You, Qingqing merely exclaimed, before hanging up the phone. Chun Meru's emotions hung in her throat, abruptly cut short. She refuses to come? What about Yangyang's piano lessons? Has that stubborn girl really taken flight, thinking she has wings now? Chun Meru asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. Oldly, do you think Qingqing, that scatterbrain, can truly climb the social ladder? Li Xiangqiang chuckled derisively. What do men care about a woman's intellect? As long as she is beautiful. Chun Meru laughed awkwardly. That may be true. I'll call her again. This girl is soft-hearted and foolish. A few more tears, and I'll surely get that money from her. She steeled herself and dialed again, but all she heard was a cold voice on the other end. Hello, the number you have dialed is switched off. Could it be that her phone ran out of battery? Chun Meru cast a dubious glance at her phone, dialing once more to receive the same response. In Tianrun City, Qingqing, who had blocked Chun Meru's number, was sound asleep, preparing to pick up her car the next day. She had no time to engage in conversation with the madwoman. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, devoid of parental ties, never having understood the concept of familial affection. No one could use blood relations to morally bind her. After all, morality had never been her strong suit. The sunlight streamed in, glimmering with the essence of wealth. Qingqing, momentarily dazed, cursed softly under her breath. Damn it, another day in the drudgery of corporate life begins. May my boss have sons without anuses. Then, Feeling the luxurious sheets beneath her, she opened her eyes and surveyed the opulent, understated room, suddenly leaping from the bed. With her palms pressed together, she murmured, Amit Ba, may the deities forgive my earlier indiscretion. My boss is a once-in-a-lifetime good soul, a renowned philanthropist. Please bless him with 18 sons, each with an anus. If I cannot be a substitute, I shall become a postpartum caregiver. How splendid! I have 6 months to obtain my certification. Once my work as a substitute ends, I shall strive to establish my presence with Lin Wanning. Let the esteemed daughter of the Bai family know that I will be a most professional postpartum caregiver. I shall insist that my salary remains at 500,000. Delighting in her envisioned future, Qingqing meticulously selected a white dress from her wardrobe. With her long hair cascading down her shoulders, she emerged from the house like a specter, heading straight for the most expensive dealership. Though she wore no makeup, the keen-eyed sales personnel immediately recognized the exquisite limited edition dress adorning her.
Hello, miss.
What kind of car are you considering? We have just received the latest models this year, all in various colors and high configurations. The sales representative rattled on, but Qingqing paid no heed, her fingers brushing against the central display of a pink sports car. A slight smile graced her lips as she declared, I'll take this one. Full payment. She then produced her identification and added, transfer it to my name. Payment by Zhou Yuecheng. Thank you. The sales representative was nearly rendered speechless, astonished that a multi-million-dollar car was being sold without even a test drive. This isn't selling cabbage. In truth, Qingqing was even more exhilarated than the sales representative. Who could understand? Having been impoverished her entire life, she had suddenly found herself with a house, a car, and savings upon entering this narrative. The sales representative busied herself with the paperwork while Qingqing sipped her coffee, awaiting the signing process. Before she could sign, another woman, adorned like a peacock and far more arrogant than Qingqing, made her entrance, brandishing a gold card and declaring, I want that pink sports car. The dealership manager rushed out, bowing and smiling. Miss Zhou. Oh my, how wonderful to see you. Quickly, bring out our finest coffee. Zhou Mixue, displaying impatience, extended her delicate hand. First, let me take the car. I have a styling appointment to attend. Before the manager could respond, the sales representative attending to Qingqing, visibly uncomfortable, muttered, Manager, that car was just sold. Such limited edition sports cars were air freighted, and there was only one in the entire dealership, as only a few could afford them. The manager's expression shifted, glancing at Qingqing seated nearby, hesitating. Those who could afford such a vehicle were not individuals he could afford to offend. Having reached this managerial position, he was no fool. Thus, he deftly passed the dilemma back. Miss Zhou, that car has just been reserved. What do you think? He trailed off, his gaze darting toward Qingqing. His meaning unmistakable. Zhou Mixue's face darkened instantly, and upon seeing Qingqing, her voice sharpened. Qingqing, what are you doing here? Zhou Mixue, the beloved sister of Zhou Yuecheng and the sole young lady of the Zhou family, was also a fervent admirer of Lin Wanning and an ardent fan of the Zhoulin pairing. Thus, she had always harbored disdain for Qingqing, especially after discovering that her brother had taken Qingqing under his wing. She had often bullied the original owner. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Mixue was rendered speechless. Qingqing dashed over, grasping her hands tightly, her tone exuberant, rivaling that of the dealership manager. Miss Zhou, you are as beautiful and charming as ever. It has been so long. My longing for you flows endlessly like the Yellow River. Qingqing nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her. Are you trying to poach me with a high salary? President Zhou offers a monthly salary of 500,000, with a 1 million severance at the end of the contract. I am quite content. Just a modest raise, and I will be at your service, miss. Zhou Mixue was furious, nearly biting her own lip in frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants to poach you? Why are you trying to drive me away from my brother? He has finally secured a high-paying job. In an instant, Qingqing's demeanor shifted, standing tall and composed. Let us leave it at that for now. Contact me when you come to your senses. Zhou Mixue was seething, wanting nothing more than to tear her apart. She pointed at the pink sports car. Let us see who dares to sell it to her. Transfer it to me immediately. Qingqing frowned. I've already reserved it. Just waiting for the signature. Zhou Mixue scoffed. Reserved? Do you even know how much that car costs? You think you can compete with me? The manager, wiping his cold sweat, finally understood the tension between the two. He pursed his lips, weighing the pros and cons. and turned to Yi Qingqing. Miss, perhaps you would consider another model? I can offer you a discount. Yi Qingqing felt a flicker of interest but refused to back down. It's a matter of first come, first served, after all. 500,000. Zhou Yingsheng, with a confident smile, declared, I'll raise the offer by 500,000. Tears welled in Yi Qingqing's eyes as she grasped the manager's tie. Pulling him to the corner. Sell it to her. 500,000. I'll give you 6, you give her 4. The manager struggled to reclaim his tie. Mumbling, Miss Yi, this doesn't seem right. Half for each. That's my bottom line.
Deal.
Fearful of Zhou Yingsheng having second thoughts, the manager hurried upstairs to finalize the transaction. Here are your car keys. Once everything was settled, the manager respectfully stood before Zhou Yingsheng. It's yours. Zhou Yingsheng cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qingqing, sneering, What a lowly thing. Do you understand what class means? How dare you challenge me with your pitiful appearance? Truly naive. Yes, I am indeed naive. Yi Qingqing replied earnestly. Next time you buy a car, you must call me. How charming these young masters and ladies are. Using money to belittle others. Oh, how profound. Only Lin Wanning pays for a substitute. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes internally, watching Zhou Yingsheng leave. Then turned to her phone, flashing the payment code. Come on, transfer. An hour later, she drove off in a similarly priced Mercedes-Benz, leaving the manager and sales team in awe. Zhou Yueqing received the consumption bill immediately. He was unconcerned about the amount but called in disbelief. You actually bought such an expensive car? Yi Qingqing, you truly are vain. Zhou Yueqing fell silent for a moment before continuing. Come to the office at noon and bring me lunch. Of course. Yi Qingqing readily agreed and immediately got to work. Upon returning to the villa, she opened a home cooking tutorial and dove into the kitchen. Dedication to her work was her first principle. At noon, Yi Qingqing drove her new car, carrying 3 dishes and a soup into the Zhou Corporation building. The receptionist, a standard professional, smiled widely. Miss, I'm sorry, but without an appointment, you cannot go upstairs. Just as Yi Qingqing was about to make a call, a striking woman in the latest professional attire descended from the elevator. Hand me the food box. With elegantly styled hair and a curvaceous figure, she exuded an air of aloof beauty. I am President Zhou's chief secretary. You may call me Gaomi. With an unchanging expression, Gaomi's eyes concealed a trace of contempt. President Zhou is busy. He doesn't have time to see you. Yi Qingqing tilted her head, but he asked me to bring him lunch. In truth, Zhou Yueqing had instructed her to bring Yi Qingqing upstairs. But upon seeing the woman's face, reminiscent of Lin Wanning, Gaomi felt alarm bells ringing and did not want her to go upstairs. Very well. Yi Qingqing nodded, good-naturedly taking a seat on the visitor sofa. I will wait here then. I will take the food box upstairs. Gaomi was taken aback by Yi Qingqing's calm demeanor and willingness to wait, so she decided to take the food box first. Chapter 8. Yi Qingqing must be seriously ill. Yi Qingqing quickly hugged the food box to her chest, visibly displeased. We are all workers. Why are you trying to steal my job? I spent over an hour preparing this meal, and the ingredients haven't even been reimbursed. Gaomi's expression shifted slightly as she looked down at her in her high heels. Do you want President Zhou to starve during the meeting? Yi Qingqing questioned skeptically. Does the boss eat while in a meeting? How dedicated. Every woman attempting to approach Zhou Yueqing had always been polite to her. None had dared to directly challenge her. Gaomi's expression turned cold, a light laugh escaping her lips. If that is the case, you may wait here. With that, she swayed her hips and turned to leave. The receptionist cast a sympathetic glance at Yi Qingqing. She likely wouldn't see President Zhou today. Gaomi had significant influence over him, and she could easily find a reason to make him annoyed with her. Gaomi entered the elevator, already formulating her words. Although Zhou Yueqing had asked her to bring someone down, he was indeed busy with a meeting. Since they were both waiting, it was up to her to decide where to wait. Yi Qingqing, unfazed, took out her phone and started a game. Timmy. She decisively purchased a full set of skins, achieving an 8th rank, and joyfully immersed herself in the game. After about 20 minutes, the receptionist received a call from Gaomi. Let her come up. Use the employee passage. On the 15th floor, Gaomi hung up the phone and re-entered the president's office. President Zhou, Mixue is unhappy about not being allowed upstairs and insists that you personally come down to greet her. Zhou Yueqing raised an eyebrow. Is she unhappy about delivering lunch? That doesn't seem likely. Gaomi maintained a businesslike tone but with a hint of resignation. Girls tend to want to stand out. I told her you were in a meeting. But Missy wishes for you to come down to greet her personally and is dissatisfied with the policy requiring permission to go upstairs. It should be noted that only Lin Wanning did not need to go through the receptionist and could use the president's elevator at any time. This privilege was hers alone, highlighting her unique status with Zhou Yuecheng. Gao Mi's words subtly implied that Yi Qingqing was overstepping her bounds, foolishly attempting to compare herself to Lin Wanning. As expected, Zhou Yuecheng's expression darkened. Clearly, she is unaware of her place. Where is she? She should have arrived by now. I will go fetch her. Gao Mi maintained her calm demeanor, her cold eyes lowering as she exited. A few words had already tarnished Yi Qingqing's impression in Zhou Yuecheng's mind further. However, as she stood at the employee elevator, waiting left and right, there was still no sign of Yi Qingqing. After a few more minutes, Gao Mi could not help but call the receptionist. Where is Yi Qingqing? The receptionist, on the verge of tears, glanced at the girl sitting across from her, engrossed in her game. Gao Mi, Missy said she would wait until she finished this round. Gao Mi found this perplexing. What round? The meeting has concluded. Tell her to hurry up. On the other end, the gamer was furious. What do you mean, a round? I'll tell you I'm underage if you don't believe me. Gao Mi's forehead twitched in irritation, her voice rising. Yi Qingqing, the receptionist, covering the microphone, spoke softly. Missy, Secretary Gao requests that you come upstairs to deliver lunch. Yi Qingqing didn't even look up. It's already 8. What's next? Delivering my life? I want to rest until I defeat him. That jungler was utterly despicable, having killed her 8 times. The receptionist awkwardly relayed the message. Gao Mi, Missy wants to finish her game. Gao Mi took a deep breath, a cold smile forming. Very well. She angrily hung up the phone and re-entered the office. President Zhou, Missy insists on you personally coming down to greet her. Is she becoming arrogant in her favor? Zhou Yuecheng sat behind his substantial pearwood desk, his dark eyes lifting. Have her come up immediately. Gao Baiji feigned reluctance, saying, well, Director Zhou, you see. Inside, however, she felt a surge of triumph. Yi Qingqing was indeed a fool. Yet, before she could relish her victory, Zhou Yuecheng's cold voice pierced the air. After so many years in this position, you can't even handle this simple task. Gao Baiji was momentarily taken aback. Utterly unprepared for such misplaced ire. Years of professional training kicked in, and she respectfully replied, I will have her up at once. With that, Gao Baiji hurriedly made her way to the elevator, her high heels wobbling slightly. Upon reaching the ground floor, she found Yi Qingqing still engrossed in her game on her phone, and her expression darkened. Missy, there should be limits to your arrogance. Director Zhou has finished his meeting and is waiting for you. Yi Qingqing gritted her teeth, infuriated. She had just been ambushed and killed in the game. Wait. I must avenge myself.
Mixue.
Gao Baiji snatched the phone from her, her tone icy. Director Zhou is waiting for you. A moment's delay won't kill you. Yi Qingqing reclaimed her phone, only to see she was dead again. What are you doing? You're 0 to 10. Gao Baiji was convinced that Yi Qingqing was utterly deranged. Her patience was wearing thin. Her usually calm demeanor was beginning to crack. You need to go upstairs and deliver the meal to Director Zhou. Yi Qingqing shot her a glance before returning her focus to the screen. No rush, no rush, I'll be there soon. Truly. It was as if the emperor was unconcerned while the eunuchs were in a frenzy. Gao Baiji's face turned ashen, and before she could speak, the front desk phone rang. The receptionist nervously called out, Secretary Gao. It's Director Zhou. With a scowl, Zhou Yuecheng held the receiver, his stomach grumbling after a morning of meetings. How could Yi Qingqing still be downstairs? Did she expect him to fetch her himself? What audacity! Just a mere substitute, yet she dared to throw a tantrum. Gao Baiji felt regret wash over her. Why had she allowed Yi Qingqing to linger downstairs? Director, I'm on it. After assuring him, Gao Baiji hung up and made an effort to soften her expression as she turned to Yi Qingqing, her tone as gentle as she could muster. Missy, Director Zhou is anxious. You wouldn't want to provoke his anger, would you? The game can wait. Yi Qingqing was blinded by rage, her reason slipping away as she glared at her phone. No way. I must take revenge before I can go. Just as she finished speaking, she was killed once more. Yi Qingqing was clearly out of her mind. Chapter 9. Secretary Gao's Breakdown. Gao Baiji could no longer maintain her composure. She snapped, You rookie. How do you expect to kill anyone? You don't even know how to hide. Yi Qingqing stood empty-handed, observing the distraught Gao Baiji. Wait, that's not right. Why insult someone instead of communicating? Gao Baiji gritted her teeth. Are you going upstairs or not? Yi Qingqing, equally incensed, retorted, If I don't win, I want to go. Gao Baiji shot her a blank stare before. With determination, she raised her phone and began tapping the screen. With a cold demeanor, her fingers flew across the device. Suddenly, the mage in the game hid in the bushes. What are you doing? Yi Qingqing exclaimed, but before she could finish, the character executed a flawless maneuver, eliminating the enemy jungler. What the? Yi Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, witnessing the once weak character now expertly evading detection. Gao Baiji's fingers danced over the screen with such speed that Yi Qingqing could barely keep up, only hearing the game announce, Pentakill. Yi Qingqing was left speechless, staring at her in awe. Showrun. Gao Baiji interjected, sealing Yi Qingqing's mouth with her hand, and, grabbing the meal box with the other, they hurried to the elevator. Had she just witnessed their typically aloof chief secretary in action? Was she dreaming? In the president's office, Zhou Yueqing's expression was as dark as ink as he dug into a drawer for a snack, his stomach growling in protest. He had never experienced hunger like this before. Yi Qingqing, you've done well.
Today.
He was determined to teach this woman a lesson and would not descend to fetch her. The door swung open, and Gao Baiji stood panting outside, her hair disheveled. Director, Miss Yi has arrived. Why are you out of breath? Zhou Yueqing was displeased with her lack of composure. Maintain your poise, Secretary Gao. Gao Baiji nearly choked on her breath, struggling to maintain her composure. Yi Qingqing chimed in from behind. Secretary Gao, let us duo Q sometime. Gao Baiji's face was now completely pale, her heels scraping against the floor as she stormed away, her demeanor radiating fury. Clearly, the gaming gods all had their own flair. Yi Qingqing watched in admiration as Gao Baiji left, then entered the office holding the meal box, revealing a wide grin. Boss, lunch is here. Zhou Yueqing regarded her coldly. Yi Qingqing, remember, only Wan Ning has privileges in my office. Do not presume to claim what is not yours. What privileges? Yi Qingqing asked, puzzled, clutching the meal box. Boss, are you going to eat or not? The metallic box emanated a tantalizing aroma, and Zhou Yueqing could not help but swallow hard, his stomach audibly protesting. Be quiet. His face flushed with embarrassment. Zhou Yueqing settled into his chair. This is a one-time exception. Prepare my meals promptly from now on. Yi Qingqing beamed, proudly opening the box. To prepare your meal, I followed over 20 food bloggers and studied numerous recipes. I assure you, even chefs cannot rival my skills. As she unveiled the lid, the fragrant aroma of meat and vegetables wafted through the office. Zhou Yueqing shifted slightly in his chair, his gaze fixated on the meal box.
He was famished.
Yi Qingqing retrieved chopsticks and cheerfully pushed the box toward him. Zhou Yueqing, exercising remarkable self-control, resisted the urge to devour the food greedily. Instead, he cast a cold glance at Yi Qingqing before taking a dignified bite of the ribs. He was stunned. Yi Qingqing had not exaggerated. The flavors were on par with those of a five-star chef, clearly the result of considerable effort. He looked up at Yi Qingqing, whose unadorned face radiated innocence, her long hair cascading softly behind her, and her bright, pure eyes fixed on him. The irritation in his heart inexplicably diminished. Zhou Yueqing took another couple of bites, the gnawing hunger finally abating. He raised his chin. How long did you take to prepare this? The box contained 4 dishes and a soup, all exquisitely presented. Yi Qingqing rested her chin on her palm, beaming. I started preparing as soon as I received your call, including shopping for ingredients. It took about 2 hours. Zhou Yueqing's expression softened. Next time, you needn't prepare so much. Yi Qingqing quickly affirmed her value. That won't do. You have a busy schedule. And your meals must be nutritious. If you enjoy your food, I'm happy to. Naturally, as a superb nanny earning $50,000 a month, she had to give her all. After all, the competition in the workplace was fierce, and when she had a sales job earning $3,500 a month, she had to write self-reflections for failing to meet targets. Zhou Yueqing savored a spoonful of soup, warmth spreading from his mouth down to his stomach, eliciting a faint smile. The soup is also quite good. Yi Qingqing, with a gentle touch, expressed her loyalty. Your stomach is not well, so I have specially researched several medicinal dishes to nourish it. This soup has been simmering for over an hour. Whether in her past life as an orphan or in the book as a girl with neglectful parents, Yi Qingqing had learned to cook from a young age and possessed a certain talent for it. Preparing 4 dishes and a soup was no challenge for her. Zhou Yueqing's features softened, his eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness. He recalled their first encounter when he was hospitalized due to a stomach ailment, and she, like a helpless little kitten, had wept in the hospital corridor. Although her grandmother ultimately could not be saved, Qingqing had timidly followed him since, clumsily attempting to draw closer to him. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yueqing smiled softly, realizing that she had devoted considerable time and effort to prepare him a meal. It was evident that she was deeply in love with him. The atmosphere in the CEO's office was warm and inviting, and they spent nearly half an hour enjoying the meal. Upon finishing the last piece of rib, Zhou Yueqing felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Having struggled with his stomach issues for so long, he had never eaten so heartily before. His earlier irritation towards Qingqing for being stubborn about going upstairs dissipated. As he lifted his gaze to speak, he noticed a delicate hand pushing a supermarket receipt towards him. The ingredients selected were of the highest quality, totaling 548 yuan. Zhou Yueqing furrowed his brow in confusion. What is this? Qingqing sighed internally, realizing that all bosses were the same. When it came to reimbursements, he pretended not to understand. 2 pounds of ribs at 49 yuan each, 2 pounds of lobster at 118, 2 pounds of beef bones at 45. The warmth in Zhou Yueqing's heart vanished as he coldly regarded her. No need to read it all. I'll transfer the money to you later. Qingqing beamed brightly, swiftly producing a green payment code from around her neck. Boss, just scan this. I specially made this sign, for just 5 yuan. Dressed in limited edition designer attire yet adorned with a payment code, Zhou Yueqing could almost hear his teeth grinding. He tossed a black card onto the floor and, with a strained voice, stated, "From now on, use this card for purchases." Qingqing, I never want to see a payment code again. Understood. Qingqing quickly tucked the payment code into her chest and picked up the black card. Her eyes sparkling. Do you still need me to bring dinner tonight? Zhou Yueqing stood up, his gaze cold as he looked down at her. Tonight. I will be at Tianrun City. Prepare the meal and wait.
Got it.
Qingqing cheerfully carried the lunchbox out of the office, clutching the black card in her palm. Feeling elated. At the elevator, she spotted Gao Baizhi, who had changed into high heels and was reviewing documents. Qingqing hurried over. Let's add each other as friends. Gao Baizhi's expression was frosty as she took a step back. Miss Yi, one must have self-awareness. What do you mean? Do you think my cooking is poor? Qingqing puffed out her cheeks. Gao Baizhi felt a sense of futility akin to a duck speaking to a chicken. She suspected that Qingqing was merely playing the fool, deliberately acting this way. For years, countless women had tried to get close to Zhou Yueqing, yet none had pushed themselves to this extent. Even Lin Wanning, who had attempted to oust her from Zhou's company multiple times, had failed. Yet upon their first meeting, Qingqing had managed to unnerve her. Lin wanted to enter the Zhou family, but it was fraught with challenges.
Mixue,
I advise you to abandon your unrealistic fantasies and cut your losses. That would be the wisest course of action. Gao Baizhi coldly concluded before turning away in haughty disdain. She did not wish to see this astute woman any longer. Qingqing blinked, bewildered. What does that mean? I don't understand. Cut losses? I haven't incurred any losses. Just as she got into her car, an unfamiliar number called. Chunmeru, having recently switched to a new phone after being blocked, asked, Qingqing, are you still angry with your mother? Qingqing furrowed her brow while seated in her luxurious car. Why would I be angry with you? She turned on the car's music, playing a song filled with anxiety, then declined. I'm busy tonight. Can you come over earlier in the afternoon? Let's have an early dinner together? Chunmeru, fearing rejection, pleaded, Qingqing, your mother misses you. I've already started cooking beef for you. The original host had longed for maternal love, which was why she had been deceived by Chunmeru time and again under the guise of maternal affection. Yet, when her grandmother fell gravely ill, Chunmeru had refused to lend her even 10,000 yuan. Qingqing toyed with her empty lunchbox, raising a delicate brow. You're making me just beef? Just one dish? Chunmeru, thinking she had struck a chord, quickly added, silly child. I'll also make a Christian carp soup. Qingqing finally relented. Then cook it now. I'll come over around 4. Remember, no chili, keep it light. And add tender tofu to the soup. The soup should simmer for at least 2 hours with a splash of fresh milk. If the flavor is off, I won't drink it. Holding her phone while consulting the recipe, Qingqing meticulously instructed. Don't worry. My cooking has always been excellent. Chunmeru grumbled internally about the fussiness of her daughter, yet she begrudgingly agreed. Life just keeps getting better. As Chunmeru grumbled about the stupid girl, she stood up, ready to leave. Li Xiangqiang quickly asked, Where are you going? Isn't she coming over soon? To buy fish and milk. Chunmeru replied irritably. Qingqing is probably still upset. She wants to make me jump through hoops for a mere meal. Once she arrives, I'll make her pay back 100-fold. Li Xiangqiang added his thoughts. Yin-Yang's piano costs several thousand. If she doesn't cough it up, we can make her beg. Isn't it all the rage to go live now? We could just cry a little, and the online community would tear her apart. Chun Meru hesitated. But you said she's involved with someone powerful. Won't that provoke him? Rest assured, she's just a plaything to him. Will he really marry her? Li Xiangqiang casually crossed his legs. I've done my research. The Zhou family member she's involved with. Who knows which one, but she undoubtedly has money now, and she can certainly cough up several thousand. Chun Meru's eyes lit up. If she's so wealthy, she must part with at least 100,000. Li Xiangqiang waved his hand. You go buy the groceries. We'll deal with her when she arrives. Isn't she a vocal student? If her reputation suffers, how will she ever break into the entertainment industry? So, she must give us that money today. Chun Meru nodded. Before Yixingwa shows up, let's drain this daughter of hers dry. Otherwise, she will just give that scoundrel money for gambling debts. The couple eagerly plotted, while Qingqing, equally enthusiastic, prepared her lunchbox. With no cooking to do that evening, she decided to drive to the supermarket to buy several salted duck eggs to bring to Chun Meru's house. After all, she was naturally courteous and could not simply arrive empty-handed for a meal. Subsequently, she also purchased some bird's nest and donkey hide gelatin before finally driving her luxury car to Chun Meru's shabby apartment. As soon as she parked, curious onlookers began to gather. Chun Meru lived in an old neighborhood where most residents were working class. They had rarely seen such an extravagant vehicle. A young man with bleached hair took photos and informed those around him. I recognize this car. It's worth several million. The surrounding elderly women gasped. Several million? My son's car only cost over 70,000, and he's still paying it off. Alas, it pales in comparison. It is not even worth the price of a single wheel from their car. Who is this wealthy relative? Before the discussion could continue, Qingqing stepped out of the car, clutching a bag of duck eggs in a red plastic bag. A lady in a blue short-sleeved shirt squinted her eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't that Qingqing? The daughter of Chun Meiwan before she got married?
Impossible.
That girl was utterly impoverished. Indeed, poorer than any of us, and quite foolish too. Qingqing paid them no mind, striding into Building 21, Unit 3. The blue-shirt lady slapped her thigh. That's the girl. Chun Meiwan's family resides in this building. Upstairs. Chun Meiwan was lamenting over her fish soup. This troublesome girl is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Her dining expectations are simply too high. Alright, keep it brief. Remember to perform well later. Li Xiangqiang brought the stewed beef to the table, narrowing his eyes. The piano that Yang likes costs several thousand. At this rate, when will our salary suffice to buy it? Mentioning their beloved son brought a smile to Chun Meiwan's face. Unfortunately, Yang is out traveling with friends. He won't even get to enjoy the lavish meal I prepared today. Qingqing sniffed the air, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Is the meal ready? Chun Meiwan shot her a mock glare, still the same little glutton from childhood. Qingqing looked at her skeptically. Have you seen me as a child? According to the original owner's memories, this woman had run off shortly after Qingqing was born, not even completing her confinement period. Chun Meiwan chuckled awkwardly. Mother has always been worried about you. Li Xiangqiang, fearing the resurfacing of old grievances regarding Qingqing's abandonment, quickly intervened. Qingqing, Uncle has prepared beef stew. Come and try some. Chun Meiwan hastily brought out the fish soup, discreetly wiping away non-existent tears. Let's all sit down and enjoy a meal together.
Wait.
Qingqing shouted, pulling out a large lunchbox. Don't touch anything. My boss has high standards and does not accept leftovers. Chun Meiwan was startled, causing some of the fish soup to spill. What is happening? Qingqing glanced at the few drops of fish soup with concern, cautiously tasting it before commenting. The flavor is a bit bland. You used too little milk. It needs improvement next time. Li Xiangqiang pointed at the beef with feigned enthusiasm. Come taste Uncle's cooking.
Je wink modesty noted.
Picking a piece of meat from the edge and chewing thoughtfully before responding, it tastes good but is slightly undercooked. Next time, remember to add some hawthorn. Chun Meiwan appeared bewildered, while Li Xiangqiang looked dumbfounded. Qingqing opened her lunchbox, then, to the astonished gazes of the couple, poured the entire contents of the beef into it, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Qingqing. Chun Meiwan was dumbstruck. What are you doing? Qingqing remained silent, quickly pouring the fish soup into another compartment of the lunchbox. Regrettably, it overflowed slightly. You all need to eat too, she murmured, generously leaving the remaining fish soup behind. As she readied to depart with her packed lunchbox, Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, placing the salted duck eggs. wrapped in a red plastic bag. Down. I almost forgot. I brought a gift. No need to send me off. I drove myself. Chen Meiwan grasped her arm. Qingqing, what do you mean? We haven't even eaten yet. At a loss for words, Chen Meiwan, preoccupied with financial concerns, decided to be direct. Actually, Mom has something else to discuss with you. Yes, yes. Li Xiangqiang chuckled awkwardly, blocking the exit. There's more to discuss. Yi Qingqing clutched her lunchbox. Then say it now. The fish soup won't stay fresh for long. Li Xiangqiang struggled to contain his frustration. Was Yi Qingqing truly here just to eat?
No.
It was clear she had come to beg. Especially for that beef, which he had purchased for $100. She had taken every bit without leaving him a morsel. Suppressing his anger, Li Xiangqiang attempted to keep his tone gentle. Qingqing, let us sit down and have a proper conversation. Chen Meiwan nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. Let us sit down and talk. Yi Qingqing impatiently checked the time. 1 minute. Hurry up, what if there's traffic? This stubborn girl was impervious to reason. Chen Meiwan took a deep breath and smiled. Child, don't you have even a moment to dine with your mother? Their roundabout conversation was filled with nonsense. Yi Qingqing stared at her blankly. Sister, you wouldn't be thinking of kidnapping me, would you? Who are you calling sister? I'm your mother. Your biological mother. Chen Meiwan felt an urge to vomit blood. She took a deep breath and declared, your brother just enrolled in a piano class and needs to buy a piano. Lend me 50,000. Saying it was a loan was merely a FAAD.
Ye wink decisively rejected her. Not lending.
Previously, the original owner would have stammered about not having money. This time, she simply stated she wouldn't lend it. Chen Meijuan's expression darkened. Qingqing, how can you, as an older sister, lack any sense of responsibility? Your mother endured so much pain to give birth to you. Now, you can't even lend 5,000? Do you still see me as your mother? Is there still a family in your eyes? Yi Qingqing blinked innocently. Nope. What's wrong with that? Chen Meiwan, exasperated, leaned against the wall, nearly rolling her eyes in disbelief. Yi Qingqing, you are flesh of my flesh. You must give me this money today. Li Xiangqiang's face also darkened. Blocking the door, he warned ominously. Qingqing, Uncle is speaking to you calmly. It's just a loan of 50,000. I know you've associated with the Zhou family. 50,000 is certainly within your means. If you don't give the money, you won't be leaving today. Chapter 12. Both the police and ambulance arrived.
Oh my...
Is this kidnapping? The wrong target. Yi Qingqing blinked, smiling as she dialed. Hello, 110? There's a robbery and illegal detention at Fengtai Community, Building 21, Unit 3. Li Xiangqiang was utterly enraged and lunged to snatch her phone. Yi Qingqing deftly dodged, adding into the phone, Officer, please hurry. They intend to commit bodily harm. Li Xiangqiang froze, trying to muster a smile but failing miserably. Meanwhile, Chen Meiwan succumbed to her anger and fainted. Yi Qingqing leisurely dialed 120. Someone here is about to die. Please send an ambulance immediately.
Li Xiangqiang squatavasida Shen Meijuan.
Frantically slapping her face while cursing angrily. You unfilial daughter. Your mother has low blood sugar. How could you make her faint? What a wretched thing. Yi Qingqing felt wronged, clutching her lunchbox. Brother, that's not fair. I didn't scold you for robbing me. I merely called the police. Why are you cursing at me?
Besides,
I even called an ambulance. I am repaying evil with kindness. Li Xiangqiang gasped, his vision darkening as he lost his balance. 10 minutes later, Yi Qingqing held the hand of a young male police officer tightly. Thank you, officer. If it weren't for you, I might still be trapped. The young officer's face flushed. He couldn't bear to look at the strikingly beautiful girl before him and straightened his posture. It is our duty. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the now conscious Chen Meiwan and the ashen-faced Li Xiangqiang. Though she is your daughter, she is entitled to her personal freedom. Should this occur again, I will take you both to the police station for legal proceedings. Yes, you are right. Li Xiangqiang, a mere office worker, was overwhelmed by the situation. The commotion of both 110 and 120 arriving at his home drew the attention of the entire neighborhood. Those unaware would think a gunfight had erupted. Yi Qingqing gently touched the still warm lunchbox, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as she climbed into her luxurious car, not forgetting to roll down the window. She smiled at Chen Meiwan and remarked, by the way, next time, let us stew a big goose. Remember to use high heat. Chen Meiwan's head buzzed. After being roused by Li Xiangqiang, she fainted once more. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Yi Qingqing pressed the accelerator, listening to music as she exited the community. In the elegant yet secluded villa area of the western suburbs of Beijing, when Zhou Yueqing entered, he was greeted by the warm glow of the dining room. Through the glass of the open kitchen, he caught sight of a petite figure. The girl, clad in a flowing white dress, had her slightly curled long hair cascading lazily behind her, revealing a delicately refined profile. For a fleeting moment, he was entranced and took a couple of steps forward, murmuring the name Wan Ning. Without hesitation, she approached to take his briefcase, placing his slippers on the floor. The fish soup will be ready shortly. Please sit down and rest for a while. Following her words, Zhou Yueqing glanced at the dining table, which was adorned with several exquisite plates, aromatic braised beef, an array of delicate cold dishes, and a steaming pot of fish soup on the stove. His expression softened as he took a seat at the table. There's no need to prepare so much in the future. Qingqing brought the fish soup to the table, serving it in a fine white porcelain bowl before him. Her voice tender as she replied, "That's out of the question. Your stomach isn't well. It needs proper care. What if you were to develop stomach cancer or something? Where would I find such a good job then?" She added, with a hint of professionalism, that with such a high salary, one must work diligently. Otherwise, her conscience would not allow it. Zhou Yueqing took a sip of the soup, warmth cascading down his throat to his stomach. He looked at the woman sitting across from him, who was sipping her soup delicately, and his tone softened further. "How long did you simmer the soup?" Qingqing raised her glistening eyes, shyly smiling. "Just about 2 hours." She had spent such an extended period just to prepare a meal for herself. Zhou Yueqing chuckled lightly, sensing her profound affection for him radiating from her small face, which filled him with delight. With the Qixi festival approaching, he inquired, "Do you have any gift in mind?" Qingqing's eyes sparkled. "Can I choose anything? Is there a budget limit?" Zhou Yueqing was amused by her enthusiasm. Leaning back lazily in his chair, his gaze exuding the unique arrogance of a CEO, Qingqing, "As long as you behave, material goods will never be a shortcoming for you." After this, his gaze turned serious. "Except for love." "How wonderful!" she exclaimed. "I want everything except love. Perhaps jewelry is too much, but how about a house?" Zhou Yueqing frowned slightly. "Didn't I just transfer a property to your name? Who could ever have too many houses?" Qingqing clasped her hands together, her large, expressive eyes wide open. "I want a spacious flat." "Your appetite is quite large." Zhou Yueqing retorted with a cold laugh. "Even if I were to gift you a house, it does not mean you can marry me. My marital home will only ever be in the Zhou family's ancestral house." Qingqing touched her petite nose, confused as to when she mentioned marriage. "So, are you going to give it or not? If you can't afford it, then what kind of a domineering CEO are you?" "What? Is that even a possibility?" She grinned wider, her playful spirit rising. "Wishing you and Miss Lin have 18 sons. Your family is wealthy. You must have many sons. Then I do have 18 months of postpartum care, securing my future." Zhou Yueqing's expression darkened. What kind of bizarre blessing was that? After finishing their meal, Qingqing eagerly opened the master bedroom door. "I've tidied up the room. You may rest at any time." Zhou Yueqing smirked. "Don't dream. My loyalty will forever belong to Wan Ning. Don't delude yourself into thinking I would sleep with you." Qingqing pointed to the second floor. "Boss, I'll be sleeping in the upstairs room." "You're overthinking it." Zhou Yueqing's expression soured again, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Do you not wish to be close to me? Earning this 50,000 is indeed no easy feat." Qingqing sighed internally, revealing her phone that displayed a video of Lin Wan Ning dancing gracefully. "Do you want to sleep with me or with her?" Zhou Yueqing was taken aback by her audacity, glancing between the video and Qingqing, his face slowly flushing with color.
"Yeving."
"How dare you compare yourself to Wan Ning?" Isn't that the conclusion? Qingqing put her phone away, speaking earnestly. "Yueqing, I'm considering your feelings. With a goddess like Miss Lin, how could I dare entertain unrealistic fantasies? It's not that I don't want to be close to you. It's that I don't dare." Zhou Yueqing felt a sense of relief wash over him, grunting slightly as he raised his wrist to reveal an expensive watch. "I have plans to drink with someone tonight. Please pick me up at 10 o'clock at Tiankai Rinshang." Tiankai Rinshang? That's a major plot point. Qingqing, delicate and frail, could hardly withstand a man's strength and was nearly dragged into the private room, almost losing herself. "All right, I will arrive on time," she obediently agreed, adding with a caring reminder, "If you need someone to drink for you, just call me. The usual price, 20,000 per drink, buy 3 get 1 free." Zhou Yueqing's previously softened demeanor darkened again. After changing into casual wear, he forced out a response through gritted teeth. "No need."
"All right."
Yi Qingqing replied with a hint of disappointment. After watching Zhou Yueqing leave, she opened her phone to begin composing a message. Plot points?
Non-existent.
Sitting comfortably on a sofa worth a fortune, she crossed her legs and played with her car keys, questioning how he could still want to torment her. 10 minutes later, a small video trended on social media with the title, "Urgently hiring a personal bodyguard. Report at 10 tonight. Working hours, 2 hours, salary, 1,800. Height requirement, over 185 centimeters. Weight, no less than 160 pounds. Note, no skinny dogs allowed. Candidates with championship-level martial arts experience or veterans would be prioritized. Salary negotiable." Within half an hour, over 100 people reached out to her. Yi Qingqing was overwhelmed and quickly pinned a comment, "Local applicants only. Please attach resumes and photos." After more than an hour of filtering, she successfully found 4 brawny men, codenamed Biao 1, Biao 2, Biao 3, and Biao 4, 2 veterans and 2 martial arts coaches. "Hello,
Boss.
the 4 burly men in black uniforms bowed in unison, startling Yi Qingqing, who weakly waved her hand. "Hi." Biao 1 pulled out a wooden stick from behind, speaking ominously. "Who does the boss want to hit?" Biao 3's fists, as large as a cooking pot, crackled ominously. "We must ensure the boss gets value for money." "Wait, big brother, do you really need to go to such lengths for 1,800? Is the economy that dire?" Yi Qingqing nervously pointed with a trembling finger, moving Biao 3's stick aside, clearing her throat. "Just make sure no drunken men come within 5 meters of me. That's not too much to ask." As both parties became acquainted, Yi Qingqing's phone rang. It was Shen Sibai's voice. "Sparrow, come pick up Zhou Ge. You have 20 minutes. If you're late, expect a red wine shower. Got it, Crow?" The voice on the other end paused, followed by Shen Sibai's exasperated shout. "Who the hell are you calling a crow?" Feeling completely innocent, Yi Qingqing kindly explained, "It's just a code name. Just as you call me Sparrow, I call you Crow. Aren't we all birds? Isn't that more endearing? Who's being endearing with you?" Shen Sibai ground his teeth. "Stop inflating your ego." Yi Qingqing replied, "Oh, you don't like crow? How about eagle? It just doesn't quite fit your image." Shen Sibai's tone turned frantic. "Crow is even less fitting. No bird suits you at all." Yi Qingqing pursed her lips, finding the wealthy man to be quite troublesome. After he had initially referred to her as a bird, she had merely gone along with his whim, yet it seemed to displease him. "Damn it." Shen Sibai took a deep breath, suppressing a torrent of expletives, and coldly remarked, "Yi Qingqing, how absurd it is to employ such petty tricks to capture my attention. Remember your place. You are merely an inconsequential substitute." After hanging up, Yi Qingqing felt a bit bewildered, seeking affirmation from the 4 bodyguards surrounding her. Wealthy individuals are indeed eccentric. The bodyguards squinted their eyes and nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, a brand new black Mercedes-Benz came to a halt outside the bar. The valet swiftly moved the barriers aside, bending slightly and smiling, "This way, this way." Once the car was parked, the valet was taken aback. First, 4 men in black stepped out, exuding an aura that suggested they could crush a tiger with a single punch. Then, the passenger door swung open, revealing a girl in a white dress and slippers. Her hair disheveled as she descended from the vehicle. With her innocent features and petite frame, she appeared quite out of place among the towering figures of the 4 bodyguards. This bizarre assembly attracted the attention of many entering the bar. Is this a film set? It must be, otherwise, who would be so extravagant? At that moment, a drunken man staggered out from the entrance, weaving as he passed by Yi Qingqing. One of the bodyguards suddenly exclaimed, "Distance exceeds 5 meters. Drinking. Target identified." Another bodyguard quickly seized the man. The alcohol-induced stupor was shattered, and the man flailed helplessly. "Help. Please don't hit me. I was just having a drink. I didn't do anything wrong." The second bodyguard gently placed him beside a nearby utility pole, speaking in a calm tone. "Please keep your distance from our boss. Thank you for your cooperation." Yi Qingqing chuckled awkwardly. "Fine, let us make it 1 meter." The second bodyguard nodded, while the others immediately adopted a vigilant stance, scanning the vicinity for any drunken patrons. Unfortunately, after witnessing the scene, the onlookers would rather keep a distance of 10 meters from the girl in white. The group swiftly entered the bar. Zhou Yueqing's private room was at the far end. As they traversed the long corridor, the door to another room suddenly swung open. A drunken old man stumbled out, his eyes lighting up with a lecherous grin upon seeing Yi Qingqing. "New here? Quite a looker. Come have a drink with your elder brother." Chapter 14. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The previously silent bodyguard now eyed the man warily for meters. What nonsense is this? The old man squinted through his inebriation, finally noticing the 4 bodyguards behind Yi Qingqing. However, intoxicated as he was, he felt no fear, only leering, "Little girl, you're quite the catch. Hee hee, I like it." The 3rd bodyguard narrowed his eyes, estimating 3.5 meters. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes in silence, then smiled at the old man. "If you want something to happen, you should come a bit closer." How eager this old lecher was. The old man immediately rubbed his hands together, displaying a smirk of a lecherous fool, and began to approach Yi Qingqing. The 4 bodyguards simultaneously chimed, 3, 2, 1 suddenly. The old man let out a yelp as he was lifted off the ground. Inside the room, several men stood up. The one closest to the door bellowed angrily. "Who threw Huang away? Looking for death?" 7 or 8 men filed out, and upon spotting Yi Qingqing, they froze. Then they noticed the 4 bodyguards behind her, and their steps began to retreat. Huang, who was now somewhat sobered, groaned as he propped himself up, pointing angrily at Yi Qingqing. "Bring her in. I'm going to have my fun with her today." None dared to move. They were merely there to sign a contract. Although they were tipsy, they were not about to gamble their lives for money. Just then, the bar manager hurried over with several security guards, smiling upon seeing Huang. "What is going on, Huang? Are you all right?" He glanced at Yi Qingqing and cautiously inquired, "Miss, what is your surname?" "From Zhou Yueqing's circle?" The manager's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately attempted to smooth things over. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Huang, having navigated the social scene for years, was no fool. Sensing the manager's demeanor, he felt a twinge of unease. Could this girl possibly be someone of significance? Yi Qingqing, however, was now fuming, hands on her hips. A misunderstanding? How can it be a misunderstanding? He wants to force me. Huang glanced at the 4 imposing bodyguards behind her, fully sobered now. With so many personal guards, it was evident this woman was not to be trifled with. Beads of cold sweat began to surface on his brow. A misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. Yi Qingqing refused to relent. "I have suffered a tremendous psychological shock. Do you dare to say it's a misunderstanding? Can we resolve this? If not, I will call the police." The manager was now sweating profusely, bending low with a forced smile. No, there's no need for that. How would you like to resolve this?" He subtly gestured to Huang, whispering a reminder. "The room inside belongs to Zhou Yueqing, Shen Sibai." Huang gasped, his legs trembling as he wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. I'll resolve it. Yi Qingqing flashed a mischievous smile. "The usual price. 100,000. What?" Everyone was taken aback, expecting Yi Qingqing to demand something outrageous, yet she merely asked for 100,000 yuan? Huang immediately retrieved a check from his pocket, fearing any delay would cause her to change her mind. The 4 bodyguards were utterly bewildered. Goodness! Is this what high society is like? Truly a world of excess. Yi Qingqing waved a finger, no checks. Huang, now panicked, realized his mistake. Just as the innermost room's door swung open, Shen Sibai's voice could be faintly heard. "Zhou, where did that sparrow go?" Still no sign of her. Huang, growing frantic, nearly begged, Miss, would 150,000 work?" As Yi Qingqing raised her head, surprised by the sudden increase, she decisively presented her payment QR code. "Here, scan." Just as the notification chimed, Huang, still sweating profusely, heard a furious shout from behind. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yueqing's expression darkened as he strode over. Seizing Yi Qingqing's hand, "Yi Qingqing, how dare you take someone else's money?" Huang nearly cried, clutching his head in desperation. "Zhou, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." "Shut up." Zhou Yueqing cast a cold gaze in his direction, then turned to Yi Qingqing, about to speak, when the world spun around him. He found himself face down on the corridor floor, utterly disheveled. A peculiar silence enveloped the area. The silence was broken by Shen Sibai's frantic shout, "Zhou." The 4 bodyguards, expressionless, stated, "Drinking 1 meter, target identified." Yi Qingqing, holding her head in frustration, groaned, "This is the big boss." She hurriedly helped Zhou Yueqing to his feet. "Are you alright?" Zhou Yueqing radiated an icy aura, enough to freeze anyone in their tracks. He had never been humiliated like this before. "Yi Qingqing, come here." Yi Qingqing, on the verge of tears, retorted, "Why are you so close to me?" The first bodyguard frowned. "Still half an hour to go." Yi Qingqing shouted, "If you don't leave now, I'll deduct your pay." Instantly, the 4 men in black vanished without a trace. Finally relieved, Yi Qingqing turned back. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Huang, clutching his phone, muttered to himself. That's my line. Zhou Yueqing gradually regained his composure, glancing at the manager with a chilling tone. 10 seconds. All of you get out. If today's surveillance footage leaks, you're done for. Yes, Zhou. Soon, the corridor was left with only Yi Qingqing, Zhou Yueqing, and Shen Sibai. Even Huang seized the opportunity to scurry away. Shen Sibai let out a cold laugh. Yi Qingqing, you possess quite the audacity, even daring to confront Brother Zhou. Zhou Yueqing cast a sidelong glance her way, his thin lips parting slightly. You can leave too. Finally, it was just the two of them. Zhou Yueqing crossed his arms, fixing his gaze upon her. Why did you accept his money? Do you simply enjoy enticing men? Seeing her silence, his expression grew even more severe as he gripped her chin. Not speaking? Is that a tacit agreement? Very well. With that, he roughly threw her to the ground, leaving her with a parting remark. Stay here and reflect. Chapter 15. Are you out of your mind? Yi Qingqing rubbed her backside as she sat up, clutching his pant leg. You can say I took his money, but you can't accuse me of enticing him. Zhou Yueqing looked down at her, his voice icy. Let go. All right. Yi Qingqing immediately released her grip, scrambling to her feet to continue her defense. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. Why would I entice him? He's so unattractive, not even a fraction as charming as you. At this flattery, Zhou Yueqing's icy demeanor softened slightly. Fine, let's check the footage. Yi Qingqing, if there is even a shred of deceit in your words, you will regret it tonight. The bar manager timidly peeked around the corner. Mr. Zhou. The footage has just been deleted. Following closely behind was Shen Sibai, who gleefully remarked, Brother Zhou, this woman is nothing but a gold digger. She must be taught a lesson. Zhou Yueqing's expression turned frigid once again, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. Yi Qingqing, have I been too kind to you all this time, causing you to lose sight of your own place? Yi Qingqing frowned, her voice filled with distress. I truly haven't. Shen Sibai sauntered back into view, a half-smile on his face as he looked at Yi Qingqing. Brother Zhou, you've invested far too much thought into this one. Women should be properly trained. Sensing the gravity of Zhou Yueqing's expression, Yi Qingqing felt a pang of anxiety. She didn't care about the training, but would it affect her salary? With her wavy hair and eyes like autumn waters, every gesture exuded an unmistakable elegance. In silence, she resembled a lotus flower untouched by mud. Yet when she spoke, she resembled a shy and delicate rose. Men fell at her feet, captivated by her charm. Thus, Yi Qingqing tilted her face, displaying a sorrowful yet beautiful smile. Yueqing, you don't believe me? You truly don't trust me. Zhou Yueqing's expression shifted. He gazed deeply into her eyes, the frost in his tone dissipating. Wan Ning.
Shanjibai, ekasperatet, pulet haraside, yeving.
Who gave you permission to mimic Sister Wan Ning? You clearly accepted that man's money, and you dare to deny it. Yi Qingqing clutched her fragile collar, her slender frame appearing even more delicate. Why do you speak to me like that? I accepted $1 million from you as well. Does that mean I enticed you too? I merely sought to earn a bit more money. What wrong is there in that? Shen Sibai was even angrier. Yi Qingqing, you cunning woman. Yi Qingqing disregarded him. Gazing affectionately at Zhou Yueqing, can you really bear to leave me here? She pointed to her face. I bear some resemblance to Miss Lin, you know. As Zhou Yueqing beheld her face, his gaze grew distant, and he staggered back 2 steps, turning to retreat into the private room. Xiaobai, come and drink with me. Was he reminded of some sorrowful memory? Temporarily alleviating her predicament, Yi Qingqing cautiously leaned against the doorframe. Do you need me to join you for a drink? To show my sincerity, drinks are on the house today. Shen Sibai scoffed. Well then, let us start with 3 shots of white liquor. Yi Qingqing looked at him earnestly. You aren't providing them for free. Shen Sibai nearly choked on his breath, his irritation evident as he glared at her. Get in there and serve Brother Zhou. You were supposed to bring someone, yet you came with 4 men and knocked Brother Zhou down. Zhou Yueqing's expression, which had just softened, turned cold once more as he shot a frosty glance at Shen Sibai. Get lost. Shen Sibai felt utterly wronged. Brother Zhou, why do you always side with her? In what way does she resemble Sister Wan Ning? Yi Qingqing quickly interjected. Xiaobai, that's not fair. I possess a high level of professionalism. Although being a substitute is a challenging role with high demands, the 500,000 you paid is worth it. Additionally, I offer extra services such as a chef, massage therapist, chauffeur, and emotional guidance. You cannot question my capabilities simply because you wish to undermine Brother Zhou. Unless you raise my salary to 600,000 a month, I won't be switching jobs lightly. Faced with Zhou Yueqing's cold glare, Shen Bai felt his teeth grind in frustration. What illusions are you having? When did I ever say I wanted to undermine Brother Zhou? Zhou Yueqing coldly replied. That night you mentioned giving it to her. Shen Bai frantically tugged at his hair. Brother Zhou, I was just speaking casually. I never intended to give her any money. Why would I give her money? Shen Bai was at a loss for words. Zhou Yueqing poured himself a glass of wine, his tone frigid. Xiao Bai, mind your own business. Don't extend your reach too far. At that moment, the large screen in the private room erupted with music, a ballet piece. A group of elegantly dressed girls danced gracefully, and the tranquil melody enveloped the room. Shen Bai lowered his gaze, pouring himself a drink, his voice imbued with a profound silence. Brother Zhou, Sister Wan Ning adored this piece. Zhou Yueqing reclined against the sofa, sipping his drink, his gaze gradually losing focus as it settled on Qingqing's face. Why can't you dance ballet? That is simply unacceptable. Wan Ning danced like a noble swan. Qingqing suddenly felt a sense of urgency. She wouldn't be dismissed simply because she couldn't dance, would she? How about I perform for you? Zhou Yueqing, evidently a bit inebriated, seemed to forget the breathtaking flower hand gesture from that day, his tone melancholic. No one can capture the beauty of ballet except her. Shen Bai lifted his gaze to Qingqing. Didn't you claim to possess professional skills? So what now? Look at Brother Zhou's despondent state. Can you bring him joy? Can you make him happy? Can you excite him? If not, what right do you have to be a substitute? This fellow, he seems intent on sabotaging her perfect job, doesn't he? Qingqing decisively switched off the television, pulled open the drawer in the private room, skillfully retrieving a deck of playing cards, and tossed them onto the table. All right, I'm going all in today. $10 a hand. I refuse to believe you want to be excited. Zhou Yueqing, slightly tipsy, stared at her, momentarily bewildered by her meaning. Shen Bai's handsome face turned pale, finally managing to utter, Are you out of your mind? Chapter 16, Crazy. Everyone is crazy. I told you to dance, not to play cards. Shen Bai erupted, standing up in frustration. You can't dance or sing. You're vain and ignorant. What makes you qualified to be Sister Wan Ning's substitute? In what way do you fit? Qingqing narrowed her eyes. If you insist on saying that, I may just have to show you my flower hands. Just as she was about to demonstrate, the door was suddenly flung open. Zhou Yingxue stood outside, her presence imposing as she glared at Qingqing. Brother, I knew you were with this woman. Qingqing chuckled. The young lady of the house had come personally. Adhering to the principle of being the boss's backup, Qingqing promptly poured a glass of white liquor and offered it. Come, you must be tired from the journey. Thirsty, aren't you? Sit down and have a drink. Zhou Yingxue shoved her aside. Get away. You annoying woman. Qingqing lost her balance, spilling the liquor and landing awkwardly on the ground. Silence enveloped the room. Her dress was now stained, and with her head bowed, her long hair obscured her face, rendering her expression unreadable. Shen Bai burst into laughter, bending down to observe Qingqing on the floor. You look like a clown. Though Zhou Yingxue was a bit temperamental and willful, she wasn't inherently bad. Upon witnessing Qingqing's pitiful state, a flicker of compassion crossed her heart. By go. Let it go. Shen Bai pouted, about to straighten up, when Qingqing, still seated on the ground, suddenly reached out and yanked his collar, pulling him down with unexpected force. Shen Bai, caught off guard, fell clumsily. Qingqing lifted her head and laughed heartily. You look just like a dog.
Ye wink thing.
Shen Bai roared in fury. You're finished. How dare you? Qingqing looked at him curiously. Why shouldn't I? You're not my boss. If you want to be my boss, you better have the money. Meanwhile, the big boss, Zhou Yueqing, was already sprawled on the sofa, half asleep, lulled by a ballet tune. Taking a deep breath, Shen Bai rose from the ground, retrieving a card from his pocket and, with a tone filled with a murderous intent, declared, All right, you want money, do you? Today, I shall bury you under it. Zhou Yingxue began to panic. She knew Shen Bai was the notorious friend of her brother, famous for his terrible temper and penchant for revenge. Qingqing had provoked him, and today she would surely pay the price. Brother Bai, don't do this. Zhou Yingxue pleaded. If this escalates, my brother will surely be furious when he wakes up. Just let her go. She shot a warning glance at Qingqing. Aren't you leaving? Qingqing shook her head defiantly. Not leaving. I'm waiting for him to throw money at me. Zhou Yingxue gritted her teeth. Yi Qingqing. Are you out of your mind? But Shen Bai chuckled darkly, his handsome face clouded with determination. All right, you claim you can't dance? Today, I will ensure you dance to your heart's content. 20,000 for each dance, and no stopping until you drop. Brother Bai.
Huh. Dance?
Zhou Yingxue was taken aback, bewildered by this novel method of torment, so cultured and artistic. Yi Qingqing narrowed her eyes. Words don't count as barks. Shen Bai, instead of getting angry, smiled. You truly are a pitiful sight. Thinking 20,000 is a fortune? I could make you dance all night long with my money. Yi Qingqing, cautiously picking up the card, replied, I don't believe it unless you transfer the money right now. Shen Bai looked at her with a haughty gaze. When it came to money, he brimmed with confidence. 1 million. Another million? Yi Qingqing's excitement was palpable, her grin wide. Since you're so generous, I'll take out my best moves today. Zhou Yingxue felt on the verge of collapse. They were both insane. She rushed to shake Zhou Yuqing awake. Brother, wake up. Yi Qingqing is dancing. No, Brother Bai is forcing her to dance. Wait, Brother Bai is buying her dance with money. Zhou Yuqing slowly opened his dark eyes, his awareness returning. He furrowed his brows. Yingxue, what are you doing here? Zhou Yingxue suddenly recalled she had come to confront Yi Qingqing. Just as she was about to speak, a retro tune filled the room. You're like a blazing fire. The flames consume me. Yi Qingqing sang and danced energetically, concluding with a breathless invitation to the stunned Shen Bai. The song is on the house. We're old friends, no need for formality. He pressed his temples, growling, shut up. The room fell silent once more. Shen Bai exhaled deeply, moving to support Zhou Yuqing. Brother Zhou, are you alright? Yi Qingqing shook her head. Wait, I still have 4 dances left. She then pulled out her phone, looking a bit troubled. How about a change of style? Don't you like ballet? I can perform a ballet. Shen Bai's face paled. He couldn't believe it. If Yi Qingqing truly performed a ballet, he would be a melancholic boy forever. Could he still go watch Wan Ning dance after this? What a haunting thought. Zhou Yucheng's expression darkened. Who told you to dance? The last time she performed that flamboyant style, he had nightmares for 3 straight nights. Yi Qingqing pointed at Shen Bai, honestly revealing, he offered me 1 million. Another million? Zhou Yucheng's dark eyes narrowed dangerously. Xiao Bai, what do you mean by this? Trying to steal my person? Have you forgotten what we discussed last time? Shen Bai's teeth ground audibly. Yi Qingqing, no need to dance anymore. Give me back my money. Impossible. Yi Qingqing clutched her pocket. We agreed on a full night of dancing, not a single hour less. Who breaks promises is a dog. For the first time, Shen Bai felt an urge to kill. He could never have imagined this woman would perform such a dance. It was 100 times more shocking than the song in the bar. Zhou Yingxue discreetly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Brother Bai, let it go. It's just 1 million. You should leave quickly. My brother looks very angry. Zhou Yuqing was not only a powerful figure in Beijing, but also a prince in their circle, and Shen Bai had grown up under his shadow. He both respected and feared this elder brother. Thus, despite a flicker of affection for Lin Wanning, he buried it deep upon realizing Zhou Yuqing's feelings for her. Fine, I want to take the money. Consider it feeding a dog. Shen Bai spat angrily, flinging the door open and striding out. Yi Qingqing felt a twinge of guilt, calling out to his departing figure, woof. Chapter 17. I have recorded what you said. Zhou Yuqing felt a headache returning, leaning his entire weight against Yi Qingqing. Let us go. Yi Qingqing fumbled to support him, nearly breathless from the strain. Why drink so much if you don't have any money? Zhou Yingxue pushed her aside. Stay away from my brother.
All right.
Yi Qingqing quickly shoved Zhou Yuqing towards Zhou Yingxue, then took a breath. Did you hear? It's your sister, who doesn't he want me to help? Zhou Yingxue's face darkened. Gritting her teeth, she staggered as she guided Zhou Yuqing out of the bar, shooting a glare at Yi Qingqing. Aren't you going to drive? Soon, a powerful black car pulled up. Yi Qingqing pressed the window down. You guys sit in the back. At that moment, Zhou Yuqing, half awake, spoke with authority. Yingxue, you drive. His tone left no room for argument, and Zhou Yingxue complied without protest, getting into the car. Yi Qingqing scratched her head, about to open the back door, but saw Zhou Yuqing raise the window, his profile exuding coldness. Zhou Yingxue smirked, reveling in her triumph, waving to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing, I'm driving off. The car sped away, leaving Yi Qingqing astonished. Was this plot truly unavoidable? Did she have to endure this twist of fate? Glancing down at her slippers, she pulled out her phone to call a ride. The ride-hailing driver arrived in a new energy vehicle, the music booming inside. Qingqing leaned in cheerfully. "Hey, buddy fellow traveler." She opened the door and flopped comfortably onto the sofa, only to hear her own voice booming outside. "I am still the champion of long-distance running." Zhou Yingxue responded. "That's quite the champion, faster than the big G." Looking at Qingqing, then back at her brother, she huffed, "Brother, you're really going to live with this woman?" Zhou Yucheng, with a headache, closed his eyes, his tone icy. "Don't make me repeat myself." Zhou Yingxue's face showed disbelief, suddenly recalling Shen Xiai's remark. "Are you out of your mind?" This Qingqing must be seriously troubled. By now, it was deep into the night. Tianren City, already remote, was eerily quiet at this hour. Zhou Yucheng sat on the sofa, with his eyes shut, seemingly trying to sober up. After several minutes, he softly asked, "Qingqing, do you know where you went wrong?" Zhou Yucheng's brows furrowed tightly as he opened his eyes. Qingqing. To his dismay, the spacious living room was entirely empty. Feeling a headache intensify, he couldn't contain his frustration, calling out loudly, "Qingqing, I'm coming." Qingqing replied, poking her head out from upstairs, toothbrush in hand, bubbles forming in her mouth. "What's wrong? Are you hungry again?" Zhou Yucheng gasped for breath, his voice laced with barely contained fury. "Get down here." This boss was truly difficult to please, his moods as unpredictable as the weather. Qingqing sighed softly, wiped the toothpaste off her hands with a tissue, and descended the stairs leisurely. "What is it exactly?" "I've cooked when asked and welcomed guests too, even with a high salary. I can't be on call 24 hours a day, can I?" Zhou Yucheng's expression darkened, as grim as the bottom of a pot. "Why did you accept money from Mr. Huang and why from Shen Xiaibai?" Qingqing looked at him as if he were a fool, over $1 million. "Would you refuse it?" For a moment, Zhou Yucheng found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "It seems the punishment tonight did not teach you a lesson." "Punishment? Forcing her to take a ride-hailing service?" Qingqing sat down speechless. "Mr. Zhou, please use your brain for once. Mr. Huang is a lecherous old man who wants to take advantage of me. The money he gave was merely consolation fees. As for Shen Xiaibai, that was hard-earned money at a clear price. You can't possibly hinder my ability to earn extra income, can you?" Zhou Yucheng looked at her. "So, this is my fault? No need for an apology." Qingqing smiled generously. "I have already forgiven you." The vein on Zhou Yucheng's temple throbbed. "Forgiven me?" "Indeed."
Je vink lanet klusser.
Resting her chin on her hand, her large eyes sparkling. "Do you remember how poor I was back then? I couldn't even afford instant noodles by the bucket." Reflecting on her past life of hardships, a pained expression crossed Qingqing's face, her eyes reddening. Who could comprehend the struggles of living on a monthly salary of 3,500 while also paying rent? The soft glow of the lamp illuminated the girl with long hair, her tearful face seemingly cloaked in light, evoking sympathy. Zhou Yucheng recalled the day in the hospital when Qingqing, over 100,000, appeared as if abandoned by the world. In his presence, she was so obedient and gentle, as if he had become her entire world. She feared losing herself, terrified that he might look down upon her, which explained her sensitivity towards money. Suddenly, all of Zhou Yucheng's anger dissipated. "Stay with me, and you shall never frown over money again." Qingqing felt so moved that tears nearly fell. She took out her phone, choking on her words. "I've recorded what you said." Zhou Yucheng's expression darkened. "Get lost." Gu Jing was working overtime at the company, sifting through a stack of documents when one page revealed a photograph of the girl. It read, Qingqing, Music Department. Jingbei Vocational College. Chapter 18, A Diploma from a Vocational College. Shen Xiaibai waited for a while, hearing no response, and skeptically asked, "Gu Jing, what are you doing? Bad signal?" Gu Jing placed the documents down, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Don't worry, I will soon make Qingqing a laughingstock before the entire world." "The entire world?" Shen Xiaibai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "How so?" Gu Jing tapped the table. "Do you remember that streaming company we dabbled in 2 years ago?" After a moment's thought, Shen Xiaibai recalled vaguely. They had started it for fun, each pocketing 250,000, pooling together 500,000 to register the company. However, they had never put much effort into managing it, leaving it in a state of limbo. If Gu Jing hadn't brought it up today, he would have forgotten about the company altogether. "The manager over there sent me some documents today." Gu Jing's smile took on a mischievous edge. They recently signed over a dozen art interns from Qingqing Vocational College.
Bai.
Still preoccupied with how to deal with Qingqing, suddenly grew impatient hearing about work. What does it matter? This little company is just a toy. Why are you telling me? Although he was one of the owners, such a small venture worth a few million hardly warranted his personal involvement. Jing huffed. You're too impatient. Have you forgotten which school Qingqing is from? Mixue squinted, recalling that Qingqing was a third-year student majoring in music. As for her school, it was that so-called lowly institution, Qingqing Vocational College. Are you saying Qingqing signed to their company? Mixue's eyes lit up, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible. She's not foolish. She's earning 500,000 a month with Zhou. Why would she willingly intern? Jing laughed heartily. This was signed a month ago by her teacher. I thought it was pointless and shelved the proposal. But the manager discovered it during a review today. Her name is signed in black and white. Mixue chuckled. Qingqing is a broke girl. How could she afford to pay? By the way, what's the penalty for breach of contract? 1 million. Mixue's laughter evaporated. He had already given Qingqing 2 1 million payments. Jing noticed Mixue's silence over the phone and grew curious. What's wrong?
With this contract,
We can completely control Qingqing. I'll have the manager force her to stream, giving her the worst treatment. Doesn't she want to compare herself to Wan Ning? I'll make her stream singing and dancing. Let the whole world know that she, the substitute clown, isn't even worthy to carry Wan Ning's shoes. Mixue pressed his lips together. What if she prefers to pay the penalty rather than comply?
Impossible.
Jing replied with a confident scoff. Zhou only paid her a month's salary. If she can come up with 1 million, I'll write my name backward. Mixue chuckled. Haha, to be honest, Jing sounds quite pleasant as well. I might consider it. Jing frowned. What do you mean? Are you feeling soft towards her? Of course not. Mixue immediately refuted, then cautiously added, I just wanted to remind you, after all, this woman is cunning and resourceful. She might find a way to scrape together 1 million, so let's keep the penalty high for safety. Jing pondered for a moment, agreeing with this reasoning. The contract was signed in advance. I can't change it casually. How about this? I'll contact the teachers at the college. If she refuses to fulfill her obligations, we'll withhold their diplomas. Withhold a diploma? A vocational college diploma? Mixue internally hesitated but couldn't think of a better solution. So he nodded in agreement. Let's proceed with that. Once the contract is finalized, I'll personally oversee the streaming company. I won't allow Qingqing to escape.
At that,
He wouldn't have time to deal with this imposter. The two hung up, satisfied with their conversation. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Qingqing promptly rose and entered the kitchen. Utilizing the culinary skills she had honed during her impoverished days, she swiftly prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Carrying a plate of sliced cucumbers, she placed it in the center, smiling gently as she beckoned. Are you hungry?
come eat.
Qingqing couldn't help but smile, casually draping his coat over a chair before sitting down across from her. Come sit and eat with me. Qingqing shook her head. I'll go iron your suit. Her affection was so evident that Qingqing felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction, his tone unusually gentle. You needn't worry about these things. My assistant will handle it. Upon hearing this, Qingqing immediately pulled out a chair and sat down. You said it yourself. From now on, I'll only cook and occasionally play the role of a driver. Qingqing took a sip of congee, feeling warmth spread through his stomach, and chuckled. Qingqing, just be obedient. After saying this, he glanced at her. Compared to Lin Wanning's grace and elegance, she appeared much more innocent, especially with her unadorned face, radiating purity. I have a business trip tomorrow, pack your bags. Qingqing tilted her head. Am I going too? Qingqing chuckled lightly. What are you thinking? I'm going for work. Bringing a woman along would be inappropriate. Be good. When I have time, I'll take you out for fun. It must be said that although Qingqing possesses a somewhat low emotional intelligence, his acumen in business is undeniably formidable. Otherwise, with merely his family background, he would not have been able to develop the company to such a remarkable extent. This is precisely why Mixue and Jing defer to him. And even Lin Wanning, despite her lack of affection for him, cannot bear to relinquish him to another. At 7:30, Qingqing departed punctually. She recalled that although the original host had no classes at school, she was still a junior, and this Teacher Feng was their counselor. Teacher Feng was a rather androgynous male instructor, his voice indistinctly blending masculine and feminine tones. Qingqing, how is your search for an internship going? Thinking of her potential salary of 500,000, Qingqing prudently covered her phone's microphone. I found a job that pays 800 a month for now. Chapter 19. Monthly salary of 1800. Feng Mo chuckled. Oh dear, child, why didn't you ask me for advice? You must resign quickly. 800 a month? Is that a fair wage? It's nothing short of blatant exploitation. I'm here to share some good news, he continued. The internship company we contacted for you has confirmed. Internship company? Feng Mo seemed displeased. Do you think I would lead you astray? You, a financially constrained student with no connections, could find a good internship? Let me assure you, this company not only offers a high salary but aligns perfectly with your major. You only need to work 2 hours a day and you can do it from home. With such an enticing opportunity, how could you not be tempted? Qingqing truly felt tempted. High pay for just 2 hours of work at home? What kind of job is this, Teacher Feng? How much does it pay? Feng Mo, delightfully smug, replied. Silly girl, you're intrigued now, aren't you? The monthly salary is 1800. It's a very well-established live streaming company. 1800. Indeed, quite generous. Qingqing replied with a forced smile. But I fear I may not be able to meet the demands of such a high-paying position. Perhaps it's best to forget it. To Feng Mo's astonishment, Qingqing appeared reluctant. Remembering the manager's instructions at the live streaming company, he felt compelled to continue persuading her. The company provides all the necessary equipment. You only need to stream for 2 hours from home. Just think, after deducting 4 days off per month, you'd be earning over 30 per hour. And if you receive gifts, there's a commission too. Qingqing, you cannot be foolish enough to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. You would regret it for a lifetime. If your live stream becomes popular, your future could be exceedingly bright. Seeing Qingqing remain silent, Feng Mo grew increasingly frustrated. Qingqing, do not forget that you have already signed the internship agreement. I'm kindly advising you, and if you refuse to listen, you will incur a penalty fee and your diploma will not be issued. Qingqing was taken aback. There was a penalty fee involved? She rummaged through the original host's scant memories and finally recalled signing a contract just a month ago, shortly after her grandmother was hospitalized. The naive Qingqing had trusted her teacher completely, signing without a second thought and expressing her gratitude. What is the penalty fee? If it's not too substantial, I might consider paying it off, considering it a lesson for the original host. After all, I have taken over her fortunate life. Feng Mo, ever cunning, sensed her willingness to pay off the penalty and, knowing she could never afford 1 million, fabricated a lie. 5 million.
5 million?
Qingqing gasped. Was this live streaming company out of its mind? 1800 in salary and a penalty fee of 5 million? How much does it cost for a small star to break a contract? Exasperated, she asked, is the owner of the live streaming company named Huang? Feng Mo, puzzled, replied, no. It's Ge. Oh, not Huang Shuren, but Ge Langtai. Those foreign companies are indeed ruthless. Qingqing made one last attempt. Could you send me the contract to review? It has been submitted to the school for archiving. Rest assured, Qingqing, your teacher would never deceive you. With a chuckle, Feng Mo added. By the way, come to the school's administration office at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The live streaming company wants to hold a meeting with you and a few other interns. At the end, he painted a rosy picture for Qingqing. I have high hopes for you. With your professional abilities, you will surely become famous in no time. At that point, earning over 10,000 a month will not be a dream. After hanging up, Qingqing cursed the original host for her foolishness and then crawled on her bed, twisting and screaming in frustration.
Zhou's building.
Gao Baiji, clad in a meticulously tailored suit with her hair elegantly styled, reported. President Zhou, tomorrow's flight has been booked, and the luggage has been arranged. Zhou Yueqing, engrossed in signing contracts, did not look up. There's been an issue with the land in the west. You will need to stay for the business trip. Gao Baiji was taken aback, biting her lip as she inquired. What issue? Can Assistant Chen not resolve it? After waiting so long for the chance to travel alone with Zhou Yueqing, she was reluctant to relinquish it. He lacks your capabilities. I do not feel secure. Zhou Yueqing's words filled Gao Baiji with a sweet sense of elation. President Zhou, I'll reorganize the materials this afternoon and submit them to you. Zhou Yueqing nodded, then suddenly looked up with a smile. Have Xiao Chen order a bouquet of flowers to be sent to Tianran City.
Ah.
Gao Baiji appeared momentarily flustered, but quickly regained her composure. What flowers? Are they for Mixue? The sweetness she had just felt vanished, replaced by a painful pang of jealousy. President Zhou, what kind of flowers should we send?
Roses?
Her last question carried a hint of trepidation. Zhou Yueqing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Roses belong solely to Wanning. As for Qingqing, for some inexplicable reason, he recalled her innocent, doe-like eyes from that morning, so pure and untainted. Lilies would suit her perfectly. Gao Baiji nodded, her expression blank as she turned to leave. Once outside the president's office, she let out a cold laugh. Lilies and Qingqing? That insipid novice. At noon, Qingqing received a stunning bouquet of fragrant lilies. The deliverman pointed to the card inside, grinning. Missy, these are for Mr. Zhou. They are quite expensive. Our store's prized possession, just air-freighted in today. Qingqing sighed. What a pity, they are worthless. The deliverman was taken aback. Huh? Miss, these flowers are quite valuable, worth several thousand. Qingqing perked up at this, immediately snapping a photo to post on a second-hand platform. Just as she finished the post, Zhou Yuechen called, "Is tone light. Did you like the flowers?" Chapter 20. The master is not a matron. Zhou Yuecheng's tone grew serious. Is money all you think about? Qingqing glanced at the second-hand platform, noticing that the flowers had already been bid on for 1,000 yuan. Her smile blossomed. Yuecheng, I adore these flowers. Zhou Yuecheng grunted. I'll be quite busy today. So, I want to be coming over this evening. Today is a day off. Qingqing felt even more elated and dutifully asked, Do you need me to bring you lunch? Though he had no plans to do so. The thought of not seeing her for over 10 days due to the business trip stirred a hint of reluctance within Zhou Yuecheng. Clearing his throat, he replied, Come over after 12, just bring something simple. Qingqing agreed, and then inquired, Is Secretary Gao around? Zhou Yuecheng assumed she was still concerned about the last time he had her deliver lunch and, displeased, said, This time, I've instructed her to wait for you at the front desk. You can come straight up once you arrive. Even so, he did not relent. The privilege of accessing Zhou's building without prior notice was granted only to Lin Wanning. Even Zhou Yingxiu, his own sister, had to announce her arrival in advance. After all, he manages such a large company, replete with numerous trade secrets, necessitating a strict administrative environment. For Wan Ning, however, he is an exception. The unattainable dream of his university days. Contemplating this, Zhou Yuecheng opened the calendar on his desk, the 19th circled emphatically with a marker. Qingqing perked up. Could you pass me Secretary Gao's WeChat? What? Are you afraid she might put you in a difficult position? Zhou Yuecheng scoffed, finding her concerns amusing. Secretary Gao has been with Zhou's for 8 years. She has always maintained a clear distinction between personal and professional matters, so you needn't worry about that. Qingqing elongated her voice. Yuecheng, I merely want her WeChat. Don't be overly possessive. Zhou Yuecheng chuckled, yet he still forwarded Gao Baiji's WeChat to her. 10 minutes later, Gao Baiji received a friend request from an account named Creepy Development. Don't mess around. The aloof Gao Baiji promptly rejected it. The account persisted. Master, I am your long-lost disciple. What kind of lunatic is this? After checking the profile, Gao Baiji discovered it was actually Qingqing. Why was she adding her? Qingqing sent a message. Andy, let's do a Q tonight. Take me along. Gao Baiji frowned deeply, her face stiffened as she deleted the friend request. How dare that audacious Qingqing call her auntie? It was an unabashed mockery of her age. Although she was already 29 this year, she had consistently used the best skincare products and visited the beauty salon weekly. Her face bore no wrinkles, and her skin was remarkably elastic. Damn it! The sound of Gao Baiji's heels echoed as she recalled Qingqing's youthful, collagen-rich visage, gnashing her teeth. That brat was only 22 this year. Wait. No, that was master, not auntie. A red exclamation mark was her response. Qingqing instantly lost her appetite for cooking. That irritating Pinyin had betrayed her. Holding the black card Zhou Yuecheng had given her, she ordered an extravagant takeout meal and drove to Zhou's building. Although Gao Baiji felt a murderous intent toward Qingqing, she gritted her teeth and stood at the reception waiting. As soon as Qingqing arrived, Gao Baiji refused to even glance her way, turning her face coldly as if frozen. Hey, Secretary Gao. Qingqing leaped forward, beaming like a flower. It's all a misunderstanding. I truly didn't mean to call you auntie. How dare she humiliate her to her face? Gao Baiji's beautiful eyes blazed with fury, her meticulously arranged hair now disheveled. Missy, although I am merely an employee, I possess dignity. Moreover, in her position at Zhou's, who wouldn't he treat her with respect? Qingqing felt utterly frustrated. Why wouldn't he this person listen to her explanation? It was merely a typographical error. Look, I've even brought you lunch as an apology. She waved the lunchbox in her hand. 2 portions. The same treatment as Yuecheng. Was she flaunting her ability to deliver food to Zhou Yueqing? Gao Baiji's gaze fell coldly, her demeanor exuding an air of exclusivity. No need. Yi Qingqing's heart sank. In her previous life, she had few hobbies, with gaming being her sole passion. She was both inexperienced and eager to play. That day, she was genuinely impressed by Secretary Gao's skills and sincerely wished to game with her. Both entered the elevator, with Gao Baiji standing in front, avoiding any eye contact, while Yi Qingqing chattered incessantly from the back. Today's lunch is fantastic. There's braised pork, rib soup, and shrimp omelette. As the elevator ascended, Gao Baiji's thoughts began to shift. This Yi Qingqing was acting strangely. Their last encounter had not ended well. Yet she was now persistently offering to treat her to lunch. What was more, she had brought the meal herself. Could it be? Gao Baiji's expression darkened considerably. What a malicious woman. She glanced dismissively at the lunchbox Yi Qingqing held, revealing a disdainful smirk. Yi Qingqing felt somewhat bewildered. She was being genuine. Auntie, why don't you believe me? The elevator doors opened, and Gao Baiji strode out with an air of arrogance. This woman was indeed naive and foolish. Did she not recognize that the contents of that meal might have been tampered with, compelling her to insistently offer it? After all, Gao Baiji had weathered countless storms in her role as chief secretary at Zhou's. What schemes had she not encountered? Did a mere recent graduate dare to entrap her? Absurd. With her attempts at flattery thwarted, Yi Qingqing had no choice but to make a final effort. All right, if you won't eat, can we at least add each other as friends? Gao Baiji stood aloof in the long corridor, her demeanor haughty. That's acceptable. In the president's office, Yi Qingqing knocked and entered, finding Zhou Yueqing reviewing contracts. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly elegance. Upon noticing Yi Qingqing carrying a large lunchbox, warmth flickered in his eyes. Did you enjoy the flowers I sent? I loved them. Yi Qingqing smiled down, though they had sadly lost their freshness. Wonderful. She promptly opened the lunchbox, exclaiming, let me tell you, today's meal wasn't cheap. Zhou Yueqing regarded her as she presented each dish, his tone gentle. Next time, you need not prepare so much. Yi Qingqing flashed a sweet smile. No worries, it's all on your card. Zhou Yueqing suddenly found the shrimp in his mouth less appetizing. After leaving Zhou's, Yi Qingqing drove directly to her alma mater, Beijing North Vocational College. Feng Wodu, a short and slender figure clad in a pink short-sleeve shirt and white pants, stood at the school gate. Upon spotting a sleek black car approaching, he immediately straightened up. Brimming with energy, the car halted at the entrance, and as the window rolled down, revealing a plain yet delicate face, Feng Wodu's smile froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Qingqing? Yi Qingqing offered a disingenuous smile. Good afternoon, Teacher Feng. When she parked and alighted from the car, Feng Wodu scrutinized her closely. The once impoverished girl now donned a simple yet exquisitely crafted white dress, clearly not a cheap knockoff. On her feet were soft white flats, the logo of a renowned international luxury brand. His gaze shifted to the plastic takeout bag she held, yellow in color. Feng Wodu felt a pang of suspicion. Tentatively, he inquired, Qingqing, is this car yours? Yi Qingqing replied with a sweet and innocent smile. Teacher Feng, what are you thinking? How could it possibly be mine? I can't afford it. This was true. Among the entire class, he had the most vivid impression of Yi Qingqing, not for her looks but because she was perpetually impoverished. She often wore 10-yuan shirts and faded jeans, the only student in the class who worked hard while also relying on student loans. He sometimes wondered why someone so poor would pursue a major in music. Art, after all, was meant for the affluent. In truth, the original Yi Qingqing had intended to study education, but during the application process, someone who had long bullied her secretly altered her choice, leading her to this university. The original Yi Qingqing, to put it nicely, was kind-hearted. To put it bluntly, she was spineless. When faced with a matter so significant to her life, she had forgiven the other party merely after a casual apology. Yi Qingqing chuckled. Rest assured, teacher, this car is rented. I'm just heading to my internship soon, and I thought it prudent to make a good impression on the company leaders. This pitiful creature was so vain. Feng Wodu couldn't help but raise his voice. Rented? You haven't even graduated yet. How can you rent such an expensive car? A car worth millions, even if rented, would cost hundreds or even thousands a day. Could it be that the clothes and shoes Yi Qingqing wore were also rented? Yi Qingqing gazed at him reassuringly, stating, it's not expensive. It's merely 200 a month. And the fuel costs are covered by the rental company. I indulged a bit and rented it for a whole year. She was indeed clever. Although she had never been wealthy, she understood the principle of concealing one's financial status. Of course, she could not speak the truth. It wasn't that he believed her. Rather, Qingqing, being a timid and honest student, led him to suspect that she was being supported by some wealthy benefactor, prompting her to concoct such a feeble lie. It must be said that he was quite close to the truth. Foam Woda chuckled awkwardly. The teacher has a car.
Oh.
Qingqing sighed wistfully. It's too late to rent now. The event is only for a day. Foam Wodu had no desire to engage further with Qingqing, whom he considered a little liar full of fabrications. At this time, the conference room of the instructional office was already occupied by 7 or 8 students. At the head of the conference table sat a portly man in a suit. He was the head of the live streaming company and the superior of the current interns. He was from her dormitory and seemed decent enough, but Qingqing was shy and quiet, leading to limited social interactions. On the opposite side, a girl with long blonde hair and dressed in a trendy outfit rolled her eyes at Qingqing's words, exclaiming, "Pauper." The students of the vocational college primarily hailed from ordinary families, and they were all academically challenged. However, bullying was rampant, particularly against gentle souls like Qingqing, who was soft-spoken and bore a resemblance to a delicate flower. The blonde girl, Chen Jiaojiao, was among the bullies. Recalling her memories, Qingqing's expression soured as she shot Chen Jiaojiao an eye roll in return. Fool. Chen Jiaojiao did not expect Qingqing to dare defy her so close to graduation. She was immediately enraged, slamming her palms on the table and standing up like a little hoodlum. "Who are you talking about?" Qingqing smiled slightly and then called out to the plump manager. "Boss, are you going to manage this? There's someone causing a ruckus." The portly manager squinted his eyes, casting an annoyed glance at Chen Jiaojiao. "What are you making such a fuss about? Let me tell you, although the contract is signed for a year, this industry is fiercely competitive. If you do not perform well, you can be eliminated at any moment." "Really?" Qingqing chuckled. "If we get fired, do we still have to pay the penalty for breach of contract?" The plump manager snorted derisively. "If you are fired, the contract is automatically terminated. While you won't owe a penalty, your internship record will be marked as unsatisfactory, and during the internship, you won't receive a single cent of salary. Furthermore, the live streaming industry will permanently blacklist you, and you will never be able to step into a live streaming room again." It is essential to note that those studying music all aspired to become famous singers and hold concerts. For those without connections or power, live streaming was the fastest and most viable path. Hearing such words, every student's expression turned serious, and even Chen Jiaojiao tucked her blonde hair behind her ears, fearing to leave a poor impression on the manager. Only Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she probed further. "May I ask how one can be dismissed? Could you provide a few examples?" The plump manager glanced at her, assuming she was frightened, and raised his head higher. "Those who do not stream enough. Those who slack off during streams. Those with too few fans and no interaction." Chapter 22. You have a hole in your underwear. Is it really that simple? "So, will I be fired next month?" Qingqing promptly pulled out her phone and began jotting down notes, fearful of forgetting any detail that might lead to her expulsion. Chen Jiaojiao shot her a glare, but secretly laughed. Did Qingqing think that once they left school, she could no longer be dealt with? They were all part of the same company. Although they were interns, they were also competitors. She would certainly find a way to ensure Qingqing's dismissal. At that moment, Foam Wodu led the last few interns into the conference room and kindly addressed everyone. "All right, our classmates are all here now. Let us listen to Manager Li share with us." Li Qingquan, the plump manager, cleared his throat and began. "First, let me introduce myself. I am Manager Li, the head of your internship group." Scattered applause followed, and Qingqing, distracted, opened her phone, preparing to play a game. "First, on behalf of Mr. Gu, I welcome you all to our big family. Our company is a subsidiary of the Gu Group, boasting substantial strength and excellent development prospects." The eyes of the dozen students sparkled with enthusiasm as they listened intently. Then, an incongruous voice interjected, "Timmy." Li Qingjuan's expression stiffened, and he turned to the bowed-head Qingqing, his tone filled with discontent. "Student, please lower your phone's volume. If such a disturbance occurs again during a meeting, I will dismiss you on the spot." "Really?" Qingqing exclaimed with excitement, immediately turning her phone to maximum volume, feigning a desire for praise. "Are you going to fire me now?" Foam Wodu, startled, snatched her phone and swiftly powered it off, quietly warning her, "The job hasn't officially started yet. Being fired now would mean a breach of contract, and you have to pay." "Oh." Qingqing promptly straightened up. obediently apologizing. Please continue. Li Qingquan shot her a glare. What is your name? Are you Yi Qingqing? Li Qingquan's expression changed. Before this batch of interns was assigned, he had been summoned to the Gu building, where he was personally received by the young masters Gu Jing and Shen Xiai Bai. The conversation was exceedingly simple. It revolved entirely around Yi Qingqing. Gu Jing's exact words were, Manager Li, I do not care about the streaming performance and profits of these interns, but there is one person. Yi Qingqing. You must keep a close eye on her. Ensure she streams for a full year and that she receives all the traffic. Guarantee that her streaming room has the most viewers. To think that Mr. Gu wanted to allocate all the traffic to Yi Qingqing alone? It was evident that they intended to elevate her. This Yi Qingqing was indeed a student with a powerful background. Contemplating this, the disdain on Li Qingquan's face was replaced by a smile of servility as he gazed at Yi Qingqing. This student has a pleasant voice. Quite suitable for being a streamer. Chen Jiaojiao grew anxious. Manager Li, you don't know her. She hasn't even passed her Mandarin certification. Li Qingquan shot her a glare. Be quiet. What do you know? Nowadays, streamers need to have a sense of contrast to gain fame. Who needs a Mandarin certification? It's not like they're applying to be teachers. Yi Qingqing leisurely glanced at Chen Jiaojiao, thinking that this blonde was truly insufferable. How could she not have passed her Mandarin exam? It was clearly during the test that this blonde sabotaged her. However, now is not the time for retribution. Yi Qingqing quickly waved her hand. Manager Li, actually, I'm not very musically inclined. Li Qingquan smiled at her. That is all right. Our company has highly skilled sound engineers. I'm socially anxious and fear I won't interact well. Li Qingquan tapped the table. Rest assured. Our company has hired actors to ensure the atmosphere is lively. They will all come in to give you tips. This was blatant favoritism. Yi Qingqing found herself at a loss for words. She glanced at her phone in Feng Wodu's hands and hesitantly added, I have a significant gaming addiction and enjoy live streaming games. Li Qingquan pondered for a moment before making a decision. If you wish to be a gaming streamer, that can be arranged. Since Mr. Gu personally wants to promote you, I will apply to see if we can find a gaming expert. Chen Jiaojiao, with her thick layer of makeup, felt her face flush with anger. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but was restrained by Feng Wodu, who pressed down on her shoulder and whispered, Do you still want to graduate? It was apparent to him that Yi Qingqing had caught Manager Li's eye, and there might just be some unspoken rules at play. Chen Jiaojiao reluctantly fell silent. The meeting continued as Li Qingquan recounted the company's lengthy history of development, followed by an introduction to the work at hand. Finally, he painted an optimistic picture. You all have promising images. If you work diligently, fame will inevitably follow. Do not fixate solely on this meager salary. Once you gain recognition, you could easily earn over 10,000 through rewards alone. His words ignited a fervor among the dozen or so university students who were eager to rush to the live stream and sing a few songs. Feng Wodu led the applause, exclaiming, Classmates, let us bid farewell to Manager Li. Before departing, Li Qingquan playfully gave Yi Qingqing a thumbs up, saying, I have high hopes for you. Yi Qingqing furrowed her brows, thinking, Is he out of his mind? Seated nearby, the short-haired girl Lin leaned in, whispering, Qingqing, I sense you're on the brink of success. Manager Li really values you. Yi Qingqing, troubled, rubbed her chin and replied, This manager must be delusional. Chen Jiaojiao, sitting opposite, scoffed, Don't think that because you've caught the manager's eye, you're superior. Be careful, a small mistake could get you fired. Really? Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Jiaojiao. Do you have a good plan? If this yellow-haired individual could get herself fired on her very first day, perhaps she could consider refraining from retaliation, especially since the bullies of the past were not her doing. Chen Jiaojiao, however, assumed Yi Qingqing was deliberately trying to irritate her, making her expression even darker. With Li Qingquan gone, she felt emboldened. Yi Qingqing, are you tired of living? She abruptly stood, her short denim shorts accentuating her legs as she climbed onto a chair, declaring, Just wait until we enter the company. You'll see. Her menacing words exuded confidence, but alas, Yi Qingqing pointed to her backside, saying, You have a hole in your underwear. In an instant, the gazes of a dozen eyes in the conference room fell upon Chen Jiaojiao's legs. Her complexion shifted from pale to flushed, then back to a darker hue. You're asking for it. Having always been bold and domineering, she could not tolerate the insult and prepared to slap Yi Qingqing in front of everyone. Watch out. The short-haired girl gasped, but Yi Qingqing effortlessly dodged, her little face stern as she glared at Chen Jiaojiao. I am genuinely angry. Chen Jiaojiao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. So, What if you're angry? Foam Madu, ever the peacemaker, chimed in, as I've heard. Students should be friendly and avoid fighting. With that, he turned to leave, deeming it unnecessary to intervene in the antics of soon-to-be interns. Yi Qingqing remained silent, dialing Biao, E. Are you taking the job? Same price. Location, Jingbei Vocational College. 10 minutes. Chun Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes, tossing her yellow hair back, and laughed. Yi Qingqing. Have you found help? She then glared at the onlooking classmates. Why are you still here? Be careful. I might teach you all a lesson too. Chun Jiaojiao's arrogance stemmed from her relationship with a local thug who, along with his gang, had bullied many into silence. Lin tugged at Yi Qingqing's sleeve nervously. Let it go. Just apologize to her. With a gleeful smile, Chun Jiaojiao pulled out her phone and cooed, Honey, come save me. This little brat wants to hit me. After hanging up, she sneered, You think you can just apologize and make this go away? Not a chance. Unless you kneel and beg, I'll dunk you in the toilet. She envisioned capturing the moment of humiliation and found it utterly delightful. Yi Qingqing trembled slightly, perhaps a remnant of past bullying. She opened her phone, glancing sideways at Chen Jiaojiao.
How many of you? How soon?
Thinking Yi Qingqing was frightened, Chen Jiaojiao laughed louder.
Ha!
Afraid? Your little helper will be walking into a death trap. My boyfriend has 7 or 8 thugs, and they'll be here in 10 minutes. Just wait for your demise. Yi Qingqing nodded. Then I can relax. She texted Biao, E. Bring 2 or 3 more, arrive a minute early, and I'll raise your pay by 100. 8 minutes later, at the entrance of Jingbei Vocational College, a security guard holding a cup of tea felt a rush of wind as 4 burly men in black rushed past. The guard, momentarily stunned, adjusted his sparse hair and muttered, What on earth just flew by? A young man with green hair, clad in a tight red shirt and shorts, stood stunned as he saw a group of spirited youths rushing by. So cool. They must be filming a movie. Not necessarily. I reckon the gang leader is here for a meeting. The green-haired youth slapped him on the back of the head. Are you stupid? The gang leader is not coming to school for a meeting. The younger brother, feeling a bit wronged, replied, But they look fierce. In the conference room, only Yi Qingqing and Chen Jiaojiao remained. Since the new semester had not yet begun, the school was mostly empty, devoid of teachers or leaders. Aside from Foam Madu, who was present but indifferent, no one was around to oversee the soon-to-be interns, which emboldened Chen Jiaojiao even further. Just then, Biao Yi and his companions arrived, breathless. At the conference room door, they pushed it open and looked at Yi Qingqing. 9 minutes. Raise the pay. Chen Jiaojiao, startled, chuckled. You were sent by Hugo, right? My boyfriend is amazing to have such strong subordinates. She then shot a sidelong glance at Yi Qingqing. Do you see that woman? Get her into the girls' restroom. Biao Yi ignored her, checking his account balance instead, revealing a cold smile. Boss, who are we hitting? Yi Qingqing pointed decisively. Get her into the girls' restroom. Biao Yi and Biao Er each took one of Chen Jiaojiao's arms, lifting her off the ground as if she were a small chicken. She screamed, Are you idiots? I'm Yuji's girlfriend. You're supposed to throw that dead woman in the toilet, not me. Biao Sen opened the door, casually putting on his sunglasses. The girls' restroom is 20 meters to the left. Let me go. You idiots. I'll call Hugo and have him deal with you.
Yuye, help me.
Her voice was desperate, and Yi Qingqing rested her chin on her hand, slightly annoyed. Can someone please gag her? She asked really loud. Biao San hesitated. Boss, we don't have anything suitable. Yi Qingqing tilted her head, exuding an air of wealthy nonchalance. Whoever gags her will receive 100 yuan. No sooner had she spoken than 4 pairs of stinky socks were shoved into Chen Jiaojiao's mouth. Muffled sobs escaped her as tears streamed down her face, ruining her makeup. Ugh, I won't scream anymore. These socks smell worse than a toilet. At that moment, the green-haired youth finally arrived, hands in his pockets, ready to strike a pose. His fellow thugs nudged him. Yuga, that's your girlfriend. The green-haired youth was taken aback, realizing his girlfriend was being manhandled like a rag doll. Fury ignited within him. Let that girl go. Biao Yi remained unfazed, dragging Chen Jiaojiao toward the restroom. The green-haired youth, feeling utterly disrespected, roared, Brothers, attack. Teach them a lesson. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 spirited youths charged forward like cannon fodder. Biao Sen donned his sunglasses, expressionless. A bunch of useless fools.
How cool.
Yi Qingqing clapped her hands, then tiptoed over the moaning thugs, reaching the girls' restroom. Chen Jiaojiao lay on the ground, her backside raised. revealing a pink lace-trimmed underwear with a hole, resembling a fish on the verge of death. After finally extracting the foul sock from her mouth, she was on the verge of rolling her eyes. Yi Qingqing you. Boo-woo, I want to call the police. Biao Yi immediately narrowed his eyes, making a gesture across his throat. Boss, do we need to silence her? Chun Jiaojiao rolled her eyes, fainting in fright, leaving behind a suspicious yellow puddle beneath her. Chapter 24. Are you really not wanted criminals? Yi Qingqing wore a grim expression. Big brother, are you alright? Your salary is 1,000 yuan, not 10 million. How impoverished must one be to contemplate murder over a mere 1,000 yuan? Biao Yi scratched his head awkwardly, a simple smile breaking through his cold facade. I'm used to killing fish at the market. I forgot this is a person. Yi Qingqing was utterly speechless. What is the point of silencing a fish? Have you watched too many mermaid movies? The green-haired one cried out pitifully. Big brother, spare me. I want to dare again. No, I didn't hear anything. What had you just heard? Silence? Killing fish? Was this related to Old Mo's crew? Heavens! What kind of calamity had Chen Jiaojiao stirred up? He was only 22. A virgin. His mother hadn't even held her grandchild yet. Yi Qingqing covered her ears. I'll give you 10 minutes. Take your girlfriend and leave immediately. Within a minute, the entire corridor of the teaching building was deserted. Even the yellow stain in the ladies' restroom had been thoroughly cleaned. Who would have thought these ruffians were so hygienic? Biao Yi and the others hailed from the same market, one killing fish, the other pigs, while Biao San and Biao Si worked as security at a nearby community. In just 2 days, they had already earned over 2,000. Therefore, when they looked at Yi Qingqing, their eyes sparkled. Boss, next time you need help, call us brothers. Let us not talk about anything else. The bigger the money, the harder our fists. Yi Qingqing hesitated, biting her lip. You're really not wanted criminals? Biao Yi widened his eyes. How could that be? I've only killed fish. The way you carry yourself doesn't seem to suggest otherwise. Yi Qingqing chuckled dryly. I want to engage in illegal activities. I am a good citizen. Biao San and Biao Si, full of righteousness, replied. Rest assured. We are all honest people. All right, you're honest. Yi Qingqing shook her head in disbelief as she saw Lin Lin anxiously pacing at the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Qingqing, her eyes lit up. You're okay. That's wonderful. Then, she lowered her head with a guilty expression. I'm sorry. They were too fierce. I was scared. Yi Qingqing didn't mind. As the saying goes, to preserve oneself is wisdom. If it were her, she wouldn't invite trouble either. She pouted and looked at Lin Lin. I'll be leaving now. Lin Lin hurriedly called after her. Hey, let us go to the company together. I came on my electric bike. I can give you a ride. They had just had a meeting, and the livestream company required them to report at 4 in the afternoon to assign livestream rooms and formally start their jobs. Yi Qingqing opened the large gate at the school entrance. Never mind, I don't have a helmet. I'll get fined. The Wujixian livestream company was situated in the outskirts of Beijing, amidst a newly established e-commerce hub, with rows of 3-story buildings and factories that appeared quite grand. First-time working university students took this opportunity seriously, arriving early to wait at the company's entrance. Li Chengquan checked his watch. 3:50. Let us wait 5 more minutes and then call the roll. Those who are late will have to do 30 squats. 5 minutes passed, and it was time to call the roll.
Lin Lin.
Present.
Zhang Yulu.
Present. Chen Jiaojiao. Present. Chen Jiaojiao's face was full of embarrassment. She had stumbled on the steps outside when dragged out by Yu Go, leaving a large cut on her face. I accidentally fell. Li Qingquan marked her name with a frown. This one do. You can't appear as a streamer looking like that. Wait for a moment to collect a mask from the warehouse. Chen Jiaojiao was quite confident about her looks. She felt like she could kill Yi Qingqing. But upon remembering the 4 burly men, she couldn't help but feel the urge to urinate.
Yeving.
At that moment, a strikingly handsome, brand new car drove over from a distance, only to crash into the nearby greenery. Yi Qingqing alighted with a scowl, anxiously checking for any scratches on the vehicle. Thankfully, the paint was intact. Li Chengquan jogged over, concern etched on his face. Yi, are you alright? Yi Qingqing shook her head. I'm fine. I'm sorry. I got caught in traffic and was late. Chen Jiaojiao glared at her, gritting her teeth, wanting to say something but refraining. How infuriating. She needed the restroom even more. Li Chengquan beamed. You weren't late. It's exactly 4 o'clock. Your punctuality is commendable and should be emulated by us all. It was evident that Manager Gu was keen on her, Such an expensive car wasn't something an ordinary person could afford. His suspicions solidified. He smiled even more warmly. Let us go inside, have a drink. It's scorching outside. Chen Jiaojiao finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She angrily pointed at Qingqing. Manager, she was late. Shouldn't she have to do 30 squats? This pretentious woman was dressed in white. Making her do squats would be quite the spectacle. Li Chengquan shot her a glare. Our company practices humane management. How could we punish employees physically? This young lady with blonde hair, how can you casually slander others at such a young age? Chen Jiaojiao felt wronged. She understood now that Qingqing must have some connection with Manager Li. No wonder she acted so boldly. With her head lowered, she smirked coldly. So, you're Qingqing, posing as a pure and innocent flower while secretly engaging in shady dealings for favors. Once I gather evidence, I'll expose you online and ruin your reputation. Let us see if you dare stuff stinky socks in my face again. With that thought, Chen Jiaojiao's legs trembled slightly as she felt the urgency of her need. She quickly raised her hand. Manager Li, may I use the restroom? Li Chengquan glared at her again. Using the restroom during work hours is akin to slacking off. This bad habit must be corrected. Our company has a rule. Each restroom visit incurs a penalty of 30 squats. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jiaojiao sprinted towards the company's interior at breakneck speed. The live stream company had a splendid environment, with uniformly sized rooms decorated in various styles, some adorned in a pastel, girly theme, while others embraced a sultry black aesthetic, tailored to different streamer personas. As interns, their requirements were not stringent. They only needed to live stream for 2 hours daily and could even work from home. In reality, there were too many people and the company lacked sufficient rooms. Li Chengquan led the group to the meeting room. There are dedicated network managers to supervise your work performance. Those who do not perform well will have their salaries docked. Every Friday at 3 in the afternoon, all must gather for the weekly meeting. Late arrivals will be penalized with 30 sit-ups. Just as he finished speaking, Li Chengquan's phone rang, and he looked down, immediately adopting a fawning expression as he answered. Manager Gu. Chapter 25. Qingqing must live stream tonight. Gu Jing and Shin Bai sat in a dimly lit private room, impatiently tapping on a glass bottle. What's the status? Have you arranged for Qingqing? Li Chengquan glanced at Qingqing, turning away to cover his phone. Rest assured. Everything is in order. That's more like it. Gu Jing sneered. Find an excuse to have her live stream tonight. So soon?
Li Chengquan agitata.
Feeling troubled. These interns haven't been trained yet. I fear they won't grasp the rules of the live stream room, and it could be troublesome if they get banned. Training? What training? Don't waste time. Gu Jing issued a direct order. How you manage others is not my concern, but Qingqing must live stream tonight and ensure she has maximum exposure. Heavens, he was so indulgent towards her. Li Chengquan hung up the phone with a hint of envy, casting a glance at Qingqing. Feeling a rush of exhilaration akin to an online fan, he took a deep breath and, with utmost seriousness, tapped the conference table. I have just received a notification. In order to better acclimate you to the company environment, we will select a few outstanding students for preliminary training. Shortly, we will have a working lunch at the company, and then you will directly assume your roles. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so interns immediately straightened their posture, resembling concubines eagerly awaiting a royal summons, their hearts brimming with anticipation and excitement. Li Chengquan pointed out Qingqing's name, casually selected a few others, and with a warm smile, continued, Do not be disheartened, everyone. Our company offers tremendous opportunities for advancement. As long as you perform well, I assure you, every individual will have equal chances. After painting a passionate picture for the university students, Li Qingquan's expression shifted abruptly as he turned to Qingqing with earnest concern. Qingqing, you must be tired from standing. Why don't you take a moment to rest in my office? I'll have our most popular streamer guide you. Chen Jiaojiao, positioned at the back of the crowd, revealed a knowing smirk. Among so many, it was Qingqing who was summoned to the office? One could only imagine the bizarre games that awaited her inside. How utterly distasteful. Disgusting. She limped out of the company, gritting her teeth as she ordered a miniature camera from a certain website, spending several hundred extra on this prohibited product. Once the payment was completed, Chen Jiaojiao tucked away her phone with a cold smile. Qingqing, this time, you will learn the true meaning of cruelty. Within the live streaming company, Qingqing was decidedly displeased after finally managing a day off. She was now being asked to stream. Lin, also selected, covered her face in disbelief. Oh my god, I can't believe I caught Manager Li's eye. Qingqing. I must perform exceptionally well. Yi Qingqing offered a weary smile. Then give it your all. Lin Lin sniffled in envy. Qingqing, you're amazing. Manager Li actually brought in a major internet celebrity to mentor you. I can hardly believe how happy you must be. After declaring her determination, she clenched her fists. I've decided. I want to just stream for 2 hours. I'll go for 8. With Manager Li valuing me so highly, I absolutely cannot let him down. Youth is priceless. I must strive to excel.
Ye ving pocket hash.
Hold on, it's just 1,800 a month. Lin Lin was even more touched. As interns, we're being offered such a generous salary. This company is incredible. How can we not work hard to deserve this meal? Is she out of her mind? Yi Qingqing wore a bewildered expression, completely uninterested in continuing the conversation with Lin Lin. At Zhou's building, with a business trip looming the next day and an abundance of materials to prepare, Zhou Yueqing worked late into the night. As darkness enveloped the outside world, he finally rubbed his temples and paused his tasks. Gao Baiji knocked and entered. Mr. Zhou, is Missy bringing you dinner again today? Zhou Yueqing shook his head. No need for her to come. I have too much to do tonight and no time to entertain her. Gao Baiji lowered her gaze. I ordered takeout. How about a light meal? As his secretary, Zhou Yueqing felt quite at ease with her, so he closed his laptop and nodded. Also, pour me a cup of coffee. I have another meeting to attend shortly.
Certainly.
A flicker of joy passed through Gao Baiji's eyes, her usually aloof demeanor softening. Shall I order some spicy fish? I remember you prefer something with a bit more flavor. Zhou Yueqing's brows relaxed. His fondness for spicy fish was actually due to Wan Ning's preference. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly recalled something, chuckling softly. Never mind, Qingqing mentioned my stomach isn't well. She has been making congee for me these past few days. Let us keep it light. The glimmer of delight in Gao Baiji's eyes vanished instantly. She froze for a moment before her voice turned cold. Understood, Mr. Zhou. As she exited and closed the door, her right hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Yi Qingqing. This woman is indeed cunning. To capture a man's heart, she seeks to win over his stomach. Such a sycophantic approach is truly contemptible. Meanwhile, Zhou Yueqing, still smiling, felt his phone vibrate. He glanced down and instantly straightened in his chair, his expression tightening. At that moment, Yi Qingqing had just finished her working lunch at the company when Li Qingquan led her into a room decorated in a minimalist style, featuring a few fitness equipment and a black bed. Most importantly, a man donned in a tight black tank top, gray sweatpants, a baseball cap, and a black mask sat inside. Li Qingquan chuckled. This is our company's most popular streamer. You can call him Xiao Yenge. Yi Qingqing shyly lowered her head, about to speak when her phone rang. Zhou Yueqing's deep voice came through. What are you doing? Yi Qingqing covered the phone, lowering her voice. I'm at work. If I don't show up, I owe 5 million. After saying this, she harbored a flicker of hope, wishing Zhou Yueqing's possessiveness would erupt, allowing him to spend a fortune to release her from her contract. Where are you working? He didn't even inquire about the compensation? Yi Qingqing glanced at Li Qingquan, who was eavesdropping, and embarrassedly laughed. Sorry, I have to take this call. It's my boss.
Boss.
Gu Jing? Li Qingquan immediately took a step back, maintaining distance, while pulling Xiaoyan back as well. Qingqing, if you have something important, please go ahead.
Ye ving siket.
It's about the internship contract I signed at school. Before she could finish, Zhou Yueqing interjected. That is good. Just focus on your work. Chapter 26. The people in this company are quite nice. Yi Qingqing stared at the hung-up phone, feeling somewhat baffled.
Good? This is just a part-time job.
Didn't he pursue the matter? Zhou Yueqing sighed, reopening the message. Finding something for Yi Qingqing to do might be beneficial. If she focused solely on herself, she would only sink deeper. After all, she was merely a substitute.
Li Qingquan,
with a gentle demeanor, inquired, Qingqing, we have various styles for live streaming. Which one are you inclined towards? Yi Qingqing shrugged, indifferent. Whatever. Xiao Yan chuckled, seizing the opportunity. Qingqing is adorable and has a music background. She'll surely excel in the talent category. With beauty and talent combined, it's hard not to gain popularity.
Singing?
Yi Qingqing frowned. It costs 20,000 to sing a song for Shen Sihua. Would her meager salary of 1,800 a month suffice for her to sing? Without a unique flair, she dismissed the idea. Xiao Yan pursed his lips slightly, glancing at Li Qingquan. Manager Li, how does the company position itself? Each artist's style isn't solely determined by themselves. Since we're earning for the company, it's ultimately up to the company to decide. For instance, a sweet girl with a soft character might need to adopt a more aloof and seductive style, while a cool and elegant woman must embody sweetness. After all, identities online are self-created. No one knows what's real or fake. It's merely a means to monetize traffic. Li Qingquan recalled that Gu had mentioned letting Yi Qingqing sing and dance, but since the young lady was reluctant, he couldn't force her. Understanding the nuances of human relationships, he smiled and said, as a newcomer, how can one quickly find their position? I suggest letting her perform freely during the first live stream and interact with the new fans. We should give Qingqing some time to adapt. Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback. When did Manager Li become so accommodating? Could it be that Yi Qingqing had some background? At that moment, Li Qingquan exchanged a knowing glance with him. Xiaoyan, Qingqing is entrusted to you. Our company has always adhered to the principle of being friendly to new colleagues. Understand? Having reached the pinnacle of the company with over 1 million followers, Xiaoyan was naturally astute, quickly confirming his suspicions. Thus, he donned a charming smile. Qingqing, rest assured. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to guide you. The people at this company are rather nice. Yi Qingqing felt a twinge of emotion. Despite the low salary and high penalty for breach of contract, the warmth of this loving family was evident. For a fleeting moment, she felt ashamed of her desire to be dismissed. Unfortunately, it was but a moment. Li Qingquan nodded reassuringly. All right, it's almost time. You all can have a brief exchange. Once he departed, Xiaoyan took out a notebook and began sketching, then inquired, have you considered a stage name? In our line of work, it's preferable to avoid using your real name. This was something Yi Qingqing had not thought about. After pondering, she suggested, how about weird development? I think it has a certain depth. Xiaoyan's smile faded, and he forced another one. That's a bit too vulgar. I would suggest names like Little Seven Sister or Miss Nine, something that attracts male fans and rolls off the tongue easily. Of course, if you prefer a more artistic vibe, names like Sunny Day, Gentle Breeze, or Cloud could work too. Yi Qingqing clapped her thigh. Then let us go with Kick for being broke. Xiaoyan could barely muster a smile. Pulling his chair back slightly and awkwardly said, isn't that a bit too straightforward? While it's true that we are in this for the money, would that really attract fans? They might just lambaste us. Yi Qingqing waved her hand dismissively. Let them stay or leave. We want precise fans. It's best if they all leave. Being dismissed would be perfect. Thus, the name of the live stream was swiftly decided. Kick for being broke. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yi Qingqing's live stream commenced. With Xiaoyan's participation and the company's promotional support, hundreds of viewers soon flooded in. Xiaoyan adjusted his black mask and hat, adopting a cool demeanor. I am Xiaoyan, welcome. Am I seeing things? Is this really Xiaoyan? Wait, what does kick for being broke mean? I'm broke. Go ahead and kick me if you can. Yi Qingqing promptly clicked on the management options and unhesitatingly kicked the user out. For a brief moment, the comment section fell silent, then erupted. Whoa, she really kicked someone. Who is this girl? She's quite impressive. Although the fans' anger was ignited, no one dared to repeat the phrase I'm broke, as they were eager to witness this bizarre live stream. Can someone confirm, is this really Xiaoyan? It can't be a counterfeit, right? I'm a longtime fan of Yan Ge, no doubt about it. But who is this girl? Why does she get to overshadow him? Need I say more? Just look at her face. She's definitely had plastic surgery. That smile seems so stiff. Yi Qingqing touched her smooth face and retorted. Are you blind? You're the one with surgery issues. Your whole family must be plastic surgery cases. As soon as she finished, Xiaoyan was on the verge of a breakdown. Stop talking. We're live. Meanwhile, the viewers who had just commented were in an uproar. This new host is so arrogant. Are you kidding? Let us report her and get her banned. Xiaoyan, who typically exuded a fitness god aura in the live stream, had to put on a smile this time. Apologies everyone, let us give our new host, Kick for being broke, a chance. She's just a young girl. Xiaoyan knew his fans were inherently kind-hearted. Please, she will reflect on her actions. Most of those who joined were Xiaoyan's fans. And his words quickly eased the tension. Okay, it's the first time I've heard Gij speak so much.
So happy.
Wow, Gij's voice is so beautiful. I love it. Yi Qingqing propped her chin in her hand and scoffed. What are you loving? If you love it so much, why not send gifts? Just talk big and poor. Chapter 27. Are these people insane? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoyan, flustered, covered her mouth. Then the microphone was muted. Sis, you're my real sister. I beg you, can you please stop talking? Xiaoyan covered the camera, pulling down his mask. His handsome face pleading, if you say one more word, we'll get banned. Less than 10 minutes into the stream, and we'll be shut down. You're about to set a record. He couldn't help but groan. I've worked so hard to gather these fans. Qingqing felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Embarrassed, she covered her mouth. I'm sorry, I won't speak anymore. I swear if I say another word, I'll be a dog. She shouldn't ruin someone else's career for her own selfish desires. However, when the camera turned back on, Xiaoyan adjusted his demeanor. Apologies, everyone. Our new host loves to joke around. Then he turned to the screen, his eyes widening. The screen was alive with vibrant colors. Various gifts flooding in, from tiny heart beers to grand yachts. It was simply surreal. He had never received so many gifts. Not even when he revealed his abs, last month. The little fairies had completely lost it. Sisters, charge forward. Let this plastic surgery freak see what real power looks like. Who are you kidding? Who can't afford a gift? She asked the one who is truly poor. Qingqing managed to form a 6 with one hand, just about to say something cheeky when she remembered her earlier promise and quickly covered her mouth to maintain silence. Xiaoyan tugged at her. Hurry and express your thanks. Qingqing shook her head. She was determined not to be a dog. Xiaoyan felt he was on the brink of insanity. Taking a deep breath, he opened the microphone. Our new host is a bit shy. I'll thank everyone for her. Thanks to Bear One for the yacht. Thanks to Rainbow Baby for the plane. Thanks to Angel Biscuit for the swan dream. However, the fans were not buying it, their comments flooding in rapidly. Let this woman speak. Is she feeling guilty? Right, Xiaoyan, this ISN tier business, take a break. Today, this broke sister must speak. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Xiaoyan quickly calmed the fans and muted the microphone again. Qingqing, I'm begging you. Just say, thank you. Seeing Xiaoyan nearly in tears, Qingqing sighed in resignation. Woof. She had it rough. Within just a few days, she had been a dog twice. The screen opened once more, the microphone activated, and Qingqing cleared her throat. Hello everyone, I am Kick for being broke. Please kindly click to follow and light up the sign. This statement was conventional and faultless, allowing Xiaoyan to breathe a sigh of relief and chime in. Haha. Our Kick for being broke. Our new host loves to joke. Please don't take it to heart. Qingqing smiled, gently parting her lips. Thank you all for the gifts. You've shown me a remarkable spirit. Though you may not be affluent, your eagerness to prove yourselves moves me deeply. You are all the best. Xiaoyan closed his eyes tightly, realizing he was wrong. He should never have let Qingqing speak. As expected, the comments exploded once more. Sisters, is this host insane? Who is she mocking? Look at her pitiful appearance. She has clearly never seen so many gifts. I can't handle this rage. Can someone with real power come and drown her out with money? Crowdfunding, crowdfunding. We must silence her foul mouth. Soon, the screen brightened further as dreamlike castles and carnival gifts swept across the screen, creating such a commotion that even the platform's administrators in the back took notice. Upon realizing it was a new host, they sat up straight. Could they be witnessing the birth of a new internet sensation? The frequency of gift refreshes had already broken Guinness records. Xiaoyan, utterly speechless, stared blankly at the screen, even forgetting to manage his expressions. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, Indeed, the people of today are quite rebellious. Meanwhile, in a bar's private room, Gu Jing and Shen Bai, both clutching their phones, wore expressions of utter dismay. What on earth is this? We were promised that Qingqing would embarrass herself. Are these people out of their minds? Instead of hurling insults or reporting her, they are showering her with gifts? This is absurd. Shen Bai, unable to contain his frustration, smashed a crystal wine glass and jumped to his feet, shouting, Call Li Qingquan. Find out what on earth is happening. Tell him to arrange for Qingqing to dance and sing for me. Make her look foolish. He then vented his anger in the live stream chat. This host is hideous. She should just leave. Gu Jing's face darkened as he clenched his teeth and dialed the phone. Li Qingquan, what the hell is going on? Li Qingquan, reveling in the backhand statistics, was taken aback. The number of viewers had surpassed 10,000, with retention rates exceeding 10%, an unprecedented peak since the company's inception. The volume and value of gifts sent were utterly record-breaking. He had never anticipated that Qingqing would turn out to be a streaming prodigy. So, upon hearing Gu Jing's exasperated tirade, he was momentarily dumbfounded. President Gu? The data is excellent, excellent. My foot. Gu Jing, known for his decorum, exploded with expletives. What did I ask you to do? I want Yi Qingqing to dance and sing, not just run her mouth. Show me that chaotic live stream. Gu Jing glanced at the comments in the live stream, all filled with people clamoring to bombard Yi Qingqing with gifts. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was clear that President Gu was pained to see Yi Qingqing humiliated in such a manner. When it came to money, there was no one in that live stream who could rival Gu Jing. He would never be satisfied with such paltry gifts. Of course, he was furious. President Gu, I will find Yi Qingqing right away. Li Chengquan stood up in regret, repeatedly assuring him, this sort of thing will not happen again. Gu Jing clenched his fists. Remember my words, do not engage in any useless nonsense. I only want to see her dance. Yi Qingqing must embarrass herself. After ending the call, Shen Xiai suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Gugu, this is too lenient on Yi Qingqing. Why don't we have Li Chengquan open the connection? And we can send a few people to make things difficult for her? This way, we needn't worry about her not embarrassing herself. Gu Jing narrowed his eyes in contemplation and agreed to this plan. You find some accomplices. I will make the arrangements. Chapter 28. Absurdity at its peak. Receiving another call, Li Chengquan couldn't help but marvel that President Gu was genuinely concerned about Yi Qingqing. He was determined to steer her towards a lofty, artistic path. Shayan, upon receiving the notification, reluctantly took on the role of host. Dear viewers, it's apparent that everyone is quite fond of our new host. To help you get to know her better, we will now initiate a connection mode. Our host specializes in music and is adept at dancing and singing. So feel free to request songs, and we will perform. At that moment, the rate of gifts began to slow, and discussions erupted in the live stream. Singing? Let her be quiet. I have no interest in hearing this woman sing. Right, and dancing too. Does she fear her fake nose might fall off? Ladies, let's not connect. Let her suffer in awkwardness. However, thanks to the accomplices arranged by Gu Jing, the live stream did not fall silent, and soon the first viewer successfully connected.
Yevink ma internet her simile. Hello, dear fan.
The caller, a woman with a high-pitched voice, lamented. Host, I just had a breakup. I want to hear a warm love song. Remembering her boss's instructions, she added, I hope you can sing and dance at the same time. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. This request seemed intentionally provocative, given that it was Yi Qingqing's first day on air. If she were to follow a singing and dancing route, she should select songs she was proficient in. Allowing fans to choose would severely test the host's professional capabilities. This could potentially ruin her first live stream. Xiaoyan was baffled by manager Li's sudden and rigid alteration of the live stream style. Yi Qingqing, though reluctant to sing, was inherently kind-hearted. As a former struggling worker, she empathized with Xiaoyan, who was sacrificing his time to guide her. She couldn't be selfish. With this thought, Yi Qingqing felt moved. Realizing that she usually charged 200,000 for a song, yet today she was willing to endure for a colleague. Sighing deeply, she grasped the microphone. Dear fan, please send me a luxury cruise ship first before I begin my performance. It seemed entirely reasonable to ask for just one gift, rather than the 200,000. Xiaoyan gave her a knowing look, then quietly adjusted his mask. He had done his best and had shown all possible kindness. Yi Qingqing had connections and a safety net. If her live stream failed, someone would catch her. He, however, had struggled to accumulate a mere few 100,000 fans and needed to maintain his persona. Moreover, the broadcast would end in 45 minutes, and the comment section was filled with insults. This money-hungry woman truly has no shame. Demanding gifts for a mere song? Ha! She has the audacity to ask for a yacht. The accomplice was also growing more irritated. She was only earning 500 for this gig and was expected to shell out thousands for gifts. She began to suspect she had encountered a scam organization. In that case, she would simply stop listening. Ridiculous. She had been fighting fraud for more than a day. Could such pathetic tricks deceive her? She could forgo this money. Yi Qingqing, with genuine concern, asked, So, are you feeling better about your breakup? That damned scammer. Yi Qingqing shrugged helplessly. You see, it's not that I don't want to help her. It's that she needs to help herself. Family, if you want to avoid heartbreak, just have more children. The more you have, the less you can experience heartbreak because you'll be too busy in the postpartum period. The comment section erupted into chaos, with messages flooding in so quickly that the words became indecipherable. What a profound statement. This host is insane. Diagnosis complete. Baby making alert. Wishing the host to have 108 children. Feeling offended, the accomplice fumed. I want to file a complaint. Yi Qingqing sighed. The mental state of people today was truly unpredictable. Why did everyone in this book insist on her singing and dancing? Had she known before entering the story, she would have taken some courses to avoid being so passive now. Shen Xiai Bai, once again exasperated, called back. Send her gifts. Make her shut up. She needs to sing. The accomplice, infuriated, retorted. Are you a scammer, so brazen? Do you believe I want to report you? You think 500 will convince me to send thousands in gifts? Get lost. For a moment, Shen Xiai Bai wanted to smash the phone and see Yi Qingqing embarrass herself. How could he not watch? What Gu Go wanted was of no concern to him. Gu Jing ground his teeth, feeling as if his jaw was aching before taking the call. We are not scammers. I will send you the money for gifts right now. Really? The accomplice was skeptical. I live right by the police station, so you better be careful. Gu Jing's face contorted in rage as he shakily transferred the money, gritting his teeth. Now connect her and make her sing. At this point, he had completely forgotten why he was so adamant about having Yi Qingqing sing. It had transformed into his own obsession. Yi Qingqing, you are quite the formidable one. Oblivious to the turmoil, Yi Qingqing began her countdown. Great. There are still 35 minutes left. I can't wait to clock out. At that moment, another connection was made. It's me again. I've just had another breakup. Without waiting for Yi Qingqing to speak, the supporter decisively sent gifts. Can we sing now? But is the current state of mind of people truly normal? Xiao Yenga stared in disbelief at the grand yacht gliding across the screen, beginning to doubt himself. Could it be that he had been employing the wrong methods all along? The allure of flaunting abs, maintaining an air of mystery, and skating on the edge had fallen out of favor? While Xiao Yenga pondered a potential career shift, Yi Qingqing cleared her throat, ready to sing. Alone I drink. Intoxicated. In my inebriation, I find my beloved pair. With my eyes, I seek companionship, yearning for the day we reunite. Yi Qingqing sang with fervor, her curls swaying with the rhythm. Initially shocked, Xiao Yenga found himself unconsciously tapping along. How absurd, he thought this was outrageous. The comments section erupted with exclamations. What is this? Can someone explain? Is this a heartbreak song? Goodness, I can't believe I want to sing along. Chapter 29. What has made him so popular? What use are his abs? In the adjacent office, Li Chunquan gripped his phone tightly, unable to articulate the shock within him. Was this truly the artistic style that Mr. Gu spoke of? Is the perspective of the wealthy so uniquely different? After the song concluded, Yi Qingqing, glistening with sweat, gasped. I may not claim much, but my dedication surpasses all of yours. If I promise a song, I deliver the entirety, not just the climax. Let's hear some applause. Xiao Yenga blinked in astonishment, inadvertently clapping his hands. The screen fell into an eerie silence before a flurry of requests to join the stream erupted. Step aside. I have 3 villas at home. Let me through. My family has been in business for 3 generations. I need to spend money. You're all beneath me. I possess an island overseas. What began as a chorus of jeers transformed into an ostentatious display of wealth. Yi Qingqing sipped her water leisurely, expertly managing the situation. Ladies, do not fret. I will select our esteemed elder brother for the next opportunity to join. Another wave of dazzling gifts flooded the screen. In a bar booth, Gu Jing furrowed his brows once more. Why is the atmosphere in the comments so off? Shouldn't they be mocking Yi Qingqing? Shen Xiai Bai was unfazed. What do you expect? They want to see Yi Qingqing continue to embarrass herself while we keep our performers on stage. Just singing isn't enough. She must dance. The competition in the live stream had reached a fever pitch, leaving the remaining supporters feeling helpless. Was there really a need to pay for more guests in this environment? At this moment, the self-proclaimed island owner was aggressively sending gifts. 10 luxury cars, 5 carnival rides, dominating the leaderboard. Shen Xiai Bai, gritting his teeth, sent 1 million to the supporter. Send more. I refuse to believe anyone can outspend me. The supporter trembled at the sight of the balance on their phone. 1 million. All to send gifts. Was this truly not a criminal act? Or had the wealthy truly lost their sanity? Quickly, send more. As Yi Qingqing began her countdown, Shen Xiai Bai panicked. I'll add 1,000. All comments ceased in the live stream as a large countdown appeared on the screen. 5, 4, 3, 2. Suddenly, a loud horn sounded, and 100 yachts glided across everyone's phones. The noise persisted for over 10 minutes, leaving everyone dumbfounded, pondering a singular thought. This is madness. This was a new streamer, embarking on her first broadcast with no fanbase. What was the meaning of sending 100 luxury yachts? How were other streamers supposed to compete? Not only was Li Qingquan sitting upright, but Xiao Yanji's expression also faltered. And soon the entire company gathered outside Yi Qingqing's live stream. The viewer count surged from hundreds to tens of thousands, now exceeding 100,000. Li Qingquan's hands shook. This was the power of love. Mr. Gu, he is utterly smitten with Yi Qingqing, he in tears. Finally, the second supporter managed to secure a spot, panting with anxiety. It was more nerve-wracking than his first intimate encounter. The overseas islander was furious. Why should he have the last-second advantage? This is cheating. I demand a redo. The wealthy island owner, unwilling to concede, pounded the screen. I will send 200 yachts right now. Gu Jing coldly observed the comments below the livestream and called Li Qingquan, shut down the donation platform. Li Qingquan, eagerly awaiting the island owner's display of wealth, froze at the command. Boss, 200 yachts is no small sum, nearing 2 million. If she actually sends them, Yi Qingqing's livestream will achieve legendary status. Legendary status? Did he spend so much to elevate Yi Qingqing? Gu Jing stood, shouting into the phone. Do you think I care about 2 million? Shut it down, or you'll be fired tomorrow. Useless, a bunch of useless people. Unable to protect a woman from humiliation. Li Qingquan hung up, hastily searching for the back-end administrator. Shut down Yi Qingqing's livestream donations. The administrator, incredulous, asked. Shut it down? The gifts are worth millions and still rising. Shut it down. 1 second late, and you're fired. Gu Jing bellowed, tired of explaining. The administrator, filled with resentment, closed the donation platform and tossed the mouse aside. If I'm getting yelled at, then I'll just quit. What a joke. 5,000 a month, no overtime pay. A summary every 3 days, and a report every week. Now I'm facing insults. What is the point? Li Qingquan was dumbfounded. Why does he get to refuse while I have to obey Gu Jing? Boss, it's done. The donations are closed now. No one can insult our Yi classmate with money, Li Qingquan said, forcing a smile, wiping sweat from his brow. Tonight was too insane. He almost lost his composure. When those sending gifts discovered the donation channel had been closed, shock spread through the crowd. Am I seeing things? Did they really close the donation channel? This defies logic. I can't comprehend. My mind is about to explode. 200 yachts. I'm going insane. Receiving the news. Xiao Yange felt a surge of frustration. Our host is a person of integrity. She would never easily compromise her principles for money.
Yevink.
Still unaware of the commotion, smiled slightly, embodying an air of aloofness. Indeed, I am a person of principles. If my principles remain unchanged, it merely indicates that the money offered is insufficient. The overseas islander, once hurling insults, suddenly broke into tears. I want to donate. Let me donate to her.
Don't stop me.
Having never felt such helplessness with wealth before, who could relate? Xiao Yange, frustrated, forced a smile. Our streaming time is limited. Let us allow our esteemed elder brother to join us. Chapter 30. It's quite difficult to assess. The elder brother truly acted like a man. Clearing his throat and reciting Shinci by S message. The host must dance and sing. I demand the crazy horse dance. The crazy horse dance? A suggestive performance? Is he certain it won't get banned? This is outrageous. I'm about to explode. Due to the influence of Xiao Yange, the audience in the live stream predominantly consists of female fans, and when a man audaciously made an inappropriate demand, the atmosphere instantly turned hostile. The chat was flooded with an overwhelming barrage of discontent. One older gentleman silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite his somewhat disreputable demeanor, he had never crossed the line. It seemed that wealthy individuals were often unsavory characters. What did he expect from a young girl in such a situation? Alas, he had no choice but to endure it for the sake of his family. Aren't you afraid? He remarked, though the statement was somewhat brash. It wasn't unusual for him to accompany the female lead on errands. However, the female fans in the chat were furious, ready to throw their phones in frustration. Despite my own disdain for the host, I felt compelled to insist. You must refuse. Show some dignity, for women. If the host stood firm against him, I would declare myself her devoted fan. Count me in. Count me 100 times. Regardless of the incessant messages flooding the chat, Yi Qingqing remained undeterred, glancing at the countdown. Excellent, there were still a few minutes until the end of her shift. Thus, she propped her chin in her hand and leisurely opened her mic. Please share your story first.
Huh?
That term wasn't in the script. The older gentleman was momentarily flustered. What story? Qingqing yawned. Just earlier, someone sang a song after a breakup, and if you have no story, how can I perform? That would rob my entire act of its essence. We cannot entertain for the sake of mere entertainment. Every song, every dance, carries a narrative. A dance devoid of a story is devoid of meaning, and I never engage in meaningless activities. But what does that have to do with the crazy horse dance? The older gentleman was momentarily at a loss, foolishly responding, I have no story. Qingqing raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, but as I stated, I am a person of principles. If you have no story, I cannot dance. It simply does not align with my principles. The older gentleman was left speechless. Meanwhile, the other furious female fans began to change their tune. Does anyone else understand? I'm actually moved, I'm in tears. What should I do? I suddenly want to support her. I don't care. I've hit the follow button decisively. Li Qingquan, who was temporarily filling in as a moderator, stared at the back-end data, unable to close his mouth, not in joy, but in astonishment. Are these people truly sane? Qingqing's follower count was skyrocketing, surpassing 100,000. It's worth noting that for a new host during their debut, even with bot traffic and a big influencer support, attracting tens of thousands of fans is a remarkable achievement, especially without any prior work to build upon. Yet Qingqing had once again shattered records. The older gentleman discreetly typed on his phone. Boss, what do we do now? Shen Sibai rubbed his face vigorously. Just make up a story for her. You can't even fabricate a story? Now go. Immediately concoct one. The older gentleman gritted his teeth. He had failed his college entrance exam due to his inability to write essays, and now he had to create a story for a mere transaction? Indeed, his lack of education was coming back to haunt him. Reflecting on his romantic life, he could only muster the courage to say, My wife has 3 children. But none are mine. Now she wants a divorce, and I'm heartbroken. As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the live stream. Even Xiao Yenga couldn't help but interject. But isn't divorce a good thing? Why be sad? Is she after your fortune? The comment section buzzed with speculation. I might have wanted him to perish earlier, but I must admit, his situation is quite pitiful. Ha ha ha, sorry, I can't help but laugh. What does being sad even mean? The older gentleman felt a wave of melancholy wash over him and spoke with a hint of confusion. But she was the school belle. If she hadn't been dumped by a rich second generation, she would never have become my wife. Even though the children aren't mine, she is my wife. They may not share my blood, but they call me dad. Why does she want a divorce? I love her so much, sob. After the divorce, while I would have to pay child support, I still worried. She can't even cook. How will she survive? I'm concerned. At this moment, even Qingqing fell silent. She had encountered simps before, but never one like this. Truly, he was a champion among simps. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, Qingqing couldn't help but ask, have you considered that perhaps your school belle wife is back with the biological father of the children? Don't worry about the divorce. To her surprise, the older gentleman became agitated. That's impossible. The 3 kids can't have the same father. She can't be married to 3 men at once. She's not that kind of person. Well, perhaps the law prohibits it? Qingqing chuckled awkwardly. It's a bit complicated. However, the older gentleman, wiping his tears, suddenly remembered his priorities. Now that my story is over, why aren't you dancing? I need to make money to buy my wife a handbag. Maybe if I buy her a handbag, she won't want to divorce me. The briefly sympathetic fans grew enraged again.
Still thinking about that?
No wonder your wife has 3 affairs. You deserve it. Host, do not dance if you dare. I will report you. Count me in for 1 million. An overseas fan was even more excited. Don't be afraid, sister. I'll be your big sister. Let this fool of a man perish. I'm so moved. Is this what support means? Yes, is having money so impressive? Who said a female host can only rely on a man? Qingqing glanced at the time once more. This tedious tale was nearly concluded, and only 2 minutes remained in the live stream. Clearing her throat, she announced, Everyone, please remain calm. As I mentioned, I am a person of principles. The crazy horse dance is not entirely off the table. As soon as she spoke, a chorus of insults erupted. Have you never seen money? This host is naturally charming. Sisters, report her. I'll unfollow. I'll report. Qingqing shifted her tone, however. Chapter 31. This Qingqing is exceptionally crafty. The comments in the live stream suddenly ceased in unison. Everyone held their breath, awaiting her next words. Even the usually aloof Xiao Yange tightened his grip on the chair. Qingqing flashed a sweet smile. However, our live stream time has reached its end. I'll conclude today's session with a song, Unforgettable Tonight. And we shall meet again, next time. As the familiar melody played, every screen went dark. Wait, did someone just tip 100 yachts? 100. Everyone felt as though a herd of wild horses had galloped overhead. Sister, you ended the stream right on time. Does your boss know? We're talking about your finals. And you're so precise with the timing? This time, everyone was genuinely stunned. No one expected Qingqing to execute such a move. It was a masterstroke. Some fellow streamers who had rushed in were also left speechless. Is this even allowed? You're not afraid of backlash? However, those in the same industry simultaneously pondered a daunting question. This Qingqing is exceptionally crafty. She has left a remarkable hook, ending the live stream unexpectedly. Everyone eagerly anticipated how she would confront the older gentleman the following evening. Undoubtedly, if Qingqing streamed tomorrow, her viewer count would soar to an astonishing figure. At that moment, the older gentleman stared at the now-dark screen, sobbing as he called Shin Sibai. This isn't my fault. She ended the stream herself. The time was up. Just so you know, I'm not refunding the 1,500 commission. Shin Sibai's face turned dark as he gritted his teeth, cursing, get lost. How about this? I'll return to the live stream tomorrow. Is that alright? Tomorrow, I will collect a commission of 200, giving you a generous discount of 40%. This is quite commendable in terms of professional ethics. After all, they have invested so much money, and I feel somewhat guilty for relying on such a benefactor. Hence, I proposed a remedy. Shin Sibai uttered not a single word. Instead, he hurled his phone against the wall. Gu Jing raised his dark eyes. What do you have in mind? Shin Sibai plopped down heavily onto the sofa and exclaimed, First, find someone to give her a good scare. Otherwise, I cannot vent my frustrations. Gu Jing's eyes flashed with surprise, narrowing them. Are you suggesting? He left the rest unsaid, making a gesture across his throat. Shin Sibai was taken aback. How could that be? I'm not foolish. If it leads to a fatality, even the Shun family cannot protect me. We live in a society governed by law. Although I genuinely detest Qingqing, I cannot recklessly take her life. Moreover, she is not worth my effort. If this were to be uncovered, not just me, but the entire Shin family could be implicated. Born into a prestigious family, I am not devoid of sense. Gu Jing shot a glare at Shin Sibai. Did you not just say to deal with her? Shin Sibai propped his feet up on the table. I will find a few ruffians to scare her every night in Tianren City for several consecutive nights. And I guarantee she will go insane. After all, Brother Zhou is not around. I will give a heads up to the property management, and we shall see who stands by her. Gu Jing frowned. What if Qingqing reports to the police? Shin Sibai laughed heartily. Report? What is there to fear? If caught, one might only spend a few days in detention. I have plenty of money to spare. Though the method may seem a bit underhanded, it is effective. Gu Jing also smirked coldly. I will inform Li Qingquan to arrange for Qingqing to stream at night, and it must be at the company. At this moment, the Limitless live streaming company was ablaze with light in the conference room. All the internet celebrities were summoned for an urgent meeting, including the newly recruited interns. Li Qingquan stood before the projector, his face radiating enthusiasm as he pointed to the screen. Everyone, follow me in reading the data displayed. The peak online viewer count was 198,541. The live stream share count was 23,542. The barrage comments interaction totaled 9,538, 138. The number of followers reached 115,643. After reading this, Li Qingquan took a deep breath and pressed the mouse, raising his voice further. The value of the gifts received. 261 million. In just 2 hours of live streaming, Qingqing's account is new, with no fan base. Not a single work. This is a miracle. If anyone else were to present such data, they would surely suspect it to be an exaggeration. It is simply too surreal. Everyone turned to glance at the girl in the corner, engrossed in her phone, donned in a white dress, her softly curled hair cascading down her back. A pretty yet innocent face. Clap, clap, clap. Li Qingquan led the applause, perhaps in a bid to curry favor. His hands turning red from the clapping. Let us all learn from Qingqing. From this day forth, she shall be our company's star of promotion. No one dared to voice any dissent, for such achievements were indeed explosive in the entire streaming industry. Now, let us welcome our Qingqing. affectionately dubbed our penniless sister, to share a few words and impart her secrets to success. Li Chengquan looked expectantly towards Yi Qingqing, only to find this dark horse completely absorbed in her game, her expression turning awkward. Xiao Yan sat beside her, softly reminding, Qingqing, Manager Li wants you to speak. Yi Qingqing, having just been defeated, was in a foul mood. That comes at a different price. Li Chengquan chuckled awkwardly. Our penniless sister truly has a knack for humor, always reminding us of her status. Such spirit is worthy of our admiration. Everyone applaud. After all the unnecessary chatter, this meeting seemed it could drag on indefinitely. Yi Qingqing, bored, decided to play another round, when suddenly she spotted Gao Baizhi online. Instantly, she excitedly clicked the invite. Gao Baizhi, having worked late, was relieved that she would not have to accompany Zhou Yucheng on his business trip the next day, thus intending to take a bath and relax with the game. Seeing an invitation pop up, she clicked without a second thought, not even glancing at the name before matchmaking commenced. Play cautiously, don't throw caution to the wind. Glancing at the avatar, Gao Baizhi suddenly felt the urge to log off. Wasn't he this the novice Yi Qingqing? Upon noticing that she had chosen an archer while this woman selected a support character to cling to her, it seemed she intended to play as a conjoined twin. After an exhausting game, Gao Baizhi felt more drained than at work. Each time she was astonished by Yi Qingqing's miraculous maneuvers, she found herself stunned again. Yi Qingqing, unmute yourself. She wanted to unleash her frustration on this foolish girl. Yi Qingqing glanced at the meeting attendees, feeling apologetic, typed, Andy, I'm terribly sorry. I'm in a meeting. Just as she sent the message, Gao Baizhi was enraged. How could she call herself an Anne again? How outrageous. She had yet to even retort. Yi Qingqing, feeling flustered, replied, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Gao Baizhi, get off my back. The support character Yao, under Yi Qingqing's control, innocently cast a skill. No way, I must protect you. Just as the words fell, a distracted Gao Baizhi was eliminated.
Ye Qingqing.
Do not let me see you at the company next time. Their chat appeared on the public screen, and other teammates began to comment.
Wow.
Is this the big shot and her little darling? They're so sweet. Gao Baizhi, who had been relaxing in her home fish tank, was infuriated enough to sit upright. Suddenly, she felt the urge to lash out. Ideally, she would target that woman in the white dress with the surname Yi. Finally victorious, Yi Qingqing was eager for a second game, only to discover she had been blocked. How petty! Yi Qingqing helplessly put down her phone and opened Gao Baizhi's WeChat profile to send a message. Zhou Yucheng is on a business trip. How about we play games tomorrow? Gao Baizhi narrowed her eyes. No wonder this woman sought her out for a game. It turned out she was testing her limits. Zhou requested her to be on standby 24 hours a day. She wanted to convey to Yi Qingqing that her significance in Zhou Yucheng's realm was not something a mere stand-in could compare to. Required to be on standby for 24 hours? Speaking of which, she and Gao Baizhi could be considered half-colleagues. Gao Baizhi, enraged, blocked Yi Qingqing for the second time. Observing the screen, Yi Qingqing felt somewhat bewildered. Why had she blocked her again? Do deities possess such peculiar tempers? At that moment, the meeting concluded, and Lin Lin approached with envy and admiration. Qingqing, you are about to strike it rich. This live stream alone must have garnered you several thousand in tips, right? My goodness, I doubt I could earn that much in a year of interning. Yi Qingqing frowned. That can't be right. I received over 200 million in tips. How could my commission only be a few thousand? Lin Lin counted on her fingers to explain. Did you not read the internship contract we signed? It clearly states, the gift tip platform takes a third, and the remainder is split between us and the company, with us taking a mere 10% and the company taking 90%, after tax deductions. What the heck? That's outrageous. Yi Qingqing clenched her fists in anger. I toiled all night just to earn a few thousand?
Huh?
Lin Lin suddenly felt an impulse to hit someone. Was she really not bragging? Considering it, Zhou Yucheng seemed like the best boss in the world. Yi Qingqing felt touched and hurriedly sent Zhou Yucheng a message. Yucheng, safe travels tomorrow. Still in the meeting, Zhou Yucheng pinched the bridge of his nose. Yi Qingqing, just because I didn't take you on this business trip, you throw a tantrum? Who gave you the audacity? Yi Qingqing, with a perplexed expression, hurriedly clarified, Boss, you've misunderstood. This is my most sincere blessing for you. With a sigh, she put away her phone, recognizing that while her boss was generally good, he had a rather short temper, often telling her to leave at a moment's notice. Had it not been for the substantial sum of 500,000, she would have departed long ago. Li Qingquan emerged from the company, clutching a briefcase. And upon spotting Yi Qingqing, his face broke into a broad smile. Classmate Yi, you are truly born for live streaming. Keep up the good work tomorrow. With President Gu's support, it's only a matter of time before you become a sensation. Moreover, with her current fanbase of over 100,000, as long as she maintained her unique style, their company would soon boast a second internet celebrity. However, Yi Qingqing furrowed her brow, puzzled. Who is President Gu? Her expression was genuine, but Li Qingquan understood she was deliberately keeping their relationship a secret. He quickly feigned a slip of the tongue, chuckling, I see. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Yi Qingqing, lacking a strong curiosity, thought he was acting a bit strange. Stretching her arms, she shifted the topic. As agreed. I will live stream from home tomorrow. The thought of adhering to a rigid schedule felt more agonizing than death itself. She had already earned 500,000, yet still had to clock in for a mere 1,800 daily. How absurd. She could simply open her streaming channel and play games at her leisure. Li Qingquan quickly donned a smiling demeanor. Yes, but the company has scheduled the live stream from 8 to 10 in the evening. Is that alright with you? After contemplating, Yi Qingqing realized that those hours would attract the most gaming enthusiasts and agreed, no problem. Upon exiting the company, it was nearly 11 o'clock. But for a streamer accustomed to such hours, it was not particularly late. Driving away with a flourish, Xiao Yan sighed in relief, grateful that she was a female streamer. Otherwise, he would have faced a formidable competitor. In Tianren City, Shen Sibai squatted in front of a luxury car. His gaze heavy as he surveyed a group of small ruffians. Do you understand? This woman in the photo. Make sure to intimidate her thoroughly, preferably to the point of tears. After speaking, he stroked his chin and smiled wickedly. I want a pathetic photo of her, tears and all. The leader of the ruffians, clad in black leather pants with earrings adorning his ears, looked at the girl in the photo with malicious intent. Boss, she seems like a real catch. Shen Sibai shot him a glare. Are you blind? She's ugly and tacky. How could she be a catch? The ruffian smirked. All right, don't worry, boss. We know plenty of ways to handle women. Shen Sibai tossed a stack of cash onto the ground. As long as you frighten her to tears, money is no object. The small ruffian nodded, covering his mouth and signaling his comrades. Chapter 33. A robbery? Yi Qingqing parked her car in the underground garage, which was eerily quiet at this hour, devoid of any presence. As soon as the engine turned off, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as though someone were stealthily tailing her. Having frequently worked night shifts, she was particularly alert and did not exit the vehicle immediately. Instead, she lowered her head and quietly observed through the rear-view mirror. Sure enough, moments later, she spotted a few thugs peering around her car. Are they here to rob me? Yi Qingqing squinted, feeling a flicker of fear. Without a second thought, she sent a message to Biao Yi, in the underground garage of Tianren City. Can you arrive in 10 minutes? Feeling a bit more at ease, she recalled their usual arrangement. For every minute late, an additional 100 would be added. A minute later, 2 roaring motorcycles sped down the road towards Tianren City, their presence only audible, not visible, due to their incredible speed. The thugs waiting to make their move grew anxious. What was taking her so long to come down? 5 minutes later, the ruffian in black leather pants could no longer wait and boldly approached Yi Qingqing's car, striking the window forcefully. Get out! The sound reverberated. It was a luxurious vehicle. And even such a hit only made the glass tremble slightly. Yi Qingqing felt a pang of anguish. It was her new car. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? You'll pay for the damage. She fumed from inside the car. Seeing that she still wouldn't exit, the ruffian pounded on the rear window again, this time shattering it. He excitedly yanked the car door open, but before he could reach her, Yi Qingqing swung a fire extinguisher at his back. The ruffian howled in pain, gritting his teeth as he retorted, You little vixen, you're feisty. But unfortunately for you, today you've crossed paths with us. If you behave, I might make this easier for you. Resist, and you'll regret it. The others laughed heartily, their eyes brazenly appraising her figure. Bro, this girl has a great body. Her skin is so fair, just looking at her makes me ache. With the ruffian in black leather advancing towards her, he taunted, Hey, sweetheart, are you going to take off your clothes willingly, or should I help you? This group of miscreants intended to assault her? Yi Qingqing stepped back, leaning against her car. Who are you? This place is filled with cameras. Aren't you afraid of getting caught by the police? Cameras? The ruffian in black leather laughed heartily. Those things are useless. Our boss said they were turned off long ago. Shunned Sibai sat in his car, excitedly holding his phone, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Here they come. Soon, Yi Qingqing will be in tears. The ruffian, emboldened by his bravado, gestured for his comrades to pounce on Yi Qingqing. She hurled the fire extinguisher at them, causing a ruckus. In the dim underground garage, her pale skin was exposed, igniting a fervid reaction among the thugs. The ruffian in black leather unbuckled his belt, instructing the others to keep their distance. Just as Shen Sibai's smirk lingered, he suddenly panicked and dropped his phone. Wasn't he the plan just to scare Yi Qingqing? Why were they resorting to violence? What did unbuckling one's belt mean? No, this was unacceptable. He glanced at Yi Qingqing, whose face was pale. Yet her composure was unwavering despite trembling all over, her teeth biting into her lower lip. She appeared simultaneously fragile and defiant, and in that moment, he was reminded of Lin Wanning from years ago. Shunned Sibai clenched his jaw and urgently dialed the ruffians. However, the ruffian in black leather was too caught up in his excitement, completely oblivious to the call, grinning as he approached Yi Qingqing menacingly. Yi Qingqing glanced at her phone. It had been 10 minutes, and Biao Yi still hadn't arrived. She cursed under her breath, regretting not calling the police sooner. The ruffian in black leather sneered. Are you scared now? Weren't you just so tough a moment ago? It's time for you to witness my strength. And with that, he lunged at Yi Qingqing. Get away. Startled, Yi Qingqing retreated suddenly, fearing this might be her last moment. Biao Yi, where are you? You better hurry. The ruffian clicked his tongue. You're quite nimble. This should be fun. As Yi Qingqing discreetly placed her hand behind her, pressing the emergency button for help. She barely pressed down when a furious shout echoed, You scoundrels! Keep away from her! A young man in a black suit sprinted from behind, blocking Yi Qingqing. Get lost! To her surprise, it was Shunned Sibai. The ruffian in black leather squinted, realizing this was the same person who had hired them to deal with her. What did it mean to change his mind? He pointed at Yi Qingqing, about to speak, but Shunned Sibai glared at him. Aren't you all leaving? Afterward, he swiftly removed his jacket and draped it over Yi Qingqing's shoulders. What was going on? Was he trying to play the hero? The ruffian in black leather, angered, felt his frustration rise. He hadn't had a chance to vent his pent-up urges, and here was this person trying to act all noble. Did he intend to backtrack and play the hero saving the damsel in distress? He had encountered many such pathetic men before. Do you really think that Xiao Hei-san is a fool? Yi Qingqing let out a cold laugh, raising her phone. I have already called the police. You can await your arrest. The man in black leather pants, furious, tossed his belt aside and shouted, Brothers, attack. This is a damn trap. I'm determined to have my way with this girl today. Having a criminal record himself, he immediately misconstrued Shen Sibai's intention to scare a girl as something far more sinister. Moreover, this girl was a rare gem. How could he possibly let her go? Shen Sibai, both anxious and furious, yelled, Are you all insane? I told you to get lost. He then turned to scold Yi Qingqing. Who told you to call the police?
Huh?
What good will that do? The man in black leather pants sneered. You think I'm an idiot? Do you even know who Xiao Hei-san is? After saying this, he pointed at Shen Sibai. This kid looks delicate. Strip him down as well. We can have some fun together. Yi Qingqing glanced at Shen Sibai, only to see his face drained of color, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he stood his ground. Sighing inwardly, she patted his shoulder and praised, I didn't expect you to be so righteous. Shen Sibai wished he could strangle her and himself. He had truly lost his mind running out here. The man in black leather pants clicked his tongue. Heroic rescue of a damsel in distress? Shen Sibai's face darkened. Taking a deep breath, he warned, You better scram, or no one is leaving today. The man in black leather pants chuckled, No way. I'm not going anywhere today. Yi Qingqing grasped Shen Sibai's jacket, peeking out and scoffing. How can you have the audacity? I feel embarrassed just watching you. What did you say? The man in black leather pants exploded in anger. He was naturally undersized, which made him obsessively enthusiastic about such situations. Hold her down. Shen Sibai took 2 nervous steps back, nearly driven mad by this woman. You idiot, can't you just say less? Faced with the approaching thugs, he could only dodge and not retaliate. Yi Qingqing kicked off her shoes and hurled one at them. Shen Sibai, why don't you fight back? Why are you dodging? Shen Sibai, in a fit of rage, kicked one thug away, his face flushed. Can you just shut up for once? No sooner had he spoken than the man in black leather pants seized Yi Qingqing's arm, grinning maliciously. I'll take care of you first. Shen Bai swore under his breath, disregarding everything else, rushing to yank Yi Qingqing back. Just as he turned, someone landed a punch on the side of his face. The blow wasn't heavy, but it sent stars dancing before his eyes, leaving him breathless. Are you alright? Yi Qingqing's expression changed as she steadied Shen Bai, preparing to find a chance to escape. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed from a distance.
Boom, boom.
The loud roar of exhaust filled the garage. Chapter 34. I have professional ethics. Everyone froze, then turned towards the source of the noise. 2 motorcycles sped towards them, each carrying 2 burly men wearing sunglasses. Yi Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right now. Both the fishers and the butchers have arrived. The men came to a sharp stop in front of Yi Qingqing, forcing the thugs in black leather pants to retreat repeatedly. One of them dismounted, addressing her, Boss. Who are we taking down? The man in black leather pants cautiously stepped back. Brothers, which faction are you from? I, Xiao Hei-san, am under the command of Brother Scissors. Show some respect. The man, cold and unyielding, stared him down. I'm from the vegetable market. What business do you have? How dare you lay hands on my boss? Boss. Shen Bai was taken aback, glancing at Yi Qingqing with a complex expression. She was indeed the boss of these 4 men? They were the same burly bodyguards who had dealt with Shogo before. Did Yi Qingqing have some hidden identity? Yi Qingqing, still a bit shaken, couldn't he help but complain, next time if you take this long, I'll really have to dock your pay. The first man sheepishly scratched his head. This garage is just too big. We took a bit longer to find you. The man in black leather pants, now exposed and frightened, gulped nervously. You're under her command? I, Xiao Hei-san, am not one to shy away from trouble. I warn you not to meddle. One of the burly men, taking off his sunglasses, stared at him in disbelief and nudged another. 3. Do you think this guy is a man or a woman? That thing is smaller than my 8-year-old son's. The third man, usually silent, glanced over and commented expressionlessly, if you want to fight, then fight. Don't mock others' shortcomings. The man in black leather pants felt a burning embarrassment rising from below, quickly pulling up his pants, both humiliated and furious. You're looking for death. He charged forward with a stick. Although these thugs were slightly tougher than the green-haired ones from earlier, they were no match for the tall and sturdy men. Soon, the garage echoed with cries of despair. The man in black leather pants clutched himself, moaning, I give up. I give up. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes. Who was fighting with you? What good is surrendering? We need the police. Shen Bai, who had relaxed, suddenly turned tense. You really called the police? Yi Qingqing looked at him incredulously. Of course. They are criminals. You don't intend to let them go, do you? How could I? Shen Bai chuckled nervously. I just thought calling the police was a bit of an overreaction. After saying this, he realized how ridiculous he sounded and fell silent. Yi Qingqing observed the dark circles under his eyes and sighed. You're actually quite decent. Shen Bai looked into her stark black and white eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt for reasons he couldn't quite grasp. After all, one shouldn't judge solely by appearances. Hearing about the police, the man in black leather pants panicked. He yelled at Shen Bai, you little pretty boy have played your cards well. You're using us, your brothers. Shen Bai's expression shifted, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. Don't say another word. You're committing a crime, you know? Yi Qingqing found the situation absurd, frowning. This absolutely requires reporting. If we let them go, they'll surely bully other girls. Shen Bai pressed his hand tighter over the man's mouth, nodding vigorously. Yes, I'm just upset, and wanted to scold him a bit more. They're nothing but social degenerates. Shen Bai's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling increasingly uneasy. If this group of fools confessed, he would be in trouble. The first man tied up the thugs with rope, then checked his phone for the newly arrived balance, feeling quite pleased. In just one day, he had earned over 2,000. He patted the shoulders of the others. Hurry up and thank our boss. The 4 burly men bowed in unison. Thank you, boss. Shen Bai was taken aback again, still covering the mouth of the man in black leather pants. Who exactly are you people? Yi Qingqing beamed with pride. These are my bodyguards. Are they really bodyguards? Shen Bai felt a bit dazed, unable to resist glancing at Yi Qingqing again. Who exactly are you? Yi Qingqing frowned. Are you daft? Shen Bai gritted his teeth. Fine, if you want to tell me, then forget it. Yi Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Qingqing had realized he was traversing through a novel? The first man kicked the man in black leather pants. Let us wait for the police. The thugs were already tied up, posing no threat, and the police would arrive shortly. The first man nodded, having set Qingqing's contact as his top priority, even above his own wife. He even assigned her a unique ringtone to ensure he wouldn't miss the opportunity to earn some extra cash. The underground parking lot soon dwindled to a few bound rascals, with Qingqing and Qingqing waiting for the police. As they waited, Qingqing rubbed her ankle and yawned, expressing her fatigue. I'm so tired, I think I'll lie down in the car for a bit. Just as she opened the car door, a thought crossed her mind, and she turned to Qingqing with curiosity. By the way, how come you're here? Qingqing stammered, searching for an excuse, but Qingqing quickly exclaimed, Ah, I know. You must have a house here. Qingqing nodded eagerly. Yes. I plan to buy a place here tomorrow. Qingqing shook her head, realizing he was indeed a wealthy man. A single unit here costs over 10 million. Finally, once Qingqing settled into the car, Qingqing hurriedly leaned closer, whispering a warning. You mustn't expose me. Just say you were momentarily tempted. The black leather-clad figure shook his head vigorously, thinking, how dare you make me the scapegoat? Glancing at Qingqing, who had closed her eyes and was oblivious to the commotion, Qingqing gritted his teeth and slipped a stack of cash into the leather pants. I only want you to intimidate her. Why did you take off your pants? He instructed them to keep the money safe, assuring them that he'd provide more once they were out. If you spill my secret, I'll have someone take care of you in prison. The leather-clad figure, suddenly fearful, considered the Lamborghini Qingqing drove. It was a costly mistake to offend him. Besides, he had not succeeded today, and even if caught, the sentence wouldn't be severe. Realizing this, he nodded quickly. Qingqing sighed in relief, withdrawing his hand. At that moment, the police finally arrived, and by the time they sorted everything out, it was already midnight. Qingqing had just dozed off, but now the fatigue had vanished. She glanced at Qingqing's bruised eye and blinked. Would you like me to boil you an egg for a warm compress? It works wonders. Now that he had relaxed, Qingqing finally felt the pain, and looking into Qingqing's bright, dark eyes, he found himself nodding. Qingqing jingled her keys. Let us go, anyway. Zhou Yuecheng is on a business trip tomorrow, so I don't have to work. At the mention of Zhou Yuecheng, Qingqing's expression darkened. Unable to hold back, he commented, You really like Brother Zhou, don't you? He doesn't have feelings for you. I advise you not to waste your energy. After the earlier incident, he spoke sincerely this time. Qingqing, as they walked, replied, But he pays me 500,000 a month. Qingqing clenched his jaw. Then I'll pay you 600,000 a month if you leave him. Qingqing hesitated, but then shook her head regretfully. No, I have professional ethics. Once I take the money, I must see it through. As they entered the elevator, Qingqing caught a glimpse of his bruised eye in the smooth surface and felt more annoyed. It was the first time he had been beaten up. And it was all for this woman. How infuriating. He had loved Wan Ning for many years. Qingqing sighed. Yes, so devoted.
Qingqing froze.
Looking at her in surprise. Aren't you upset? Qingqing returned his gaze with equal perplexity. Why would I be upset? I'm a top-notch maternity nurse. I'm genuinely skilled. Qingqing fell silent, astonished that Qingqing had developed such deep feelings for Zhou. Was this the essence of loving someone, loving everything about them? The elevator led directly to the villa door, where Qingqing cheerfully invited him. Don't be shy, you've done a good deed tonight. Qingqing felt guilty, recalling his plan to scare her daily, and decided to shelve it for now. Perhaps he had acted too rashly. Qingqing pulled out some eggs from the refrigerator, casually asking, Are you hungry? I plan to make myself a late-night snack. You can cook? Qingqing was surprised. The girls he knew never stepped into a kitchen. Qingqing frowned at him as though he were foolish. Do you think I'm insane enough to earn 500,000 a month and not know how to cook? What does Zhou want from me? Of course, he wants your looks. Qingqing sulked on the sofa. Having initially planned to watch Qingqing embarrass herself, but nearly became the subject of ridicule himself. After all this fuss, he was genuinely hungry. He grumbled, I want beef noodles. Qingqing eagerly opened the fridge, no problem. Big bowl or small? Do you want it spicy? Qingqing looked at her. Are you really going to cook for me? Aren't you angry about how I treated you earlier? What do you mean? You know, the money humiliation thing. I actually liked it. That left them at a loss for words. Qingqing rubbed his sore eye. Big bowl, no spice. 5 minutes later, Yi Qingqing emerged with a peeled egg. The beef needs to thaw. You should use this to warm your eye. Shen Xiai dumbly held the egg. How do I do that? I've clearly been beaten up too little. The gentle warmth was just right, easing his pain as he reclined on the sofa. They were sitting a little too close, and Yi Qingqing's arm brushed against his cheek, the fresh scent of youth invading his senses. Shen Xiai stiffened for a moment, feeling his heart race unnaturally. He awkwardly turned away, clearing his throat. I'm just hot. Yi Qingqing checked the air conditioning. I set it to 24 degrees. Are you still hot? Are you feeling weak? You're the one feeling weak. Shen Xiai glared at her. Aren't you making the noodles? Hurry. Yi Qingqing chuckled. Realizing the young man was too shy to admit his feelings, she understood. The sounds of pots clanging echoed from the kitchen, and Shen Xiai touched his still warm face, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. He must be going crazy. Yet, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the kitchen, where she moved with such energy, petite yet vibrant. Stop. He shook his head, taking a deep breath as a message from Gu Jing popped up on his phone. How did it go? Did it go smoothly? Is that woman looking desperate? Desperate? Looking miserable? Shen Xiai's eye throbbed again, recalling the events of the night. Frustrated, he tossed his phone aside. He only intended to scare her, to create a little trouble. Who knew those thugs would have such intentions? If it weren't for those burly men suddenly appearing, the thought sent chills down his spine. The sliding door of the kitchen opened, and Yi Qingqing emerged, carrying 2 steaming bowls of fragrant beef noodles. 1 big bowl of beef noodles, she announced cheerfully, placing the bowl on the table and beckoning Shen Xiai. Eat while it's hot. I guarantee it tastes wonderful. Sitting across from each other at the dining table, the rising steam made Yi Qingqing's face look somewhat hazy. Shen Xiai instinctively glanced at her, strangely feeling that she appeared more beautiful than before, even rivaling Lin Wanning. No, how could he think like that? Realizing what he was contemplating, Shen Xiai felt a surge of embarrassment. He scoffed. What skills could you possibly have? You probably don't even know if it's cooked. He then lowered his head and took a large bite of the noodles, unable to contain his saliva. The chewy noodles paired with the flavorful beef broth, with the beef sliced almost translucently, turned out to be unexpectedly delicious, compelling him to eat even more. Yi Qingqing, observing his reaction, raised an eyebrow triumphantly. So, is it good? I must tell you, this is my secret recipe. You can't find it anywhere else. Shen Xiai mumbled an affirmative, eating even faster. He suddenly realized that Yi Qingqing was nothing like Lin Wanning. They were entirely different types of people. Lin Wanning resembled a pure white lotus, emerging untainted from the mud, exuding an air of cold aloofness and elegant nobility, a beauty to be admired from afar but never to be trifled with. In stark contrast, Yi Qingqing was akin to a humble wildflower, common and unassuming, yet possessing an undeniable allure that compelled one to steal a glance. Propping her chin on her hand, Yi Qingqing observed that Shen Xiai's bowl was nearly empty and, with a cheerful smile, retrieved a payment code from the drawer. 1,000 for a large bowl, 800 for a small bowl, and the egg is complimentary. Shen Xiai was taken aback, swallowing the last mouthful of noodles before lifting his gaze, bewildered. What do you mean? Yi Qingqing pointed at the noodles in his hand. I'm not charging much. The beef is imported, the flour is also imported, and it's made with a unique artisanal technique. In truth, she could have charged him 200, but she hesitated, considering that he was the young master of the Shen family. What if he perceived her as looking down on him? That would be counterproductive. A surge of indignation washed over Shen Xiai, akin to bubbles being ruthlessly popped. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, Are you seriously charging for these noodles? Chapter 36, Unless Money Buys Favor. Yi Qingqing glanced at the bruise at the corner of his eye, feeling a flicker of guilt, knowing he had gotten hurt for her sake. All right, let us settle on 200. Honestly, I'm not making a profit. The egg is on the house. The bubbles weren't simply popped with a finger, they were smashed with a shovel. Shen Xiai promptly transferred 10,000 to her, his irritation causing the bruise at the corner of his eye to fade. I'll be back for more tomorrow. I intend to eat for 10 consecutive days. This left Yi Qingqing momentarily stunned. Was he really resorting to strong-arm tactics? How careless of her. She should have charged 10,000 per serving. Eating just noodles isn't good for the stomach. I have studied nutrition for 3 years, with certification, and my advice is that a balanced diet is healthier. With enthusiasm, Yi Qingqing pulled out her phone. Take a look at the menu. There are 24 unique dishes. I guarantee it will keep you healthy and extend your lifespan, ensuring your stamina for a night of romance. Shut up. Shin Si Bai tossed her a card. Prepare my meals with the same standards you use for Zhou Ge. Absolutely. Yi Qingqing joyfully accepted. After all, we're neighbors. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Since you're close by, I must take care of your meals. Delighted, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. But what if Lin Wanning had a baby and became overwhelmed? She could always start a housekeeping company. Suddenly filled with ambition, Yi Qingqing took out her phone. Let us exchange WeChat. As Shin Si Bai retrieved his phone, he noticed that Gu Jing had sent him several messages in rapid succession. Just how flustered is Yi Qingqing? Hurry up and send me a photo. For a fleeting moment, Shin Si Bai found Gu Jing's behavior somewhat lewd. Why was he ogling a young girl? What a disgrace. Could it be that the person he found was unreliable? Upon reading this message, Shin Si Bai realized he, too, might appear rather indecent and foolish. Gu Jing. His phone suddenly buzzed, and after finishing the last sip of soup, Shin Si Bai abruptly ended the call. Once he exited Yi Qingqing's residence, he called Gu Jing back. What's up? As Shin Si Bai's phone inadvertently brushed against the bruise by his eye, he winced in pain and snapped, Gu Jing, after all this time, I never knew you were so lewd at heart. Yi Qingqing is just a young girl, younger than us. Why do you keep pestering her for photos? Gu Jing was momentarily dumbfounded before responding. Shin Si Bai, have you lost your mind? What do you mean by a young girl? Wasn't he that your idea? Shin Si Bai huffed. I may have come up with the idea, but I didn't execute it. Gu Jing was even more perplexed. What do you mean? Are you siding with Yi Qingqing? Furrowing his brow, Gu Jing asked, Are you alright? Have you truly lost it? Shin Si Bai pressed his lips together, feeling a bit frazzled. Enough. We'll discuss this tomorrow when we meet. I got hit today and my eye hurts. Did Yi Qingqing hit you? Had he truly lost his mind? Gu Jing had more questions, but Shin Si Bai had already hung up. He walked to the underground parking garage, settled into his Lamborghini, and recalled lying to Yi Qingqing about owning a property in Tianren City. Gritting his teeth, he sent a message to his elder brother. Brother, I need a loan of 10 million. I want to buy a house. The following morning, before Yi Qingqing had fully awakened, a loud banging on the door reverberated through the house. Zhou Mixue, clad in the latest designer ensemble and sporting a limited edition handbag, shouted imperiously from outside, Yi Qingqing, I know you're in there. Hurry up and come out. What are you hiding in there for? I can see your car. 1 minute. If you don't come out, I'll just break the door down. Goodness, is this lady out of her mind? Banging on doors this early is bad for longevity. Yi Qingqing, with her disheveled hair, lethargically pulled the door open. I suggest you have a very urgent matter. Zhou Mixue, caught off guard by Yi Qingqing's words, became enraged. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Have you forgotten your place? Yi Qingqing had a serious case of morning grumpiness. Unless bribed with money, she would erupt in anger. She stared at Zhou Mixue with a blank expression, leaving her feeling uneasy. What are you doing? Be careful. I'll tell my brother. Zhou Mixue shouted, her confidence wavering, as she pushed past Yi Qingqing, trying to enter. Did I permit you to come in? Yi Qingqing said ominously, then seized Zhou Mixue by the hair and tossed her out, shutting the door with a triumphant clap. How dare she treat me like this? In the past, Zhou Mixue always bowed her head and didn't dare to speak. Now she had the audacity to strike her and tug her hair. Yi Qingqing, you're finished. Zhou Mixue resumed banging on the door. This is my brother's house. What right do you have to keep me out? Open the door. Yi Qingqing buried her head in her pillow, taking a deep breath and silently counting to 50,000 to fully awaken. With a face more ghastly than a ghost, she finally got out of bed and flung the door open. Zhou Mixue, who had been banging on the door, nearly stumbled inside, falling flat on her face. Zhou Mixue clambered to her feet, furious. Yi Qingqing, was that intentional? Yi Qingqing sighed, leaning against the wall. Didn't you guess that already? You. Zhou Mixue bit her lip, simmering with anger. Just wait. I'll definitely tell my brother. Missy, are you confused? You came to find me, not the other way around. Yi Qingqing chuckled. Will you tell your brother that you failed to cause a scene at his place? Zhou Mixue was so frustrated she fell silent, never expecting Yi Qingqing would suddenly become so sharp-tongued. She had always been so meek in the past. Yi Qingqing's morning grumpiness had subsided somewhat. She crossed her arms and regarded her. So, what brings you here? Surely it's not just to stir up trouble? Chapter 37. The Extravagances of Loving Your Brother. Zhou Mixue finally remembered her purpose. Biting her lip, she awkwardly said, You need to come out with me. I refuse.
Je vin kresoluteli dejdinet.
I've finally got a day off and plan to sleep all day. I have work tonight. 20,000. Just give me 10 minutes. What a woman whose eyes gleamed at the sight of money. Zhou Yingxue was infuriated. Is there nothing in your eyes besides money? Of course not. Qingqing swiftly turned to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, mumbling incoherently, gold and silver jewelry is also acceptable. I can accept cars and houses.
2.
Shallow woman. Zhou Yingxue scoffed, looking at her with disdain. With someone like you, you dare to dream that my brother could ever love you? What a delusion. Qingqing casually tied her hair into a bun before entering her bedroom to change into a black short-sleeved shirt and a denim skirt, completing the look with a pair of sneakers. With Zhou Yueqing absent from Jingbei, there was no need for her to adhere to his preference for white dresses. Although she had a penchant for the elegance of white attire, wearing it daily felt somewhat inauspicious to her, as she held a certain belief in superstitions. Upon hearing Zhou Yingxue's words, Qingqing paused momentarily, while tying her shoelaces, bewildered as she looked up and asked, "Why would I want your brother to fall in love with me?" Zhou Yingxue's expression grew increasingly disdainful. "What are you pretending for? If you didn't love my brother, would you be living in his house and accepting his money? Isn't it simply to take advantage and replace sister waning?" Qingqing licked her lips. "There is some truth in your first statement. I admit I do love your brother." Before Zhou Yingxue could unleash her fury, Qingqing leisurely completed her thought. "I love the material benefits that come with him." Zhou Yingxue's anger flared even more. "You only want him for his money. You vain and shallow woman. I'm going to tell my brother. Is this young lady out of her mind? Does it really matter whether I love him or not?" Qingqing, unwilling to continue this conversation with the seemingly neurotic young lady, swiftly changed the subject. "Where exactly are we going?" After her inquiry, a hint of shyness and embarrassment appeared on Zhou Yingxue's face. "Just follow me closely. No need for unnecessary chatter." Today, she intended to confess to a boy, but he came from a modest background, and her circle was quite affluent. She feared rejection from him, and even more, she dreaded becoming the subject of ridicule. Yet, it was her first time making a bold confession, and she felt somewhat daunted doing it alone. After much contemplation, she thought of Qingqing, feeling that she was the most suitable companion. Moreover, this boy attended the same school as Qingqing. Qingqing raised an eyebrow, realizing she was being summoned to play the role of a sidekick. Nevertheless, with the promise of monetary compensation, she was too indifferent to inquire further. The two of them drove the pink sports car Zhou Yingxue had purchased that day to Jingbei Vocational College, attracting many curious glances along the way. Qingqing remained silently cooperative until Zhou Yingxue pulled her aside, sneakily hiding behind a tree. Feeling her bun being flattened under Zhou Yingxue's grip, Qingqing could no longer suppress her irritation. "What on earth are you up to? Just so we're clear, I won't partake in any thievery. I can't afford to end up behind bars for 20,000. Zhou Yingxue, already feeling anxious, darkened her expression upon hearing Qingqing's words. "Do you think I need to take the exam after being with my brother? Who told you I came to steal?" As she concluded, her voice heightened in indignation. Qingqing pointed at her suspicious posture. "Then what are you doing? Are you planning to relieve yourself behind the tree? Do the wealthy have such peculiar hobbies?" Zhou Yingxue's face stiffened as she glanced down at her short skirt and high heels, contorting her body in an awkward manner. After a moment of silence, she straightened up abruptly, gritting her teeth as she attempted to explain. I'm here too." But before she could finish, a cold voice interrupted them. Zhou Yingxue jumped in surprise, her face gradually turning red as she nervously fidgeted with her clothing, calling out sweetly, "Brother Yan." Qingqing frowned and turned to see a man she recognized, a prominent figure at Jingbei Vocational College, who despite his impoverished background, excelled academically and earned scholarships year after year. Seeing Zhou Yingxue's demeanor, it seemed she had feelings for this young man. However, her gaze shifted to the girl standing behind Song Yan, Su Xinshi, who also came from a humble background yet was academically accomplished. It was rumored that she and Song Yan were neighbors, and although their relationship had never been explicitly defined, the school community regarded them as a couple. Zhou Yingxue, fidgeting, retrieved a bank card from her bag. "I heard about your mother's situation, and this card has 1,000,000 yuan in it. Please take it and use it." Song Yan frowned deeply. "Zhou Yingxue, what do you mean by this?" Zhou Yingxue quickly replied, "I mean no offense. I only wish to help you. Yan, I like you." Song Yan's brow remained furrowed, his tone unyielding. "I don't need it." He exhibited a proud demeanor that showed no inclination to be swayed by money. Qingqing silently cursed him as foolish, but refrained from speaking, knowing her role was merely to assist. Zhou Yingshua's eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling as she declared, Yan, I know you are not materialistic, but I genuinely want to help you. She then pressed the card into Song Yan's hand. My feelings for you are sincere. To her astonishment, Song Yan sneered coldly. Discarding the card on the ground, I don't need your hypocritical charity. Su Xinshi then chimed in. Miss Zhou, you are oblivious to the struggles of others. But there's no need to insult us with your money. Are you trying to buy Yan's affection with cash? I'll tell you this. Don't underestimate the poor youth. Song Yan remained indifferent, clearly endorsing Su Xinshi's stance. Zhou Yingshuo looked mortified, her usual arrogance replaced by a pitiable humility. That's not what I meant by now. A crowd had gathered, pointing and mocking Zhou Yingshuo, who was on the verge of tears. Su Xinshi's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Zhou Yingshuo had attempted to approach Yan with her family's wealth, but she would not let her off easily. She intended to reject Zhou Yingshuo's offer of money repeatedly, ultimately forcing Yan to dislike her even more. As the onlookers multiplied, Zhou Yingshuo's embarrassment deepened, prompting Su Xinshi to suggest with a smirk, if you truly mean no harm, then apologize sincerely, and Yan might reluctantly accept. Before she could finish, Qingqing dashed forward. Picking up the discarded card with concern, Miss Zhou, they don't need it, but I do. Since they're so proud, how can you not help them? I believe they will overcome their challenges. After all, do not underestimate the youth in poverty, do not underestimate the middle-aged in poverty, do not underestimate the elderly in poverty. The deceased deserve great respect. Come on, bestow your charity upon me. I welcome this humiliation. Zhou Yingshuo was taken aback by Qingqing's words, but the diversion eased her discomfort, and her expression lightened. She nodded, then it's yours. Su Xinshi, flustered, exclaimed loudly, Zhou Yingshuo, are you doing this on purpose? Yan's mother is gravely ill. You would let him suffer without help. What a moral kidnapping. Zhou Yingshuo's expression softened slightly, about to speak when Qingqing interjected. Excuse me, I knew you were so fair-skinned. You must have a kind heart. You and Song Yan are childhood friends, right? This is the moment to test your feelings. You wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, would you? Surely, you will help Song Yan with your lotus-like heart? Su Xinshi's expression froze, biting her lower lip. I have no money. No, you do. Qingqing asserted with conviction. After all, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Spiritual wealth is more significant than material wealth. What do these two have to do with each other? Seeing the crowd nodding in agreement, Song Yan's expression darkened, and he finally spoke again. Zhou Yingshuo, while I cannot reciprocate your feelings, I understand your intentions are good. Qingqing interrupted once more. Rest assured, our young lady will not coerce you into accepting this money. After all, this money was intended to humiliate me. I am more than willing to accept it. Su Xinshi glared at Qingqing with hostility. Who are you? This is not your place to speak. Qingqing gently wiped away her tears and lamented. We are both lost souls in this vast world. My father and Song Yanji's father were once companions at the mahjong table. I imagine they are still colleagues behind iron bars. If it weren't for the constant support from the young lady, I might not have managed to secure my internship. At that moment, someone from the onlookers chimed in. Indeed. I know Qingqing. She is quite impoverished. Her daily meals consist solely of steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Another added. Yes, I know her too. Her tuition is funded by some loan scheme. Qingqing had become somewhat of a well-known figure at school, primarily due to her extreme poverty. She spent her days either working in the cafeteria or the library, making her presence in the music department particularly incongruous. Moreover, her delicate and fragile appearance easily evoked a protective instinct in boys, which led to resentment from many girls. Chen Jiao's bullying of her stemmed from this very reason. Su Xinshi furrowed her brow and could not help but speak up again, but that money was given to Yanji by Zhou Yingshuo. Yet he claims he does not need it. Qingqing blinked. I am different. I do need it. How audaciously she justified her theft. Song Yanji gazed intently at Zhou Yingshuo. Is this your intention as well? What you say is indeed quite reasonable. Zhou Yingshuo suddenly came to a realization and hurriedly nodded. Yes, Yanji, I was wrong. I will never give you money again. For so long, it had been Zhou Yingshuo pursuing him, offering money, which he would nobly refuse, waiting for her to flatter him time and again before reluctantly accepting. To his surprise, this time it was different. Song Yanji took a deep breath. His long-standing pride prevented him from asking for money again, so he feigned indifference. Zhou Yingshuo, you had best keep your word. Qingqing quickly nodded in agreement. Rest assured.
If she gives you another penny, she's a dog.
Zhou Xue. Su Xinshue's pretty face twisted in anger. Yanji, let us go. Your mother is still in the hospital waiting for you. You haven't had a proper meal in a month. With that, she dragged Song Yanji away, her demeanor as if she had suffered a great injustice. Indeed, Zhou Xue's heart ached again, biting her lip. She was about to chase after them when Qingqing intercepted her. You wouldn't want to go after them, would you? Zhou Xue shot her a glare. Who are you to decide for me? Had it not been for the million at stake, she would not have bothered with this mentally unstable young lady. Yet Zhou Xue suddenly deflated, shaking her head listlessly. Forget it. It will only make Yanji dislike me more. Qingqing sighed. Do you truly have feelings for that man with a furrowed brow? Is your judgment somewhat flawed? Zhou Xue became agitated again. What do you know? Do you think Yanji is like you, only concerned with money? He is a noble and talented person. Only his family is unfortunate, and luck has not favored him. Have you heard the saying, do not despise the youth in poverty? It is not something an ordinary person can utter. This clueless young lady had a certain charm about her. Qingqing calmed her down. Yes, you are absolutely right. Zhou Xue, sullen, climbed into the car. If only I were a child from an ordinary family, then Yanji would not be so resistant towards me.
No.
Qingqing was suddenly alarmed. Zhou Xue's family's decline implied that Zhou Yueqing was failing too.
No.
Anyone could go bankrupt, but Zhou Yueqing must not. If he went bankrupt, she would be out of a job. A cold sweat broke out at the thought. The young lady should fall in love with a wealthy heir, not meddle with a poor boy. She must eliminate Zhou Xue's romantic delusions. Since you are so fond of him, why not let me assist you? Qingqing wore a sincere smile. I guarantee that Song Yanji will fall in love with you. Chapter 39. The young lady's insults are quite proficient. Zhou Xue's eyes gradually lit up. Really? She then pouted and shook her head. I don't believe you. Qingqing leisurely tapped her seatbelt. We can sign a contract. If Song Yanji falls for you, you'll give me 1,000,000. If he does not, I shall be a dog. Zhou Xue found it somewhat strange. Shouldn't it be, if he cannot love me, you give me 1,000,000? Qingqing scoffed. What is more important, money or integrity? So it is settled. Qingqing languidly leaned back against the car seat. I have guaranteed you my integrity. Do you still not believe me? Zhou Xue felt this to be quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. Deal. Brother Bai? What are you doing here? Zhou Xue frowned, glancing at Qingqing when a thought struck her. You aren't here to cause trouble for this woman, are you? Shen Bai also frowned. What are you doing here? Looking for trouble with Qingqing? Zhou Xue pouted discontentedly. How could that be? I am doing business with Qingqing. Just so we're clear, I won't allow you to cause her any trouble these next few days. Shen Bai replied curtly. Business? Qingqing currently counts as my half-cook. Don't interfere. Seeing their confrontation, Qingqing quickly opened the door and welcomed them. No, we are all bosses here. Let's not spoil the camaraderie. Shen Bai glanced at Zhou Xue, entered without ceremony, and plopped down on the sofa. I am hungry. Qingqing made an okay gesture. Just a moment, I will go change my clothes. By the way, there is broccoli and steak in the fridge. Should I stir-fry some vegetables? At her suggestion, Shen Bai truly felt a pang of hunger.
Today,
he had nearly been driven to madness by Gu Jing, who insisted he find someone to deal with Qingqing. The people outside were unreliable. What if he ended up hiring another group of lowlifes like yesterday? Though Qingqing was infuriating, she was not so terrible as to warrant death. He had not sunk that low. Shen Bai rubbed his stomach. I want a big bowl. To be fair, Qingqing's cooking was indeed delicious. No wonder Zhou Go was willing to spend so much to hire her as a stand-in. It seemed quite worth it. He had never said she could not take on a part-time job. Qingqing counted her fingers. A big bowl is 1,000, a small bowl is 800. If you want to eat, you must pay. Do not slander me with baseless accusations. If anyone were to accuse, it would be me benefiting from you. Shen Bai scoffed. This is just a 10,000 yuan deal, but you paid me 1,000,000. Shen Bai was displeased. Are you saying my offer was too low? Qingqing gave him a knowing look and then sauntered into the kitchen. Zhou Xue and Shen Bai exchanged glances, sitting silently on the sofa. After a long while, Zhou Xue could no longer hold her tongue. Brother Bai, although Qingqing and my brother are impossible, you cannot steal from him, right? You two are brothers. Shen Bai's expression darkened. Where did you see me stealing from Zhou Ge? I would never look at a woman like Qingqing. To me, she is just a poor cook. Just as he finished speaking, he looked up to see Qingqing standing at the kitchen door with a bemused expression. And his heart raced. Had she heard him? In truth, he did not mean it that way. Yi Qingqing pressed her lips together. Just so you know, the stir-fried dishes are also 1,000. I will deduct it directly from the card. Shen Sibai gritted his teeth. Understood. That poor woman. Yi Qingqing then turned to Zhou Yingxue. Are you really not going to have a bowl of noodles? I can throw in an egg. Zhou Yingxue turned her head away in disdain. Only a dog would eat the food you make. I only eat the craft of 5-star chefs. The young lady's skill in insults is quite refined. With a single sentence, she managed to insult both her brother and Shen Sibai.
Ye vink siket internale.
Then turned back to the kitchen to continue her role as a cook. At 12:30, 3 people sat at the dining table. Yi Qingqing and Shen Sibai were enthusiastically consuming their noodles, while Zhou Yingxue swallowed hard with a sullen face. Are you on a diet? Why aren't you eating? Yi Qingqing sipped her noodle soup and, with glistening oil on her lips, sincerely remarked, You are not actually fat. It's just your legs that are a bit thick. You don't need to lose weight. Really? Zhou Yingxue stood up in a huff. I will order the most expensive takeout. I refuse to eat this lousy noodle. Shen Sibai took a bite of beef, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. Yingxue, that takeout is hardly fit for a dog. You should indulge in something better. This young lady had quite a temper and enjoyed complaining. Shen Sibai found it tiresome to engage with her, knowing that provoking her would only lead to unnecessary trouble for himself. As the meal concluded, Yi Qingqing began ushering everyone out. I have work tonight. You may leave now. Zhou Yingxue protested. But you promised to help me pursue Yanji. Yi Qingqing looked at her in disbelief. Miss, the poor fellow's mother is on the verge of death. And you still wish to chase after him? Isn't that courting ridicule? Remember, men are naturally drawn to the chase. They need to be the ones pursuing. The peculiar logic struck Shen Sibai as oddly reasonable. He regarded her with suspicion. Is that how you feel about Brother Zhou too? Not at all. My feelings for the boss are genuine, she replied. I truly love his wealth. Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's somewhat revealing statement, Shen Sibai felt a twinge of discomfort. He scoffed and reiterated his previous sentiment. Brother Zhou would never fancy you. That's sheer fantasy. Zhou Yingxue nodded in agreement. Only a woman like Wan Ning is worthy of being my sister-in-law. Though you are not unattractive, you pale in comparison to her. In her eyes, Lin Wan Ning represented her next employer. Why would she compare herself to her boss? Feeling drained, Yi Qingqing realized that communicating with the wealthy was indeed challenging. She opened the door wide. Young master, miss, take care, I shan't see you off. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Tianren City, Chun Meru and Li Xiangqiang gazed in awe at the opulent villas. Is that wretched girl truly living here? Xiangqiang, you must be mistaken. Li Xiangqiang's greedy eyes scanned the luxury cars parked outside. Yi Qingqing has become quite remarkable. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen her on video yesterday. She's now a major internet celebrity, earning hundreds of thousands in tips overnight. That heartless girl. Chun Meru cursed vehemently. After earning so much money and living in such a lavish house, she won't even part with 50,000 for Yang Yang's piano. Li Xiangqiang scoffed. Today, we'll demand 100,000. Otherwise, I shall tarnish her reputation and expose her online. Those internet celebrities fear nothing more. Feeling as though he had discovered Yi Qingqing's Achilles heel, Li Xiangqiang rubbed his hands together in anticipation. After all, she is your daughter. Isn't it only natural for a mother to live with her daughter? I propose we move in with Yang Yang in a few days. Over time, this house will belong to him. Chun Meru's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Yang Yang will have no trouble finding a wife in the future. While they indulged in dreams of a bright future, the security guard at the entrance approached with a furrowed brow. What are you two sneaking around for? I know all the residents here, and you certainly don't look the part, arriving on an electric bike. Chun Meru straightened up. How dare you speak to me like that? My daughter lives here. Be careful, or I'll have her file a complaint against you. The guard scrutinized her suspiciously. Which villa does your daughter occupy? Chun Meru fell silent. She had no idea where Yi Qingqing resided. Li Xiangqiang's eyes darted, and he quickly retrieved his phone, displaying a photo of Yi Qingqing. This is our daughter, Yi Qingqing. She's a big internet star now. Let us in. The guard recognized Yi Qingqing. She was affiliated with Mr. Zhou. Chun Meru, fearing disbelief, flipped through her phone to show another picture. Look, this is a family photo of us four. The image depicted a young Yi Qingqing, shyly gazing at the camera. This photo was taken when she was 18, when Chun Meru and her husband had feigned kindness to trick her into helping them secure her scholarship by throwing her a birthday party. At that time, The girl had been so moved that she had given them all her savings. The guard took a cautious glance, finally convinced. You may enter. Mixue resides in Building 1. Chunmeru, satisfied, tucked her phone away, unwilling to delete the photo that occasionally stirred Qingqing's emotions. The two strode into the villa complex with an air of superiority, but the estate was vast and nearly deserted, forcing them to wander for nearly an hour before locating Building 1. At that moment, Qingqing Bai and Zhou Yingxue had just exited, engaged in conversation at the door. Zhou Yingxue shot a look at Qingqing Bai. What about you? Qingqing Bai's expression stiffened, awkwardly rubbing his nose. What does it matter to me? Zhou Yingxue rolled her eyes. Don't think I can't see through you. You have a crush on her.
Qingqing faz paled.
Yingxue, don't spout nonsense. How could I possibly be interested in such a woman? She's uncouth and hypocritical, her mind solely occupied with wealth. Zhou Yingxue huffed indignantly. You're lying. You just devoured 2 bowls of noodles. How can you claim you don't appreciate her cooking? Qingqing Bai sighed in relief, about to speak when a woman with a sharp voice interrupted. Who are you two? What are you doing in front of my daughter's house? My daughter? Both turned to see a pair of ordinary-looking, middle-aged individuals standing at the door, the woman holding her head high with an air of arrogance. Chunmeru glared at Qingqing Bai and Zhou Yingxue before pushing past them and knocking on the door loudly. Qingqing, open the door, it's Mom. Qingqing's parents. Qingqing Bai and Zhou Yingxue exchanged glances, their intention to leave thwarted. Li Xiangqiang pulled out his phone, recording a video. Make sure you cry convincingly. People love to see that these days. Qingqing had just applied a facial mask, ready to enjoy a peaceful sleep, when her frustration surged. What in the world is going on today? Women are arriving, men are arriving, the young and the old alike. Is there no end to this? Is it so difficult for me to get some sleep? With a dark expression, she flung open the door, fixing a cold stare on Li Meru. Do you think I have any money to spare? But Li Xiangqiang rushed forward, phone raised, pleading, Qingqing, have some pity for your mother. You've earned so much money. We only need 100,000. Your brother is still a child. Can you bear to see him sad? After a few days of absence, the price had seemingly increased. Qingqing, hands on her hips, ripped off her mask to reveal her smooth, pale face. I earn 1,800 a month. Are you out of your mind? Asking me for 100,000 to buy your son a piano? Li Xiangqiang was momentarily taken aback, then shot a look at Li Meru.
Cry.
Chunmeru finally caught on, launching into a dramatic lament. Qingqing, your mother has raised you with great difficulty. There's no credit for the hardships I've endured. She collapsed on the ground, sobbing about her struggles during pregnancy and the trauma of childbirth, her tale so sorrowful it could move mountains. Li Xiangqiang chimed in, raising his phone. Qingqing, have some compassion for your mother. She's getting on in years, just asking for 100,000. Qingqing, overwhelmed by the noise, crouched down to look at the snot-nosed, tear-streaked Chunmeru and sighed. Did you stew the goose? A goose? What goose? Are you talking about stewing a goose? Chunmeru gasped, nearly fainting from the sudden onslaught. Li Xiangqiang quickly supported her, angrily shouting, Qingqing, do you have no conscience? Your mother is in such a state, and you still mention a goose? Thinking of the expensive fish and beef he had purchased last time, he felt a pang of regret. He hadn't eaten a single bite of meat. All that wretched girl had left him was soup. At this moment, Zhou Yingxue began to understand somewhat. She looked at Qingqing in confusion. Is this really your mother? It's just 100,000 yuan, isn't it?
Just give it to her.
At her age, crying so pitifully. After saying this, she kindly helped Chunmeru to her feet. Aunt, you must be nearly 70, right? At your age, you should take care of your health. My grandfather used to get angry all the time, and it eventually led to his hypertension and he just disappeared. Chapter 41. The Depth of Love and Responsibility. Although she had a temper, Zhou Yingxue understood the importance of respecting the elderly and caring for the young from an early age, so her words were quite sincere. Moreover, she usually interacted with wealthy ladies who took good care of themselves, so she naturally placed Chunmeru in that category, assuming her to be in her 60s. In reality, Chunmeru was only 50 years old. Women, by nature, are very sensitive about age, especially when they are slightly older but not yet fully aged. Chunmeru pointed at Zhou Yingxue, her eyes rolling back in anger, before she fainted. Zhou Yingxue was startled and quickly stood up, looking at Qingqing anxiously. Quick. Call 120. She must have hypertension. My grandfather passed away the same way. Li Xiangqiang glared at Zhou Yingxue in fury. Are you a friend of Yi Qingqing? Birds of a feather flock together. All you do is curse. Zhou Yingxue innocently pointed at herself. Are you cursing me? Li Xiangqiang, now a bit dizzy with anger, inadvertently became rougher with his actions, causing Chen Meru to cry out in pain, waking her up. Zhou Yingxue smiled genuinely. That's great, she's fine. No need to thank me. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but laugh, patting Zhou Yingxue on the shoulder. Young lady, you are indeed both innocent and kind. Zhou Yingxue awkwardly cleared her throat. You should give them the 100,000 yuan. They look so pitiful. Yi Qingqing ground her teeth and leaned in to whisper a single word in her ear. Get lost.
You.
Zhou Yingxue widened her eyes, flames shooting from her beautiful eyes. How dare you curse me? Chen Meru weakly stood up, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. Qingqing, are you really going to be so heartless to me? Yi Qingqing smiled slightly and replied, you all can get lost too. She had had enough. Everyone was disturbing her sleep. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut, startling everyone outside. Zhou Yingxue vented her frustration by kicking the door and then glanced at Chen Meru and Li Xiangqiang. Look at what kind of daughter you've raised. All she thinks about is money. If it were me, I would just cut ties with her. They come here begging her for money? It's just 100,000 yuan. How can you have no backbone for the sake of money? Li Xiangqiang, with a darkened face, watched the recorded video, steeling himself. Since Yi Qingqing wouldn't yield to soft tactics, he had no choice but to resort to harder ones. Shen Sibai, who had remained silent throughout, thought to himself that with such peculiar parents, it was no wonder Yi Qingqing held money in such high regard. They were simply pushing her. As evening approached, a drowsy Yi Qingqing received a phone call. Yi Qingqing, I'm giving you one last chance. Will you give the 100,000 or not? Give it to your mother. Li Xiangqiang, taken aback by the threatening call, clenched his teeth. Fine, you can give it to my mother, but she's old and doesn't have a bank card. Yi Qingqing sat up in bed, her curly hair giving her a somewhat wild appearance. She chuckled, then give it to your grandmother, and hung up the phone. Li Xiangqiang stared blankly at his phone, slowly realizing that Yi Qingqing was mocking him. Well, Yi Qingqing, you asked for it. At 7:30 p.m., Yi Qingqing's live stream already had tens of thousands of viewers waiting. Li Chengquan excitedly sat in the backstage office, instructing everyone, prepare everything. Monitor the data at all times. As long as today's figures hold steady, our company will witness the rise of a new star. To avoid clashing with Yi Qingqing's schedule, all other streamers of similar content had chosen to change their timings, resulting in a continuous increase in viewers for Yi Qingqing's stream. At that moment, a young man stumbled into the office. Manager Li, something terrible has happened. Li Chengquan, thrilled by the rising numbers, immediately frowned. How many times have I told you?
Stay calm. What are you shouting about?
The young man trembled as he pulled out his phone. It stirred on Yi Qingqing. A couple claiming to be her parents released a video online. You have to see this. The viral headline read, The Moneyless Sister, with millions in assets. She refuses to give even 100,000 to her parents. She values money over family ties. No conscience. May the heavens strike her. Li Qingquan's hand shook, and he erupted in curses. This is slander. It's definitely a plot from the rival family to create negative publicity. Contact Yi Qingqing immediately and clarify. Otherwise, during the stream, won't we be torn apart? Thinking of this, he hurriedly called Gu Jing. President Gu, something terrible has happened. Gu Jing, enjoying the video, impatiently replied, What is it? President, Yi Qingqing has been blackened. Gu Jing chuckled, I know. This is brilliant. Why didn't I think of this sooner?
What?
Li Chengquan suspected he misheard, wondering if Gu Jing had lost his mind. Gu Jing casually rested his legs on the table, smiling as he spoke. Let Yi Qingqing go live on schedule. That clarification video? No need to shoot. The comment control? No need for that either. Li Chengquan truly did not understand, cautiously voicing, President, if we do this, it will be very difficult for Yi Qingqing to rise, and she may even face being banned. Gu Jing scoffed. Every streamer must go through such trials. How can one grow without facing adversity? ISNT exactly what I wanted to see, Yi Qingqing being criticized across the internet? If I had known it was this simple, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble yesterday to find some supporters and spend $1 million. Li Chengquan stared at the hung-up call, deeply shaken by the phrase, no harm, no growth. He never expected that President Gu would care for Yi Qingqing to such an extent. Wasn't this the essence of deep love and profound responsibility? To help Yi Qingqing grow quickly, President Gu was enduring inner turmoil yet still managed to speak lightly, saying no need to worry. He solemnly set his phone down and commanded, "Everyone, go live as usual, let the negative opinions online develop freely. We must believe in Qingqing. She will surely resolve everything perfectly." Those who received the notification felt uneasy. Who exactly was Qingqing? Even in such circumstances, she could still go live normally? Only Chen Jiaojiao, disguised under a pseudonym, was squatting in Qingqing's live stream, excited and furious. Today, she was determined to tear Qingqing apart. Chapter 42. No money. Just kick. In Gu Jing's office, Shen Sibai pursed his lips and, after a long silence, spoke. "Isn't what we're doing too cruel?" "What?" Gu Jing looked at him in surprise. "Cruel to whom? Qingqing? Have you lost your mind?" Shen Sibai awkwardly gazed out the window. "What I mean is, she is still Zhou Ji's person. If Zhou Ge finds out, he will surely be angry." Gu Jing scoffed. "You probably don't know, do you? Zhou Ge is out of town and Wan Ning is there too." Upon hearing Lin Wan Ning's name, Shen Sibai immediately forgot about Qingqing's situation. How is that possible? Wan Ning abroad? Do you think Zhou Ge will have time to care about that inferior substitute, Qingqing, when he sees Wan Ning? Gu Jing frowned and warned, "Xiao Bai, enough is enough. You know very well that Wan Ning belongs to Zhou Ge." Shen Sibai sat back down. Casting a sidelong glance at Gu Jing, "Don't think I don't know your feelings for Wan Ning. My feelings for sister Wan Ning are merely those of sibling affection. It is you who should exercise restraint." Gu Jing's expression darkened, transitioning to a sorrowful acceptance of unfulfilled desires. "I have never harbored grand aspirations. She is a dream that remains tantalizingly out of reach. My only wish is for her happiness, and no one should be allowed to harm her. Not even Qingqing has that right." Gu Jing found himself perplexed by Shen Sibai's sudden magnanimity. This lad had previously been known for his vindictive nature. Qingqing had certainly caused them no small amount of discomfort, albeit unintentionally, and it was unreasonable to let her off so easily. Shen Sibai evaded his probing gaze, declaring that she was not worth their efforts. Gu Jing scoffed, asserting that Xiao Bai underestimated her, having climbed the towering tree that is Zhou Ge. It was hard to believe she would relinquish her hold so readily. Shen Sibai, uncertain, merely mumbled, "Well, let's discuss it later." With that, he rose and departed, anxious to check on Qingqing's live stream. He worried that the vain woman would not be reduced to tears by that frenzied mob tonight. Though he was not involved in the online world, he was aware of the terrifying nature of cyberbullying. Some lunatics were indiscriminate in their rage, venting their emotions without regard. Some even resorted to doxing, escalating online harm into the real world, and it was not uncommon for the fragile to succumb to despair. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Sibai pressed the accelerator, his concern intensifying. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qingqing prepared a cup of goji berry tea in her thermos and logged into her mobile game, punctually on time. The live stream had already amassed an astonishing audience of 300,000. Li Chengquan stood nervously in the background, issuing commands. "If anyone says anything particularly insulting, kick them out of the stream immediately." Although President Gu had advised against interference as the boss, he understood that he needed to manage things discreetly. He comprehended the underlying message. Indeed, concealed affection runs the deepest. As soon as the live stream commenced, Qingqing was overwhelmed by a barrage of comments.
Yeving.
"You have no money. Get out of the streaming world. You lack even the basic virtue of filial piety. Such a person does not deserve to live.
Go die.
Refund us. Return our donations from yesterday." Qingqing was baffled by their accusations, but she clearly understood the demand for refunds. So, she leisurely lifted her thermos, exhaled a puff of warm air, and replied, "Refunds are impossible, but you are welcome to leave the group." Such audacity. This woman was simply insufferable. The commenters grew even angrier. Where are the platform's moderators? Is anyone in charge? We will all report her. Ban her. Stop the stream. Qingqing found amusement in their fury, opting not to engage in the game and instead directly opened her microphone. To this friend, "I thank you and your ancestors for your generosity. Please hasten to have me stop streaming." The comment section fell silent for a moment before someone typed, "Don't fall for her tricks. If we successfully report her, we will lose track of her." Yes, everyone, do not act impulsively. This woman is intentional, despicable. She is too vile. The number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise, swiftly surpassing 1 million. Qingqing rested her chin in one hand, her other hand diving into the game, the noise echoing loudly enough for all present to hear. No way. I must have misheard. What is she doing?
Ah,
What is she doing? She asks, playing a game.
how dare she? There are so many of us.
And she is ignoring us all. Qingqing glanced at the live stream chat. You expect me to speak when you haven't even sent any gifts? Stop the nonsense. Li Chunquan wiped the sweat from his brow. This Qingqing was truly audacious. She was completely disregarding the norms, and he, as an audience member, would have been infuriated as well. Chen Jiao furiously typed, Qingqing, hurry up and die. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to live. A disloyal and unfilial wretch does not deserve to breathe. Why don't you go die? The repeated calls for death widened Li Qingquan's eyes, and he hastily shouted, quickly, mute this person. Chen Jiao realized she could no longer comment and calmly switched to another account, proudly declaring, still dare to mute me? This is the mark of a guilty conscience. Qingqing, you deserve to die. Having just been eliminated in the game. Qingqing cast a dark glance at the screen before putting down her phone, speaking calmly. Dear friend, may I ask if you have sent any gifts? Chen Jiao snapped. Why would I give you gifts? What are you even worth? Qingqing nodded thoughtfully, then lightly tapped the screen. From now on, those who send gifts worth 1,000 can insult me once. Those who send 10,000 can insult me 20 times. And those who send over 100,000 can say whatever they like without being muted. My live stream is all about free expression. However, I must reiterate that I am a person of principles. No money, no participation. The comments section erupted into chaos. Make her pay for this. Let us see how many she can kick. Qingqing nonchalantly turned off her camera, leaving only the microphone active, and sweetly stated, without gifts, the host won't be reading the comments. At that moment, a yacht roared past, and Qingqing cheerfully turned on her camera. Thank you to the cotton candy baby for the gift. Now, let the insults begin. The cotton candy user, who had just sent a gift and was ready to hurl insults, suddenly fell silent, hesitating before typing clumsily. Why do you place such importance on money? Those are your biological parents. The comments section erupted with agreement. Exactly, you've earned so much money. Your mother nearly fainted from crying, yet you refuse to part with any. What a heartless, cold-blooded person. Finally, after losing another game, Qingqing set her phone down and frowned in confusion. Whose biological parents? The comments section grew more incensed. You still pretend to be ignorant? Don't you know your own parents? We've seen the video clearly. It's you. Filial piety is a matter of course. Regrettably, morality had always been her Achilles heel. Are you referring to Ms. Chen, who left home a mere few days after giving birth to me, and Mr. Li, who demanded money the moment he saw me? I have no choice. After all, when my grandmother passed, they even withheld my scholarship. I was already broke. They wanted money to buy a piano for their precious darling. Since you are all so benevolent, I've provided the piano link below for kind-hearted individuals to purchase. The comment section fell silent for a moment, and Chen Jiao, unwilling to concede, switched accounts once more. Regardless, she gave birth to you. How can you speak to her like that? You are heartless. You deserve to die. She is your mother. Qingqing smirked. No, she is your mother. Chen Jiao was furious. The host has insulted me. Is there no one to intervene? Qingqing's finger flicked slightly, successfully kicking Chen Jiao out of the live stream. This person has not sent any gifts. She is a hater. A true hater. Sister, do you not have a clear understanding of yourself? Which of the viewers here is a true fan?
Huh?
Chen Jiao's numerous accounts, which she had registered at great expense, were swiftly eliminated. Clinging to her last account, she was infuriated and boldly sent a gift. I've sent a gift. I have the right to speak now. You cannot kick me. Qingqing casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, munching as she nodded. Go ahead, speak. Another wave of airplane emojis flew across the screen, obscuring her display. What is happening? Who is this? Did I finish speaking? You only send gifts? Do you have any decency? Chen Jiao was on the verge of madness. Yesterday, a big brother received a call from Qingqing, continuing the unfinished business from the day before, and slowly typed a line. This is my stage now. Chen Jiao. Sometimes, cursing is truly not her fault. Qingqing chuckled, spitting out a sunflower seed shell, and cheerily greeted. Oh, the big brother is here. Has your wife divorced you? What a tactless remark. The big brother beside her grumbled. I demand to continue the connection. The comments section erupted with scorn. Is this man insane? No wonder his wife wants a divorce. If it were me, I would have him eating grass. Truly, at such a time, He still flirts with the streamer. This woman, without money, would do anything for it. I bet she will dance today. Qingqing raised a finger. That old boat ticket from yesterday, 1T get you on today as ship. Connecting is fine. But you need to shower me with gifts first. Gu Jing, clutching his phone, cursed a particularly vulgar phrase, then angrily said, give me gifts. Thankfully, today, there was no competition. Thus, the big brother continued to shower gifts, securing his top position and finally connected, urgently stating, no dancing today. I want you to apologize to your parents in front of the entire nation. Not just verbally, but on your knees. This was Gu Jing's demand. The entire internet was in an uproar. Shin Sibai clenched his fists. Gu Jing had truly gone too far. How could he pressure Qingqing like this? Her parents were hardly virtuous. Why should she kneel and apologize? Only Chen Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled, and she quickly typed a 666 to show her support. Yes. Make her kneel and apologize. Apologize. Must apologize. Traditional virtues must not be lost. The streamer must kneel. In an instant, a wave of followers filled the screen. Li Qingquan grew anxious. What should he do? Qingqing was now in a tight spot. If she didn't comply with the big brother's demands, she would likely be ruthlessly criticized tomorrow. Yet, Qingqing calmly tossed the seed shell into the trash, took a sip of tea to soothe her throat, and then spoke. Kneeling to apologize comes at a different price.
Gasp.
Someone in front of the screen nearly spat out a mouthful of black blood. How utterly shameless. This was no streamer. She was clearly a capitalistic scoundrel. The big brother had already showered gifts, and she still dared to mention a different price. Just how audacious was she? The big brother gritted his teeth and squeezed out, you are being unreasonable. I will report you. I want you off the internet. Qingqing with tears brimming. Open another durian. Big brother, you are such a good person. The big brother took a deep breath. All right, you don't have to kneel, but surely you can apologize to your parents? No problem. Surprisingly, Qingqing readily agreed. The comments section fell silent, all waiting for her to apologize. Qingqing pushed aside the durian flesh, leaned in, and inhaled deeply, nearly gagging. Apologies, apologies. The smell is a bit overwhelming. I lost my composure. She smiled shyly, her demeanor innocent and carefree, then pinched her nose and spoke into the camera. Miss Chen, Mr. Li, I apologize. I should not have let you stew a goose in an iron pot. Concurrently in the live broadcast room, Chen Meru and Li Xiangqiang's expressions darkened. They were infuriated. The big brother frowned. Is that it? Qingqing took a bite of durian, relishing the flavor. She closed her eyes in enjoyment. What else should it be? The comments began to flood in. This is an apology with flavor.
Damn.
I suddenly want to eat durian. Don't you think the streamer's apology is insincere? The big brother gritted his teeth. Your apology lacks sincerity. Chapter 44. Does an apology need sincerity? Qingqing looked at the screen, bewildered. Does an apology need sincerity?
This.
She was utterly at a loss for words. The big brother, infuriated, wanted to retort, but Qingqing had already cut off the connection. Sorry, your connection time is up. If you wish to continue, please send gifts. To be fair, the woman without money seems quite pitiful. Her parents do not appear to be good people. Upstairs, there are no faultless parents in this world. No matter what, she is still the streamer's mother. Exactly, what parents do not love their children? I see they're also forced into a corner. Moral coercion is wrong. Qingqing finally finished half the durian, then let out a satisfied burp, making all the viewers instinctively cover their noses. She leisurely made herself a cup of goji berry tea. There are 20 minutes left until I end the broadcast. Happy times always feel so brief. Next, I will play a familiar tune for everyone. With that, she began to scroll through her music. Are you kidding? It's not even time yet. Are you slacking off? Does your boss know? This streamer is outrageous. She sang herself yesterday, and today she's playing music directly. Tomorrow, I bet she will have fans sing for her. Qingqing ignored all comments, standing up for herself. I'll go run some bathwater first. I will report. I will unfollow. Upstairs, you said the same yesterday. She smiled slightly. In that case, let us listen to it once more. The music hadn't even started looping when another wave of gifts flooded the screen, surprisingly from the latecomer, Overseas Island. Now, the big brother's position is mine. She finally secured a front row spot, and the comments were filled with excitement. I want to connect. Let us connect. Qingqing reluctantly took a sip of water. Just to be clear, I want to be working overtime. You have 5 minutes. Overseas Island turned out to be a sweet-voiced girl, and her voice was surprisingly pleasant, sweet and soft. Sister, your singing is so beautiful. Don't let them bully you. What nonsense. Whose child is skipping homework and running online? Qingqing found it amusing. Straightening her posture and smiling sweetly, little girl, you have a discerning eye. You are a gem. No wonder you have an overseas island. Overseas Island. I want to hear a powerful song. Is that okay?
Sister?
Qingqing, in high spirits, nodded. No problem. What do you want to hear? I will make sure to satisfy you, alright? The comments section began to voice dissatisfaction. Are you kidding? This woman without money is being sycophantic. It's disgusting. A typical case of loving the rich and hating the poor just because she has an island. The big brother was furious. Why does she get better treatment than me? I will complain. I will report. Qingqing glanced at the screen, smiling mischievously. Feeling uncomfortable? If you are, go report me. I look forward to your reports. So arrogant. I want to knock her out. Don't fall for it. She just wants us to report her. I refuse. I'm a rebel. Just because you tell me to report, I won tea. Qingqing sighed helplessly, speaking sincerely. I'm serious. There are rewards for reporting. Anyone who believes it is a fool. She couldn't hold back her laughter. Why don't these people listen? She simply didn't want to work. Was that so difficult? Qingqing rolled her eyes, then cheerfully spoke to Overseas Island. How about I sing you a new song? Okay, sister. Overseas Island sounded a bit shy, her tone and comments completely different, almost too good to be true. At that moment, comments flooded in again. It's time, streamer. End the broadcast. Haha. Overseas Island's little girl is about to cry. Qingqing cleared her throat seriously. I am a person of principles. The little girl has sent gifts, so I must finish singing. Overtime is nothing. I enjoy it. The big brother was about to explode. You didn't say that yesterday. Qingqing replied. The me of yesterday is not the same as the me of today. I hear the wounds in your breath, hear the madness in your heartbeat. Hear the warmth in your embrace, spreading over the hills. After finishing the song, everyone felt a bit unsettled. Wait, has the streamer changed her tune today? This song is quite nice, to be honest. A sweet voice resonated from overseas. Sister, your singing is truly enchanting. You will undoubtedly become the greatest star. Was it necessary to flatter so excessively? Qingqing smiled faintly, chewing coffee without sugar. I am the broke sister of live streaming. As the time elapsed, the stream ended. The screen turned black, leaving everyone entranced by her final words. Wow, chewing coffee without sugar sounds so audacious. My long-frozen heart stirred. How infuriating. I wanted to hear more songs. I would surely be on time for tomorrow's stream. In the backstage, Qingqing slapped his thigh, exclaiming, this is indeed a talent. Having navigated the live streaming realm for years, he had encountered countless hosts and seen every bizarre tactic employed to gain fame. Yet, Qingqing had pioneered an entirely new genre of live streaming. No wonder President Gu valued her so highly. She was truly a genius of the craft. Meanwhile, Gu Jing, who had smashed over 10 wine glasses, could not contain his expletives upon receiving Li Qingquan's call for credit. Are you out of your mind? What did I ask you to do? Li Qingquan was momentarily stunned, fumbling for words. President Gu, Qingqing is absolutely going to be a sensation. We shouldn't set our expectations too high. Even with wealth, elevating a host takes time, right? Qingqing has already achieved unprecedented success. Gu Jing shouted into the microphone. Expectations too high? Tell me, why is no one criticizing her? Why are there so many people showering her with gifts? Li Qingquan scratched his head, perplexed by Gu Jing's sentiments. The goal to make Qingqing famous? She will surely carve out her place in the streaming world without needing financial backing. Her future is boundless.
Puff.
Had it not been for his robust health, Gu Jing would have been infuriated to death by now. He yelled into the phone. Which ear heard me say I wanted to support her? Why would I want her to become famous? Have you lost your mind? What? I'm not supposed to support Qingqing? Li Qingquan was utterly bewildered. Had he truly misunderstood his boss's intentions for so long? Unbelievable. As he prided himself on being exceptionally perceptive. However, even through the phone, he could sense Gu Jing's wrath. This time, he dared not speculate and cautiously inquired, President Gu, then what do you mean? Chapter 45. Is this love-hate? Gu Jing was nearly driven to madness. I want Qingqing to embarrass herself. I intend to make her life difficult. She must go live for the company, who allowed her to stream while munching on durian and seeds. And why are so many blind fools gifting her? What kind of general manager are you, if you can't manage a new host? Li Qingquan finally grasped the situation. His forehead slick with sweat, unable to wipe it clean. He concocted an excuse. President Gu, please don't rush. This is a strategy of suppression followed by elevation. Let Yi Qingqing taste a bit of sweetness first, then hit her hard. Those who fall from great heights are the most prone to doubt their existence. She will be in despair. Having completed his explanation, Li Qingquan internally praised himself, believing himself a genius. This rationale was simply flawless. Gu Jing scoffed, managerly. Spare me the nonsense. If I don't see what I want tomorrow, you can pack your things and leave. Yes, yes. You can trust me, President. After hanging up, Li Qingquan sat heavily on a chair, realizing that Gu Jing and Yi Qingqing were adversaries, not lovers. Was this love-hate, or was it hatred born from love? Suddenly, he shook his head, realizing that the entanglements of the affluent were beyond his understanding. Sitting opposite Gu Jing, Shen Xiai fiddled with a lighter, glancing at his furious friend and sighed. What is the point? Brother Zhou and sister Wan Ning are together now, and Yi Qingqing isn't causing any trouble. Gu Jing replied coldly, Xiaobai, when did you become so naive? A woman like Yi Qingqing would never let go easily. I would eat excrement upside down if she did. Shen Xiai chuckled awkwardly. No need to make such a venomous vow. In a coastal city, the starlit sky reflected upon the sea, a gentle evening breeze wafted. Lin Wanning, dressed in a flowing white gown, walked barefoot along the beach, brushing her long hair aside, softly speaking, Ah Qing, do you remember our childhood by the sea? Zhou Yuqing's expression softened. Of course, without you that time, I might have. Don't say it, Lin Wanning gently interrupted. We grew up together. Our bond is unmatched by anyone else, right? Zhou Yuqing nodded, yet inexplicably thought of Yi Qingqing. Since last night, that woman Han Ti sent him a single message. Did she truly care for him? Was she upset over being left behind during his business trip? It seemed he had indulged her too much. Lin Wanning turned her head slightly. Are you happy? Of course. After all these years, she seemed unchanged, always so beautiful, so elegant, like a dignified princess, and they were her knights. Suddenly, a flashbulb illuminated from a distance, capturing their photo as they strolled along the beach. Lin Wanning lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips, when suddenly her footing faltered, and she nearly fell. Wanning, be careful. Zhou Yuqing swiftly caught her, his hand resting on her waist. From behind they appeared as if embracing. Lin Wanning blushed. Thank you.
Cheng.
You're hurt.
Ah.
Lin Wanning gasped, yet showed no intention of rejecting him, merely burying her head against his chest. It's fine. I can walk on my own. Zhou Yuqing quickened his pace. You have a performance in a couple of days. Your foot cannot sustain any injuries. Back in Jingbei, Yi Qingqing enjoyed a soothing milk bath after her stream, then donned a bathrobe and sprawled on her bed, scrolling through videos. Suddenly, a message from an unfamiliar number pinged. Scam? Yi Qingqing furrowed her brow, but upon opening it, she found several photographs. Zhou Yuqing was embracing a woman in a white dress, looking anxious. Their gestures appeared intimately close, undoubtedly, suggesting they were a couple. Below was a line of text. A substitute will always remain a substitute. Yi Qingqing frowned, scrutinizing the image before breaking into a smile. Was she about to acquire a fortune of 10 million? Excitedly, she saved the number, labeling it 108 babies. Yi Qingqing diligently reviewed the essential knowledge a gold medal maternity nurse must possess. As a great person once said, one must learn throughout life. She could not abandon her diligent and studious nature just because she gained a fortune, nor could she forsake her aspirations. Her pursuit was a modest goal. Surprisingly, that woman remained quite composed. She and Zhou Yuqing were childhood sweethearts. Unfortunately, her family fell into decline during high school. To reclaim a life of affluence, she had mingled with various wealthy heirs, ultimately settling on Zhou Yuqing, for he was among the finest in looks and capability. However, she was ambitious. Even with Zhou Yuqing's excellence, he did not hold power within the Zhou family. Convincing him to help her revive the Lin family was a daunting task. Thus, she claimed to pursue her dreams abroad, aiming to cast a wide net for larger prospects. Unfortunately, she failed. Among the alternatives, only Zhou Yuqing proved suitable. Yi Qingqing's status as a substitute was already well known to her, but she held immense confidence in herself, firmly believing that a destitute college student could never replace her in Zhou Yuqing's heart. Today, upon casually probing, she noticed Zhou Yuqing seemed somewhat distracted. leading to the revealing photos sent to Qingqing as a form of intimidation. In the adjoining suite, Zhou Yucheng, after handling a few work matters, opened his phone again. Qingqing's side remained a blank slate, devoid of any information. This woman. Zhou Yucheng felt a surge of irritation. How could she be so arrogant, relying on her favored status to this extent? Just as he was about to close his phone, a news alert popped up. Attached was a familiar photograph of Qingqing, her delicate face adorned with a bun hairstyle. Chapter 46. A dose of instant heart resuscitation. Zhou Yucheng's heart sank, and he hurriedly searched for related information, stumbling upon the news of online harassment earlier that day. The venomous words of netizens sent a shock through him. On that very day, he had been accompanying Lin Wanning, completely unaware that Qingqing had endured such turmoil. No wonder she hadn't sent him a message. A pang of regret and compassion pierced Zhou Yucheng's heart. He unlocked his phone and called Gao Baizhi. Why wasn't he informed about Qingqing's situation immediately? At the same time, Gao Baizhi, perusing her phone while smirking at the online vitriol, quickly straightened up. I apologize, Mr. Zhou. I believe this matter did not require your attention. Miss Yi is currently unscathed. Zhou Yucheng's voice turned icy. Secretary Gao, since when do my affairs require your judgment? Is it your place to decide what is significant? Yet, the insults from numerous netizens persisted. Zhou Yucheng chose not to pursue her accountability further. Instead, his tone sharpened. Contact the public relations department immediately and suppress this matter. Gao Baizhi was taken aback, unable to restrain herself. Mr. Zhou, I personally believe it is unnecessary. Public opinion is already under control, with mixed comments online. Did I need to repeat myself? Zhou Yucheng's voice darkened. Reach out to Qingqing. Ensure she feels secure. No one can harm her while I am here. Hearing this, Gao Baizhi's heart felt as if it were being fried, and after biting her lip for a while, she finally ventured a question. Mr. Zhou, does Miss Lin know? You protect Lin Wanning, and you protect Qingqing, but am I to be left exposed to the elements? Zhou Yucheng hadn't anticipated Gao Baizhi's sudden inquiry. He fell silent for a moment before responding. They are not the same. Wanning won't mind such things. How laughable. The hearts of women are the most petty. How could she not care if the man she likes shows concern for another woman? Not understanding even this simple truth. No wonder he had remained a mere backup for Lin Wanning all these years. After hanging up, Gao Baizhi cursed under her breath, startled by her own audacity to call Zhou Yucheng a backup. Yet, regardless, as Zhou's chief secretary, Gao Baizhi's efficiency was commendable. She swiftly organized her thoughts and called Qingqing. Qingqing was about to warm up for a game when the call interrupted her, causing her to feel a bit irritable. Who is it? Gao Baizhi cleared her throat and spoke in a professional tone. Miss Yi, I am Secretary Gao. Regarding the online exposure you faced today. Upon recognizing Gao Baizhi's voice, Qingqing's tone brightened immediately. Big shot. Take me to the skies. Enduring the pressure of Zhou Yucheng's directive, Gao Baizhi suppressed her irritation and continued. Miss Yi, you need not worry. Zhou's company has a highly professional and efficient public relations team. Qingqing responded with an "oh" and inquired. You play as a marksman. Can I support you? Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, Gao Baizhi lowered her voice and snapped. Qingqing, I am trying to discuss something serious with you. Could you refrain from interrupting me?
Oh.
Qingqing obediently fell silent. Then go ahead. I'll play after you're done. Gao Baizhi took a deep breath, pinching her palm to prevent herself from cursing. Tomorrow, come to the company. I will arrange for professionals to assist you. I want to go. Qingqing rejected, without a second thought. What was there to clarify? Isn't it better to retreat from the internet? She had been forced to work as a live streamer, and now they had the audacity to ask her to clarify for a meager salary of 1,800? Gao Baizhi was taken aback by her abrupt refusal.
Gritting her teeth in frustration. Yeving.
Just look at your tarnished reputation online. Do you not care at all? Qingqing appeared puzzled. Reputation isn't worth much. Gao Baizhi took another deep breath, feeling the need for an oxygen tank before her next call with Qingqing. This woman was utterly unpredictable, with no other option.
Gao Baizhi invoked Zhou Yucheng. Fine.
Even if you don't care about your reputation, you surely care about Mr. Zhou, right? He is currently with Lin Wanning. And you're stirring up such scandal. The disparity between you two is vast. Do you think Mr. Zhou will view you favorably? Qingqing genuinely pondered for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. Mr. Zhou wouldn't he possibly deduct my salary over this, would he? What does this have to do with salary? Gao Baizhi felt that Qingqing was quite deluded, yet she had no choice but to continue persuading. Mr. Zhou will only favor Lin Wanning more. You have no hope with him. Yi Qingqing, I refuse to believe you will so readily give up. Yet, Yi Qingqing was entirely unfazed, eagerly launching her game. How about this? You take me for a game, and I'll go tomorrow. Gao Baiji felt a surge of murderous intent due to her unstable breathing. Impulse is the devil. She could not act rashly. After silently repeating a few mantras, her frustration bubbled over, and she shouted into the phone, Yi Qingqing, do you not realize you're being ridiculous? This scandal is yours. I'm arranging for public relations to clarify it. Why do I have to play a game with you to get you to cooperate? It's your scandal, not mine. Can you not think clearly? Yi Qingqing clicked her tongue, covering her ears. Just say whether we're playing or not. I'll play your mother. Gao Baiji tugged at her hair, taking another instant heart resuscitation before finally regaining her composure. She gritted her teeth and forced out. Fine. Let's play. ISNT that settled then? Yi Qingqing gleefully opened the game, reminding Gao Baiji. I'll help you with vision in a bit. Gao Baiji pushed aside her desk materials, darkening her expression. You keep your mouth shut. Absolutely no talking. Yi Qingqing pouted, pressing further. Then you take me for 3 games. I'll play 3 games with your mother. Is that acceptable? Gao Baiji's face turned ashen. Get started.
Now.
Immediately. No talking. Weren't senior secretaries supposed to maintain a stoic demeanor? Why was this Secretary Gao so emotionally expressive? Yi Qingqing, perplexed, opened the game. About to speak when she suddenly recalled Gao Baiji's irritable nature and swallowed her words. Never mind. The following day, Gao Baiji, still furious and sleep-deprived, arrived at the public relations department with dark circles under her eyes. Contact Chen Meru and Li Xiangqiang and arrange for someone to manage the online comments immediately. Chapter 47. She feels that Yi Qingqing might be on the verge of another breakdown. Yi Qingqing had initially planned to meet Gao Baiji at 8, but upon opening the villa door, she was startled by Zhou Yingxue lurking at the entrance. Miss, why are you out scaring people instead of sleeping in? Yi Qingqing had intended to scold her, but considering the previous day's 100,000 and her boss's sister's status, she restrained herself. Zhou Yingxue seized her arm. You promised yesterday. Don't think you can back out. Yi Qingqing quickly grasped the door handle. Not now. I have an appointment at Zhou's group with Secretary Gao. One must honor commitments. Not wanting to explain further, she brushed her off. I'll finish up soon. Men 1T run away. Zhou Yingxue, slightly embarrassed by her bluntness, decided to follow her. I have nothing to do anyway. I'll go with you. Today. Zhou Yingxue had switched to a red BMW, and Yi Qingqing accepted the ride without hesitation. After all, someone was willing to chauffeur her for free, saving her on gas. Gas prices were exorbitant these days. This was Zhou's. We are about to strike it rich. Li Xiangqiang clenched his fist and spoke forcefully. It must be the exposure we posted online that frightened them. The video maligning Yi Qingqing for being unfilial did not serve its purpose, so last night, Li Xiangqiang contacted an entertainment blogger to reveal the truth about Yi Qingqing being kept. This is indeed a fact, otherwise. How could that wretched girl reside in such a splendid villa? However, fearing to offend the Zhou family, they were cautious and did not disclose the identity of the person supporting Yi Qingqing. Gao Baiji arranged for the meeting in a temporary conference room. Sitting at the desk in a light brown business suit, exuding an air of authority, Chen Meru, feeling somewhat intimidated, bit her lip and insisted, "Where is Yi Qingqing? I want to see her." Gao Baiji glanced at the documents in her hands, beginning to doubt that such a woman could be Yi Qingqing's biological mother. Although Yi Qingqing appeared somewhat simple-minded, her background was indeed tragic. Having such parents, it was truly a challenge for her to grow up smoothly. In light of this, Gao Baiji began to understand why Yi Qingqing clung to Zhou Yuecheng. Speak then, how much do you want? Not wishing to waste words with such individuals, Gao Baiji went straight to the point. Li Xiangqiang, gleeful, gritted his teeth and boldly stated, 200,000. Give us 200,000. And I guarantee I will clarify the matter to outsiders and will not expose anything further. 200,000? Just 200,000? Gao Baiji slightly frowned, inwardly scoffing at this small-mindedness. After all, it was quite a commotion for merely 200,000. She had expected them to demand at least 1 million. Considering that sometimes Mr. Zhou spends more than 200,000 just for a meal. Seeing Gao Baiji's frown and silence, Chen Meru grew anxious and tugged at Li Xiangqiang's sleeve. Are we asking for too much? They initially only planned to ask for 100,000. Li Xiangqiang lowered his voice. What do you know? They need to bargain. Gao Baiji stood up. Go to the PR department to film a clarification video. Then head to the finance department to collect the money. What? Li Xiangqiang was both surprised and delighted. Is it really that simple? Before the three could exit the office, Qingqing arrived with Zhou Mixue, and upon seeing Chen Meru and Li Xiangqiang, she cheerfully asked, "Have you eaten?" At this moment, Chen Meru was unwilling to maintain her facade, replying sarcastically, "I'm not as carefree as you. Your brother still hasn't bought the piano. How could I eat?" Li Xiangqiang pulled her aside. "All right, say less. After we finish filming the video, we'll go buy Yang a piano." Qingqing blinked. "What video are we filming?" Gao Baiji glanced at her. "The matter has been resolved. We will film a video for 200,000. "What? 200,000? Qingqing abruptly closed the door, sneering. "Have I agreed to this? No way." Qingqing resolutely rejected the offer, knowing these two old foxes were insatiable. If they received 200,000 today, they would surely concoct more excuses to demand more in the future. Moreover, they had initially asked for 100,000 yesterday. Now they were doubling the price? Chen Meru's expression shifted. "Qingqing, what are you trying to do? I have videos and photos here. If you dare disagree, I will expose everything and ruin your reputation." Gao Baiji's expression changed as she lowered her voice. Looking at Qingqing, "You should not interfere in this matter." Qingqing, unconcerned, sat casually on the sofa. Crossing her legs, "What videos? Show me if they are worth 200,000. Chen Meru smiled smugly, then opened her phone, revealing several photos of Qingqing getting out of Zhou Yueqing's car. "Is this it?" Qingqing looked at her as if she were a fool. "Isn't it normal for me to get out of my boss's car? We didn't even kiss, and you dare ask for 200,000? 20 is already generous." Zhou Yingxue jumped in, snatching the phone away. "You two dare to take candid shots of my brother. Delete them immediately." Chen Meru remained unfazed, her smile even more triumphant. "We have plenty of backups at home. Deleting them won't help." Directly involving Zhou Yueqing, Gao Baiji narrowed her eyes. "Hand over all the videos and photos." This was their trump card. How could they easily relinquish it? Li Xiangqiang grinned slyly. "Secretary Gao, deleting the photos will cost more than 200,000. Qingqing covered Gao Baiji's mouth and turned with a cold laugh. 200,000. Delete them or not? 200? Chen Meru's face flushed with anger. Qingqing. "It's 200,000. Not a cent less. Really not possible?" Qingqing shrugged. "If so, then the negotiation fails, you may leave." Chen Meru stood up. Looking at Gao Baiji, "Are you sure?" Gao Baiji was speechless, pulling Qingqing's hand down. Taking a deep breath, "How can I trust you?" "I swear." Chen Meru quickly raised her hand in declaration. "If the photos aren't deleted or if I deceive you, I will suffer dire consequences." "Even without your oath, the outcome would be the same. I do not accept." Chapter 48. This item is essential for that wretched girl. Chen Meru ground her teeth. "I have no need to offend Mr. Zhou. In truth, even if she were to post the photos online, she wouldn't dare. For he was the CEO of the Zhou Corporation. They were merely after money. If they angered those lofty young heirs, what good days could they expect to have?" Zhou Yingxue sat down, huffing. "Stop wasting time. Hurry up. These two foolish allies." Qingqing, exasperated, rapped the table. "You two, be quiet." Gao Baiji and Zhou Yingxue exchanged glances and silently settled on the sofa, eager to see what Qingqing would propose. Qingqing leisurely crossed her legs and glanced at Chen Meru. "From childhood to now, I've never spent a single penny of yours. Nor have I taken so much as a drop of your milk." Chen Meru, thinking she was about to bring up past grievances, quickly interjected, "That's not fair. It was not easy for me to give birth to you."
"Oh."
Qingqing did not argue, extending her finger. "I've never seen you since my memory began. The first time I met you was at 18, when the house in our hometown was demolished, and you wanted a share of the compensation. That was my grandmother's house, and the total compensation was 300,000, split between you and Yixingua. My grandmother lost her home and could only take the few thousand she had to the city to scavenge for a living. A few months ago, when my grandmother was gravely ill, I knelt and begged you, yet you wouldn't give a single penny." At this point, Qingqing's tone turned icy. "So, under what pretext do you demand this 200,000 from me now?" Zhou Yingxue covered her mouth, murmuring, "Heavens, Qingqing has suffered so much." Gao Baiji also lowered her gaze, concealing her complex emotions. Although her investigation yielded similar findings to Qingqing's account, they were far less impactful than hearing it directly from the person involved. Chen Meru, feeling uncomfortable, averted her gaze. "But I gave birth to you. Giving birth without nurturing is a mockery of humanity. Do you think she would willingly have been born if given a choice?" Qingqing coldly regarded the woman before her. You merely added to my grandmother's burden. If it weren't for her needing to raise me, perhaps she wouldn't have fallen ill. Chun Meru recoiled slightly, showing no remorse. Merely retorting, well, your biological father isn't a good man either. If it weren't for his gambling, would I have run away? Qingqing cast her a sidelong glance, indifferently curling her lips. Weren't you going to expose me for money? Go ahead, I don't care. This time, both Gao Baiji and Zhou Yingxue remained silent.
Li Xianqian.
Eager, spoke up, Qingqing, how about this? We want to ask for 200,000, just the 100,000 we discussed yesterday. Just 100,000. Will that suffice? Chun Meru echoed, as long as you give us the money, I'll clarify online tomorrow. Not a chance. With a light-hearted tone, Qingqing tilted her head and smiled. Not a single cent. This wretched girl has grown so heartless. Chun Meru clenched her teeth and managed to utter, 50,000. Your brother's piano costs 50,000. Not a penny more. Why should I care? Qingqing stood up, her tone laced with exasperation, chuckling. If he wants to learn to play with cotton, I could contribute 2 pounds of cotton. That's all I have, consider it charity.
Fine.
Li Xiangqi stood up in a fit of rage. If that's the case, don't blame us for being ruthless. We will ensure your downfall. Meru, let's go. This daughter of yours is a heartless ingrate. Qingqing opened the door and called out. Take care, no need for farewells. Gao Baiji moved her lips, wanting to say something, but held back. Forget it. Since she refuses to cooperate this way, I might as well create some trouble. I will find an expert to keep an eye on this couple's online presence and seize the opportunity to erase those photos. I cannot guarantee 100% success, though. Fortunately, the photos were taken quite ordinarily. Even if they were leaked, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. However, Gao Baiji couldn't help but glance at Qingqing. Is she deliberately provoking Chun Meru into leaking the information? After all, today's news already featured Zhou Zong and Lin Wanning rekindling their romance. Is she attempting to overshadow Lin Wanning? After leaving the Zhou Corporation building, Chun Meru was so furious that she nearly stumbled and fell flat on her face. Xiangqi, are we really going to leak those photos? Chun Meru reluctantly spoke, her heart fluttering with concern. Zhou Corporation is a giant enterprise in Jingbei. Can we really afford to provoke them? Meanwhile, Zhou Yingxue suddenly remembered those were her brother's photos and panicked. Oh no. Qingqing, your charade could backfire. What if they actually leak the information? You might be fine. But my brother cannot be tainted. Qingqing rolled her eyes. If you can't articulate your thoughts, perhaps you should remain silent. Gao Baiji smiled reassuringly. Yingxue, don't fret. Those photos pose no real threat. I've got someone monitoring them. Nothing serious will happen. However, she continued, turning her gaze to Qingqing, you've completely severed ties with them today. They will undoubtedly continue to smear your reputation online. The company's PR team is prepared. You should film a clarifying video. And I will have someone manage the comments. The public sentiment will shift swiftly. Qingqing pondered for a moment before pulling up a video from her phone. This video will suffice. No need for a separate shoot. What is this?
Gao Baiji exclaimed in surprise. Un certain, a camera?
Indeed. Qingqing connected it to her phone and played the video, revealing Li Xiangqi's vile visage. If that's the case, don't blame us for being ruthless. We will ensure your downfall. Gao Baiji paused, then couldn't help but smirk. I didn't expect you to be so prepared. No wonder you were unwilling to pay them. Qingqing smiled slightly. A pinhole camera is a must-have for such scenarios. Chapter 49. People become accustomed to poverty over time. Zhou Yingxue clenched her fists, her eyes reddening. Qingqing, I didn't realize you had endured such hardship. From now on, I will never insult you again. You are so unfortunate. I feel I have been excessively cruel. I am truly despicable. Gao Baiji silently cast a glance at Qingqing before speaking. Tonight, I will take you out for a treat. Qingqing's eyes instantly lit up as she opened her phone. Let's establish a relationship. How about as a couple? Gao Baiji concealed the smile that had just appeared on her face, striding past her with an icy demeanor. Forget what I just said. Qingqing wanted to protest, but Zhou Yingxue grabbed her and pulled her outside. Enough with this flying nonsense. I need to find Brother Yen. Don't forget your promise. She still wanted to help the young lady pursue that Phoenix man. Qingqing, feeling exhausted, followed behind her. Unable to comprehend Zhou Yingxue's taste. Can we discuss what exactly you see in him? By normal logic, these two have no chance of knowing each other. One is a Zhou heiress born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and the other is a destitute young man who can only pretend to be affluent. Isn't the disparity a bit too stark? Zhou Yingxue, sitting in the car, blushed shyly. Brother Yen saved me. He is brave, kind, and so handsome. Yi Qingqing recalled Song Yanji's well-built figure and sharp eyebrows, nodding in understanding. She comprehended the power of narrative. It was Yen who rescued me. He took me away for such a long time. I have never been so happy, sitting behind him on his bicycle, holding onto his waist tightly. Do you understand that feeling? Even sitting in the most luxurious car cannot compare to the comfort of riding on Yan's bicycle. Yi Qingqing nodded, summarizing, I see. Sometimes one craves something less savory after indulging in fine delicacies. Zhou Yingxue shot her a disapproving glare. Brother, Yen is not something to be compared to refuse. Since that day, I have been smitten with him, but despite showering him with gifts, he ignores me and seems to despise me. At this point, Zhou Yingxue appeared somewhat dejected. Do you think I am too assertive? If you hadn't reminded me yesterday, I wouldn't have realized I had been approaching him the wrong way. He is an aloof person and surely dislikes my constant monetary offerings. Yi Qingqing gave her a thumbs up. Exactly. Think about it. Giving him money is an insult. What man could tolerate that? You must trust him. Even if his mother is gravely ill, or even deceased, believing in him can help him overcome his struggles. At first glance, this seemed reasonable, yet something felt slightly off. Zhou Yingxue brought Yi Qingqing to Jingbei Vocational College. Hesitating to exit the car, I have inquired. Brother Yen is about to start an internship but hasn't found a placement yet, and I am unsure if he is at school today. Although Song Yanji received scholarships yearly at Jingbei Vocational College, what reputable internship could one find at a vocational institution? Especially now, with fierce competition among college students. His capabilities might only land him a position at an electronics factory tightening screws. However, according to the narrative, Song Yanji would likely intern at Zhou Corporation, aided by Zhou Yingxue's efforts, possibly accompanied by his childhood friend. With this in mind, Yi Qingqing decisively warned her, you must not let Song Yanji intern at Zhou Corporation. Why not? Zhou Yingxue covered her face, feeling slightly bashful. Yi Qingqing suppressed her urge to roll her eyes and advised, consider this. You are the Zhou heiress. If he becomes an intern, he might feel inferior to you. He may even think you look down on him, deliberately sending him to Zhou Corporation to humiliate him. Zhou Yingxue's eyes widened in realization, full of trepidation. So that's how it is. Thank goodness you warned me. Just then, on the campus path, Song Yanji appeared, carrying a backpack. His brow was furrowed, one hand in his pocket while the other stroked his chin, seemingly lost in deep thought. Zhou Yingxue quickly exited the car and approached him. Brother Yen. Upon seeing Zhou Yingxue, Song Yanji's brow tightened further. What do you want? He then shot her a cold glare. I've told you many times, don't call me Brother Yen. Not in the least bit deterred, Zhou Yingxue gazed at him with admiration. What if I call you Yen? Yen, I discovered a fantastic Western restaurant yesterday. Shall we go there for a meal? No time. Song Yanji coldly rejected her with a sneer. I am not as idle as you, spending every day either eating or shopping. My life is devoid of meaning. Standing behind them, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but twitch her lips. She would gladly live such a seemingly meaningless life for 10 lifetimes. Zhou Yingxue looked a bit forlorn, cautiously observing him. That's not what I meant. At this moment, Su Xinshui hurriedly approached from behind, clutching a stack of books. Upon noticing the mocking smile that flashed across Zhou Yingxue's face, she gasped and inquired, Yanji, where are you headed? Did we not agree to have lunch together at noon? Song Yanji turned to glance at Su Xinshui, softening her tone. I plan to visit the job market. How is your search for an internship going? Su Xinshui instinctively glanced at Zhou Yingxue and sighed. There are no satisfactory options. Song Yanji reassured her. Do not fret. You are exceptionally talented, and I am certain many companies will be eager to recruit you. However, the truth was that upon seeing her alma mater, others did not even grant her an interview opportunity. Zhou Yingxue bit her lip, refraining from speaking. It was only then that Su Xinshui seemed to notice her, dramatically covering her mouth. Oh, it's you. My goodness, you appear far too leisurely. Do you have nothing to occupy your days? Yi Qingqing chimed in with a playful smile. Our young lady only needs to saunter about and sip tea daily, unlike you, sister, who must endure interviews every day. Su Xinshui gritted her teeth in annoyance, sneering. Indeed. She is a lofty young lady, while we are destined to toil for our success. Yi Qingqing comforted her with a laugh. It's fine. Regardless of how hard you strive, you will never attain the lifestyle of a young lady. People grow accustomed to their circumstances. Song Yanji glared at Zhou Yingxue. Are you here solely to mock us? Although we come from humble means, this is only temporary. Yi Qingqing interjected. What if this temporary situation stretches into a lifetime of poverty? Despite Song Yenji's infatuation with love, Zhou Yingxue maintained her haughty demeanor, especially in front of Su Xinxue, a potential rival. She lifted her chin and coldly remarked, Su Xinxue, your daily life is none of your concern, nor do you have the right to know. Song Yenji protectively shielded Su Xinxue with one arm. Casting a cool glance at Zhou Yingxue, we need to submit our resumes at the job market, so please step aside. Zhou Yingxue bit her lip and took 2 steps back, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss as she observed the close proximity of the two. Su Xinxue deliberately linked her arm with Song Yenji's. Let us take a taxi. The weather is dreadful and it might rain soon. Song Yenji's expression turned slightly resigned. It is over 20 kilometers to the job market. A taxi would be too expensive. Besides, there is no direct bus. We would have to transfer twice.
The lieutenant, Su Xinxue.
Eager to showcase her thoughtfulness, hoisted her backpack. All right, today I shall accompany you at the cost of my own comfort. Zhou Yingxue quickly offered. I can drive you. My car is parked just across the street. A brand new, eye-catching red BMW caught Su Xinxue's attention, stirring a mix of jealousy and intrigue within her. She had never ridden in such an expensive vehicle. Moreover, the sweltering weather meant the bus would be overcrowded, leading to a sweaty ordeal. Song Yenji's expression darkened. That won't be necessary. Qingqing tugged at Zhou Yingxue. Do not impose. Perhaps they prefer the lively atmosphere of the bus. Zhou Yingxue had once endured a bus ride for the sake of Song Yenji, a nightmarish experience that made her hesitate despite her desire to be with him. Clad in the latest haute couture, she feared the cramped bus filled with people. Su Xinxue shot Qingqing a disapproving glare, internally chastising her for meddling. Reluctant to forfeit her chance to be near Song Yenji, Zhou Yingxue hesitated before suggesting, Then I will drive and follow you. Su Xinxue clenched her jaw, about to protest, but was interrupted by Qingqing. No need to delay your journey. We will await you at the destination. With that, she pulled Zhou Yingxue into the car, cheerfully exclaiming, Open the air conditioning. It's scorching. In the oppressive summer heat, Qingqing comfortably settled into the front passenger seat of the BMW. Enjoying ice cream from the car's mini-fridge and teasing Su Xinxue from across the street, it's not good for girls to eat cold treats. You can just watch us. Su Xinxue felt both hot and exasperated, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, swiftly ruining her low-quality makeup. To make matters worse, a light rain began to fall. The bus had yet to appear. Su Xinxue took a deep breath and gently suggested, Yenji, perhaps we should take a taxi.
We do not know how long this rain will last.
Song Yenji held a plastic bag, filled with resumes over his head. His gaze fixed on the BMW across the street, resolutely shaking his head. It will arrive shortly. Qingqing rolled her eyes and gradually closed the window, starting to apply her freshly bought lipstick. Zhou Yingxue was increasingly anxious, glancing outside. No, if this continues, Yenji will catch a cold. Let us wait a bit longer. Just then, the long-awaited bus finally arrived at the stop. Song Yenji's eyes lit up, and instinctively glancing at the BMW, he urged, Xinxue, let us hurry and board. However, upon seeing Su Xinxue's face, he was taken aback. What happened to your face? Su Xinxue's complexion was a patchwork of colors, with dark streaks running down her cheeks, while her lips remained a vibrant red. What happened? What else could it be? My makeup is ruined.
Su Xinxue, isapita.
Took a breath, suppressing her frustration. It's fine. Let us just board the bus. Thankfully, she had brought her makeup kit. Otherwise, attending the job market would have been utterly pointless. Song Yenji regarded her with curiosity as they waited for the bus to stop. The bus arrived, yet no one disembarked. The interior crammed full of people. Su Xinxue felt an instinctive unease, thinking, how are we supposed to get on? The bus driver called out, please move to the back to allow passengers to board. From the rear, someone shouted, driver, it's so packed even a fly couldn't get in. How can we board? Let them wait for the next one. The driver glanced helplessly at the back and slowly opened the door halfway. Students, it's truly too crowded. Perhaps you should wait for the next bus. But the 13 bus only arrived once every half hour. Song Yenji frowned. We are both slender. Surely we can squeeze in. The driver opened the door wider. Then you can try and see if you can get on. At the very front stood a burly man, towering at nearly 6.5 feet, his weight imposing. He grinned down at Song Yenji and Su Xinxue, saying, the little girl can come up. You'll fit perfectly against my chest, and I'll protect you. The boys can wait for the next bus. Come on, little girl. Su Xinxue recoiled, her voice shaky, and no. I'd rather take a taxi. Song Yenji could only smile apologetically at the driver. We will wait for the next bus. The driver rolled his eyes and muttered as he closed the door, I told you it was too crowded, yet you didn't believe me. You can't take a cab if you're with a girl, penny pincher. The bus sped away, splashing mud onto the two, prompting Su Xinxue to scream. Ah, my new dress. I waited so long for it to go on sale. Song Yenji's expression soured as he checked the time on his phone. Let us wait for the next one. We have time. Wait. Su Xinxue retorted, her tone sharp as she clutched her bag tightly. If we wait any longer, we'll be drenched like drowned rats. How can we go for the interview? Song Yenji realized the predicament as well. He fished in his pocket, his lips twisting in discomfort. Taking a taxi would cost over 70. Su Xinxue glanced at her phone balance, her expression darkening in response. The rain intensified, and both their gazes fell upon the increasingly vibrant, luxurious red BMW across the street. Song Yenji felt a heaviness in his legs and began to resent Zhou Xue for not taking the initiative to exit the car. Su Xinhui, unable to bear it any longer, sensed that her carefully applied makeup had been ruined, her discounted designer dress was drenched, and her hair clung to her scalp. Even without a mirror, she knew that her current appearance was utterly unpresentable. Clenching her fists, Su Xinhui strode to the opposite side of the road, knocked on the car window, and boldly confronted Zhou Xue. How can you be so selfish? Can't you see that it's pouring rain? Why couldn't you let us in to escape it? Zhou Xue frowned. Did you not just say that it wasn't necessary? Su Xinhui glanced at the upright Song Yenji and smirked sarcastically. You keep claiming to like Yenji. Yet he has caught a cold from the rain, and you show no concern. Zhou Xue's expression immediately changed. She hurriedly retrieved a transparent umbrella from the car and, disregarding Yi Qingqing's gentle objections, dashed across the road. This love-struck fool. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes and then turned to Su Xinhui with a slight smile. Do you wish to get in the car too? Su Xinhui raised her head, her eyes brimming with pride. It was Zhou Xue who took the initiative. Yi Qingqing impatiently interrupted her. I just asked if you want to get in. If not, then hurry along. Su Xinhui gritted her teeth in resentment and managed to say, I want to get in. That ice cream Su Xinhui had seen online cost $199, more than her weekly food budget. She stared at Yi Qingqing. Aren't you going to open the car door? Yi Qingqing shrugged helplessly. The car isn't mine. I can't decide. Then why ask at all? Su Xinhui nearly felt like smashing the glass. She grasped her soaked dress and called out to the two standing across the road. Yenji. At this moment, Song Yenji, with a cool demeanor, looked at Zhou Xue and calmly stated, if that is the case, then please drive us. He completely treated Zhou Xue as a chauffeur. Ironically, Zhou Xue cheerfully held the umbrella, following closely behind him. I have towels in the car. You should dry your hair first. She opened the passenger door, saw Yi Qingqing, then closed it again, and proceeded to open the back door. You sit in the back. This time, Yi Qingqing was taken aback. The love-struck young lady hadn't pushed her to the back seat. Zhou Xue, biting her lip, retrieved a clean towel from the trunk and handed it to Song Yenji. It's brand new. Song Yenji nodded slightly, and then passed the towel to Su Xinhui, speaking gently, dry off. Be careful not to catch a cold. What an ungrateful man. Yi Qingqing cast a light glance at Zhou Xue and chuckled softly. You can just toss that towel away later. It's only worth 100. Su Xinhui halted her motion of drying her hair, clenched her teeth in jealousy, and then forced a smile. Yenji, we are from two completely different worlds. Zhou Xue, who had already started the car, quickly interjected, that's not what I meant. Yi Qingqing nodded. Don't misunderstand. I truly didn't mean to show off. It's just that it's covered in so much grime that even using it to wipe shoes would be a bit dirty. As Su Xinhui removed the towel, she realized it bore her cheap mascara and eyeliner, pouting in grievance. I hardly wear makeup. If it weren't for the interview today, I would have gone barefaced. I'm sorry, Miss Zhou. I can't afford high-end cosmetics like you. How pretentious. Yi Qingqing exclaimed. You really didn't need to wear makeup. Su Xinhui smirked. I guess it's okay. I rarely use skincare products, yet my skin remains good. Yi Qingqing calmly pulled out a mask from her pocket and donned it, nodding nonchalantly. Makeup is unnecessary. It requires a certain foundation, but brushing your teeth is essential. This is a BMW. It's well sealed, and bad breath affects everyone's comfort. Su Xinhui's face stiffened. She wanted to retort but was cut off by Yi Qingqing. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot your family background. You usually take a tricycle. Her pride wounded, Su Xinhui snapped angrily. Yi Qingqing, you're poorer than I am. What right do you have to look down on me? Song Yanji frowned. Zhou Yingxue. If you don't want us in the car, I can get out. Zhou Yingxue quickly shook her head. Yanji, I didn't mean that. Yi Qingqing pinched her thigh from below and coldly laughed. So, do you want to get out? We can stop temporarily ahead. The rain outside intensified, and both Song Yanji and Su Xinhui's faces stiffened. They pretended to look out the window, not uttering a word. How pretentious. Why the silence now? Yi Qingqing smiled slightly. Yingxue, turn on the air conditioning. There's a musty smell, and I'm finding it hard to breathe. Zhou Yingxue glanced at Song Yanji's darkening expression in the rearview mirror and cautiously tried to smooth things over. It's all right. I have a cold. So it's not ventilated. Yi Qingqing feigned surprise, covering her nose as she looked at Song Yanji in the back seat. In the future, wear better shoes. If it's too much, slippers will do. After all, wearing counterfeit shoes too often can cause foot fungus. With inferior glue and non-breathable leather, even through the shoes, the rain would inevitably create an unpleasant odor. Song Yanji instinctively shrank his feet back, realizing there was a hole in his sock. The moment those words were spoken, the other two women in the car visibly changed their expressions. Su Xinhui subtly shifted her body away from the window, pretending to wipe her nose. There might be a slight odor, she admitted. Zhou Yingxue widened her eyes and quietly opened a crack in the window. She seemed to really smell something. How could the name Song Yanji be associated with foot fungus? What now? The illusion of her crush was shattering. Zhou Yingxue bit her lip and glanced at Song Yanji in the rearview mirror, noticing he had furrowed his brow, and awkwardly said, I'll be starting at Zhou's in a couple of days. Zhou's? The Zhou group from Jingbei? Su Xinhui's eyes widened suddenly. A bad feeling creeping in. Zhou's is hard to get into. What makes you think you can join without any work experience? Song Yanji and Su Xinhui only knew that Zhou Yingxue's family was wealthy, but had no idea to what extent. So, even though she shared the Zhou surname, they had never connected her to the prestigious Zhou group. Zhou Yingxue, Zhou group. Su Xinhui looked incredulously at the equally shocked Song Yanji and bit her lip. The Zhou family is vast. If you're not a Zhou, you're related somehow. Perhaps she's just a distant relative. Otherwise, how could the daughter of Zhou be interested in Song Yanji? Although he is good-looking, he pales in comparison to those born into wealth. Zhou Yingxue tugged at Yi Qingqing's sleeve and shook her head. Don't say anything. What if Yanzi thinks she's trying to use her influence? Su Xinhui sighed with relief, interpreting Zhou Yingxue's gesture as a sign of guilt, and mockingly said, Yi Qingqing, can you have some self-respect? Even if your family is poor, you shouldn't rush to be someone's servant. What kind of young lady are you? It's laughable. What kind of society are we in? You're embarrassing our school. Song Yanji also scoffed, spineless. Yi Qingqing had yet to retort when Zhou Yingxue, who had been enduring throughout the ride, suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping by the roadside, her face darkening as she demanded, apologize to Yi Qingqing. Song Yanji coldly regarded her. Zhou Yingxue, what did Su Xinhui say that was wrong? Yi Qingqing is merely flattering you. Isn't that the truth? Or do you enjoy this high and mighty feeling? Su Xinhui, feigning concern, grasped Song Yanji's arm and urged, Yanji, do not be angry. It is my fault for speaking without discretion. Are you aware of Yi Qingqing's tragic background? How dare you mock her? You are truly the most malicious person. I spit. And you? One's family background is not something one chooses. She is so pitiful, merely wishing for a better life without harming others. What has she done wrong? Why do you have the audacity to ridicule her? Song Yanji's expression darkened. Zhou Yingxue, do you even know what you're saying? Since the last incident where he had saved her, Zhou Yingxue had been carefully choosing her words with him, always seeking to please. This was the first time she had raised her voice at him. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Song Yanji asked, is it because you are wealthy, and we rode in your car, that you feel so emboldened? Yi Qingqing, with a kind heart, turned her head. Actually, you could get out. If you feel guilty, you could also scan to pay for the fare. Just 100 at market price will suffice. Su Xinhui's heart skipped a beat, and she could not help but raise her voice. Yi Qingqing, have you gone mad from poverty, robbing people? This short distance is worth at most 50. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes, unabashedly. Sister, this is a BMW. Do you think it's a tricycle? 50? Do you have any idea how much fuel it takes just to run the air conditioning? You haven't even compensated for that towel yet. Song Yanji held Su Xinhui's arm, took a deep breath, and fixed his gaze on Zhou Yingxue. Is this also your opinion? Zhou Yingxue lowered her eyes, her tone tinged with bitterness. Brother Yanji, all you need to do is apologize to Yi Qingqing. It was you who insulted her first. Before Song Yenji could respond, Qingqing was taken aback. Did this young lady actually defend her? Had the sun risen from the west? Glancing out the window, she noticed the rain had intensified. There was no sun in sight. The car was still parked by the roadside, approximately 7 or 8 kilometers from the job market. Song Yenji decisively stated, "All right, I apologize. I was too impulsive earlier." Su Xinxue was moved, covering her mouth as if Song Yenji had suffered a great injustice, her big watery eyes glistening. "Yenji." Zhou Yingshue's eyes also glistened. "Yenji, I knew you weren't that kind of person." The car resumed its steady drive. Just moments ago, Qingqing had thought Zhou Yingshue's infatuation was merely a phase. Now she felt an urge to blind herself. What was happening? Just a simple apology from Song Yenji, lacking any sincerity, had moved them so deeply? What was wrong with these two? The BMW's performance was indeed commendable. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination, and the rain outside had ceased. Qingqing opened the car door, exhaling deeply. The fresh air outside is delightful. She then turned to Song Yenji and flashed him a sweet smile. "You deserve a 999 skincare product." Song Yenji's face stiffened, and he instinctively shrank his damp shoes back. Zhou Yingxue and Su Xinxue, who had initially leaned toward him, quietly stepped back, their gazes sweeping over his grayish-white sneakers, their noses catching an unmistakable, suspicious scent. Gritting his teeth, Song Yenji strode ahead, his strides long and confident, despite his shorter legs. Zhou Yingxue, clearly captivated, remarked, "Brother Yenji's silhouette is so handsome." Su Xinxue scoffed, casting a triumphant glance at her. "I have known Yenji since childhood. He has always been handsome. I advise you to abandon this pursuit. Yenji will never be interested in a shallow, wealthy woman like you."
Ye Vinxiket.
Feeling a sense of dissonance. "When did you two become so blind?" Su Xinxue glared at her. "You could never understand Yenji's merits. Your eyes are only on wealth." "A sycophant." Zhou Yingshue's expression darkened. "You are the sycophant. Your entire family is filled with sycophants. Qingqing is already quite pitiful. I will not allow anyone to add salt to her wounds." "Oh, the kind yet foolish young lady." Qingqing sighed, feeling quite fragmented. As Song Yenji entered the venue, the two women hurried to follow. Inside, university students were searching for jobs. Song Yenji stood confidently before a company, promoting himself. "I receive scholarships every year and am a member of the student council. My abilities are impressive." However, the manager, upon seeing the name Jingbei Vocational College, scoffed, dismissing the notion. What a shabby school. They could not possibly want anyone from there. Just as he prepared to decline, his expression shifted, revealing a fawning smile. "Miss Zhou, what brings you here?" This was a subsidiary of the Zhou Group, and the HR manager responsible for recruitment recognized the only young lady of the Zhou family. He immediately began to flatter her. "Are you here to oversee the hiring? Rest assured, I will ensure we recruit only highly qualified, capable individuals." He had heard rumors that the young lady would be assigned to a subsidiary next month, and their company might soon welcome her. Zhou Yingxue was entirely focused on Song Yenji, merely nodding in response. Su Xinxue's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Zhou Group, and she rushed forward to introduce herself. "Hello, I am a recent graduate from Jingbei Vocational College, seeking to interview for a receptionist position." She shyly smiled, clutching her skirt. "I stand at 1.60 meters and weigh just under 100, having worked part-time as a model." In reality, she had only taken a few photos for an online shop. The HR manager, upon hearing the name of Jingbei Vocational College, lost interest and, glancing at Su Xinxue's face, was assaulted by the scent of cheap cosmetics, particularly her excessively thick eyelashes and uneven lipstick. He did not even accept her resume, arrogantly lifting his chin. "I'm sorry, but our company is currently only hiring graduates from 211 and 985 universities. You do not meet our requirements." Song Yenji pressed his lips together tightly. "Education does not define a person's abilities. This is merely a bias of the mundane world. I excel in all my specialized courses. My capabilities are indisputable." It was undeniable that Song Yenji stood out at Jingbei Vocational College, bolstered by the halo of a secondary male lead.
No.
The HR manager was growing impatient. The young lady was watching, and what business did students from two mediocre schools have in this arena? He raised the thick stack of resumes in his hand. "I currently hold 28 resumes from various prestigious universities, including 2 from Qingbei University. I advise you to temper your aspirations." The Zhou Group was a publicly traded enterprise. with Jingbei's companies directly managed by the headquarters. Regardless of prestige or compensation, they were a cut above the rest in Qingbei. Even a graduate student interviewing for a mere clerical position would need to navigate a rigorous selection process. These two youths were truly ignorant of their own limitations. Zhou Yingshue's lips moved as she could not help but speak up for Song Yanji. Yanzi is an exceptionally talented individual. The HR manager paused, then cautiously inquired, Miss Zhou, is he your friend? His demeanor and tone towards Zhou Yingxue were entirely different from those directed at Song Yanji and Su Xinxue, a stark contrast. At that moment, if they could not recognize Zhou Yingshue's status, they would truly be foolish. Song Yanji cast a complex glance at Zhou Yingxue, remaining silent, tacitly acknowledging her assertion. Meanwhile, Su Xinxue, who had just mocked Zhou Yingxue, now felt a surge of jealousy, unable to fathom that this seemingly foolish Zhou Yingxue was indeed from the Zhou family. Considering the HR manager's demeanor, he was likely a member of the Zhou family as well. How could this be? Why did she have such good fortune, while she, despite being exceptionally talented and hardworking, could only remain at the bottom of the social ladder? This world is so unfair. Seeing Song Yanzi's lack of denial, Zhou Yingshue's spirit soared, and she quickly nodded. Yes, Yanji and I are friends. The human resources manager found himself in a bit of a predicament. The educational backgrounds of these two individuals were, frankly, unimpressive, especially amid a plethora of highly esteemed resumes. However, they were friends of Zhou Yingxue, and if he were to decline their applications, would that not incite resentment in the young lady? After all, these were merely positions for interns, and surely he could accommodate them. With this thought in mind, the manager's demeanor softened considerably. The company indeed had new projects underway and was planning to recruit a fresh batch of interns. As friends of Miss Zhou, they must possess exceptional abilities. Song Yanji furrowed his brow tightly, yet remained silent, tacitly accepting this reasoning. Su Xinhui, on the other hand, felt a mix of anger and jealousy, biting her lip in humiliation. She believed that only by entering Zhou's company, relying on her own capabilities, would she eventually prevail. Before the HR manager could finish a statement, Qingqing interjected. You are managerly, correct? Our Miss Zhou despises those who utilize connections to gain favors. Please be thoughtful in your remarks. After all, one must not underestimate the youth. Zhou Yingxue suddenly recalled Qingqing's earlier warning. Should Song Yanji be granted a position at Zhou's company, he would surely perceive it as a deliberate slight, believing she intended to leverage her influence. No, she absolutely could not allow such a misunderstanding to arise. Resolutely, she nodded in agreement. Managerly? I cannot casually meddle in recruitment matters. If my brother finds out, he would scold me mercilessly. The HR manager felt a chill run down his spine, breaking out in a cold sweat as he realized he had misinterpreted the situation. He quickly shifted his tone. Thus, they would be most suitable for roles in security and janitorial services. This transition was rather smooth. Qingqing expressed her admiration and then looked enviously at Song Yanji. Oh my, did I hear correctly? You have caught the attention of Zhou Group. Security and janitorial positions. These are the most stable roles in the entire corporation. Congratulations. I always knew you were capable, unlike me, who can only manage a small streaming gig. Song Yanji's expression was beyond difficult to describe. His teeth ground together audibly, and his brow furrowed so deeply that it seemed even an elephant could be trapped within it. Zhou Yingxue, is this what you wish to see? To insult me with a mere security position? What does it matter that you hail from the Zhou family? A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. Even if I were to starve, I could never harbor affection for you. You are not but a jester. Rich in possessions, yet impoverished in spirit. Zhou Yingshue's complexion paled, her eyes reddening. Yanji, Qingqing pressed her hand firmly on Zhou Yingshue's arm, exclaiming, Indeed, while the young lady possesses wealth, she has also forfeited the joys of poverty. How tragic that she is so affluent, yet cannot savor the happiness that comes from simplicity. Do you truly believe that wealth equates to happiness? No. The joys of the wealthy are beyond your imagination. Song Yanji shot her a fierce glare. Qingqing, what are you so proud of? If this place does not welcome me, there are others that will. Did he truly fear he could not find a suitable job? Su Xinhui clenched her fists tightly, gazing intently at Zhou Yingxue. Is this what you call affection? To demean him with a security position? At that moment, the HR manager, witnessing the young lady's distress, could no longer bear it. Our security personnel earn a monthly salary of 6,800, along with 6 insurances and 2 bonuses. Ordinary university graduates often do not even qualify. Chapter 54. Have you smelled his feet? To be frank, the requirements for security personnel are quite high. A minimum height of 1 meter 80 is mandatory and preference is given to veterans, with a stringent requirement for English proficiency, necessitating a level of 4 or above. Most ordinary university graduates do not meet this standard, as the company engages in foreign trade, serving clients predominantly from abroad. Su Xinhui found herself momentarily speechless, her steps faltering as she struggled to muster the courage to ask, under Yi Qingqing's mocking gaze. Then, what about the janitorial positions? Yi Qingqing timely interjected, enough. These two are exemplary graduates from our school. How could they possibly settle for security or janitorial work? Zhou Yingxue shook her head, her expression dimmed. Yanji.
I truly did not mean it that way.
Rest assured, I will inform the company. I will not allow you to be hired for a security position. Song Yanji's fists clenched and unclenched, wrestling with his pride. He had always put on airs in front of Zhou Yingxue, but how could he now humbly seek a position as a mere security guard? Yet, that salary of 6,800 was tempting. He had submitted numerous resumes, and even positions offering 3,800 had eluded him. What is wrong with this society? Why are there so few discerning individuals who can recognize true talent? When would this gallant steed encounter a worthy master? I shall seek opportunities elsewhere. Having uttered that rigid statement, Song Yanji turned to leave, though his posture bore an unmistakable reluctance. Su Xinhui bit her lip and swiftly placed her resume in the HR manager's hands. Manager. Gazing at Zhou Yingxue and Yi Qingqing, she found herself unable to voice her intentions. As she noticed several other graduates approaching to submit their resumes, Su Xinhui could no longer hold back, closing her eyes in embarrassment as she uttered the remaining words. When does the janitorial position commence? I can start working. Immediately. She sought to amend her statement. I believe it's quite commendable for university graduates to begin from the grassroots level. This was merely a janitorial role. Would there be an interview? What would they even interview for? How to mop a floor? The HR manager clarified once more. We are hiring for conference cleaning positions, which require certain standards for appearance, temperament, and responsiveness. He then glanced at Su Xinhui, implying, the hard criteria include a minimum height of 1 meter 62. Su Xinhui ground her teeth in frustration, casting a glance at Zhou Yingxue. Is this how you express affection? By belittling him with a security position? If I were to join Zhou Group, Yanji would surely be willing to come along. Zhou Yingxue felt a flicker of temptation. Yet the thought of Song Yanji becoming a security guard would infuriate her, prompting her to shake her head. I would never use a security position to insult Brother Yanji. What a foolish woman. Su Xinhui took a deep breath, eyeing the recruitment notice from Zhou Group, her mind swirling with other intentions. Since this foolish girl was the heiress of Zhou Group and had foolishly set her sights on Song Yanji, perhaps she could exploit this to her advantage. After all, while she harbored feelings for Song Yanji, she valued practical benefits more than love. If she could seize this opportunity for a good job, it would not be a disadvantage. Moreover, should Song Yanji eventually end up with this heiress, she would remain his unforgettable first love, reaping even more benefits. And Zhou Yingxue, even as a daughter of a wealthy family, what did that signify? As long as she desired Song Yanji, she would always remain beneath Su Xinhui, who would hold the upper hand. With this thought, Su Xinhui felt a sense of comfort wash over her. She shot a cold glance at Zhou Yingxue, regaining her previous haughty demeanor. In my eyes, work is not defined by status or prestige. However, since Yanji does not appreciate it, it certainly cannot be a worthwhile job. Even though he has accumulated debt due to his aunt's illness and has not eaten a full meal in 2 days, he has never succumbed to despair. In such adverse circumstances, he has continued to strive for excellence and has even passed the examinations for higher education. I believe his future is limitless, far beyond the comprehension of a sheltered young lady like you. Even if his clothes are worn and faded, they are 100 times more appealing than those who are draped in designer labels. Yi Qingqing moved, sniffled and gazed at Song Yanji, who was diligently submitting resumes. He is so strong. If he can take care of his feet in the future, he is bound to find a good job. Su Xinhui's passionate expression froze, and she muttered through clenched teeth, Stop spouting nonsense. Yanji does not have what you claim he does. Yi Qingqing raised an eyebrow skeptically. Have you smelled them? Su Xinhui, exasperated, retorted. How could I possibly smell his feet? I will not give up. After speaking, she took Yi Qingqing's hand and confidently strode out of the talent market. However, as soon as they exited, this young lady's tears cascaded down her cheeks. She clung to Yi Qingqing, her nearly won. 7-meter frame attempting to embody a delicate bird. Woo-woo. I feel so miserable. Why can't brother Yen see me? I genuinely like him. My heart is shattering. That Su Xinxin is so insufferable. Yi Qingqing, didn't you say you would help me pursue him? Why won't he even acknowledge me? Yi Qingqing, petite in stature, felt nearly suffocated by the emotional outburst and struggled to tilt her head back for some fresh air. Let us talk it out calmly. You need to stand up properly.
No.
I'm on the verge of despair. Hurry and comfort me. Yi Qingqing, do you even have any compassion? Boo-woo. I can hardly breathe. I want to cry. Aren't you already crying? Yi Qingqing gazed into the distance in silence, noticing a girl nearby holding a camera, her expression one of disbelief. On their way back, Mixue remained in a foul mood and said sullenly, "You're coming with me for a drink later. I intend to drink until I drop." Yi Qingqing protested. "But I have a live broadcast this afternoon." Upon mentioning the broadcast, Li Qingquan's call came through, his tone markedly worse than the previous day. Even somewhat abrasive. "Yi Qingqing, come to the company for the live broadcast this afternoon. Your salary isn't for you to slack off. If you're late by a minute, it's a fine of 100 plus 50 squats." After hanging up, Yi Qingqing felt bewildered. What's wrong with him? Meanwhile, Li Qingquan sighed with relief, thankful for the opportunity to rectify his approach. When Yi Qingqing arrived, he planned to reprimand her thoroughly. There are countless ways to make someone uncomfortable in the workplace. Regarding the live broadcast, Mixue frowned. "What are you doing? You're with my brother, and now you're doing live broadcasts? How embarrassing." Yi Qingqing rested her chin on her hand. "What can I do? I signed the contract in a moment of madness. If I don't fulfill it, I'll owe 5 million. Mixue casually remarked, "It's just 5 million. If you pay it, then it's done." Yi Qingqing suddenly felt hopeful. "Will you help me pay?" Mixue shot her a look of disbelief. "Why would I help you? You're my brother's woman, not mine."
But you could be.
Yi Qingqing chuckled. "Considering stealing your brother's girl?" Mixue parked her car, staring at her with disdain. "Get out of the car quickly. Don't waste my time going to the bar." Thus, she switched cars, preparing to visit the Infinite Live Broadcast Company to uncover what Li Qingquan was up to. If he pushed her too far, he could not blame her for going off the rails. Instantly invigorated, the pinhole camera she had secretly stashed finally found its purpose. In Li Qingquan's office, Yi Qingqing plopped down in her chair, her tone displeased. "Wasn't he agreed that I would broadcast from home?" Li Qingquan sneered and shouted, "Stand up. What kind of behavior is this? This is the manager's office. Who told you to sit down?" Confused, Yi Qingqing remained seated, blinking. "Are you feeling feverish?" Li Qingquan stood up, pointing at her, berating her. "Look at yourself. Do you have any respect for this company? The company spends so much money hiring you, expecting you to create value. What value do you provide?"
Huh?
The sudden tirade evoked a sense of déjà vu in Yi Qingqing, reminiscent of her impoverished past when she had to endure her boss's barking for a meager 3,500. Now, with a worth of millions, no one could hinder her from going wild. Yi Qingqing defiantly crossed her legs, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "If I have no value, then fire me." Li Qingquan, infuriated, trembled. "What is this attitude? I tell you, you have severely violated company regulations. I will deduct your salary. Go ahead, deduct whatever you like, after 1,008. We'll meet at the arbitration center to discuss further." Yi Qingqing casually tapped her ears, then impatiently regarded him. "Why don't you just deduct it now? Let us skip straight to the final process. Don't waste time. I still need to take my certification exam, having been a manager for over a decade." Li Qingquan was used to subordinates being submissive, but today he found himself at a loss against a recent graduate. His mind raced, recalling the principle of giving a slap and then a sweet date. He softened his tone. "The company is focusing on nurturing you. You should cherish this opportunity. Look at all these interns. How many have the privilege of broadcasting with the company? The resources here far surpass what you can get at home." Yi Qingqing settled back down, smiling slightly. "I just want to make money. Spare me the chatter." Taking a deep breath, Li Qingquan acknowledged he was once again exasperated. He forced a smile. "Since you want to make money, you ought to broadcast at the company. Do you know how much you earned from your last 2 broadcasts? Almost 100,000. The contract stipulates you must clock in. Tardiness is treated as absence and will unconditionally extend your internship. Is that so?" Upon seeing her wavering, Li Qingquan pressed on. "You must treat the company as your home. Working at home should feel even more comfortable and serious." Yi Qingqing tilted her head. "You make a fair point." Li Qingquan, feeling triumphant, I'll arrange a broadcasting room for you shortly. Qingqing nodded. The company is my home, just as you said. I'm recording this. Qingqing inhaled deeply, sensing something odd about her words. But since he had successfully completed Gu Jing's task, he didn't dwell on it. He recited a familiar line. Our company is a warm big family for employees. The company is your home. Qingqing nodded in satisfaction, then exited the office. As she stepped outside, she encountered Chen Jiaojiao, who was lurking behind a potted plant. Looking suspicious. Qingqing scanned Chen Jiaojiao from head to toe, then smiled faintly. Your leather pants have a hole. Chen Jiaojiao froze, instinctively reaching to cover her backside. Only to realize she was wearing jeans today. Infuriated, she shot Qingqing a glare. Let us see how long you can gloat. Her pinhole camera had already served its purpose. Qingqing could await her downfall. The broadcasting room Qingqing arranged for Qingqing was located in the far southwest corner of the company, adjacent to the restroom, and the air conditioning was broken. The computer emitted a buzzing sound upon startup. Other broadcasters exchanged glances, sensing that Qingqing must have offended manager Li somehow. Otherwise, given her current popularity, she would surely be treated with more care. Meanwhile, Qingqing, having completed his task, promptly called Gu Jing. President Gu, everything is arranged. Rest assured, with me here. Qingqing won to stir up much trouble. Gu Jing chuckled in satisfaction. Keep pressing her down. Don't think that just because she has gained a bit of fame, she can elevate herself. I want her to understand the meaning of an insurmountable mountain. No matter how popular she becomes, in any industry, capital reigns supreme. With a mere flick of his finger, he could obliterate Qingqing. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Jing pulled out a photo hidden beneath his desk, depicting a woman in a form-fitting ballet dress, gracefully on tiptoe. It was Lin Wanning, who was currently with Zhou Yueqing. He clutched the photo to his chest in a near-obsessive manner, silently vowing, Wanning, don't worry, whatever you desire, I will assist you. At the Infinite Live Broadcast Company, Qingqing squinted at the decrepit computer for a while, then rummaged through her phone until she found a number. Hello. Do you deal in junk? Chapter 56. I'm asking you to work overtime, not to sell the company. Minutes later, a loudspeaker blared outside the Infinite Live Broadcast Company. A man clad in a floral shirt and sunglasses sat on an electric tricycle, smoking a cigarette. After a while, a security guard hurriedly rushed out to shoo him away. Sir, we have work to do, let's hurry. The man in the floral shirt quickly took off his sunglasses and exclaimed, Who are you calling, sir? I am only 41 this year. Can you not speak properly? Do you look down on us waste collectors? The security guard looked at him with suspicion. Are you with our company? The man in the floral shirt shot him a glance and then made a phone call. Hello? Young lady, where are you? I've been waiting at the door for quite a while. Before long, Qingqing emerged from the office, phone in hand, waving, Sir, over here. The man in the floral shirt's face darkened as he pushed his cart into the company, muttering, Which family has a sir wearing a floral shirt? Is everyone in this company blind? The security guard followed him and couldn't help but say, Brother, you can collect waste, but there's no need to insult people. The man in the floral shirt remained silent, merely increasing the volume of his loudspeaker. Even Qingqing, who had been squatting in the office, heard it and hurriedly put on his shoes to rush outside. What are you doing?
Who let you in?
Hurry up and turn that off. We're live streaming inside. Do you have any idea how disruptive this is? The man in the floral shirt was getting a bit angry as well. You call me to collect waste. First you won't let me in, and then you call me sir. What is this? Am I a joke to you? Qingqing quickly jogged over. Brother, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were so young and handsome. Finally satisfied, the man in the floral shirt turned off the loudspeaker, and everyone sighed in relief, feeling as though the world had quieted. He craned his neck to look inside. Young lady, where are the old appliances? I need to see them to give a price. The condition varies, so the price will as well. Qingqing nodded. No problem. You decide on the price. It's quite hot today, and you've come all this way. I won't let you suffer a loss. Qingqing, confused, shot a suspicious glance at Qingqing. What are you selling? This is all company property. Who gave you the authority to sell waste? He continued. Even a cardboard box is still company property. Qingqing ignored him, pulling out her phone and playing a recording of Li Qingxuan's earlier words. Our company is a warm family. For employees, the company is your home. Without waiting for Qingqing to respond, she enthusiastically led the man in the floral shirt into her live streaming room, pointing at the old computer and broken air conditioner. Brother, you decide on the price. The man in the floral shirt glanced disdainfully at the computer. This thing isn't worth much. It's an ancient relic. I can give you 50 at most. He looked at the air conditioner with even more dissatisfaction. The labor cost alone for disassembling this air conditioner is 200. If I take it down, I'll be losing money. How about this, he said, seeing as you're a big company, we can establish a long-term cooperation. This time I'll take a small loss for both items. I'll give you 100. Yi Qingqing didn't he think twice. Deal? Li Chunquan was dumbfounded, quickly exclaiming. Deal? Only 100 for 2 items? Do you even know how to sell waste? It should be at least 150. The man in the floral shirt pondered for a moment before readily agreeing. For my first business transaction, let us just be friends. 150 it is. Li Chunquan finally reacted, wishing he could bite his own tongue. He grabbed Yi Qingqing, flustered. No, this isn't about the money. Yi Qingqing. Who gave you the right to sell company property?
Huh?
Are you out of your mind? Yi Qingqing, standing her ground, replied. You told me to treat the company like home, so what's wrong with me selling some old junk from home? Li Chunquan felt his vision darken. Leaning against the doorframe to squeeze out a few words, how will you stream if you've sold the computer and air conditioner?
Huh?
What's left in this office? Just a desk and a chair. You're right, Yi Qingqing exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, pulling the man in the floral shirt, who was moving the computer outside. Brother, do you want the desk and chair? Just $10. The man in the floral shirt looked at the chipped desk and the chair with only 3 legs. His expression changing. Sister, you can't be too excessive. This stuff wouldn't even burn well for firewood, and you want to sell it to me for $10? No way. He placed the computer on the cart and, grabbing a ladder, started to disassemble the air conditioner. Li Chunquan was so frustrated he could hardly contain himself. Get down from there. You're not allowed to sell. Yi Qingqing clicked her tongue. Managerly, that is not right. This is all my family's stuff. Why can't I manage my own things? Are you living by the sea or something, controlling everything? Li Chunquan was momentarily speechless. Yi Qingqing stuffed the money into her pocket without looking up. You told me to treat the company like home. I have the recording, don't slander me. In truth, these items were just dug out from a corner of the warehouse, meant to annoy Yi Qingqing. Whether they sold or not didn't matter, but she was indeed infuriating. Li Chunquan took a deep breath. I asked you to work overtime, not to sell company property. Let me ask you, without the computer and air conditioner, how will you work? Yi Qingqing blinked innocently. Isn't that something the boss should worry about? Li Chunquan rubbed his face in frustration. Fine. You've got some nerve. Yi Qingqing perked up and called out to the departing man in the floral shirt. Brother, do you have a usable computer? I'll take one for 150. The man in the floral shirt suddenly brightened. Sister, how coincidental. I just collected one from another company, and it's much newer than yours. I'll bring it over right away. This is a brand name, with excellent performance. In front of Li Chunquan, Yi Qingqing exchanged money for the computer, then happily plugged it in. See, it's all sorted now. However, as soon as the computer's network cable was plugged in, all the streamers in the company rushed out in panic. What is going on? My computer just went black. Where's Manager Li? My computer is broken. Hurry up and deal with it, I'm live. Chapter 57. This family is not warm at all. Seeing the commotion, the man in the floral shirt dared not say anything more, standing up and hastily pedaling his cart away. By noon, at the Unlimited Streamer Company, all the network engineers, including the operations manager from headquarters, rushed over in their cars. This incident had escalated all the way to Qingqing. An older shareholder angrily tossed the materials in his hand. President Gu, I don't care how much potential Yi Qingqing has, how popular she is. This person must be fired. Do you know how much loss she has caused the company? Buying second-hand computers from waste collectors is simply unheard of. It's an unprecedented disgrace for our company. We are a listed group in Jingbei. If this gets out, we'll be the laughingstock. They even let a streamer buy a second-hand computer for 150, which infected the entire company as computers with a virus. Gu Jing's face darkened as he remained silent, while Shin Sibai, who also had shares in the live streaming company, was called over. He wanted to laugh but couldn't, so he could only nod solemnly. Yes, she should be fired. Fortunately, the staff repaired it quickly, so the damage wasn't too severe. The old shareholder's beard bristled with anger. Losing face is not a loss? Those rivals don't know how they're laughing at us behind our backs. Gu Jing took a deep breath. Firing her would be too lenient.
Jiang.
You don't need to worry about this matter. I will handle it. The old shareholder, Jiang, took a deep breath. Well, we need a reasonable explanation. With that, he slammed the door and left. Gu Jing's expression darkened even more. Unlike the Zhou and Shin families, the Gu family had a fragmented entrepreneurial fund back in the day, leading to countless shareholders now. making it difficult to centralize power. So, even though it was the Gu family's business, he still had to consider several old shareholders when making decisions, which made him feel inferior in their small circle of three. Shen Sibai slowly spoke. Gu Jing, what do you plan to do? Gu Jing lifted his gaze. Find someone to contact Chen Meru, who recently exposed information online. ISN Tishi Qingqing's biological mother? It is time for Yi Qingqing to experience the sensation of being vilified online. Shen Sibai stood up in disagreement, saying, why go to such lengths? Yi Qingqing has not harmed Sister Wan Ning in any way. Gu Jing cast a deep glance at him. Xiao Bai, I've noticed you've been acting strangely these past couple of days. Why do you seem so protective of Yi Qingqing? Shen Sibai quickly denied it. I just feel there is no need for such actions. Brother Zhou has been with Wan Ning these days and hasn't even acknowledged Yi Qingqing. Why should we intervene? The news of Zhou Yueqing rekindling his romance with Lin Wan Ning had made headlines, yet Yi Qingqing did not seem to cause a scene or shed tears. In fact, she appeared rather indifferent. After all, Yi Qingqing was rather pitiable. Fortunately, during this afternoon, the live stream was hosted by relatively lesser-known streamers, thus not significantly impacting the streaming community. He was nearly at his wit's end. In all his years of work, and even his father's extensive career, he had never encountered an employee bold enough to sell company property right in front of the manager. It was utterly outrageous. Yi Qingqing felt more wronged than Do-yi. Managerly, this is simply unfair. I was trying to help the company by disposing of waste, and the money was meant to purchase new equipment for the company. How can you make me bear the loss? I haven't even claimed the phone bill for contacting the recyclers. Did she dare to speak out? Li Chengquan slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed with anger. The entire company's computers are infected with a virus. How dare you even mention the phone bill?
Huh.
Are you crazy, Yi Qingqing, or am I? 15 network engineers. 2 operation managers. The entire network department of Jingbei was in turmoil, all because of your selling of a piece of junk. Do you have any idea how many good words I had to say to them? I offered 2 boxes of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Do you know how expensive they are? Do you think the company is your home where you can do as you please? Yi Qingqing helplessly took out her phone to record, once again playing back Li Qingquan's original words. For employees, the company is your home. She pointed to her phone. Feeling even more wronged, you clearly said that the company is a warm family. After saying this, she regrettably pouted. It seems this family is not warm at all. Li Chengquan took a deep breath, feeling a surge of anger rising from his abdomen to his head, and when he spoke, his mouth twisted. Fine. Fine. You win this round. Now you go live immediately. Let me tell you, from now on, if you want to gain fame, it's just a pipe dream. The company will not spend a single cent on you. Yi Qingqing nonchalantly responded, and then pointed to her humble streaming setup. Do I still need to use that $150 computer? Li Chengquan abruptly leaped up, seizing the offending second-hand computer in a fit of rage. All the computers were just repaired less than half an hour ago. Yi Qingqing, do you want to die? If you use this computer again, I swear I will make you regret it. Yi Qingqing raised her phone. That's a personal threat. I recorded it. Li Shengguan. At this moment, he genuinely felt like committing murder. It was not just a matter of killing fish. It was about killing a person. Who invented this recording device? It is utterly infuriating. Yi Qingqing sat on a 3-legged stool, surprisingly stable, and chuckled. You know, this 3-legged stool is more reliable than a 3-legged man. Li Chengquan, with his mouth still crooked, suspected he might have had a stroke and hurriedly pinched his philtrum as he exited, not forgetting to warn Yi Qingqing with a half-closed mouth. I will arrange for someone to install a computer for you. Hurry up and start your broadcast. After the storm passed, Chen Jiao suddenly appeared, standing at the entrance of Yi Qingqing's live stream, sneering, I saw everything. Yi Qingqing was confused. Saw what? Chen Jiao held a small plate, sneering. Just you wait. Yi Qingqing, when it comes to scheming, you will never be my match. Chapter 58. The Dinosaur and the Wolf. Seriously, is this yellow-haired girl in a normal state of mind? Yi Qingqing perfunctorily nodded. Yes. You are Zhen Huan. Chen Jiao smirked and turned to leave, intending to post the recorded video online. The newly set-up computer booted up rapidly, and Yi Qingqing quickly started her live stream, successfully checking in. However, since her previous streams had been at around 8 in the evening, this sudden change to 1 in the afternoon, without prior notice, meant that not many viewers tuned in initially. What's going on? Am I seeing this correctly? ISNT that the no-money sister? This sister is playing by her own rules. Why the sudden change in streaming time? Damn it. I'm at work. Just taking a break to watch a video. The live stream only had a few dozen people. After just a few comments, someone sent a rocket and urgently commented, "Huh? Now I'm the big brother by her side. No money, sister, I want to join the stream." With fewer viewers, the competition was indeed less fierce. A single rocket could make someone the big brother beside no money, sister. New viewers kept pouring into the live stream, and the big brother became a bit anxious. Hurry up, what is the host doing? Qingqing indifferently agreed to the request to join the stream and took the initiative. Please share your story. It must be no less than 800 words. With smooth and coherent language and a positive theme. The one joining was a young girl who stammered for a moment before exclaiming, "You, how can you bully people? I haven't even written 800 words for my college entrance exam essay. Why are there so many requirements for spending money on gifts?" In truth, Qingqing's reasoning was simple. An 800-word speech could last half an hour, allowing her to genuinely take a break for that duration. The comment section began to fill with lively remarks. Is no money sister planning to take the route of a language teacher today? Haha, this is hilarious. 800 words. Upon hearing this, I instinctively withdrew my hand from the gift-giving button. Qingqing subconsciously reached for sunflower seeds, only to remember she was in the company's live stream. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she said, "Then you can sing a song for me." Haha, this is the first time I've seen a host ask the big brother to sing. The order seems reversed. Who exactly is the big brother here? No money sister, do you think a little girl's gifts are too few? Yes. Isn't this typical of loving the rich and despising the poor? Upon reading this line, Qingqing felt displeased and tapped on the screen. Am I that kind of person? Every cent is love. Every dime is affection. I merely wish to bridge the gap between myself and my fans. What is wrong with that? The little sister, at the right moment, spoke up. Then you can sing a song for me. Qingqing. Forget what I just said about loving the rich and despising the poor. I'm not a bad person. Unexpectedly, the girl, who had seemingly never faced the harsh realities of life, burst into tears. Woo-woo, I only follow you as a streamer online. And you still want me to write an essay? The money for gifts came from my food budget. I really want to cry. I haven't eaten properly for 2 mornings. The young girl's voice was so tender and her sobs so heart-wrenching that it stirred compassion in everyone watching. The comments filled with indignation, condemning Qingqing for her lack of empathy. Goodness, is this host made of steel? How heartless. The poor little girl is struggling to eat. Let her sing. Host, step aside. Qingqing pressed her eyes to hold back tears, recalling her own unfortunate past before she achieved this newfound prosperity. She had once been too afraid to add an egg to her pancake breakfast, and the spicy strips were something she sold to the vendor for processing, enduring countless glares for it. And now, she had succeeded. Countless workers were a reflection of her former self.
No.
She could not allow them to suffer materially while also being deprived of spiritual satisfaction. All right, I will sing. Upon uttering this declaration, Qingqing felt her image suddenly elevate, almost glowing with brilliance. Damn. Why are my eyes suddenly hurting? What is piercing my eyes? Above, that is the light of righteousness. What should I do? I feel like crying. The host is not without merit. Please stop criticizing her. Come and criticize me instead. I am insane, and I fear nothing. Qingqing stretched her arms and lifted her chin at a 36-degree angle, gazing at the camera with a disdainful expression, her red lips slightly parted. The live stream fell into an instant silence, awaiting the music to commence. A familiar yet unfamiliar rhythm filled the room, accompanied by a haunting female voice. I didn't tea. I didn't tea. I didn't tea. I didn't tea. Not slipping, not slipping. Dinosaur carrying wolf, carrying wolf, carrying. After finishing the song, Qingqing was drenched in sweat. She downed a glass of water and, panting, smiled faintly. No need to send gifts, after all. You don't even add eggs to your pancakes. What is this nonsense? What on earth is she singing? I feel like hitting someone. Bring 100 pounds of dish soap for the host. Such oiliness. I can't take it anymore. Only a little girl chimed in with a sweet smile. It sounds so good. I want to save money to send gifts to the host. Qingqing quickly stopped her. Little girl, listen to your sister. You are at a growing age, so you must have a good breakfast. You need to add eggs to your pancakes to grow taller. The little girl pouted. I usually eat steak for breakfast and sometimes shrimp porridge and goose liver. So that's why I need to eat eggs to grow taller. No wonder I'm only 5'8".
What?
What is she saying?
Steak.
Goose liver? Shrimp porridge? Qingqing's eyes widened. Didn't you say you save money from breakfast? The little girl nodded. Yes, I haven't had goose liver for 2 days just to send you gifts.
Ha.
The evils of capitalism. Qingqing expressionlessly cut off the mic. The mic is off. Everyone is free to express themselves. I'll only read comments over 10,000 words. After saying this, she picked up her phone and started a game, casually covering the camera with a cloth. Everyone's screens transformed into Mickey Mouse's big eyes. What kind of host is this? Are they rebelling? Is there no one to manage this? By the way, is this host specifically targeting little girls? Yesterday's viewer was also a little girl. The world is deteriorating. Young people nowadays seem to have some issues, which is understandable. Despite the lively discussions in the live stream, and some even starting to reward the host, Qingqing remained focused on her game. Warning, warning. The live stream has been inactive for an extended period. It will be suspended for 10 minutes. Further violations may result in escalated penalties. Li Chengquan stormed towards Qingqing's live stream room from the backstage, finally finding a reason to confront her. Chapter 59. I ask for a just salary. The door to Qingqing's live stream room was faulty, so Li Chengquan faced no obstacles and pushed it open. He stood at the entrance with an imposing demeanor, hands on his hips, and roared at Qingqing inside. How can the live stream be in violation? This is a mistake even a novice host wouldn't make. Qingqing, do you not want to continue? The live stream screen was already black, suspended for 20 minutes, while Qingqing leisurely played her game, showing utter disregard for the company. This is outrageous. Seeing the instigator showing no signs of remorse, Li Chengquan scoffed coldly and slammed his hand on the table. Qingqing, I'm talking to you. What kind of work attitude is this? 5 minutes passed, and Qingqing was still engrossed in her game, not lifting her head. Li Chengquan took a deep breath, removed his stiff hand from the chip table, and continued to yell, Are you even listening to me? It seems you genuinely don't want to continue. Finally, the character in the game died, and Qingqing looked up, surprised. Are you firing me?
Great.
I'll pack my things and leave right away. Stop right there. Li Chengquan pressed his hand against his chest, feeling a slight pain, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Does a large company casually fire people? Yet you're getting paid while displaying such a mental state. Do you think you deserve this company a salary? Qingqing retorted, Manager Li, if you hired me, you should understand one principle. You get what you pay for. With a salary of 1,800 a month, do you even have the nerve to talk about my attitude? I embody the attitude of 1,800. Is there a problem with that? I am worth every penny. What a bold statement. Today, you will continue the live stream standing. Reflect on where you went wrong. Selling out the company in the morning, suspending the live stream in the afternoon. I see this boss has given up on you. Qingqing is certainly not the secret lover of CEO Gu. It's infuriating to think of how he previously flattered her. He couldn't believe he couldn't manage a mere girl in the company. Qingqing narrowed her eyes, snorting coldly. If you continue like this, don't blame me for lacking decorum. Haha, lacking decorum. Li Chengquan triumphantly lifted a chair. I don't know about your decorum, but the chair is definitely gone. She had mentioned before that her decorum was always lacking. Qingqing kicked off her sneakers and hopped onto the table. You. Li Chengquan admitted he was once again infuriated, preparing to find someone to remove the table for her when someone outside shouted, Manager Li, the new backstage administrator has arrived. The previous young man had suddenly gone mad and resigned, so Li Chengquan had been handling the backstage administrator position and hurried to hire a new one. Li Chengquan glanced at the still suspended live stream, took a deep breath. Qingqing, you need to adjust your work attitude. When we worked back in the day, the conditions were far more challenging. We didn't even have chairs, yet we persevered. Young people need to endure hardships to grow. Later, add an hour to the broadcast. Without effort, how can there be gains? The pancake drawn was quite nice, but unfortunately, she wouldn't eat it. Qingqing glanced at the live stream, preparing to continue her carefree gaming when familiar voices suddenly drifted in from outside. Manager Li, hello. I am the new employee, a graduate of Beijing North Vocational Technical College. Indeed, it was the dream lover of Miss Zhou, Song Yanji. Behind him stood the already made-up Su Xinxue. Li Chengquan chuckled. Not bad, young man. I heard you receive scholarships every year? An excellent talent. Rest assured and work hard. Our company is a warm family. As long as you put in effort, everyone has vast potential for growth. Song Yanji appeared quite excited, straightening his back and revealing an eager expression. Manager Li, I can endure hardships and am not afraid of overtime. I will definitely create more value for the company. Li Chengquan nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this young man's determination far surpasses that of Yi Qingqing, Su Xinxue softly added, "Managerly, I am Su Xinxue, a classmate of Song Yanji. And I am here applying for the position of host assistant." These two had sought numerous companies, but alas, large firms had high educational requirements, while smaller companies demanded experience for higher pay. In the end, they stumbled upon the limitless live streaming company, which had no educational requirements for these positions. Though the pay was not high, it was still considered a large enterprise. Moreover, they heard that this company had a partnership with their school, making it quite reliable. Li Qingquan glanced at Su Xinxue and nodded. "The young lady's temperament and appearance are quite good. Work hard. Don't be lazy like some young people. With more effort, you can surely carve out a new path and build a new career." Yi Qingqing burst into laughter. "Ha, look at this pancake. It's big and round." "Hey, it's big and round. Roaring Emperor, you love to shout so much." As Yi Qingqing looked like she was about to speak again, Li Qingquan decisively led Song Yanji and Su Xinxue away. "Come to my office. I will arrange specific work for you." Before leaving, she cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qingqing, yet her steps remained unperturbed as she decisively slammed the office door shut, preempting any words from Yi Qingqing. Su Xinyu shot a look at Yi Qingqing, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. It appeared that Yi Qingqing was not faring particularly well within this company. At that moment, outside the gates of the Wujixian live streaming company, a brand new luxury BMW was parked. Zhou Yingxue, dressed in a high-end tailored suit, stepped out of the car, removed her sunglasses, and glanced at the sign outside.
"So,
Brother Yan Ji has come to this company?" She had inquired and discovered that this firm was a partnership between Gu Jing and Xiao Bai. Since Yan Ji was here, she might as well work here too. After all, this wasn't the Zhou family. Her identity would certainly not impose any pressure on Brother Yanji. Chapter 60. He is indeed a clever little rascal. The security guard at the entrance did not recognize Zhou Yingxue, but he certainly recognized the million-dollar luxury vehicle, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. "Miss, whom are you looking for?" His demeanor was markedly different from how he treated those in garish floral shirts. Zhou Yingxue had initially considered calling Gu Jing to inform him of her arrival, but then thought better of it. It was precisely because of her identity that Song Yanji had always looked down upon her. This time, she intended to rely on her own abilities to enter the company. With that thought, Zhou Yingxue smiled. "I am here for an interview." "An interview?" The security guard was taken aback. Although the company belonged to the Gu family, it was merely a small branch and not particularly esteemed, essentially a peripheral company. "You're interviewing for a position? What position are you applying for?" the guard cautiously inquired, suspecting she might be a corporate spy sent by a rival. Having a penchant for watching Hong Kong films, the guard's imagination began to run wild, and his smile faded somewhat. "Please hold on a moment, I will check with the HR manager." "Is it that complicated?" Zhou Yingxue had already learned that the company was in need of various assistant positions, so she confidently declared, "I'm applying for the position of an assistant to the streamer." Indeed, the company was hiring assistants, and after the guard made a phone call, he had no choice but to let her in. As the only daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Yingxue had been accustomed to luxury from a young age, even using toilets adorned with gold trim. Although she appeared somewhat naive, her aura was undeniably beyond that of an ordinary person. Upon her arrival, the HR manager's eyes immediately lit up. "Zhou Yingxue, right? Are you interested in becoming a streamer?" "Absolutely not, just an assistant." The Zhou family had strict rules. Their children were not permitted to venture into the entertainment industry. While her parents were usually indifferent to her choices, becoming a streamer was certainly out of the question. The HR manager expressed a hint of regret as he flipped through the records. "Several popular streamers already have assistants, and we just onboarded a new employee today. We are currently not in need of additional personnel." "What should I do then?" Wouldn't that mean she would miss the opportunity to work alongside Brother Yanji? Just as Zhou Yingxue hesitated about whether to call Gu Jing, Li Qingquan entered the room. "Please assist Song Yanji and Su Xinyu with their onboarding procedures. They will officially begin training tomorrow." Upon seeing Zhou Yingxue, he paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. "Miss Zhou?" As a manager at the Gu Group, while his position was not particularly high, he was acquainted with the young elites of the upper echelons, especially Zhou Yingxue, the sole daughter of the Zhou family, whose lineage was unmatched in Jingbei. The HR manager was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Manager Li, do you know her?" "This Miss Zhou is here to apply for the assistant position." "Applying?" Li Qingquan's expression turned peculiar, but he dared not undermine Zhou Yingxue, immediately smiling broadly. "I will attend to Miss Zhou. You can return to your duties." Did the applicant use the term attend to? The HR manager found it odd, but still stood up and exited. Miss Zhou, your presence is truly an honor. As the HR manager left, Li Qingqing bent low, wiping down the chair with his sleeve before smiling and saying, "Please have a seat. I'll have someone bring you some tea. You know me?" Zhou Yingxue pouted as she sat down, feeling somewhat bored. This is so tedious. I should have just called Gu Jing and Xiao Bai directly to avoid all this hassle. Upon hearing the names Gu Jing and Shen Sibai, Li Qingqing bent even lower, his smile blossoming like a trumpet flower. He cautiously asked Miss Zhou, "What is your purpose here?" "An interview, of course. Didn't I just say so?" Zhou Yingxue impatiently placed her bag on the table. "I want to be a streamer-s assistant. Is there a vacancy?" The bag was a globally limited edition, with only 30 in existence worldwide. As the manager of the live streaming company, Li Qingqing frequently encountered luxury goods, but this was the first time he had seen one up close. He felt his breath quicken and took a deep breath. Did you consult with Mr. Zhou on your work here? My brother? Zhou Yingxue rested her chin on her hand. He told me to find a legitimate job. It's rather dull working in the family business. Enough of the small talk. Can you arrange this for me? If not, I will go find Gu Jing. I can arrange it. Li Qingqing quickly replied, then cautiously probed, however. Regarding the salary. Zhou Yingxue, focused on pursuing a man, was indifferent to matters of salary. Whatever. At that moment, Li Qingqing fully understood. The young lady was merely here to experience life. He smiled brightly. We have many streamers at our company. You can choose whoever you like. And I will make the arrangements. He then rummaged through the HR manager's drawer and respectfully placed an employee handbook in front of Zhou Yingxue. The employee handbook was organized chronologically by onboarding dates, and while it did not yet list Song Yanji or Su Xinyu, Zhou Yingxue immediately spotted Yi Qingqing. Just her. Yi Qingqing. Zhou Yingxue beamed with delight. Yi Qingqing had promised to help her pursue brother Yanji, a perfect alignment of circumstances. Li Qingqing was dumbfounded. Why would this young lady, who could have chosen anyone, pick Yi Qingqing? Miss Zhou, this streamer has a rather peculiar temperament. Perhaps you should consider someone else? Zhou Yingxue shot him a sidelong glance. I want her, and that's final. Li Qingqing's mind raced. As the daughter of the Zhou family, she undoubtedly had a strong disposition. Pairing her with Yi Qingqing would likely lead to a tumultuous relationship. Perhaps in 3 days. This young lady would have thoroughly exhausted Yi Qingqing. This strategy of using one's enemy against another was uniquely his idea. He truly was a clever little rascal. Thus, he promptly nodded in agreement. I will arrange that immediately. Zhou Yingxue stood up. This is so bothersome. Where is she? I'll find her myself. Li Qingqing quickly led the way, adding, Miss Zhou, you don't have a specific job description. Just peruse the data as you see fit. Your working hours will coincide with Yi Qingqing's. Of course, if you need to leave for any reason, our company has very humane management policies. Zhou Yingxue frowned, thinking of Song Yanji, and said, in the company, pretend you don't know me. Just call me by my name. And don't treat me any differently. I'm here to work. Understood. At this moment, the ban on Yi Qingqing's streaming room had just ended. Due to the lengthy duration, the room was nearly empty after the unban. Yi Qingqing was anxiously counting down the minutes until her shift ended when Zhou Yingxue pushed the door open. Li Qingqing followed behind, coldly eyeing Yi Qingqing. This is your new assistant. You must follow her instructions, understood? The notion of a streamer being subordinate to an assistant? Was this an assistant or a leader? Yi Qingqing looked over in disbelief, then raised an eyebrow with a smile. Chapter 61. She is indeed a qualified servant. Li Qingqing intended to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by the impatient Zhou Yingxue. You talk too much for manager. Hurry up and leave. Her temperament was indeed fiery. Li Qingqing, rather than getting offended, simply smiled and closed the door. Yevink, oh Yevink. Having angered the young lady from the Zhou family, what good days could you possibly expect? In the live broadcast room, Zhou Yingxue surveyed her surroundings and furrowed her brow immediately. What a shabby place. There's not even a seat available. Where's the air conditioning? The sofa? And this table is in such disrepair. Yi Qingqing shrugged nonchalantly. There's nothing we can do. This is the company's condition. Simple and austere. Zhou Yingxue, who believed she would never associate with simplicity and austerity in her lifetime, promptly made a phone call. In half an hour, at the Wujixian Live Broadcasting Company. I want a more comfortable computer desk, a plush lambskin sofa, and a double-door refrigerator. Oh, and a super silent air conditioner. Also, Get me some imported snacks and decorative paintings. Forget it. Just send over a top-notch renovation team. Yi Qingqing sighed in exasperation. I have a principle of not spending a single penny for the company. Who's going to pay for all this? Zhou Yingxue had little concept of money and thought nonchalantly. Then let it be me. My mother sends me pocket money every month that I never finish, and besides, the renovation team is from my family, so it won't cost anything. Unbeknownst to them, the live broadcast microphone remained on, and by the time Yi Qingqing realized it, it was already too late. The initially quiet comment section erupted with excitement. What an extravagant assistant. Can I get 10 of them? Dream on. Even one would make me laugh like a pig in the middle of the night. In 5 minutes, I want all the information about this assistant. Host. Turn the camera around. I can't see my lovely assistant. Yi Qingqing quickly covered the microphone and gestured for Zhou Yingxue to be quiet. We're live. Let me just finish this last half hour. Zhou Yingxue imitated her, climbing onto the table and sitting cross-legged behind the camera, nodding solemnly. She then took out her phone and sent a message to Yi Qingqing. Yanji is working here too. We are now colleagues. Yi Qingqing finally understood the true purpose of this young lady's visit. The two exchanged glances, communicating through their phones, while the viewers, who had been ignored for 10 minutes, began to express their dissatisfaction. I heard this live broadcast room was interesting. What's going on? What is the host doing? No talent show and now even silence? I've decided to unfollow. Agreed.
Count me in.
Yet, Yi Qingqing had already resolved to disregard the comments, opting instead to embrace a laid-back attitude. As the number of viewers dwindled and the comments began to cool, the back-end data plummeted. Just as the remaining few were about to exit, they abruptly paused. Am I seeing things? What's happening behind the host? Wait, did the host just switch formats after only 2 days? Is this a renovation broadcast? Her live broadcast room had been specifically modified from a warehouse by Li Qingquan, resulting in a spacious, yet stark environment, devoid of any decorative elements. Comparatively, the bare walls could only be described as desolate. As the excitement among the viewers grew, the previously quiet screen began to refresh rapidly. Did I see that right? That desk looks like it's made of rosewood? No way, a rosewood computer desk? And that soft leather sofa looks so familiar. It's reminiscent of a luxury brand. You didn't see wrong. My family is in the furniture business, and that sofa is worth a fortune. I'm dying. Did you see the double-door refrigerator? Look at the expensive snacks inside. I may not recognize the snack brands, but I know they're expensive. Did you catch that crystal lamp behind? I bet it's worth over 7 figures. As the items behind Yi Qingqing filled the room, the live broadcast audience swelled once more. The once empty space had transformed dramatically, now resplendent and opulent. The rosewood furniture, the sofa draped in expensive throws, the dazzling crystal chandelier, and the dual-door refrigerator, all served as mere basics. The viewers inside the room were astonished, while those outside were even more shocked. All the employees of Wujixian stood up, feeling as though they had undergone a baptism of wealth, their souls trembling in its wake. What is this new employee's background? Are they here to work or to acquire the company? Miss Zhou, I sincerely apologize for the hasty preparations due to time constraints. We were unable to meet your standards. I will gradually improve in the future, said a curly-haired man leading the renovation team, looking at Zhou Yingxue with an apologetic tone. Zhou Yingxue was there to pursue a man, not to indulge in comfort, and so she waved her hand graciously. It's fine. Let's just make do. Make do. Yi Qingqing glanced at the time and skillfully pulled out her phone to play a song. Beautiful times always pass so swiftly, it's already time to end the broadcast. Here's a memorable night for everyone. Wait, I haven't seen enough. Host, don't make me beg. Let me take a glance at my lady assistant. Miss, look at me. I'm your long-lost loyal servant. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes, pondering the state of society where people had become so corrupted by wealth that their self-respect had vanished. Without hesitation, she ended the broadcast and stood up, offering Zhou Yingxue a bottle of drink. Miss, is there anything you find unsatisfactory? I will rectify it immediately. Her lady was far more charming than Zhou Yueqing. Were it not for that damned 10 million, she would have already considered changing jobs, after all. The age-old adage stands true. People strive upward, while water flows downward. Zhou Yingxue looked at her in bewilderment. What do you need to change? All I want is brother Yanji. Song Yanji. Yi Qingqing narrowed her eyes, embracing her role as a devoted servant, or rather, a competent partner. It was her duty to safeguard the young lady's happiness, and she would not allow anyone to bully her. With that thought, Yi Qingqing felt that the 100,000 she received was well-deserved. It was her rightful due. Chapter 62. Is it so enjoyable to insult others with money? Meanwhile, Song Yanji and Su Xinxue, who had successfully joined Wajixi & Company, were already in full work mode. Song Yanji was immersed in his tasks, oblivious to the happenings outside, as he gazed at the rows of computers with a sense of pride. However, Su Xinxue's experience differed significantly. She was assigned to an older female streamer named Xue Meinyang, whose content skirted the edges of propriety. Xue Meinyang, clad in a revealing red dress, laughed exuberantly. "Thank you, Brother Wahoo, for the lollipops. Oh, my dear Brother Wu Qingxue, thank you for your big airplane. And thank you, Brother Taste of Life, for your yacht." She shyly covered her mouth. "You're all so annoying. Why say such things about me?" Then, out of the camera's view, she rolled her eyes at Su Xinxue and murmured, "What are you just sitting there for? Go get me a glass of water. Can't you see my mouth is dry?" She turned back, partially covering her chest, and smiled. "Brother Ai Sui Yuan, I love the roses you sent." Su Xinxue took a deep breath. She had originally wanted to join the most popular Xiao Yanji's live broadcast room, but since he already had 2 assistants, she had no choice but to come here. Ever since she entered, this older woman had treated her like a servant, constantly ordering her around, which was utterly infuriating. A live broadcast that left her restless finally concluded, and Xue Meinyang draped on a coat, standing up to cast a sideways glance at Su Xinxue. "You just graduated, right? You should learn from this. Look at Yi Qingqing's assistant. I heard she even had a refrigerator brought in, and she's just a young girl too. As assistants, the differences shouldn't be too stark." Su Xinxue bit her lip and forced a smile, saying, "Sister Xue, I am merely a destitute student. How could I afford a refrigerator? Lacking funds, I must be clever. I shouldn't be reminded 3 to 5 times to do my tasks. Don't forget, your salary is drawn from my tips." Xue Meinyang rolled her eyes and sighed. If only you could swap positions with Yi Qingqing's assistant. Su Xinxue, accustomed to being pampered at school, found this humiliation unbearable. Yet, she endured for the sake of work, knowing her qualifications were lacking. Besides, Song Yanji also worked at this company. She had admired him since childhood and couldn't bear to leave. In Yi Qingqing's live streaming room, Zhou Yingxue sat on a plush sofa, troubled. "Once work ends, what excuse can I use to dine with Brother Yanji?" As a man of humble beginnings, Song Yanji possessed an excessively strong sense of pride, often regarding Zhou Yingxue with indifference. Even if he felt a slight affection for the beautiful young lady, he would never let it show. Yi Qingqing, indulging in an array of imported snacks, pondered, "Consider when Song Yanji most detests you." Naturally, it was every time Zhou Yingxue attempted to help him with money. Zhou Yingxue quickly grasped this and declared, "I understand now. I shall never offer him another penny. Then Brother Yanji will surely like me. So clever. Truly worthy of a young lady." Yi Qingqing praised, continuing, "As a man, he undoubtedly prefers a girl who wholeheartedly admires him. Just look at how Su Xinxue has captured that. You must encourage him verbally." Zhou Yingxue nodded vigorously. "I see. When I meet Brother Yanji later, I shall compliment him first." To await Song Yanji's departure from work, the two remained in the live streaming room until 5:30. During this time, Yi Qingqing played 3 games, uttered 15 colorful phrases, consumed 2 bottles of beer, and devoured 3 bags of snacks. Upon exiting the live streaming room with Zhou Yingxue, she let out a contented belch. Before they could spot Song Yanji, Li Qingquan stormed over, glaring at Yi Qingqing. "Didn't I instruct you to extend the stream for an hour? Who permitted you to end it?" Zhou Yingxue furrowed her brows. "Must I work overtime too?" Li Qingquan immediately bent his back. "Miss Zhou, no, Assistant Zhou need not work overtime. You may leave on time. However, I require her company for dinner." Zhou Yingxue frowned. With so many streamers, why must she be the one to work late? Li Qingquan paused, then glanced at Yi Qingqing, observing her with one hand carrying Zhou Yingxue's bag and the other bearing a snack, resembling a maid. Had Yi Qingqing so easily reduced Miss Zhou to this state? Delighted, Li Qingquan stepped aside. "You may go ahead. Today we shall let it pass." Zhou Yingxue surveyed the onlookers and whispered, "Remember, do not let others know my identity. Such a person should be on screen, truly a waste of talent." As Yi Qingqing passed by Li Qingquan, she patted his shoulder. "Oldly, work hard, and wait for the day I crown you as the leading actor." Li Qingquan clenched his teeth, nearly losing consciousness from the intensity of his emotions. At this moment, at the company entrance, Zhou Yingxue finally spotted Song Yanji, accompanied by Su Xinxue. Upon seeing Zhou Yingxue, Su Xinxue scornfully remarked, Miss Zhou, you are indeed excessive. You disrupt Yanji's studies daily at school. And now you pursue him at work? You are severely disturbing his normal life. Yi Qingqing interjected. Zhou Yingxue is my assistant and works here, just as you do. Don't make baseless accusations. Su Xinxue, realizing Zhou Yingxue was the assistant referred to by Xue Meinyang, felt even angrier. Biting her lip, she suddenly clung to one of Song Yanji's arms. Yanji, tomorrow is my birthday. You promised to celebrate it with me at midnight. Song Yanji nodded, then withdrew his arm. In my heart, you are like a younger sister. I would never miss such an important day. Upon hearing the term younger sister, Su Xinxue's expression soured, while Zhou Yingxue's face brightened visibly. She gazed at Song Yanji with sparkling eyes. You truly see her merely as a sister, correct? Song Yanji averted his gaze, pressed his lips together, and nodded. Su Xinxue's face paled. She forced a smile. Yanji, have you prepared a birthday gift for me? Song Yanji, lacking funds, could only smile awkwardly. I can cook you a bowl of longevity noodles. How does that sound? Zhou Yingxue quickly thrust a limited edition bag from Yi Qingqing into his hands. Let this be your birthday gift. It's brand new. Su Xinxue recognized the bag, grasping its handle tightly, yet still taunted. Miss Zhou, do you find pleasure in insulting others with your wealth? Chapter 63. Allow me to bear all your monetary burdens. Yi Qingqing felt a pang of sympathy, snatching the bag from Zhou Yingxue and cradling it. Zhou Yingxue, you have gone too far. Su Xinxue views money as nothing. How can you bestow such an extravagant gift upon her? She should not endure this indignity. Zhou Yingxue momentarily faltered. Then, I shall prepare another gift. That one tea be necessary. Su Xinxue's eyes fixated on the bag in Yi Qingqing's arms, her face twisted in unease. Ultimately, unable to suppress her impulse, she conceded. Fine. Your intentions are good. I shall take this bag. This bag could purchase a car, designer clothing, luxury cosmetics. The more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she became, nearly snatching it outright. Yi Qingqing, sensing the tension, took 2 steps back, casually retrieving a half-empty bag of candy from her pocket and thrusting it into Su Xinxue's hands. Wishing you a sweet future. This is a birthday gift from a young lady. It suits you well. After saying this, she nudged Zhou Yingxue. Am I right? She then looked to Song Yanji, seeking approval. See, this time, she had not insulted anyone with money. Song Yanji, unaware of the bag's value, merely thought Zhou Yingxue was being considerate this time. And his expression softened. Since we shall all be colleagues from now on, let us coexist harmoniously. Su Xinxue held the half bag of candy, her face turning green as she gazed enviously at the white limited edition bag, her expression contorted. Who would want half a bag of worthless candy? Yi Qingqing, with a hint of admiration, patted her shoulder, her tone filled with awe. Wealth dissipates and returns. Your lofty character is truly commendable. Trust me, as long as you persist in this manner, you shall remain perpetually impoverished. Congratulations. This remark elicited a curious glance from Song Yanji. Zhou Yingxue, with a complex expression, looked at Yi Qingqing. I never expected you to be so kind. It seems I misjudged you in the past. Yi Qingqing graciously waved her hand, still clutching the bag. Then this bag. Zhou Yingxue shook her head. Just keep it. After all, I never use my bags more than once. Unintentional arrogance can be the most lethal. Su Xinxue's expression shifted from green to black, her teeth grinding audibly. Song Yanji, concerned, gazed at her. Xinxue, you don't look well. Are you unwell? Su Xinxue inhaled deeply, pinching her palm until it reddened, forcing a smile. I'm fine. Just a bit exhausted from work today. The two, a brother and sister, shared tender feelings, while Zhou Yingxue's expression turned somber once more. Yi Qingqing seized the moment. In that case, shall we call for an ambulance? The three fell into silence. Song Yanji arrived on his electric bike, with Su Xinhue seated behind him. Seeing Zhou Yingxue's envious expression, she felt a slight relief. Good. As Song Yanji pedaled, his white socks were revealed. Slightly soiled but still bright. The electric bike sped away, and Zhou Yingxue clenched her fist. Yanji, didn't he express any disdain towards me today? And he referred to Su Xinhue merely as a sister. I am certain I can make him fall for me. Yi Qingqing looked at her with admiration. Men with foot odor are remarkably resilient. You ought to cherish him. Zhou Yingxue, lost in her romantic thoughts, pouted disapprovingly. Brother Yanji does not have foot odor. I understand, he simply hasn't washed his feet. Yi Qingqing nodded knowingly, then pondered for a moment before offering advice. Based on my years of reading romance novels, you should show more affection towards Su Xinhui, after all. She is Song Yanji's sister. Is that so? Lacking romantic experience, Zhou Yingxue felt something was amiss and asked, perplexed. Shouldn't I be focusing more on Yanji? Yi Qingqing clicked her tongue. Silly girl, think about it. If you show concern for Song Yanji, he might perceive you as looking down on him. To love someone is to wholeheartedly believe in them, allowing them to face any challenges alone, embodying unconditional trust. This is the essence of love. It seemed quite reasonable. Zhou Yingxue reluctantly lowered her head. But I really dislike Su Xinhui. I don't know how to care for her.
Yevink, affectionately touching her handbag.
Spoke earnestly. The friendship between girls is simple. Sharing and communicating more can strengthen your bond. Zhou Yingxue felt a flicker of understanding. She had previously added Su Xinhui on WeChat, primarily to view the photos of Song Yanji she posted. Remembering this, she opened her phone. And indeed, Su Xinhui had just updated her moments. She sat behind the electric bike, one arm wrapped around Song Yanji's waist, half of her face visible, the photo beautifully enhanced. Accompanied by a rather flirtatious caption, "His backseat is my exclusive space." Is this what sharing is? Zhou Yingxue felt a pang of jealousy, but suppressed her sadness as she got into her luxury car. Sending a photo of half of her vehicle to Su Xinhui, "I envy you for being able to ride with Brother Yanji, while I am all alone in my car." Perhaps she simply hasn't shared enough? So, during dinner that night, she decided to share with Su Xinhui again. Although she disliked the woman, Yi Qingqing was right. She couldn't be so petty. If she were to marry Brother Yanji in the future, wouldn't she become Su Xinhui as sister-in-law? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Yingxue shyly covered her face and smiled. Yi Qingqing, having checked the price of the bag, also smiled, pleased to see her friend happy. However, at that moment, someone was far from happy. After waiting so long, he finally anticipated seeing his goddess, only to be disappointed. Gu Jing instantly became furious. He actually left you alone in another city. Chapter 64. Life becomes increasingly promising. His words made it seem as if Lin Wanning was the underage daughter of Zhou Yueqing. Lin Wanning, well-versed in the hearts of men, sighed. Ah Jing. This is not Ah Cheng's fault. It is my own. What have you done wrong? It's all that shameless Yi Qingqing's fault. Gu Jing exclaimed in anger. Then, realizing his rudeness, quickly softened his tone. She is merely an inconsequential substitute. Brother Zhou holds only you in his heart. And you? Lin Wanning's choked voice echoed, causing Gu Jing's heart to skip a beat. It seemed he hadn't quite caught what she said, and he could not help but repeat. What?
What did you say?
Lin Wanning seemed to realize her slip of the tongue. I'm sorry, Ah Jing. I'm just feeling a bit down. Breath quickening. Gu Jing felt his heart surge with Lin Wanning's words, wishing he could rush to her side and clarify everything. But he dared not. He stood like a cowardly jester in the shadows, watching her. Yet, at that moment, the heart he thought he had let go of began to ripple again, perhaps. Not daring to dwell on it further, Gu Jing took a deep breath. Wanning, rest assured, with me around, Yi Qingqing won't pose any threat to you. After hanging up, Lin Wanning smirked. What did a man matter? He was merely her plaything. Both Zhou Yueqing and Gu Jing were nothing more than stepping stones in her eyes. She loved no one but herself. Yet it wasn't too late. As for Yi Qingqing, to her, she was merely a clown, a temporary distraction in Lin Wanning's life, where there were no men to be stolen. Lin Wanning, perceptive, shook her head. Ah Cheng, you know I don't mind these things. She lowered her head slightly, revealing a neck as delicate as a white lotus, her figure, honed by years of dancing, accentuating her slender shoulders. Clad in a simple white dress, she appeared as if descended from the heavens. As the white moonlight for several men, she indeed possessed remarkable allure. Yet, for some reason, Zhou Yueqing's mind flickered with the image of Yi Qingqing. The online discourse surrounding her had just been dealt with by Gao Baiji, but new negative sentiments had emerged. It was evident someone was deliberately targeting her. A freshly graduated university student must be terrified now, right? Yet, despite this, the woman had never called him to lament. Did she know she was with Lin Wanning? Perhaps at this very moment, she was alone in her room, weeping. Yet, Yi Qingqing was also somewhat his woman. Moreover, that foolish girl was thoroughly enamored with him. Sensitive to Zhou Yueqing's demeanor, Lin Wanning instantly guessed his thoughts and chuckled inwardly. Slowly finishing her coffee, she feigned surprise as she opened her phone. Ah Cheng, I want to be able to see you off at the airport tonight. Luo Go is taking me to the beach for a bonfire party.
Lilu.
Her partner for this dance performance, a man. Lin Wanning nodded, covering her mouth with a smile. Oh dear, what are you thinking? We are partners, the best of friends. But the way Li Luo gazed at Lin Wanning was not lost on Zhou Yueqing. Lin Wanning widened her eyes in feigned surprise. One tea that interfere with your work? Zhou Yueqing gazed at her with deep affection. To me, you will always be my top priority. Lin Wanning lowered her head at just the right moment, revealing a hint of shyness. The reason the White Moonlight is adored is that it makes men long for the unattainable. Yi Qingqing, how could you possibly be my rival? At this moment, Yi Qingqing was engrossed in reading a postpartum doula manual. Although she possessed millions, it did not hinder her ambitious spirit. Money was something she desired to earn continually. Life indeed seemed increasingly promising. She wasn't he afraid? Was she? Oh no, she didn't even know there was any news. Yi Qingqing obediently nodded, and after hanging up, she scrolled through the news, only to discover that Chen Meru and Li Xiangqiang had resurfaced. In the footage, amidst various backgrounds, Chen Meru, donning a mask and hat, lamented to the media interviewing her. Having seduced others since her teenage years, she always wore revealing clothing at such a young age. I can hardly believe my daughter, whom I raised with great care, would slander her parents like this. It truly breaks my heart. In high school, she even associated with another girl with blonde hair. Truly, I don't wish to discuss this. Please don't report it. The world pities a parent as heart. I have never asked her for a penny, yet she claims online that I never cared for her. My conscience is clear. I often invited her over for meals. Last time, my husband even specially cooked 100 yuan worth of beef for her, and the neighbors all know. Li Xiangqiang comforted her with a pat, adding appropriately, all right. Don't cry. We can't help it if the child is ungrateful. Last time you fainted, she didn't even help. 2 individuals accepted a sum of 200,000 from Gu Jing, specifically to tarnish Yi Qingqing's reputation. After all, Chen Meru is undoubtedly Yi Qingqing's biological mother. With this identity, she places herself atop the moral high ground, indifferent to the insults Yi Qingqing may endure. In Chapter 65, the chaos has begun. Initially, she intended to release photos of Zhou Yuanchen with Yi Qingqing, but was stopped by Gu Jing. Yi Qingqing's expression darkened. She had tolerated Chen Meru's numerous fabrications, but claiming she turned a blind eye to a life-or-death situation was intolerable. She had indeed called for help that day. How infuriating to be lied about. She still had the call records intact. The news broke in the afternoon, so during the live broadcast around 1 o'clock, the atmosphere remained relatively calm. However, online users, unaware of the truth, began to hurl curses and insults. Some malicious individuals even superimposed Yi Qingqing's photo onto a wreath. Furthermore, a few extreme netizens started to dox her, revealing her residence. Gao Baiji had spent the entire night awake, managing the situation at the company. Previously, she harbored a strong dislike for Yi Qingqing. But after witnessing the true colors of Chen Meru and her husband, she began to feel a flicker of sympathy for Yi Qingqing. Especially upon seeing the vile comments online and the disturbing images, an unexpected wave of anger surged within her. She selected a few of the most circulated comments and informed the company's legal department to prepare a lawsuit. Additionally, she disabled all social media direct messages. Although Tianren City, a high-end villa area, boasted excellent security measures, it could not deter the irrational madness of the deranged. Contemplating this, Gao Baiji couldn't help but worry. After all, Yi Qingqing was merely a young woman in her early 20s, still in the age of gaming and leisure. She appeared fragile and seemingly not very astute. Yet Zhou Yuancheng was now with Lin Wanning, leaving her alone in Jingbei to face the storm. Was she now crying her eyes out? Yi Qingqing had indeed reddened her eyes, but not from tears. She was furious. Adhering to her principle of never being wronged when she had money, she donned her alter ego, discarding her disguise to engage in the fray herself. Her username was simply, "Though I am without wealth, I possess no decorum." Yi Qingqing was a fool blinded by money. She didn't even provide for her own mother, lower than a beast. You are better than a beast, your whole family surpasses a beast. Even a dog would not bark as you do. Is that Yi Qingqing indulging in that white powder? Curse you! The level of her ignorance was astonishing. Yet she aimed to be a streamer. She was polluting the entire streaming industry. Just a piece of trash. Yi Qingqing, are you out of your mind? You were flirting with men in high school, and now as a streamer, who knows how many have slept with you? Your essence is rotten. Her little mouth was quite adept at spewing nonsense. Had she ingested the filth of the world? After battling for a while, her fingers grew weary, and she unified her message. Everyone, retaliate. One sentence delivered a fatal blow before she logged off to sleep soundly. The next morning, after breakfast, Qingqing exercised briefly before indulging in a bath. There was no other option. Her life was now exquisitely refined. Just as she settled into her bubble bath, she received a call from the Public Relations Department of the Zhou Corporation. Mixue, your address has been exposed. Please refrain from opening the door to strangers.
Just in case.
As soon as the voice on the other end finished speaking, she heard the sound of glass shattering outside. What the heck? Are people this insane now? Wrapping herself in a bathrobe, Qingqing approached the window to look down. A group of young men with brightly colored hair stood outside, shouting and cursing.
Fortunately,
the villa's windows were made of bulletproof glass. The brick thrown had not shattered the window. Although security was attempting to disperse the crowd, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. With wave after wave arriving, Qingqing, her face expressionless, picked up her phone. Chaos has arrived. At the Wu Jixian live streaming company, Li Qingquan received a call from Gu Jing. Are you suggesting that, under these circumstances, Qingqing should still come to work? Those people are causing quite a ruckus. Could it be dangerous? Gu Jing smirked coldly. The uproar online is merely fleeting. If we do not take this opportunity to let her face the consequences, what are we waiting for? If she dares to step outside now, she will surely be torn to shreds. This has nothing to do with me. It is the crazed netizens at play. Li Qingquan still felt apprehensive. What about Miss Zhou? She is currently Qingqing's assistant. If anything were to happen to her, it would be troublesome. If something happened to Zhou Yingxue, not just me, but the entire company would be doomed. Gu Jing impatiently retorted. Is your brain made of pig's fat? Just find some excuse to keep Zhou Yingxue from coming to the office. After being scolded, Li Qingquan hung up the phone, wearing a grim expression. It was easy for Gu Jing to say, but finding a plausible excuse? With Zhou's temper, what excuse could suffice? Outside Tianrun City, the commotion continued, unnoticed by anyone as two dilapidated motorcycles approached. Biao, clad in a black t-shirt, casually stepped off, a book tucked under his massive arm, and confidently made his way through a crowd of spirited youths. Excuse me, make way. As he finished speaking, his eyes widened and he removed his sunglasses, his expression shifting. Big brother, are you also here to trouble Qingqing? You go first, you go first. He then shouted to the crowd, clear the way, let the big brother through. The big brother has arrived. For similarly built men in black, reminiscent of bodyguards from an action film, caused the crowd to part. Oh no, Qingqing is finished today. Did you see that man's fists? They are as large as a pot. I wager one punch could kill a cow. The onlookers gasped in awe. This was quite remarkable, wasn't it? No one is going to die today, are they? The crowd grew more excited. Even the property security began to panic, pulling out their phones to call for help. Biao reached the door, glanced at the building number, and called Qingqing. Boss, we've arrived. How do we get in? Qingqing was fiddling with a small speaker when she heard his voice and replied with a code. 256, 258, 257. For safety, she had changed the password long ago. Biao pressed the button for nearly a minute, his fingers growing numb. The others peered around, exchanging glances. What were these big brothers doing? Cracking the code? Breaking in? Wasn't that a bit too intense? They had hesitated to barge in, knowing the gravity of illegal entry could land them in jail. Their antics were limited to shouting outside. At worst, they would just learn a lesson. In Chapter 66, things take a turn. Finally, inputting the password, Biao pushed the door open with a bang, then slammed it shut behind him. The crowd outside was stunned. Was that it? They just walked in? Everyone shared a tacit understanding and remained silent, waiting for Qingqing's piercing scream from within, preferably a heart-wrenching one. But there was none. After about 5 minutes of silence, just as the crowd began to wonder, a loudspeaker blared to life. It was Qingqing's voice. You outside, you have been surrounded. What on earth? From the villa's second floor, through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Qingqing stood clad in a bathrobe, perched on a soft stool, holding a loudspeaker aloft as she shouted. Behind her stood the 4 black-clad men who had just entered. I will give you another 10 minutes to leave. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. The silence was so profound one could hear a pin drop. Then came a torrent of insults. What the hell? Those 4 men are Qingqing's bodyguards. Who are they trying to intimidate? I wonder what she thinks she can do. If they dare to lay a hand on me, I'll just lie down and claim she assaulted me. Indeed, she had money. Let her pay dearly. We are many, so we have nothing to fear. Several security guards pleaded earnestly from behind, urging, you should leave quickly. The police will arrive soon. To which the response was, we'll leave when the police come. Once they depart, we shall return. In truth, the police had already made an appearance, but upon hearing their approach, this group had vanished without a trace. Once the officers departed, they reconvened. Their actions were limited to shouting insults. They did not engage in any substantial destruction. And the police could not simply remain idle all day. Moreover, many among them were minors, emboldening their defiance.
Yevink.
Feeling a bit fatigued after calling out for a while, descended and handed the megaphone to Biao Yi, saying, "You take over, I need a rest." Biao Yi nodded slightly, took the megaphone, and shouted robustly, "Get out now, or I'll douse you with urine." Biao Er squinted and snatched the megaphone, cursing as he spoke. "I have diarrhea today. I don't want to be overwhelmed by filth. Get lost immediately." Startled, Qingqing instinctively took 2 steps back, covering her delicate nose. "No need to go to such extremes," she said. Biao San and Biao Si exchanged glances and were about to speak, but Qingqing decisively interrupted. "Silence. Follow me to the kitchen." Meanwhile, the spirited young men below, having been subjected to the foul language, were incensed, their faces reddening. "You arrogant bullies. Brothers, we refuse to leave. Let us see how much they can truly unleash. I refuse to believe that their 4 bladders can soak us all. Our numbers give us strength. We fear nothing." Tianren City is a relatively secluded villa complex with few residents. As the commotion escalated, neighbors, disturbed by the ruckus, vacated the area in their luxury cars. After all, they had ample properties to choose from. Presently, Qingqing was the sole occupant of the entire complex. Even the police were stationed far away, which only emboldened the crowd further. Exhausted, Qingqing languidly sank onto the sofa, waving her small hand. "I can't anymore, I'm tired. You all handle the rest. If you're free today, join me. I'll pay each of you 10,000. With money in hand, she played the role of an extravagant employer and quickly transferred funds. Biao Yi, San, and Si's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as they simultaneously turned towards the kitchen, proclaiming, "Boss, you go rest. We guarantee they'll be gone within 10 minutes. However, she needed to review the manual for her maternity nurse certification. She must obtain that qualification swiftly. 5 minutes later, Biao Yi, San, and Si emerged fully equipped, donning raincoats, sunglasses, and masks, armed with plastic bags. What were they up to? Were they planning to attack us? "Quick, lie down. I'm calling the police. We must extort him today." The few closest to the action had already wisely crouched down without a sound. Biao Yi twisted his neck and smirked, a glint of coldness flashing behind his sunglasses. He raised his hands high, revealing several sealed plastic bags to the crowd. What was this? Before anyone could voice their confusion, the answer became apparent. With their arms raised, Biao Yi, San, and Si hurled the bags into the throng.
Help.
Call the police.
Oh.
No, the bags landed precisely in the most densely packed areas of the crowd, and those lying at the front bore the brunt of this unexpected baptism. What is that smell? It can't be urine, can it? No, it's sticky. Oh, I can't. How disgusting. What on earth is this?
Call the police, now.
Unfortunately, Biao San, and Si did not allow them any time to react. In perfect unison, they launched the remaining plastic bags into the air. Biao Yi adjusted his sunglasses, pinched his nose, and grinned widely. Everyone gets a share. The few security guards standing at the back had begun to roll their eyes. The stench was far worse than feces. "Oh, this is canned herring. What the hell? There's stinky tofu. What else on my head is rotten durian." By the time the police arrived, everything had come to a close. The air was thick with an indescribable odor, reminiscent of excrement and food, utterly overwhelming. The intensity of the smell was such that upon the arrival of one officer, he nearly retched. The lead officer covered his nose with his hand and glared at one of the individuals on the ground, questioning, "What is this mess? Did you do this?" "Officer, I'm going to be sick. It was our owner who threw it." The security guard trembled in fear, covering his nose, on the verge of tears. At that moment, Qingqing had donned a face mask and stood at the entrance, proclaiming through the megaphone, "Thank you for your hard work, officers. I take full responsibility for the environmental pollution. I will promptly contact the property management to clean it up." She then sincerely addressed the security guard, "Brother, please arrange for a cleaner. I'll cover the cleaning fee." The officer took a deep breath, realizing the situation was growing more complicated. Just then, a Rolls-Royce slowly rolled up to the villa, and the rear door swung open, revealing a pair of long legs. Chapter 67. This is the second time it has fallen. Zhou Yuanqing's face was etched into the minds of the security guards. They quickly approached to explain the situation, even thoughtfully offering a mask. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, we will send cleaning personnel to the scene immediately. Zhou Yuanqing frowned, surveying the chaos from a distance. He spotted Qingqing wearing a white bathrobe, standing behind 4 burly men, appearing quite diminutive. She kept her head down, her expression obscured, though her shoulders trembled slightly. Was she frightened? Was she crying? A fleeting sense of pity crossed his mind. After all, she was merely a young girl. At that moment, those apprehended by the police were in despair. I want to sue Qingqing. She is so malicious. I want her to lose everything. I want her to be utterly disgraced. Qingqing pinched her nose and lifted her head, speaking through her mask. Dear brother, I advise you to refrain from speaking. If you vomit again, I will not cover the cleaning fees. You'll have to clean up your own mess. Zhou Yuanqing's expression hardened, his gaze slicing through the colorful, foul-smelling individuals. He stepped through the filth, approaching the police, a cold smile creeping beneath his mask. Who dares to touch my people? Sue? Very well. The assistant felt a shiver run down his spine, and quickly nodded. Mr. Zhou, I will issue the orders at once. The police recognized Zhou Yuanqing and treated him with utmost courtesy. Mr. Zhou, the main cause of this incident was the harassment of Mixue. How would you like to proceed? Zhou Yuanqing's gaze was frigid as he dismissed them with a wave. The Zhou family's legal team will handle this matter at the police station. The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. They were mobilizing the Zhou family's legal team to deal with a few petty ruffians. Every member of that department was an elite in the legal field. Was this overkill? The lead officer's expression shifted. The Zhou family's legal department. He hesitated. Mr. Zhou. Would that be? Zhou Yuanqing's eyes lowered, and he slowly rotated the beads on his wrist, his words chilling. The entire legal department will be involved. Goodness. They intended to annihilate these individuals. This was a clear warning, a show of strength to instill fear in others. The atmosphere became thick with an overpowering aura of dominance. Mr. Zhou truly values Qingqing. The assistant felt a tumult of emotions as he recalled Lin Weining, still in Yang City, marveling at how Zhou Yuanqing was a paragon of manhood, treating every woman with such depth of feeling. Soon, the surrounding officers escorted the unruly young men away. Zhou Yuanqing's expression finally softened as he regarded Qingqing, who stood about a meter away, his tone low. Why didn't you call me? Were you afraid I wouldn't protect you? Not quite. I mainly feared disturbing you while you were busy with your family planning, Qingqing replied, shaking her head. It's more important to focus on that. The person before her was small and obedient. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her, to console her. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. A loud, slippery crash echoed through the surroundings, drawing the astonished gazes of those nearby. There lay the domineering figure, once imposing above the crowd, now sprawled on the ground, having fallen onto a piece of stinky tofu, his position exceedingly awkward. Silence enveloped the area, and the prudent security guards swiftly fled. Mr. Zhou. We'll fetch the cleaners. The wind was so strong that it made my eyes go blind for a moment. Qingqing, decisive as ever, turned to the still-dazed Biao and called out. Aren't you leaving? Do you wish to meet the legal department of Zhou Corporation? As soon as her words fell, she could only catch sight of 4 distant shadows. How swift they were. Qingqing sighed, then crouched down, her heart aching. Yuech, are you all right? Zhou Yuanqing gritted his teeth, letting out a low growl. Get lost. The area fell silent, the once bustling neighborhood now utterly deserted. Zhou Yuanqing took a deep breath, the rancid stench assailing his senses, almost making him retch. He quickly held his breath, vigorously wiping an unknown substance from his palm onto his expensive suit jacket, then darkly glared at Qingqing. Aren't you going to help me up? Qingqing hurried over, grasping his arm and apologizing. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you had fallen, and couldn't get up. Zhou Yuanqing tossed his suit jacket aside, growling, Shut up. Oh. Qingqing obediently fell silent, then assisted the limping Zhou Yuanqing into the house. How about you take a shower first? Zhou Yuanqing shot her a fierce look, not uttering a word, and directly entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, a rejuvenated Zhou Yuanqing emerged, his hair still damp, settling onto the sofa to rest. Qingqing, ever considerate, handed him a bottle of medicinal oil. Is there any swelling? Zhou Yuanqing cast her a cold glance, still able to faintly detect that indescribable odor. He stood up, his stance slightly awkward. Let us go to Qianxue Bay. It's not safe here, we shouldn't stay. Qianxue Bay was Zhou Yueqing's residence.
Ye vink hestatet.
Clutching her bathrobe. Is that really appropriate? Zhou Yueqing rose, looking down at her. Yi Qingqing, using the same tactic of temptation once is enough. Remember your place. After speaking those words, he felt a growing agitation within him. How could he, who was clearly enamored with Lin Wanqing, be swayed by a mere substitute? He abandoned the collaboration project in Yangcheng, fearing for Yi Qingqing's safety. At that moment, Zhou Yueqing was still oblivious to the fact that he was an unrepentant scoundrel, his hands in his pockets, gazing solemnly out the window. I will compensate you with other things, but not love. Yi Qingqing felt a jolt of surprise, her eyes sparkling with inspiration, and she blurted out, "Then how about gifting me a house?" Zhou Yueqing stiffened, a slight pain returning, and he frowned. Yi Qingqing, do not use superficial vanity to mask your emotions. I may not love you, but that does not mean I will look down on you for loving me. Chapter 68. You're quite the loyal one. If it weren't for love, why would she patiently cook pot after pot of nourishing congee for him? Yi Qingqing, perplexed, responded, "Wait, I'm discussing money while you're discussing feelings?" Zhou Yueqing looked at her helplessly. "Stop messing around." "Mess around, my foot." Yi Qingqing angrily turned and ascended the stairs, furious that Zhou Yueqing had learned to weave grand illusions. Zhou Yueqing's tone grew serious. "Where are you going?"
Ye vink.
"My patience is limited. Do not play games." Yi Qingqing, devoid of emotion, replied, "I'm going upstairs to change. Am I supposed to go to Qianxue Bay in a bathrobe?" After a moment's thought, Zhou Yueqing said, "Wear a white dress."
Ye vink rolet harius.
Even whiter than the dress. On the way back to Qianxue Bay, Zhou Yueqing leaned against the back seat, eyes closed, silent. He had woken early to catch a flight and had just taken a tumble. He was indeed feeling fatigued. He wondered how Wanqing's performance had gone. Yi Qingqing received a call from Li Chengquan. "Be at the company for the live stream this afternoon. Don't be late." "Are you sure?" Yi Qingqing retorted. "I have a legion of black fans now. Aren't you afraid they'll storm the live stream room?" Li Chengquan scoffed. "Do you know how many fans you have left? Over 50,000 unfollowed you yesterday afternoon. At this moment, you should be steady. Continue the live stream." Fine, it didn't matter. She would simply do as she pleased. Hanging up, Zhou Yueqing cast her a disinterested glance. "What is the name of the company where you stream?" He knew Yi Qingqing was a streamer but had never paid attention. To him, internet celebrities were unworthy of serious consideration, just fleeting entertainment. Wuji Live. The name sounded somewhat familiar, but Zhou Yueqing dismissed it with a nonchalant hum. Upon returning to Qianxue Bay, Zhou Yueqing plunged back into the bathroom, emerging later with a faint scent of sandalwood. He let out a sigh and began to twirl the prayer beads on his wrist. "Come and give me a massage." Yi Qingqing perked up. For this lucrative job, she had truly put in the effort. She had studied various massage techniques, including acupressure and anatomy. She had rarely had the opportunity to demonstrate her skills. But now was the time to showcase her capabilities. Rolling up her sleeves, she clapped the sofa. "Come on, lie down." Zhou Yueqing suddenly had an ominous premonition. Hesitating, "No need. Just a scalp massage will suffice." "That won't do." Yi Qingqing shook her head resolutely. "For your health, do you know how hard I've worked? I watched that acupressure video 10 times. I know it by heart." Zhou Yueqing's expression softened. "I've always been in good health." "You're nearly 30. Yi Qingqing stated earnestly. "Once a man hits 30, his health declines, especially in that regard. It's essential to take care of it." Zhou Yueqing's face darkened. "Yi Qingqing, what on earth are you talking about? I'm only 28. Yi Qingqing sighed. "You belong to the late marriage and late childbirth category." Zhou Yueqing was momentarily speechless. Gritting his teeth, he flopped onto the sofa. "You keep quiet. No talking during the massage." On the imported soft leather sofa, the man lay languidly, a gentle breeze wafting through the white gauzy curtains. The young woman in white focused intently, her delicate fingers, seemingly boneless, gliding over his shoulder and slowly descending along his strong back. Zhou Yueqing let out a suppressed groan, his body tensing. "Yi Qingqing, are you giving a massage or committing murder?" He felt a fiery sensation in his shoulder, as if crushed by a wheel. Yi Qingqing encouraged. "Pain is a good sign. It means your meridians are blocked. I've studied acupressure, and even the blind say I'm good at it. You're a grown man. Be stronger." "What I say, little pain? Men bleed and sweat but do not cry." Zhou Yueqing felt as though he could barely lift his left arm, taking a deep breath. "Fine. Just massage my neck, but ease up a bit."
All right.
Yi Qingqing obediently placed her hands on his neck, her warm touch causing Zhou Yueqing to close his eyes. Not forgetting to add, be gentle. This time it was pleasant. Zhou Yueqing, who had always had neck issues, let out a satisfied sound. Continue, but be gentle. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a sharp female voice shattered the moment. What are you doing? Yi Qingqing, how dare you seduce my brother? Zhou Yingxue stormed in on her high heels like a whirlwind. How could you do this to me? Yi Qingqing, you've deeply disappointed me. I was ready to find someone to stand up for you, but you're here with him. Her small face was filled with anger and disappointment, and Yi Qingqing felt as though she had been caught in an affair. She sat up, striving to defend herself. I'm just doing my job for money. Don't worry, you will always be my dear young lady. Zhou Yueqing adjusted his clothing, moving his shoulders and letting out a pained gasp. He bit his lip, dropped his arms, and spoke sternly. Zhou Yingxue, who allowed you to enter without knocking. Your lack of manners is becoming increasingly intolerable. Zhou Yingxue's eyes turned red. Brother, today Sister Wan Ning is performing on stage. Don't tell me you haven't seen the news. Zhou Yueqing's expression shifted. What happened to Wan Ning? He had left early in the morning and had not seen Lin Wan Ning, nor had he found the time to check his phone for updates. Sister Wan Ning was injured.
What?
Yi Qingqing's reaction was even more pronounced than Zhou Yueqing's. She grasped Zhou Yingxue's hand tightly. Where is she hurt? Is it serious? Will it affect her ability to have children? Zhou Yingxue and Zhou Yueqing exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Yingxue retorted, somewhat irritated. Sister Wan Ning merely scraped her knee. Stop dreaming. She then turned to Zhou Yueqing. Brother, what are you really thinking? Do you not like Sister Wan Ning anymore? Zhou Yueqing shifted his shoulders. A wave of pain coursing through him as he gritted his teeth and replied, Of course not. Zhou Yingxue sighed in relief. That's good. I only recognize Sister Wan Ning as my sister-in-law. Yi Qingqing nodded in agreement, also acknowledging the boss lady. As long as she was spared from the torment of a tragic plot. As long as I don't have to endure that, I would gladly work as a postpartum caregiver. For a monthly salary of 600,000, she thought, her eyes narrowing as she contemplated the money. Zhou Yueqing glanced at her. It won't be less than 10 million. Yi Qingqing clicked her tongue and playfully slapped Zhou Yueqing on the shoulder, which she had almost dislocated. You are quite loyal. Chapter 69. The Essence of Unconditional Trust. She yearned for and anticipated this turning point in the narrative. Yi Qingqing grinned widely, rolling up her sleeves. Lie down. Let me massage you again. I am bursting with energy. Zhou Yueqing trudged outside, his shoulders drooping, his expression dark as if he had smeared soot on his face. Zhou Yingxue quickly asked, Brother, are you going to find Sister Wan Ning? Zhou Yueqing's gritted voice came from beyond the door. To the orthopedic hospital. Old Li is driving. Yi Qingqing looked at his retreating figure with concern, murmuring, Your brother won't be impaired in his ability to have children, will he? He doesn't look well. Zhou Yingxue slapped her hand. Forget about that. Don't you dare have designs on my brother. After asserting herself, she cast a sidelong glance. Yi Qingqing. I only reminded you because I felt sorry for you. Even without Sister Wan Ning, you wouldn't gain entry into my family's home. Do you understand what matched social status means? Even my mother disapproves of Sister Wan Ning. Otherwise, my brother would have married her long ago. It wouldn't be your turn to play the substitute. This time. Yi Qingqing was taken aback. You actually understand about social status? But how could you, miss, be so blind as to fall for Song Yanji? Zhou Yingxue blushed. Brother Yanji is different. He will surely achieve great things in the future. This was indeed a possibility, Yi Qingqing thought. Recalling the narrative and considering how this young lady was likely to fall from grace because of that Phoenix man. The more she thought about it, the more disheartened she became. Yi Qingqing looked at her sympathetically. Why not lie down? I'll give you a free massage. If you need more, just come back to me. After all, I still have several million left from last year's pocket money. Holding her card, Yi Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes misted over. Her foolish yet kind-hearted young lady. As long as Yi Qingqing was around, no one could harm her. Since Zhou Yueqing was off to the orthopedic hospital and she had a live stream to attend to in the afternoon, Yi Qingqing decided to accompany Zhou Yingxue to the company early. Of course, it was not out of dedication, but rather to snag a free meal. On the way, Zhou Yingxue was driving a newly acquired black Land Rover, explaining, I thought it over. That red BMW was too ostentatious. Yanji would surely think I was flaunting my wealth. So, I specifically took out this old car. It was much cheaper. You call a Land Rover cheap? Yi Qingqing chuckled, regarding her with admiration. Well done. This car must be shown to Song Yenji, so he understands your thoughtful intentions. At the Wu Jixian live streaming company, in the staff cafeteria, Su Xinshi sat opposite Song Yenji, delicately eating her meal, quietly remarking, although Yi Qingqing has made many mistakes, it's truly pitiful to see her career ruined like this. Song Yenji scoffed. Xinshi, you are too kind. What's so pitiful about someone like Yi Qingqing, who doesn't even support her parents? No wonder she always trailed Zhou Yingxue. After saying this, Su Xinshi covered her mouth. You say Zhou Yingxue is wealthy. So why can't she help Yi Qingqing as parents? She spends tens of thousands on a single bag. Upon hearing this, Song Yenji's gaze darkened. Aside from having money, she is utterly useless. While they were conversing, Yi Qingqing and Zhou Yingxue had already entered the cafeteria. Zhou Yingxue scanned the room and quickly spotted Song Yenji, her spirits lifting as she eagerly intended to approach him with her tray. Yi Qingqing, quick to react, grabbed her by the collar and whispered, remember to show him more concern, especially asking about his parents. Men like girls who are filial. Zhou Yingxue wholeheartedly agreed, quickly organizing her thoughts, nervously sitting beside him. Yenji, how are your parents? Song Yenji's expression immediately soured. His father, like Yi Qingqing's, was currently operating a sewing machine, while his mother was lying in bed recovering from the emotional toll of it all. What did Zhou Yingxue mean by that? Before he could speak, Su Xinshi interjected. Zhou Yingxue, are you doing this on purpose? You know Auntie is seriously ill. And Yenji has to work 3 jobs just to barely cover medical expenses. Not only are you unhelpful, but you also make flippant remarks. In the past, upon hearing about Song Yenji's troubles, Zhou Yingxue would immediately rush to offer financial assistance. So when Su Xinshi finished her statement, she lifted her chin, anticipating Zhou Yingxue to eagerly present her card like a love-struck puppy. At that moment, she would first insult her, then reluctantly accept the offer. But, to her surprise, Zhou Yingxue gazed at Song Yenji with admiration. Yenji, you're amazing. She then lowered her head, shyly smiling. Is that all?
Su Xinshi,
Waiting for the latter part of her statement, frowned. Zhou Yingxue, can you bear to see Yenji working so hard every day? Song Yenji, helpless, softly said. Xinshi, please don't, Su Xinshi pouted. Yenji, I feel for you. What about the costs for Auntie? Look how thin you've become. She almost directly suggested that Zhou Yingxue should pay. This time, Song Yenji fell silent. Previously, it had been Zhou Yingxue covering the hospital expenses, but that money had run out. Working 3 jobs was exhausting, and even then, it was insufficient to cover the exorbitant medical bills. Zhou Yingxue, with her sparkling eyes, raised her fist and made an adorable gesture of encouragement. Yenji, I believe in you. You will surely overcome these challenges. Go for it. This is the essence of unconditional trust. She would not demean her brother by offering money. Su Xinshi, that wretched woman, only wanted to make Yenji dislike her even more. She would not fall for it. Yi Qingqing gave her a thumbs up. Now that's true love. Su Xinshi took a deep breath, biting into a potato with a vengeance, then vented her frustration directly onto Yi Qingqing. How dare you show your face here? You have some nerve. Not only are you unfilial, but you're also flirting with men. Yi Qingqing, I truly cannot comprehend how you, with hands and feet, can be so despicable. Zhou Yingxue, who had just been sweet, slammed her bowl down onto the table, her voice laced with fury. Su Xinshi, say that again? Smack. Zhou Yingxue stood up with a fierce demeanor and slapped Su Xinshi across the face. Apologized to Yi Qingqing. Chapter 70. You shall not touch a single hair on my young lady. She is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, and her temper has never been pleasant, only softening when facing Song Yenji. Song Yenji's expression changed as he instinctively stood up, raising his hand. Yi Qingqing, quick to act, hurled her chopsticks and swiftly delivered 2 sharp slaps. Do not even think about touching my lady. The strikes were both rapid and fierce, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Zhou Yingxue flinched and, upon seeing the handprint on Song Yenji's face, the first thought that crossed her mind was that he resembled a pig's head. Nonetheless, as someone who had cherished him for so long, she still felt a pang of sympathy. She shot Yi Qingqing a disapproving glare. Why did you lay hands on Yenji?
Qingqing sincerely apologized. I am sorry. I acted impulsively.
You don't mind, do you? Zhou Yingxue frowned. Yenji isn't that petty. He definitely won't be angry. Their exchange formed a perfect loop of dialogue. Su Xinshi, sporting a handprint on her face, had reddened eyes. Yenji.
Meanwhile,
Song Yanji bore two prominent marks on his face, far more noticeable than Su Xinshue's. Taking a deep breath, he looked disappointedly at Zhou Yingxue. I used to think your personality was just spoiled, but now you even resort to violence? Zhou Yingxue, you have truly disappointed me. The commotion attracted the attention of diners in the restaurant. Two new employees, a black sheep intern, and a lady experiencing life had all gathered, their curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, in the office, Li Qingquan, having received the news, stood up excitedly. What? Someone hit you, Qingqing? That's splendid. But then he corrected himself. No. It was Yi Qingqing who struck someone. What? She dared to hit someone? How audacious. Li Qingquan, neglecting the half-eaten chicken leg, wiped his mouth and rushed outside. Where's she? What a Yi Qingqing. Unable to do her job but excels at bullying her colleagues. Just wait and see how I deal with her. If I don't deduct 500 from her salary today, I won't be Li. Others followed behind, still caught up in the chaos. Back in the restaurant, Zhou Yingxue's eyes glistened with tears. It was she who insulted Yi Qingqing first. Yanji, why are you being so one-sided? Song Yanji coldly regarded her. Xinxue merely speaks her mind without tact. And you? You resorted to violence. Do you truly believe wealth grants you superiority? Yi Qingqing, sipping her rice porridge, calmly replied, wealth indeed holds significance, something you may never comprehend in your lifetime. The joy of the affluent is beyond your imagination. Offended, Song Yanji's demeanor grew colder as he sat motionless at the table. Zhou Yingxue apologized to Su Xinxue. And we can let this matter go. Otherwise, don't expect to speak to me ever again. Zhou Yingxue's eyes turned even redder. She had never endured such humiliation. At that moment, Li Qingquan hurried in, already scolding from a distance. Yi Qingqing, who gave you the privilege to bully your colleagues?
Je vink, perturbet.
Met his gaze. She insulted me. I struck her. Is that bullying? This is merely reciprocity. Su Xinxue, feeling supported, protested. Managerly, she just has a bad temper. I'm fine. Yi Qingqing seized the opportunity. See? She herself said it's fine. I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. Li Qingquan took a deep breath, then noticed Zhou Yingxue was present and instantly switched to a cheerful tone. Zhou Xia. Zhou Yingxue is here too. Haha, it's not even work hours. Look at our new colleague's spirit. You all should learn from it. The obvious favoritism toward Zhou Yingxue was apparent to everyone, causing the others to feign indifference as they continued their meals. Zhou Yingxue frowned. I'm not here to work. I'm here to eat. Li Qingquan, momentarily taken aback, quickly retorted. Familiarizing yourself with the staff meal is part of getting to know the job. Such spirit is commendable. Thumbs up. Zhou Yingxue, losing her appetite, turned her gaze toward Song Yanji, then glanced at Su Xinxue. The one who struck you is me. Stop casting blame on Yi Qingqing.
What?
Lady Zhou struck someone? Li Qingquan frowned and sternly looked at Su Xinxue. Xiao Su, colleagues should be courteous and supportive. Avoid being two-faced and petty. Look at Zhou Yingxue. Her willingness to admit fault is commendable. Why can't you do the same? If it happens again, I will have to deduct from your salary. He then cast a concerned glance at Zhou Yingxue. Did it hurt? Song Yanzi, lowering his hand from his face, gritted his teeth and added, Manager Li? I was also struck. Are we just going to let this slide? How had the new employee managed to provoke Lady Zhou into striking two people in one go? Li Qingquan, startled, turned to Zhou Yingxue and noticed her head bowed, her eyes slightly red. He abandoned the idea of confronting Yi Qingqing and shot a glare at Song Yanji. Xiao Song, I had high hopes for you. How can a young person lack such composure? It's just a slap. It's not as if you lost a limb. Why be so petty? Besides, what caused you to get hit? Was it because you insulted her first? Who gave you the right to insult anyone? Do you still want your salary? Do you still want this job? You've finally landed a position, and you're counting on next month's paycheck to cover medical expenses. His eyes reddening, veins bulging on his forehead, Song Yanji gripped the bun tightly. Zhou Yingxue, is this your intention? To force me through my job? Fine, you've won. I apologize. From this moment forward, there's no possibility between us. After angrily declaring this, he turned and stormed off. After a few steps, he turned back, angrily snatching the unfinished chicken leg and bun from his plate. The illusion shattered piece by piece. Zhou Yingxue pursed her lips, softly murmuring, I'm feeling unwell. I'll lie down in the live stream room for a bit. You eat by yourself. Li Qingquan rushed over, concerned. Do you need to see a doctor? Zhou Yingxue, with reddened eyes, replied softly, Be quiet. As she walked away, Li Qingquan sat down across from Yi Qingqing with a mocking expression, tapping the table. Yi Qingqing, do you have nothing to say? Chapter 71. Yi Qingqing is not deserving of death. Yi Qingqing, diligently gnawing on a chicken leg, pondered seriously for a moment, then lowered her head to savor another bite before boldly critiquing. Manager Li, to be honest, this chicken leg has a bit of a fishy taste. My suggestion is to add more ginger and cooking wine next time during blanching. Of course, choosing the right chicken leg is also an art. You wouldn't know. I've specifically studied this. Li Qingquan, unable to contain himself, shouted, Shut up. Yi Qingqing tossed the bone into her plate, wiping her mouth in displeasure. Why are you so fierce? You're the one who wanted me to speak, and now you don't want to hear it? Not even a senile old person forgets so quickly. Li Qingquan gritted his teeth. Do you dare to speak to me like that? Do you believe I could fire you? Yi Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise and delight. Really? If you don't keep your word, you're just a dog. Li Qingquan, speechless, clenched his jaw, and after a while, he suppressed the urge to flip the table. What do you plan to do about those rumors?
Yes, you?
The company will not spend a dime to clear your name. You've only been employed for a few days and have already caused so much trouble. Do you have any idea how much damage you've brought to the company? She genuinely did not know, as it had not been on her radar. Yi Qingqing finished eating and sipped some soup. The company won't go bankrupt, right? My salary hasn't been paid yet. Plus, with the tips, that's several thousand. Although Infinite Company was small, it was backed by Gu Jing and shunned Sibai investments, so it surely wouldn't collapse over such trivial matters. Li Qingquan let out a cold snort, saying, Yi Qingqing, I have worked in this company for 3 years without ever delaying a salary. In such a severe economic crisis, do you not understand the importance of cherishing your job? Just wait and regret it later. Do you realize how fortunate it is to have a stable job at this moment? Upon hearing his words, Yi Qingqing suddenly felt a sense of crisis. After all, she had been expressing her desire to resign daily while maintaining perfect attendance. She dared not take a single day off, fearing her employer might conclude that her absence would not affect the company. Yet, unforeseen circumstances could arise. What would happen if she were to become unemployed? After enduring as a corporate worker for so long, did she not comprehend the difficulty of finding a new job? Although she had over 10 million in her bank account, one must always possess a sense of crisis. She was, after all, in a narrative fraught with suffering. Who could predict what absurd plot twists lay ahead? This was precisely what Gu Jing had instructed, aiming to humiliate Yi Qingqing thoroughly, regardless of whether the rumors were true or false. As long as they forced Yi Qingqing to acknowledge them, they would become reality. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingqing directly refused, leaning closer to Li Qingquan and whispering, They are accusing me of using that substance, which is illegal. Are you out of your mind? Li Qingquan suppressed his anger, lowering his voice, then, aside from that, admit to the others. Yi Qingqing continued to shake her head. I cannot confess to seducing men. That would lead to being blacklisted. Li Qingquan persisted. Surely you can acknowledge your lack of filial piety towards your parents? This time, Yi Qingqing did not refuse but pondered carefully. I suppose that could work. Considering I have no parents. Li Qingquan was overjoyed. He had never anticipated that Yi Qingqing would refrain from uttering those infuriating words and instead directly agree. If during the live broadcast Yi Qingqing admitted to these scandals, she would become a scapegoat, forever unable to rise again. He would have completed Gu's task. As he thought of this, Li Qingquan could hardly suppress a laugh. Who could understand his suffering? Ever since Yi Qingqing joined a company, his blood pressure had soared, nearly reaching 180. Were it not for his mortgage and car loan, he would have resigned long ago. As the live broadcast approached, a crowd began to gather outside the Wujixian company, eagerly awaiting Yi Qingqing's appearance. Li Qingquan called Gu Jing. Manager Gu, Yi Qingqing has agreed. Gu Jing was skeptical. She agreed? Did she not propose any other conditions? She only mentioned her willingness to admit to lacking filial piety. Nothing else was stated. Li Qingquan recounted her exact words, then carefully suggested, once this storm passes, Yi Qingqing will be of no use, so why not dismiss her for this reason? Dismissing Yi Qingqing had become a burden on his mind. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Jing finally acquiesced. Very well. By then, Yi Qingqing's reputation will be tarnished, and my efforts will finally bear fruit. The money spent will not be in vain. At that moment, Li Qingquan thought of Zhou Mixue. There are many people outside the company, although they do not dare to create a scene inside. It could be problematic when Yi Qingqing exits. What about Miss Zhou? If she gets hurt, it will be troublesome. Currently, Yi Qingqing was Zhou Mixue's close companion. inseparable from her. After the broadcast, he would find a reason to keep Zhou Yingxue back, allowing Yi Qingqing to go out alone. Gu Jing smirked coldly. Remember to instruct the security to turn a blind eye. Also, do not call the police. After hanging up, Li Chengquan felt a wave of melancholy. The depths of love can breed such hatred. To destroy someone simply because they could not have them. He never expected manager Gu to be so ruthless. Thinking of Yi Qingqing's plight, he felt she was truly unfortunate. Love, indeed, could be a deadly affair. After reflecting on life for a moment, he called the head of security outside, keep the crowd at bay. When Yi Qingqing goes out, if things get too rowdy, discreetly call the police. Remember, discreetly. Well, after all, they were colleagues. Though she had driven his blood pressure to an alarming level, Yi Qingqing did not deserve such a fate. This turmoil had arrived too suddenly and felt somewhat eerie. Gao Baizhi sat in the Public Relations Department's meeting room, clad in a deep blue suit, her hair meticulously styled back. Adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, she inquired, "What is the situation with the online data?" "Not good. It seems someone is deliberately guiding public opinion," replied the Public Relations Manager with a sigh. In such situations, it is best for the party involved to present strong evidence for clarification. Otherwise, no amount of money will suffice. Gao Baizhi was aware that Yi Qingqing possessed a video of her worthless parents, but had yet to reveal it. Ironically, just when the slander was at its peak yesterday, Zhou Yueqing was absent from the company. Even when she called to inquire about funding approvals, no one answered. Reflecting on this, Gao Baizhi sighed, realizing that in Zhou Yueqing's heart, Lin Wanqing would likely always hold the top position. After all this time with him, did she not grasp this truth? Yet. Foolish Yi Qingqing continued to play the role of a humble substitute. Her phone screen flickered on and off as Gao Baizhi searched for Yi Qingqing's name, becoming ensnared in her own emotions.
Gaomi? Gaomi?
The several managers in the Public Relations Department exchanged glances, interrupting Gao Baizhi's reverie. What should we do now? Yi Qingqing's name faded from her mind. Gao Baizhi removed her glasses, pinching the bridge of her nose. Let things take their course. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke again. What is the current status of the harassment case involving Yi Qingqing that the legal department took on? The assistant beside her quickly flipped through documents. The legal department is efficient. With solid evidence, a ruling will come swiftly. Excellent. Publicize this matter widely. It could serve as a deterrent. However, what about the publicity budget? Any publicity expenditure exceeding 1 million requires Zhou's personal signature. This is a rule of the Zhou family, ensuring the concentration of power. Gao Baizhi pressed her lips together. Proceed with the preparations. I will contact Zhou. Having served as Zhou's chief secretary for many years, she still held some influence. The public relations team agreed and promptly set about implementing the policy. The meeting room quickly emptied, leaving Gao Baizhi alone. Opening her phone, she found headlines about Lin Wanqing's injuries. Checking Zhou Yueqing's itinerary, she confirmed he had booked a flight for the afternoon. How ironic. Now he traveled frequently. Before Yi Qingqing's arrival, he pretended to be a trustworthy person. A fleeting mix of disappointment and anger washed over her, but she quickly regained her composure, returning to her usual stoic demeanor as the aloof chief secretary. It was unfortunate, however, that the foolish girl remained oblivious. Zhou Yingxue sat despondently on the sofa, lost in thought. When Yi Qingqing entered, she merely lifted her eyelids to glance at her, exuding a beauty that seemed on the verge of fading. Are you that upset? Yi Qingqing asked anxiously. Are you alright? Perhaps you should try some dried plums? Though they aren't that great, I want to risk my life for you. Zhou Yingxue weakly raised her arm, retrieving a packet of sunflower seeds from the small table. After spitting out a shell, she spoke with a furrowed brow. I suddenly feel you were right. Yi Qingqing was puzzled. Right about what? Zhou Yingxue suddenly covered her face. Her voice choked with emotion. What should I do? I've just realized I might be too wicked. I used to like Yanji so much. Yet today my feelings for him have suddenly faded. Is it because I am inherently cold-hearted? Yi Qingqing struggled to find the right words. Have you not considered other aspects? She pointed to her forehead, her meaning clear. Zhou Yingxue cracked another sunflower seed, her eyes reddening. Yi Qingqing, how could you be so unreasonable? I'm this heartbroken. And you still accuse me of being big-chested and brainless? Yi Qingqing, I only pointed to your head. I didn't point to your chest, did I? How did you connect these two things? Zhou Yingxue, in a state of self-abandonment, opened a bottle of cola for herself and confessed. I admit I can be a bit love-struck, but shouldn't girls be a little innocent? I simply fell for someone I shouldn't have. Am I wrong? Yi Qingqing gazed thoughtfully at the naive girl before slowly responding. What are your assets? Zhou Yingxue burped and frowned. Why do you ask? My mom gives me 50 million yuan as pocket money each year, and I never finish it, so I don't know how much is left. Besides, my brother often gives me money too. I hardly have the time to count the zeros. It's exhausting. Yi Qingqing took a deep breath, then stood up and looked at her earnestly. I understand. Even if the whole world is wrong, you are not. Zhou Yingxue was taken aback by Yi Qingqing's words, biting her lip in confusion. Are you being too kind to me? But Sister Wan Ning is also very nice.
Yeving patet her dergenti. Addictive.
Let us not dwell on that. You need to conserve your mental energy. I'm going live now. She was so gentle. Zhou Yingxue suddenly felt the urge to cry again, so she got up to rummage through the fridge for something to eat. How frustrating, there were no plums. Meanwhile, the live stream room was already packed with people, all eager to unleash their criticism. Although there had been scandals before, none were as severe as this one. Of course, aside from the trolls, many were keenly watching this live broadcast, including Gu Jing with a sardonic smile, Shen Sibai with a complex expression, Secretary Gao, who had just put his glasses back on, Zhou Yuancheng, who had rushed over after a chiropractic session, and Lin Wanning, who was healthy but had checked into the hospital. Yi Qingqing's demeanor was exceptionally serious this time, devoid of any nonchalance, even taking a moment to tidy her appearance as if preparing for a flag-raising ceremony. As soon as the live stream began, a torrent of comments flooded in, with insults flying before Yi Qingqing could even speak. The language was laced with profanities. Yet, Yi Qingqing remained unfazed, showing no signs of anger, raising her hand instead. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. Let her speak. I wonder what nonsense she can concoct. Her biological mother has already exposed her twice. She can forget about turning things around in this lifetime. Does anyone understand? I couldn't sleep at all last night from anger. How can such people exist in this world? Public opinion is an unseen force, and those who manipulate it find it hard to control. If it were someone else, they would have probably crumbled by now. At that moment, a girl with dyed yellow hair and a baseball cap entered a small dark room. Lowering her voice, she handed over a card. Leak the contents of this online. Remember, I want everyone to see it within 3 minutes. Behind a computer, a young man peered through thick glasses and replied, generating traffic requires money. The girl was Chun Jiaojiao. She smirked, pulling out 200 yuan in cash from her pocket. Forget about 100. Let us start at 200. Is that enough? Our minimum fee is 200. The man lowered his voice, however. I can give you a discount. What exactly is in this? Chapter 73. Why not smile? Naturally, it's some scandalous material about a certain female internet celebrity. The most scandalous kind. Chun Jiaojia scoffed. Pay for the service, but this must remain confidential. The man gestured for silence and casually asked, have you seen the contents? Chun Jiaojia wrinkled her nose in disdain. Why would I look at that? Isn't it eye-watering? A gold-digging woman who seduces men, and a lewd man in power. What could possibly happen when they are alone together? You don't need to think too much about it. Just keep your mouth shut. A transaction of 200 yuan was completed, and Chen Jiaojiao triumphantly left the small dark room, declaring, Yi Qingqing and Li Qingquan, this time you're finished. Especially you, Li Qingquan. She now loathed this man. How could he have scheduled her for a midnight eating broadcast? Eating is one thing. But while everyone else had crayfish and barbecued meat, she was stuck live streaming plain noodles. Wasn't he this just to take revenge on Yi Qingqing? Ugh. Men and women in collusion. This time, she would make them realize they had messed with the wrong person. Chun Jiaojiao would never let herself be bullied. The word yield does not exist in her dictionary. Of course, the incident where she had socks stuffed in her mouth doesn't count. That was merely being pragmatic. In Yi Qingqing's live stream room, disregarding the malicious comments, she spoke clearly. Regarding this press conference, please see below. She couldn't be bothered with any clarifications. With the video, what more was there to say? The video showcased Chen Meru and Li Xiangqiang threatening for money and then making vicious remarks in high definition, revealing their ugly faces without a doubt. Was there really a twist? This is hard to evaluate. People upstairs, hurry and watch the new revelations. Justice has been served for the broke sister. I saw it and I'm furious. The broke sister is genuinely broke. I'm in tears. A shocking scandal. The live streaming company exploits contemporary university students. The wealthy second generation pursues a poor female university student and resorts to coercion when unsuccessful. What lies behind all this? Moral decay or the distortion of humanity? The recordings of Li Qingquan in the office were exposed. besides normal work arrangements. The most shocking were discussions about Qingqing and a mysterious wealthy heir surnamed Gu. Initially, the tone was as follows. Mr. Gu, rest assured. I will take good care of student Yi. I won't let anyone use money to threaten her. Later, it changed to, Mr. Gu, Qingqing can't afford the compensation. I will find a way to deduct her rewards. Don't worry, Mr. Gu, I will ensure she has a hard time. Thus, with the netizens' imaginations running wild, a grand online drama of power, money, beauty, and desire unfolded. The wealthy heir Gu had his eyes on the impoverished student Yi, foolishly attempting to use money to coerce her. However, student Yi, undeterred by power, preferred to be vilified online than to submit to his lewdness. Moreover, student Yi's background was tragic. Both parents were deceased. No, it was worse. She was more pitiable than those whose parents had died. The unlimited live streaming company exploited interns, forcing students to sign unequal contracts, squeezing their remaining labor, and even attempting to withhold wages. They offered a meager $1,800 a month, and one had to work for a full year. The compensation could reach a staggering $1 million. What kind of company is this? It is nothing but blatant capitalism. Poor Qingqing, earning so little while being exploited by her biological mother. This is utterly outrageous. Li Chunquan, sitting in the office, never anticipated that the scandal surrounding Qingqing would become the company's scandal. And he was one of the key figures. Resourceful netizens quickly uncovered that the unlimited live streaming company was backed by the Gu Group, run by Gu Jing. Even Qingqing hadn't foreseen that matters would escalate to this extent. It was, frankly, absurd.
Now,
the people in the live stream were debating the truth behind the events, and many began sending rewards to comfort Qingqing. After 2 days of silence, the overseas island even sent 10 yachts in one go. I knew I didn't misjudge her. The unlimited company was in chaos. And Li Chunquan slipped out through the back door to hold an emergency meeting at the headquarters. At this point, who would still want to broadcast live? Qingqing simply turned off the camera and microphone, then played a nostalgic tune before ending the stream. Furrowing her brow, Qingqing admitted, honestly, I didn't expect this either. Zhou Yingxue suddenly became curious. Wow. Gu Jing actually likes you? How audacious. You are my brother's woman. It's hilarious. How could a woman who loved an eagle fall for a crow? Qingqing chuckled dryly. Your understanding of eagles is rather unique. Is that an eagle? It's clearly a teddy bear. Zhou Yingxue frowned in confusion, but who on earth is so skilled as to have planted a camera in Li Qingquan's office? That's quite a talent. Qingqing, too, was perplexed. I have no idea. However, within the vast realm of the internet, no secrets remain hidden. Every clue is traceable. In less than an hour, a skilled individual traced the digital footprints to locate the young man ensconced in a dimly lit room. Little did this man anticipate the magnitude of the ensuing chaos. He was merely a programmer seeking to earn some extra money. Who could have foreseen that a mere video recording would gain such rapid notoriety online? That Chen Jiao has truly brought about his downfall. After offending the Gu family, how could he ever find a bride? Yes, he must promptly betray Chen Jiao. During the data transmission, he had added Chen Jiao on WeChat and unhesitatingly divulged this critical information. The media swiftly caught wind of the situation. In the interview footage, Chen Jiao sported a head of nonconformist yellow hair, her face a mask of indifference. I hear you and Qingqing are classmates. Did you do this to avenge her? Before undertaking this action, did you ever fear retaliation? I truly admire your willingness to stand up for your classmate, even at the risk of offending the powerful. Is your relationship with her purely platonic? After performing such a noble deed, why do you not smile? Is it because you are simply not inclined to do so? At Zhou's group, Gao Baiji let out a long sigh of relief. Her lips curling into a smile. Package all the video materials and send them to President Zhou. At that moment, Zhou Yiweqing was already on a plane, unaware of the unfolding aftermath of the live broadcast. It was not until he arrived at Lin Wanning's hospital room that he found a moment to watch the video. Gu Jing. It was Gu Jing. Zhou Yiweqing's eyes reddened with anger as he dialed his number. Gu Jing, after all these years as brothers. How could you do something like this? Chapter 74. I Want to Be Alone. At this moment, Gu Jing was overwhelmed. Due to this incident, the Gu family stock plummeted, and the board convened an emergency meeting demanding his public apology to salvage the company's reputation. They even sent word that they wished to call off the engagement. Even his long-retired grandfather had called to berate him. Faced with Zhou Yiweqing, he was at a loss for words. only able to grit his teeth and defend himself. "Zhou Ge, it's not as you think. Gu Jing, you had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation." Gu Jing was so enraged, he could barely speak. "I never cared for her." "Then you were merely being coerced?" Zhou Yueqing's fury intensified. "Gu Jing, she is just a woman. If you claim to have feelings for her, I might have let it slide, but how could you act behind my back? Are you daring to deny it? If you have no intentions toward Yi Qingqing, then who do you have feelings for?" Gu Jing found himself in a dilemma. He could hardly admit his feelings for Lin Wanning. That would certainly lead to a complete fallout with Zhou Yueqing. Gu Jing could only press on, forcing himself to explain, "Zhou Ge, please don't overthink it. I simply find Yi Qingqing unpleasant." At this point, he still wouldn't admit it. Zhou Yueqing shook his head in disappointment. "Ah Jing, after all we've been through as brothers, you truly wish to escalate this matter over a woman? Who is really doing this for a woman?" Gu Jing took a deep breath. Several meetings awaited him, and the Gu family was in turbulent waters, with major shareholders poised to make moves. He could not afford to offend Zhou Yueqing. This situation, while not monumental, could easily spiral out of control and drag the Gu family down with it. He could only lower his head in apology. "Zhou Ge, regardless of how this plays out, I will never betray you. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter, and I apologize." If it weren't for his fear of Zhou Yueqing's influence, he would have openly expressed his feelings for Lin Wanning. Instead, he had to bury this love deep within, secretly yearning for her. He had indeed admitted to harboring ulterior motives toward Yi Qingqing. Zhou Yueqing was filled with a mix of anger and frustration, gripping his phone tightly. His tone icy. "Ah Jing, I require an explanation regarding this matter." To mask his inner turmoil, Gu Jing gritted his teeth and suppressed his emotions. "Zhou Ge, I understand." After hanging up, Zhou Yueqing took a deep breath, a swirl of complex emotions passing through him. What on earth does Yi Qingqing possess that compels Gu Jing, who has only met her once, to act in such a manner? It seemed he too had been drawn into the depths of his heart. Zhou Yueqing shook his head, his gaze falling upon her delicate, bandaged leg. "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt at all, truly." As if fearing he wouldn't believe her, Lin Wanning feigned a desire to rise. "I can walk by myself now. Don't move. Lie still." Zhou Yueqing firmly pressed down on her shoulder. "Wanning, do you not realize I would rather bear the injuries myself?" A pang of pain struck Zhou Yueqing as he realized she was aware of Yi Qingqing's existence. Clearly, Yi Qingqing was right. Love is indeed a false proposition. He raised his hand in solemnity. "I have never laid a finger on her."
Now.
He felt somewhat relieved he had listened to Yi Qingqing's advice. Otherwise, how would he face Lin Wanning's tears? After all, her tears pierced his heart. With tear-filled eyes, Lin Wanning gazed at him. "All right, I believe you. Ah Cheng, may I have a moment alone?" Ultimately, he had caused pain to two women. With that, she fled the hospital room. Inside the room, Lin Wanning's lips curled into a cold smile as she leaned back against the soft hospital bed. Her eyes, filled with longing, bore no trace of sorrow, only endless mockery. She had once believed Zhou Yueqing to be a devoted admirer, yet it turned out he too could be unfaithful. How intriguing. Thus, she found herself in a dilemma, too bitter to consume, yet too precious to discard. Playfully twirling a lock of hair, Lin Wanning chuckled softly. Though she had no intention of letting Yi Qingqing off the hook. In Jingbei, within the old Fengtai garden community, Chun Meru and Li Xiangqiang remained holed up in their home, too afraid to open the door. Should they call the police? The harassers were elusive, knocking and running away. Yet, not reporting them left the family on the brink of a nervous breakdown, especially since their phone numbers and personal information had been leaked, inundating them with countless messages filled with curses. Now, they trembled at the sight of their phones. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from within, as a teenage boy in the throes of adolescence roared, "It's all your fault. What am I supposed to do now? Qingqing doesn't want me anymore. She wants to break up with me. Wah, I want Qingqing." "Who is Qingqing?" Chun Meru, upon hearing this, hurried to the door and knocked. "Son, who is Qingqing?" Li Yangyang cried out in despair. "Qingqing is the woman I love most. Do you think I spent 50,000 to learn the piano for nothing? It was all for my love." Li Xiangqiang immediately sensed an ominous premonition. He hastily checked his phone balance and was met with darkness. The 200,000 he had just acquired had dwindled to a mere 20. 5 whole zeros were missing. "Where is the money?" Trembling hands and lips, Li Xiangqiang pounded on the door. "Yangyang, come out. Where is the money?" Li Yangyang's voice boomed louder than his father's as he flung open the door. revealing a plump, frantic face. Of course the money went to my beloved Qingqing. She is the most wonderful girl I met online, struggling to support her sick grandmother by growing and selling tea. Do you have any idea how pitiful she is? Li Xiangqiang felt his vision darken. Chapter 75. A grapefruit twisted off, the tree is not sweet. Half an hour later, an ambulance sped by. The online bullies received their comeuppance. One could only say that every cause has its effect, and their retribution was Qingqing. Qingqing and Zhou Yingshu had just exited the livestream company when they caught sight of the rushing ambulance, prompting Qingqing to exclaim, "The medical staff truly have it hard these days." Zhou Yingshu lamented, "What should we do? Is the company going under? I've only been here a day, and after waiting so long to resign, I now feel a sense of loss." Qingqing muttered to herself, "They haven't even paid my salary yet." To be honest, she had never anticipated that the owner of the company was Gu Jing. She could not comprehend why he would orchestrate such clandestine maneuvers behind the scenes. Did he intend for her to be Lin Wanning's substitute?
No, that simply would not do.
It is not that she has a vendetta against money. Rather, the multitude of potential employers available now has led to her current state of mind, which she deems abnormal. Gu Jing, indeed, has been pushed to the brink of psychological instability. He has convened 8 meetings in succession, facing criticism each time, and in the midst of it all, was dragged out by Mixue by before he could even have a meal. "Let it go, brother. A force fruit is not sweet." Mixue looked at him with anguish. "I truly did not anticipate your feelings could change so swiftly. Do you no longer have affection for Sister Wanning?" Gu Jing took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation. "What do you mean by also? Moreover, let me reiterate, I harbor no feelings for Qingqing. If others are unaware, surely you cannot be oblivious? Have you forgotten why we brought Qingqing into the live streaming company?" Mixue regarded him with sympathy. "Regardless of our discussions and disputes, you cannot implicate me in this matter. You know how unpredictable Zhou Ge can be when he is angry." Gu Jing let out a cold laugh. "Xiaobai, you have played your cards well, yet in the end, I am the one bearing the brunt of this trivial matter. As if I am not already aware?" Gu Jing closed his eyes, speaking wearily. "Now, we can only wait for public opinion to gradually calm down. I am already managing the comments. Otherwise, not only Zhou Yucheng, but the older shareholders of the Gu Group will not spare him either." The Wuji Xian company is truly in disarray, with Li Qingquan attending a meeting at headquarters and a new manager stepping in to take charge. All the streamers have paused their work, but they each possess their own fanbase. Even if this company were to collapse, they need not fear, for they could simply switch to another employer. Except for the newly hired Song Yanji and Su Xianshui, of course. Observing Song Yanji's haggard face, Su Xianshui felt a pang of sympathy. Biting her lip to stifle her tears, she spoke. "Yanji, what shall we do now? The medical expenses at Auntie's are still unpaid. Should I plead with Zhou Yingshui? Since she likes you, she will surely lend a helping hand." Song Yanji looked up to the sky, his sharp jawline visible, and after a moment of silence, he quietly replied, "A true man cannot languish beneath others in the vastness of heaven and earth. Being born into humble beginnings is not a disgrace." Su Xianshui gazed at him with admiration, softly asking, "Yanji, do you have new aspirations?" Song Yanji's eyes shone with determination, to endure and to yield. "That is the mark of a true man. Xianshui, I must trouble you with this matter." "What do you mean?" Su Xianshui stared at him, momentarily perplexed. "Yanji, are you implying?" Song Yanji gazed tenderly at her. "Please reach out to Zhou Yingshui, although she is lacking in all but wealth. She possesses genuine feelings for me. Also, take the hospital payment list with you." Su Xianshui struggled to smile. "I think it would be better if you went in person. Zhou Yingshui has never treated me kindly. She just slapped herself this morning. I cannot bring myself to ask her for a favor." Song Yanji shook his head. "I do not wish to give her any unrealistic hopes." Xianshui, he lowered his head, a broken expression on his resolute face. "Now, only you can assist me." A tremor ran through Su Xianshui's heart, and she smiled sadly. "Very well, even if it means begging, I will bring her to you." Zhou Yingshui, currently unemployed, had no inclination to revolve around Song Yanji. Instead, the two went to soak in a hot spring, one costing 11,881 per person. Just as they had shed their clothes and were prepared to immerse themselves in the water, Qingqing received a phone call. "Qingqing, your Uncle Li is hospitalized." "Who?" "Your Uncle Li." Wrong number. The voice on the other end, Li Meiru, was engulfed by panic, her tone faltering. "Qingqing, do you even have a conscience?" Am your mother. Your Uncle Li is practically your father. He is now in the hospital, gravely ill. Yi Qingqing found the woman's insistence rather absurd. I am not a doctor. Your call is of no use to me. You wouldn't expect me to attend a banquet, would you? I cannot afford to go, as my salary has not been disbursed. Li Xiangchong had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage due to his son's actions and was currently in the hospital for emergency treatment. Whether he could be saved was uncertain, but Li Meiru had no intention of covering the medical expenses. Thus, she turned her hopes towards her daughter, believing her to be an easy target. Qingqing, I am begging you, just 30,000. Is that too much to ask? Li Meiru's tone softened, her voice tinged with despair. You cannot neglect your mother's plight. Yi Qingqing, languishing in the hot spring, felt drowsy. Have you finished? If so, I'll hang up. I'm quite tired.
Ye wink wink.
The person on the other end was unyielding, and Li Meiru finally lost her temper. Do you believe I will sue you? It is a child's duty to support their parents. Oh, you are familiar with the law. Yi Qingqing sighed, then added, first and foremost, you must prove that I am your daughter. After saying this, she hung up and blocked the number once more. This woman had never even obtained a marriage certificate with Yi Xinghua, and the household registration was arranged by her grandmother when she was in elementary school. Sue her? Who would prove the mother-daughter relationship? If Li Meiru had the capability, she could gather evidence herself. Zhou Yingxue waited over from the other end. Do not be disheartened. I will send you a bag shortly. Yi Qingqing's mood inexplicably brightened. The two emerged from the hot spring, and the night had fallen. Zhou Yingxue, driving a Land Rover, felt a twinge of melancholy. This vehicle was originally intended for Yanji, but I did not expect feelings to change so swiftly. After a pause, she glanced at Yi Qingqing. Do you think Song Yanji truly has athlete's foot? Yi Qingqing nodded solemnly. Absolutely true. Chapter 76. Name your price. Has there been a sudden awakening? Yi Qingqing instinctively covered her pocket. You relinquished it yourself. Do not blame me. A refund is out of the question. Zhou Yingxue shot her a glance. It's just 1 million. You look rather pathetic. Yi Qingqing smiled awkwardly, feeling as though she had misjudged her character, and thus offered, care to come in for a moment? Zhou Yingxue, in a less than cheerful mood, simply exited the vehicle. Then prepare me a bowl of beef noodles, a small bowl without spice, with 2 eggs. At that moment, Shen Bai, who had been lurking by the door, suddenly sprang out. I want a large bowl. Yi Qingqing inhaled deeply, contemplating the pair before her. Under the luxurious crystal chandelier, the young lady and young master sat facing each other, consuming noodles. Zhou Yingxue glared at him, sneering. What are you doing here? Don't think I'm unaware of that pathetic live-streaming company. You still hold half the shares. Are you and Gu Jing attempting to poach my brother? Shen Bai's face turned crimson as he instinctively glanced at Yi Qingqing, then hurriedly denied. Do not speak nonsense. I was unaware of anything Gu Jing did. At this point, he felt somewhat guilty and quickly lowered his head to sip his soup for cover. In truth, he had merely been a passive observer of the entire affair. He had hesitated but had not taken action. Nevertheless, he felt a closer affinity with Gu Jing. Thus he mustered the courage to speak. Actually, Gu Jing does not genuinely wish to harm you. Perhaps you could speak a few kind words to Zhou Go on his behalf? The public opinion is merely a minor issue when one possesses wealth and power. Resolving it is only a matter of time. The crucial part lies with Zhou Yucheng. Both he and Gu Jing looked to Zhou Yucheng for direction, as allowing a woman to disrupt their relationships was simply not worth it. Before Yi Qingqing could respond, Zhou Yingxue was already furious. Have you lost your mind? What good words could you possibly say? Do you have any idea how people online are disparaging Yi Qingqing and her detestable mother? You all are going too far. Yi Qingqing is already so pitiful. Why must you continue to bully her? As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Woo-woo. Even 1 million would make her happy for half a day. So what if she is poor? Does poverty justify bullying her? Yi Qingqing pressed her hand over Zhou Yingxue's mouth, gently saying, calm down, let us eat noodles. After which, she tugged Shen Bai, who was still lost in thought, to the window. Name your price. What? Shen Bai glanced down at the woman grasping his collar, clearing his throat awkwardly. Please let go of me. Yi Qingqing eyed him suspiciously, releasing her grip and lowering her voice. You lack sincerity, don't you? I find it impossible to utter any kind words. Shen Bai quickly interjected. This time, Gu Jing truly acknowledges his mistakes.
Yes, you.
He will no longer target you. After all, For the foreseeable future, he will be preoccupied with resolving the chaotic affairs of the company. Qingqing, feeling anxious, urged. Then name your price. Do not hesitate to ask for more, as I am open to negotiation. Bai, now comprehending her intent, looked at Qingqing in astonishment. Are you asking for money? It's merely a request for you to speak a few kind words on behalf of Brother Zhou. So, will you agree? Yes, 1 million.
Hand it over to me.
Upon hearing this, Bai resembled a wilted eggplant. Are you truly in such dire need of money? You acquiesce so easily. What alternative was there? Was she supposed to stride into Gu's company and slap Gu Jing twice? While she entertained that notion, practicality dictated otherwise. Furthermore, she only consented to speak kindly, not that Zhou Yueqing would necessarily forgive Gu Jing. The depth of the Chinese language is truly profound. In Yangcheng, Zhou Yueqing dutifully spent 3 days in the hospital with Lin Wanning, during which he experienced numerous pangs of jealousy towards Li Luo, Wanning's partner. Doctor, are you certain her leg is fine? It won't affect her performance, will it? Zhou Yueqing scrutinized the attending physician, reiterating his concern. Her injury is quite severe. The physician, exasperated, reassured him, there's nothing to worry about. If we delay any longer in sending her to the hospital, her wounds will have already healed. Finally at ease, Zhou Yueqing affectionately patted Lin Wanning's head. I will take care of the discharge paperwork. Please wait here. He then cast a warning glance at Li Luo, who stood nearby. Lin Wanning nodded, offering a gentle smile. Thank you, Acheng. Zhou Yueqing sighed. Are we still being polite with one another? They exchanged smiles, creating a moment thick with unspoken tension. Once Zhou Yueqing had departed, Li Luo furrowed his brow. Ning, what exactly is your relationship with him? Lin Wanning shyly replied, Lo Go, we grew up together. We are as close as siblings. Even now, she had not clarified her relationship with Zhou Yueqing. For him, every word could be interpreted as love, yet for her, she had yet to ascertain whether this man was merely a fervent admirer, for there are always greater talents beyond one's horizon. Nevertheless, she would not easily relinquish a man who was hers. Li Luo's expression turned somber. I can see he likes you. You are truly exceptional. Men are often just distractions during idle moments or backups when there are no other options. Suddenly, Li Luo's eyes brightened, and his lips moved as if to speak. But he hesitated. Ning, I Shu. Lin Wanning lifted her gaze to meet his. Lo Go. We are the best of partners, are we not? Her words effectively silenced him. Lin Wanning beamed. Acheng, you are truly wonderful. Zhou Yueqing cast a hostile glance at Li Luo, lifting his chin in pride. Then let us book a first-class ticket for Mr. Li as well. It's no big deal. Just a partner, after all. Wanning sees no value in him. Li Luo forced a smile. Then I must thank you, Mr. Zhou. Just a fervent admirer, who despite his wealth, could never win Ning's heart. Lin Wanning lowered her long eyelashes. Qingqing? My sister is here. I hope she won't end up in tears. She was intrigued and eagerly anticipated witnessing the lengths to which a humble substitute would go for a man. Chapter 77. I am here to deliver lunch to Secretary Gao. Over the past 3 days, Qingqing's daily routine was as follows. Morning. Snoring loudly. Noon. The takeout has arrived. Come out and get it. Afternoon. A bunch of novices. Not worthy to play games with me. Evening. Irritable Secretary Gao. Qingqing, you novice. Uninstall the game immediately. If you drag me into a duo again, I swear I'll cut you. In a bid to please the gaming deity, Qingqing specially prepared a 4-dish meal to deliver to the Zhou Corporation. She shook her head in disbelief, impressed by her own efforts. Even in Zhou's absence, she still delivered lunch. Clutching the lunchbox, she donned casual athletic wear rather than her work uniform, exuding youthful exuberance as she announced, I'm here to deliver lunch to Secretary Gao. Who? The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. Secretary Gao? For Chief Secretary Gao Baizhi? Qingqing nodded nonchalantly. Yes, indeed. Over the past few days, she had realized that Secretary Gao was quite approachable. Despite her harsh words, she truly excelled in gaming. The receptionist, perplexed, thought, what is this girl thinking? Does she believe she can extract some insider information from Secretary Gao?
How na, ve.
Gao Baizhi was not just any secretary. Her name was well known throughout Jingbei. Qingqing, however, was merely Zhou's little pet, a mere plaything in high society. To her surprise, Gao Baizhi took only a moment before responding coolly. Let her come up. I'm in the office. Gao Baizhi's office was adjacent to the president's office. A private room that, while not as spacious as Zhou Yueqing's, boasted expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Below, cars moved in a frenzy like ants, while Gao Baizhi, dressed in a pristine white suit, sipped her coffee. When Yi Qingqing knocked and entered, she greeted with a playful tone. Hi, the wolf from the northwest. This was Gao Baizhi's gaming alias. Have you uninstalled the game? Gao Baizhi turned, her expression impassive. Yi Qingqing sidestepped the question with a cheerful laugh. Lifting a lunchbox, I made this myself. I promise it's delicious. Would you like to try some? She eagerly opened the lunchbox. Having put even more effort into it than the meal she prepared for Zhou Yueqing, and notably, she hadn't even brought her payment code. Gao Baizhi scoffed. Settling into her black leather chair, her long fingers twirling a pen, stop the pleasantries. Unbind our gaming relationship. The day of the online exposure. Yi Qingqing had encountered Gao Baizhi while gaming, and in a moment of weakness, they had linked their accounts, not as lovers, but as mentor and mentee. Yi Qingqing sighed. Why must you be so heartless? I simmered that beef for over 2 hours. It's far tastier than what Li Xiangqiang makes. Gao Baizhi's gaze landed on the steaming, fragrant dishes, and she could tell at a glance that genuine effort had been invested.
Fool.
Gao Baizhi snapped, but despite her irritation, Yi Qingqing remained all smiles. Tossing the pen onto the table, Gao Baizhi picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of beef. It melted in her mouth, undeniably superior to what any chef could produce. Yet, her appetite was lacking, and she sighed internally. You still have the leisure to cook? Haven't you seen the news? Today, the online buzz is all about Zhou Yueqing and Lin Wanning. While Lin Wanning was merely a ballet dancer, she had garnered numerous accolades and, before going abroad, was the shining star of Jingbei's elite society, her fame rivaling that of a celebrity. Was this a rekindling of an old flame? It must be noted that before her departure, Lin Wanning and Zhou Yueqing were widely recognized as a couple. Though they had never explicitly stated so, they had not denied it either. Had she finally received her 10 million? It seemed the time to acquire a nanny certificate was pressing. The streamer was already out of work, the substitute's role had reached its end. And the young lady no longer pursued the Phoenix man. She was now facing an impending employment crisis. Noticing her expression, Gao Baizhi shot her an annoyed glance. Why the excitement? Do you really harbor such unrealistic fantasies? After saying this, she lowered her head, picking up another piece of beef, and then opened her phone to display a news article on the table. The article featured a series of photographs of Lin Wanning, looking delicate and charming beside Zhou Yueqing, with a tall man accompanying them as they entered the airport. Yi Qingqing leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, You wouldn't believe it, but there's definitely a certain flavor to it. Back when I was scrolling through videos in search of free novels, wasn't there a black and white background featuring a man and a woman set to a Cantonese song?
This is just like that.
Gao Baizhi set down her chopsticks and gazed at her intently. Are you sad? It's alright to cry if you're feeling down, but just this once. Just as I have feelings for Zhou Yueqing, I never voice it to outsiders. Someone unworthy is not worth my sorrow, not even a fraction of it. However, it appeared that Yi Qingqing was more deeply entangled in her emotions, being merely a freshly graduated university student with little worldly experience. It's a bit. Yi Qingqing sniffed, looking at Gao Baizhi. I'm on the verge of unemployment. Gao Baizhi averted her gaze and nodded silently. She knew better than anyone that Lin Wanning was never a simple woman. Her eyes were filled with ambition and ulterior motives. How could she allow Yi Qingqing to keep pursuing Zhou Yueqing? Furthermore, that woman was quite clever. How could someone as naive as Yi Qingqing, who couldn't even sit still for a moment, possibly compete with her? Perhaps it was the kindness of her heart. Gao Baizhi softened her tone. Better to endure a short pain than a long one. Mr. Zhou doesn't allow it. Even if you come to Zhou's company, you won't see him. Chapter 78 Is the interview starting already? Yi Qingqing furrowed her brows. Thinking about it makes me feel a bit upset. If I can't go to Zhou's company, I won't be able to see Gao Mi anymore. Without this friendship of bringing meals, what'll happen if the great god doesn't take me along anymore? Gao Baizhi let out a cold laugh. Feel upset if you must.
Je wink grinnet elie.
As long as our mentor-student relationship remains intact, I won't feel upset at all. Ha! Gao Mi cast a sidelong glance. Yi Qingqing, your face has become rather large, hasn't it? Who gave you the illusion that our relationship is that close? We've only known each other for a few days, and you're already getting carried away. Who gave you such courage? Yi Qingqing puffed her cheeks and stood up, pouting as she gathered her lunchbox. I stewed the beef for 2 hours. After all these gaming sessions, you're turning your back on me now. Be quiet. Gao Baizhi interjected with a cold snort. If you say one more word, I'll block you tonight. Yi Qingqing hurriedly covered her mouth, clutching her lunchbox as she headed for the door. Just before exiting, she couldn't help but add, "Even if we're not colleagues anymore, you can't just turn your back on me. Go away." Fine. Yet this relationship ultimately remained intact. At Beijing North Airport, numerous media outlets were on high alert, eager to obtain first-hand information about Zhou Yueqing and Lin Wanning. Gu Jing and Shen Xibai stood at the airport entrance, holding a bouquet of flowers. "Why hasn't brother Zhou come out yet? My arms are getting sore," Shen Xibai complained as he shook his arm, glancing at Gu Jing. "Remember, don't mention Yi Qingqing. Wanning is still here." Gu Jing gloomily nodded, then scoffed. "Do you think Wanning is unaware of Yi Qingqing's existence?" Nearby, Zhou Mixue, who stood by another vehicle, overheard their conversation, and her expression darkened. "You two have had enough. Yi Qingqing simply values money a little too much. She hasn't done anything wrong. Besides, she's mingling with me now. So you both should be more mindful." Shen Xibai looked at her in disbelief. "What do you mean mingling with you? I've already decided that if brother Zhou doesn't want her, she can come cook for me." Zhou Mixue was displeased. "Why should my subordinate cook for you? You're trying to steal her away after gifting her a few bags?" Just as the two were about to quarrel, Gu Jing interjected. "Stop talking. Wanning has arrived." At the entrance of the airport, a tall woman in a white dress gracefully walked out, her long hair cascading down her back, and her eyes sparkling with emotion, as if she carried warmth even for a dog. Lin Wanning's gentle gaze fell upon Gu Jing and Shen Xibai, her brows arching in a soft smile. "Xiaobai, Jing, long time no see." Gu Jing dared not look at her for long, striving to keep his tone calm, fearful that Zhou Yueqing might notice something amiss. "The private room at Xinfang has been booked. Shall we head there directly for your welcome?" Zhou Yueqing cast a cool glance at Gu Jing, remaining silent on the subject of Yi Qingqing. Li Luo, sensing the mood, spoke up. "Ning, I'll go find the teachers and meet up with them." Lin Wanning looked at him apologetically. "Thank you for your hard work, Luo Ge." The group soon arrived at Xinfang, the most upscale restaurant in Beijing North, accessible only to those with a black card. Lin Wanning, however, appeared as familiar as if she were returning home. Even the owner greeted her warmly. "Miss Lin, you've arrived." Lin Wanning nodded and turned to Gu Jing. "Is it the usual place? The old room number?" The owner smiled. "Of course, Miss Lin's place will never be occupied by anyone else." This statement seemed to carry double meanings, and Zhou Yueqing pursed his lips, suddenly thinking of Yi Qingqing. Was she currently hiding at home, crying? Lin Wanning half-jokingly, half-sweetly remarked, "The little girl knows how to cheer her sister up. I thought you'd found someone else after such a long time." They entered the innermost room, room 101, where the atmosphere gradually became lively. Suddenly, Lin Wanning spoke up. "Ah Chung, could you let Missy come over? I would like to meet her." As soon as she finished speaking, the people in the room fell silent. Gu Jing's expression changed. "Wanning." Shen Xibai quickly interjected, "Sister Wanning. She and we are not on the same page. How could she be qualified to dine here?" Lin Wanning lowered her head, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Is my request too much? I'm sorry. I simply thought that she and Jing had a bit of an unpleasantness, and this would be a good opportunity to ease things." After speaking, she bit her lip tightly, her voice barely above a whisper.
Cheng.
"Are you afraid I might hurt her?" "Of course not." Zhou Yueqing immediately denied, feeling his heart ache at the sight of her biting her lip. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "I'll let her come to see you." "What? Is it the concubine meeting the main wife?" Lin Wanning's lips curled into a subtle smirk, but when she looked up, it turned into a forced smile. "Forget it. She is so pitiful. It's understandable that you all worry." Zhou Yueqing felt even more pained. He shook his head. "Wanning, no one can take your place." Zhou Mixue blinked and suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, why not let Yi Qingqing come over? It would be a good way for her to give up on you. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone?" After all, she had just experienced a heartbreak and had no one to accompany her. Shen Xibai muttered to himself, "What an idiot. Killing two birds with one stone? There's one bird, but where's the other?" If she were his sister, he would have poisoned her into silence long ago. Zhou Yueqing took a deep breath and called Yi Qingqing. "Xinfang room 101, come over. Wanning wants to see you." At that moment, Yi Qingqing was crouching in front of the printer, making copies of her resume and the gold medal maternity nurse certificate she had just received. Upon receiving the call, she trembled all over. "Is the interview starting already?" Indeed, success always belongs to those who are prepared. She worked so hard, and success was certainly well-deserved. Dressed in a professional suit essential for interviews, she clutched her resume and drove straight to Qingqing. The White Moonlight and the substitute finally faced each other, one sitting beside Zhou Yueqing with a gentle smile, and the other standing at the table with a serious expression. Before Zhou Yueqing, Qingqing refrained from proactively handing over her resume. After all, the million hadn't been settled yet, and she still wanted to give her former boss some face. Lin Wanning scrutinized her for a moment before slowly speaking. "Sister, you are indeed beautiful." Qingqing quickly responded with humility. No. My appearance is merely the least noteworthy of my qualities. I am certainly not a useless vase. Was this a declaration of war? Lin Wanning tilted her head elegantly. I've heard you are a music major? We're somewhat in the same field, after all. My dancing is somewhat presentable. You must be quite skilled at singing as well? Chapter 79. Qingqing indeed had some talent. Recalling the essential 9 nursery rhymes she had learned while studying maternity care, she confidently assured, "Of course. I never go off-key when I sing." Lin Wanning, intrigued, raised a glass of red wine and glanced at Zhou Yueqing. "I wonder if I am fortunate enough to hear my sister sing a few lines?" "Sing?" Asking Qingqing to sing? Zhou Yueqing felt a sudden chill in his heart, quickly interrupting Qingqing. "Don't just stand there foolishly, sit down first." Was this really all it took to protect her? How dull. Lin Wanning lowered her gaze with a bitter smile. I was too abrupt. What a joke. Who would ever refuse the questions of an interviewer? Qingqing plopped down beside her and patted Lin Wanning's shoulder in consolation. Don't be so abrupt. I'll say a few words for you. At that moment, not only Zhou Yueqing but even Gu Jing and Shen Sibai were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, no. Did she possess some charm they were unaware of? With that thought, Lin Wanning decided to retreat, her eyes reddening as she spoke. I'm sorry. I truly meant no offense. If my suggestion made you uncomfortable, I apologize. I'm sorry, Mixue. Their goddess, an unattainable white moonlight, was humbling herself before Qingqing. The 3 men felt a pang of heartache. Yet, to have Qingqing sing. Shen Sibai gritted his teeth, pulling Qingqing closer, whispering in her ear, I'll give you 200,000. Find a reason to refuse. You must not sing. While others sang for money. This woman sang for both money and her life. Caught between a new boss and the promise of 200,000, Qingqing hesitated only a second before decisively saying, raise it a bit more. How dare this woman raise her price? Shen Sibai, his face darkening, responded, 500,000. Qingqing immediately agreed. Deal. Oh, dear, that was too much. Without waiting for Shen Sibai to reconsider, Qingqing straightened up, apologetically looking at Lin Wanning. I intended to sing a couple of lines, but I've been shouting a lot these past few days, and my throat is uncomfortable. Her voice was clear and crisp. There was no hint of discomfort. Wasn't this a blatant lie? Yet Zhou Yueqing chimed in. Yes. Shen Sibai nodded vigorously. Sister Wanning, let it go. This was something Lin Wanning had never experienced in her life. Had it been anyone else, they would have been furious by now, but she was Lin Wanning. She said nothing, merely finished her glass of red wine, a single crystalline tear falling into the remaining wine in her glass. It rolled in, and then disappeared. Throughout it all, she did not raise her head, leaving everyone to see only her long, wet lashes. There were no words, yet the sadness and disappointment were palpable, evoking a sense of empathy in everyone. Even Qingqing felt a twinge of pain. This sister should not be dancing. If she acted, wouldn't she sweep the awards? Zhou Yueqing unconsciously pressed his hand to his chest, wanting to reach out to her but hesitating. Shen Sibai bit his lip, beginning to doubt if he had made a mistake. Was it really just singing? Could it truly be that serious? Gu Jing wished he could present the entire world to the beauty before him, hoping for her to smile. This time, Shen Sibai remained silent, glancing at Qingqing before saying, Sing something familiar. Qingqing squinted at him, subtly revealing her payment code by her leg. Shen Sibai took a deep breath, lowering his voice. Why does not singing cost money, yet singing requires payment? Qingqing replied just as quietly. Of course, if you pay me not to sing, wouldn't singing demand even more? Shen Sibai suddenly felt like a fool, glancing at Lin Wanning, who had just shed another tear, suppressing his anger. Got it. Wait a moment. Qingqing covered her phone. You're going back on your word. I need more money. What the hell? What does it mean to raise the price arbitrarily? This is what it truly means. Shen Sibai could barely contain his frustration, cautiously stating, 600,000. Not a penny more. Qingqing reassured him. I want 600,000. Not a cent more. How could she be so distressed? Zhou Yueqing felt as if his heart was being pulled by her, glancing at Yi Qingqing and sighed inwardly. Fine, in the end, someone would be hurt. How could it be waning? She was his obsession. Perhaps he could compensate Yi Qingqing more in the future. Closing his eyes, Zhou Yueqing spoke slowly. Put away those random songs. Just sing something we all know. Remember something we all know. He emphasized this point again. Unfortunately, every time Yi Qingqing sang, it was too startling. Familiar songs were a double assurance since they had never sung or heard those obscure tunes. At this point, Shen Sibai, who was already fuming, perked up. Right, it has to be something we all know, something Sister Waning knows too. Songs that Sister Waning can sing and appreciate are never vulgar. This time, they were secure. After saying this, he finally felt relieved, the frustration of being a fool dissipating. Lin Waning, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at Yi Qingqing. I truly meant no trouble. Please don't overthink it. If you don't want to sing, then don't. I don't wish to hurt anyone or have anyone misunderstand me. How could one accept money without singing? Moreover, she had not learned those essential songs for nothing. Yi Qingqing popped a sour plum into her mouth, took a sip of her drink to soothe her throat, and was about to speak when the nervous Zhou Yueqing interrupted. Remember, something familiar. Was this how it was protected? Lin Waning raised an eyebrow, seemingly impressed by Yi Qingqing's abilities. And so, to prove her worth, Yi Qingqing began. What does Dad's dad call? Dad's dad is called Grandpa. What does Dad's mom call? Silence enveloped the room like a perpetual shade. Lin Waning, who had always worn a mask, never revealing her true emotions, was stunned. She sat there like a statue, all words coalescing into a single thought. This Yi Qingqing indeed had some skills.
Chapter 80. No mistake, truly.
No matter how many possibilities she had considered, she never imagined Yi Qingqing would sing such a song. What was even more astonishing was that she wore a professional suit, her expression radiating kindness toward herself. Yes, kindness. Zhou Yueqing took a sip of white liquor to steady his nerves. Shen Sibai realized once again that he was indeed a fool. Gu Jing's lips moved, and he accidentally dropped a glass. Only Zhou Yingxue, unaware, chimed in with, Dad's mom is called Grandma. The cheerful and familiar nursery rhyme concluded, leaving Yi Qingqing wanting more. She was deeply moved by her own talent and glanced at Lin Waning, who was lost in the song, then smugly looked at Shen Sibai. How about that? Is it familiar enough? Don't you all know it? After speaking, she winked at Lin Waning. Miss Lin must know it too.
No mistake, truly.
Not a single flaw. Though they were all scions of the elite, they indeed knew the song, for even the children of wealthy families loved to rock in their car seats. In fact, upon hearing the first line, they couldn't help but want to sing the second. Shen Sibai found himself powerless to argue, his only thought being that if he made Yi Qingqing sing again, he would be a fool.
Ah.
Why is it illegal to render someone mute?
Why?
This time, Lin Waning downed a large glass of red wine, and it wasn't an act. She had been organizing her thoughts for quite a while before finally expressing, Sister, you are truly an interesting person. Indeed. Chatty Yi Qingqing leaned closer. Not to brag, but my only virtue is my eagerness to learn. And I'm obedient.
Plus,
I cook exceptionally well, especially confinement meals and prenatal education. Those are my strong suits. I scored full marks on my certification. Oh, and massage. Just ask Yueqing. Zhou Yueqing recalled his visit to the orthopedic hospital, his expression darkening. Silence. Yi Qingqing chuckled lightly. You still feel embarrassed, huh? Their intimacy seemed to surpass his expectations. That delicate, fair face appeared imbued with a certain naivete and innocence. Yet, how could a woman willing to play the role of a substitute be genuinely simple and harmless? Suddenly, she realized that this woman was inscrutable to her. Zhou Yueqing claimed not to care, yet every word he uttered was protective of her. He was cautious and tender towards himself, while he showed a reckless devotion to Yi Qingqing, unwilling to inflict pain upon her. Exquisite and high-end dishes were served one after another. Lin Waning concealed the complexity in her eyes and resolutely spoke. I was too demanding earlier. Let this meal be my apology to my sister, shall we? The expenses at Shidingfu were all charged to Zhou Yueqing's account. Her statement clearly delineated the distinction between herself and Yi Qingqing. Unfortunately, Yi Qingqing was oblivious to this. She used the communal chopsticks to serve Lin Waning a piece of chicken leg, her face radiating affection. Eat more. Look how thin you've become. Lin Waning remained silent, casting a pleading glance toward Zhou Yueqing. His brow furrowed as he retrieved the chicken leg, admonishing, Waning never eats chicken legs. Do not take liberties. Zhou Yingxue could no longer tolerate it. Brother, she didn't mean any harm. Yi Qingqing frowned, casting a reproachful glance at Zhou Yueqing. If Miss Lin doesn't eat chicken legs, why did you order the fragrant chicken legs? Isn't that a bit excessive? After speaking, she pulled out a small notebook she had prepared and looked earnestly at Lin Weining. What flavors do you like? I'll jot it down. As the saying goes, a poor memory is no match for a bad pen. I am truly eager to learn. Trust me, I will never make such a fundamental mistake again. What was she saying? Why could she not comprehend a single word? Confounded by Yi Qingqing's intentions, Lin Weining became cautious. She replied softly, "No need to go through so much trouble." After saying this, she only ate a shrimp that Zhou Yueqing had placed for her, then smiled gently. "Acheng, thank you for peeling the shrimp for me." The billionaire president, the next heir of the Zhou family, personally peeled shrimp for her while dressed in an expensive suit. Zhou Yueqing chuckled softly, picking up another shrimp, seemingly unbothered by the sticky juices staining his clothes. Meticulously extracting the shrimp meat before placing it on Lin Weining's plate, "Your tastes remain unchanged. You love shrimp." Yi Qingqing quickly noted it down. Lin Weining's eyes exhibited a flicker of surprise, then she lowered her gaze and smiled softly. "You remember?" "Of course, how could I forget?" Zhou Yueqing gazed at her with deep affection. "I still recall your preference for blueberry juice, your fondness for medium-rare steak, and that you only eat 15 grains of rice." Yi Qingqing noted it down rapidly, not raising her head. "Yueqing, the more you say, the better." This was far from the image she had envisioned. Lin Weining lost her appetite, the smile on her face fading, and her eyes, which usually drooped, could no longer do so. This time, she didn't even call her sister. "Here it comes. Lin's sister is about to stake her claim." Zhou Yingxue felt a surge of excitement. Her brother had finally come to his senses. Yet, Zhou Yueqing instinctively glanced at Yi Qingqing, his lips moving but ultimately not uttering a word. His heart a tumult of emotions, unsure of what to feel. Was Weining about to confess her feelings to him? Yi Qingqing waved her hand. "No need for grand gestures. After all, we are all pursuing our ideals." Zhou Yueqing's heart jolted again, a bittersweet sensation washing over him. To Yi Qingqing, he was indeed her ideal. Within a minute, he had heard declarations of affection from two women, leaving him both elated and distressed. Distressed because he was not the type to love two people simultaneously, yet elated to have experienced the love of two women. The emotional turmoil within the domineering CEO was always so rich. As the meal progressed, each of them felt a mix of anxiety. Lin Weining took a few bites before elegantly wiping her mouth. "Acheng, I need to discuss the competition with my teacher, so I'll head back now." Zhou Yueqing immediately picked up his keys. "I'll drive you." Lin Weining kindly shook her head. "I know you've delayed much work to accompany me these past few days. Go handle your affairs at the company. We still have plenty of time ahead." Shen Sibai and Gu Jing exchanged glances and quickly interjected. "I'll take her." Before Lin Weining could respond, Yi Qingqing slammed the large key onto the table. "Silence. Do you not have any legal awareness? No drinking and driving. Miss Lin must let me drive her. It's a prime opportunity to submit resumes. No one can compete with her." Chapter 81. I value relationships most. The private room fell into silence once more. Gu Jing frowned. What was Yi Qingqing scheming this time? Weining was so delicate and kind. Wouldn't she be bullied riding in Yi Qingqing's car? Zhou Yueqing moved his fingers. "I'll call the driver." Shen Sibai added. Yes, call the driver." Who among us doesn't have a driver? Lin Weining subtly glanced at Yi Qingqing and slowly shook her head. "No need for such trouble. Let Mississippi Yi drive me." After saying this, she picked up her petite bag, smiling gently. "Shall we go?" Yi Qingqing made a gesture and waved at Zhou Yueqing. "Yueqing, see you tonight. Once you're done, we need to discuss the matter of 10 million. The dawn of her professional career was about to shift, and she was brimming with vitality, her smile radiant. The three men behind had their own thoughts yet remained motionless. They were concerned for Lin's sister and wary of Yi Qingqing. The three men watched as the three women departed. Gu Jing felt a jolt. Could it be that he had not concealed his feelings well enough? But how could one truly control emotions with reason? He dared to claim he had no feelings for her? A Jing no one to stop. Zhou Yueqing resumed his seat, lifting a glass of red wine, squinting through the glass. "Though I no longer want Yi Qingqing, it is not your turn yet." Gu Jing was at a loss for how to defend himself, feeling as if he had dug a pit for himself that he could not escape. Shen Sibai, unwilling to let years of friendship dissolve, forced a smile to ease the tension. "Brother Zhou," Gu Jing was just momentarily bewitched. After all, Yi Qingqing is quite clever, and unlike anyone we've encountered. It's normal to be captivated. Gu Jing shot him a look. If you can't speak wisely, then keep quiet. She's just a woman. Why are you so fixated? Fixated? Nonsense. Gu Jing inhaled deeply, sometimes longing to silence someone completely.
Bang!
The crisp sound of glass striking a sturdy wooden table startled both Gu Jing and Shen Sibai. Zhou Yueqing produced a lighter, igniting and extinguishing it. In the dim light, his profile flickered, obscuring his expression, yet the aura he exuded was undeniable. Shen Sibai swallowed hard. Brother Zhou, we're in a fire prevention period. Stop playing around. Zhou Yueqing shot him a cold glance. Say one more word, and I'll silence you. Shen Sibai lowered his head, feeling dejected. Why was it that everyone else could think about poisoning in silence, yet he had to voice it? Gu Jing awkwardly stood, raising a glass of wine and speaking slowly. Brother Zhou, let this drink be my apology. I was wrong. With that, he downed the drink in one go. Having come this far, he could neither bow his head nor ignore it. The Gu family had a pile of mess waiting for him to clean up, and several cousins were watching closely. Only then did Zhou Yueqing put away the lighter, his dark gaze settling on the anxious Gu Jing. Jing. You know I value relationships above all else. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Qingqing was once my woman. Though the duration was brief, her devotion was unwavering, a true romantic. Moreover, she possesses a simple disposition and is not particularly clever. In order to protect Wan Ning, I found myself compelled to inflict pain upon her.
Shen Chibai.
Unable to restrain himself, remarked, Brother Zhou, she shouldn't be too hurt. Zhou Yuqing's expression faltered momentarily as he pushed a plate of fragrant chicken legs towards them, insisting, eat, and refrain from conversation. Shen Sibai retorted. He doesn't even enjoy chicken legs. As he hesitated, still chewing on the chicken, Gu Jing let out a sigh of relief. Brother Zhou. Wan Ning has endured much hardship abroad, and the Lin family has treated her poorly. She truly harbors a heart solely for you. I am aware, Zhou Yuqing replied, gazing into the distance as he spoke thoughtfully. Though she does not vocalize it, I have come to understand that Wan Ning simply struggles to express her emotions. As a man, how can I compel her to speak? Gu Jing felt a surge of bittersweet emotions, murmuring to himself. She is finally on the verge of obtaining her own happiness, while I am destined to remain a mere jester in the shadows.
What?
The abrupt shift in topic left Gu Jing momentarily bewildered. Zhou Yuqing cast him a sidelong glance. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? That company is merely a burden to you now. Such a scandal will only mire you deeper in troubles. Setting aside other matters, Zhou Yuqing's acumen in business was evident, as he swiftly identified the core issue. Gu Jing pursed his lips. I could sell it.
Who would purchase it?
Zhou Yuqing tapped his fingers on the table. You have caused harm to Yi Qingqing. You must compensate her, right? Transferring those shares to her would be the best course of action. She is the true victim in this ordeal. And only with those shares in her possession will the public have faith, allowing the company to continue operating. Once the shares are transferred and a statement is released, this matter will gradually fade from the public eye. It was indeed a sound strategy. Gu Jing had no choice but to concede. I understand, Brother Zhou. I will have my assistant draft the share transfer agreement tomorrow. Remember, it must be a gratuitous transfer, Zhou Yuqing added, swirling his glass of red wine. I wonder how Wan Ning and Yi Qingqing are faring. In the parking lot, a sleek black car awaited. She intended to have a private meeting with that woman.
Ye Qingqing.
Zhou Yingxue expressed her concern. Is that wise? Lin Wan Ning chuckled lightly. You still don't understand my sister's nature? Rest assured. I will get along splendidly with Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing pulled out her phone. Let me call a ride for you. Zhou Yingxue shot her a fierce glare. What's a ride? I refuse to take that. She then made a call herself. Old Li, at the Sherding Fu. Come pick me up. The young lady would never deign to use a ride service in her lifetime. Chapter 82. The interview ended in failure. Yi Qingqing opened the passenger door with a smile. Please get in. However, Lin Wanning said nothing and instead opened the back door, offering an apologetic smile. I drank a bit, and my stomach feels off. Sitting in the back will be fine. This was clearly an indication that she intended to treat Yi Qingqing as her chauffeur. Yi Qingqing immediately looked concerned. Stomach discomfort? I make excellent porridge. Zhou Yuqing has a weak stomach, and I've taken good care of him. What do you think? Are you tempted? She was eager to flaunt her hidden culinary skills. Lin Wanning's lips curled into a cold smirk, her demeanor shifting to one of haughty arrogance. Yi Qingqing. Only a lowly woman would resort to such means to please a man. Such subservience will only earn disdain from men. She tossed her long hair back, her delicate face morphing into one of exquisite allure, her eyes shimmering with undeniable charm. In stark contrast to her usual demeanor, she appeared as an entirely different person. At that moment, there was no resemblance to Qingqing whatsoever. This was her true essence. Had it not been for the antiquated tropes favoring delicate flowers, she would have no need for facade. What do you possess to contend with me? Before she could finish her scathing words, a blank sheet of paper abruptly appeared before her, interrupting Lin Wanning. Printed in bold letters at the top were the words, "Personal resume," along with a photocopy of a gold medal for a professional nanny. Lin Wanning was left dumbfounded. Zhou Yucheng, through my observations over the past few days, is in good health with no vices. While he may be somewhat promiscuous, with your capabilities, you can certainly manage him. You might as well consider marriage. Lin Wanning clutched the resume, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. You want to be a nanny? For whom? Qingqing glanced at her through the rearview mirror, responding matter-of-factly, for you, of course. Silence enveloped the car, an eternal stillness.
Lin Wanning,
shaken repeatedly within a single day, felt as if her mind was experiencing a seismic upheaval. After a lengthy pause, she murmured in disbelief, "Have you lost your mind?" Qingqing frowned. "No, I am in excellent mental condition. More than just excellent." She was practically ahead of the curve. Lin Wanning found herself at a loss for words, realizing her arguments needed refinement. Noticing Lin Wanning's silence, Qingqing felt a sense of foreboding and cautiously glanced in the rearview mirror. "You aren't dissatisfied with me, are you? Did the interview not go well?" "That shouldn't be the case. I worked so hard." "Dissatisfied? Why would she be satisfied? What on earth was there to be satisfied about?" Secondly, she paused, a hint of irritation creeping in. "I have no intention of having children. If it were as simple as marrying and bearing children, she could have any man in the entire capital without difficulty. How could Lin Wanning, in the latter half of her life, willingly accept the role of a dutiful wife and mother? Wasn't her pursuit of Zhou Yucheng meant for marriage and motherhood?" Lin Wanning regained her previous composed and graceful demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Qingqing. "Whether I leave or not, you have no hope. A Chung has already promised me that he will sever ties with you today." This Qingqing was quite clever, devising such a rationale to ensnare her words. Her career abroad was not yet complete, so how could she simply abandon it? Not leaving was merely a tactic to placate Zhou Yucheng. The thrill of the chase was what made it interesting. Her journey was bound for the stars and the sea. No marriage and no children? The car glided steadily along. Yet Qingqing felt as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt, leaving her heart chilled. Had her qualifications as a nanny been for naught? Was it possible that Zhou Yucheng's work ended, and Lin Wanning's tasks had not been completed? How could they not have been completed? Outside the window, rows of lush green trees passed by. Lin Wanning lightly spoke. "Stop the car ahead. I have arrived." Both were career-driven individuals. Yet how was she able to remain so unbothered and heartless? A woman without connections or capabilities, she didn't even need to lift a finger. If Qingqing were to withdraw voluntarily, Lin Wanning wouldn't bother to hold a grudge, but if her interests were compromised, she wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. From her childhood experiences, she had long understood one truth: kindness only invites exploitation. Qingqing cast a resentful glance at her. She had just failed the interview, yet Lin Wanning was still delivering harsh words? Was she truly so dedicated to her role as the villainess? After Lin Wanning exited the vehicle, the window rolled down behind her, and Qingqing made one final desperate plea. "Surely you have other connections to wealthy families? Just a little help would suffice." It wasn't that she was insistent on being a nanny. Rather, the certification had cost her over 2,000,
and it had gone to waste.
She felt the sting of loss, though her balance was substantial as someone who had endured poverty in her past life. Work was ingrained in her essence. She could afford to slack off, but not to be unemployed, without a reliable employer who paid on time, who would protect her. Regrettably, her chance at that streaming job had also fallen through. Not that she desired it. Qingqing pressed the accelerator and sped away. It was amusing. This woman was Lin Wanning, the very one who had made Qingqing weep countless times in the original story. Though she could not be her own boss, she certainly would not settle for enmity. The goal she had been striving for has vanished, leaving Qingqing feeling a touch of melancholy. An emotion that lingered until Zhou Yucheng called her that evening. This time, Zhou's voice was unprecedentedly gentle and affectionate. "Qingqing, silly girl. Would you like to become a boss?" Chapter 83. Where did you place the Buddha statue? In the capital's prime area, where every inch of land is precious. Zhou Yueqing was seated on the sofa in his white loungewear, eyes closed in contemplation. He absent-mindedly twirled the Buddha beads on his wrist, emanating a faint scent of sandalwood. Qingqing, burdened with a large bag and donning a baseball cap, peered in as though stealing in like a thief. Please have a seat, Zhou said, glancing up at her, his gaze tinged with an indescribable sorrow. I know you harbored deep feelings for me, but alas, the human heart is difficult to divide. Qingqing sniffed. Let us cut through the chaos. No matter how much you say, I shall not take a penny less. We had an agreement, after all. One must uphold the spirit of a contract. Zhou paused, then offered a wry smile. Why pretend to be strong? I would never ridicule you.
With that,
He placed a check on the table. This is 10 million. Forget about me and live well.
10 million.
At last, it was within her grasp. Qingqing darted forward, clutching it to her chest, trying to contain her excitement. A voluntary gift. I've even drafted the agreement with my lawyer. All you need to do is sign. Zhou, with a complex expression, signed without a word. I worry about you living alone in an unfamiliar place. Let the house in Tianrun City be transferred to your name. Her eyes brimmed with tears of joy as she took a deep breath, gazing affectionately at Zhou. You are far too kind to me. Zhou averted his gaze. Stop crying. I want to indulge you. The 10 million felt increasingly warm against her chest. She had already been consoled. Truly. Anyone who dares to label Zhou Yueqing a scoundrel, Qingqing, would be the first to disagree. Despite his flaws, he was generous. Moreover, how could anyone call him a scoundrel? After all, throughout these days, he hadn't even held her hand. He simply did not wish to hurt any girl. What fault did he have? I am not heartbroken. Not at all. Truly. Qingqing tightened her grip on the 10 million, then looked up at him. Is there anything else you plan to give me? I've got my bag with me. Zhou frowned, sensing something amiss. I will have the limitless shares transferred to you at no cost. Though the company is small, it can serve as a pastime.
Additionally,
Shall buy his shares too, but he holds a minor stake while you possess the majority, so you shall be the boss. Qingqing was taken aback.
what?
An employee, am to become the boss? The pressure suddenly feels overwhelming. I want to end up bankrupt. Will I? Zhou found her adorable. How could that happen? Rest assured. I've instructed Xiaobai. He will assist you somewhat. Upon hearing this, Qingqing felt even more anxious. Xiaobai seemed rather dim-witted, his intelligence likely inferior to hers. Silence enveloped them, and Zhou felt a pang in his heart. He turned away. You should leave. Keep your distance from me. Emotions are difficult to control. With red-rimmed eyes. Qingqing nodded vigorously, covering her gaping mouth. Her gaze fell upon the Buddha beads he cherished, prompting her to voice a lingering curiosity. By the way, where did you place the Buddha statue? I searched for it last time but couldn't find it. Zhou froze. He anticipated Qingqing would lament her humble feelings. But she instead posed such a peculiar question. Seeing his odd expression, Qingqing quickly realized she had overstepped. She chuckled awkwardly. Forget I asked. Her curiosity stemmed from having read too many novels about aloof Buddhist figures. After all, didn't that faint sandalwood scent emanate from burning incense? She merely wished to pay her respects. With her tear-stained eyes and forced laughter, Zhou misinterpreted her as putting on a brave front. He chose not to press further. Lowering his gaze. You should go. It seemed there was little left to take. Qingqing wasted no time, turning gracefully to leave. From then on, he would merely be a generous a boss. The ever-invisible butler Li quietly spoke up. Zhou, you've severed ties with money. Missy will likely be heartbroken. Zhou hesitated. Is that so? Li sighed. Indeed, she appears so pitiful, as if on the verge of shattering. Zhou's voice grew faint then. I shall not insult her with money. Having reached the door, Qingqing took off running. As summer waned, the night breeze brought relief from the day's heat. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. In a warmly decorated 3-bedroom apartment, a middle-aged man on the verge of collapse sat on the sofa, gripping his phone tightly, tears streaming down his face. It was not that he did not understand. The world was changing too swiftly. Qingqing, were you sent by a monkey to inflict torment? With such transformations, why not step into the journey to the west and play the role of Sun Wukong, who and his family understood his plight? He merely wished to maintain stability, flatter a few superiors, earn some extra cash, and pay off the mortgage. What wrong had he committed? From a prominent figure's prized pet to a bullied newcomer in the workplace, how had he suddenly become the boss? He was merely seeking to curry favor and profit. Surely, he did not deserve such a fate. Beside him stood a middle-aged woman with curly hair, gently patting Li Qingquan's shoulder. Do not be disheartened. As long as the heart is present, dreams persist. It is merely a new beginning. I believe in you. At worst, you can kneel and plead with her. Li Qingquan's lips moved, casting a sorrowful glance at her. My wife does not offer comfort. There's no need to force it. So what? The woman's face shifted in an instant. I have already consoled you for a minute. Are you still not done? Is this how you repay my kindness? Just because you have a new boss, do you act as if your father has died? Who are you crying for? Have you washed the dishes? Swept the floor? Hung the laundry from the washing machine? Gradually, his sadness dissipated. Li Qingquan wiped his tears and looked up at her. Wife, you are wonderful. I still prefer you this way. Enough of the nonsense. Being middle-aged and unemployed is like having a child without milk. Marrying a wife cannot be done half-heartedly. I don't care. Next month, the car loan, mortgage, and kindergarten tuition for the child. You shall not fall short by a penny. Li Qingquan glanced at the personnel changes sent by the company on his phone and clenched his fist. Rest assured, I will work diligently. Chapter 84, a 1,000-mile dam breached by an anthole. That night, Qingqing too found herself sleepless. Throughout the night, she rose 8 times to scrutinize the 10 million check, checking her account balance 9 times. And finally read aloud the share transfer document sent by the Gu family before she could finally settle down to sleep. Before dawn, she awoke with a start. Wait. Am I, a mere wage earner, to become a boss? What about my maternity nurse certification? Should I just toss it aside?
No.
One must possess a sense of crisis. With my abilities, the company's failure isn't impossible. In her previous life, she had witnessed her miserly boss. Unable to distribute salaries, secretly delivering takeout. How does one become a boss? Is it necessary to have a driver? 2 bodyguards? Perhaps even an assistant? The thought of an assistant jolted Qingqing awake. She dialed Gao Baiji. Master, I am frightened. Still in a deep slumber. Gao Baiji could no longer tolerate it. Get lost. Feeling wronged, Qingqing hugged her knees on the bed. Why are you so fierce? I simply thought. Since we are colleagues, my troubles could only be shared with you. Hence, I called. Gao Baiji, gritting her teeth, sat up in her silk pajamas.
Yeving.
Is your brain bubbling? What time do you think it is?
Ha.
Only 5:30. Qingqing let out a soft gasp and quickly apologized. I am sorry. I was wrong. I couldn't sleep and lost track of time. On the other end, Gao Baiji fell silent, pinching her brow and softening her tone. What troubles you? What are you afraid of? Qingqing's excitement resurfaced. You don't know? Zhou Yueqing has dumped me. Adjusting the fallen strap of her dress, Gao Baiji lazily leaned against the headboard. And so, Qingqing began to scheme. Master, how about you become my assistant? Or vice president, perhaps? Don't be so naive. You cannot compete with Lin Wanning, nor can you sway Zhou Yueqing. Besides, I will not leave Zhou's corporation. She had worked at Zhou's group for a decade, ascending from intern to chief secretary. How could she possibly jump ship because of Qingqing's words? There had been offers from other prestigious companies, even with better conditions than Zhou's. Yet, her reasons for staying were not solely due to a fleeting fantasy about Zhou Yueqing. It was also because of the strength and status of Zhou's group, which was unparalleled in the entirety of Jingbei. Qingqing regretfully glanced at the 1 million, but Zhou Yueqing has given me the Wujixian company, and I do not know how to run a business. A company given for free? Only a fool would decline. Gao Baiji's cool gaze flickered with amusement. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. Or, I can introduce you to some reliable assistants. Qingqing turned on the car's music, pushing for more. Then take me on a ride now. I'll place an order. And you assist me. Gao Baiji chuckled lightly. No way. And then she abruptly hung up the phone. Qingqing sighed and finally fell asleep. The share transfer would not occur immediately, so she had nothing to do today and slept until noon. Upon waking, she first checked the 1 million again, then ordered herself an extravagant takeout meal and called Zhou Mixue. I am going to be a boss now. Your role as my assistant might no longer be valid. Zhou Mixue, currently receiving a massage at a beauty salon, jumped up at this news. You didn't fight with Sister Lin yesterday, did you? Qingqing found her reaction bewildering. It was just a failed interview. Why would that lead to a fight? Zhou Mixue was relieved and lazily resumed her position. I heard my brother dumped you? Not only did he dump me, but he also gave me money, a house, and a company. I wish he would do it a few more times. Qingqing laughed heartily. It's all right. What he gave wasn't too much. Their conversation was on entirely different wavelengths, yet it did not hinder their delightful exchange. Don't be upset. I am heartbroken too. We are even now. Zhou Yingxue lazily extended her delicate hand, signaling the nearby masseur to apply more oil. By the way, what did you just say? The young lady's hearing seemed to be as poor as her eyesight. Yi Qingqing sighed. I meant the place where we work. I am now the boss.
What?
What did you say? Zhou Yingxue jumped up again. So you are my boss now? Oh my, I have to be your assistant? Yi Qingqing, you are so audacious. I am Zhou Yingxue, the daughter of the Zhou family. Yi Qingqing tightened her lips in disbelief. Have you eaten too many plums? Why would I want to go bankrupt and make you my assistant? Zhou Yingxue became even angrier. Yi Qingqing, are you abandoning me after crossing the river? I accompanied you through your heartbreak, and now you dare to look down on me? Ask anyone in Jingbei who would dare have me as an assistant. Am I not worth your time? Yi Qingqing hesitated. It's not that. The company just encountered some issues, and we are facing financial difficulties. Zhou Yingxue impatiently huffed. How bad can it be? I don't even need a salary. Yi Qingqing made a pained expression. It's not about the salary. Zhou Yingxue shouted angrily at her phone. Stop trying to mislead me. What financial issues? I can invest if necessary. Yi Qingqing, if you dare refuse me, you are finished. After proclaiming this, she smugly flaunted her nails, eager to see what excuse Yi Qingqing would conjure next. Yi Qingqing spoke solemnly. Princess, please report for duty. Now that is more like it. Zhou Yingxue relaxed, lying back down. By the way, I want to bring a renovation team over. I can't stand that shabby office. Whatever. You have more money than you know what to do with. For the first time, Yi Qingqing thought that 1 million was not much at all. With someone like Zhou Yingxue, even several millions wouldn't be enough to satisfy her spending habits. Yi Qingqing narrowed her eyes, suddenly considering a possibility. The reason Lin Wanning was reluctant to marry and have children was likely due to a fear of inheriting certain traits, a genetic legacy. Little did she know that her interview failure was actually Zhou Yingxue's doing. Indeed, even the mightiest dam can be breached by the smallest ant. This was a moment of negligence on her part. Yi Qingqing let out a sorrowful sigh, feeling slightly better after devouring 3 steaks. She carefully tucked away the 1 million check and called Biao Yi. I need a bodyguard for car escort. Come quickly. Ridiculous, this was 1 million. What if she encountered robbers on the way? She had a strong sense of crisis. Biao Yi, well-trained, arrived with Biao Air in 10 minutes. Boss. Biao San and Biao Si are on the day shift and can't leave. Although it's just the 2 of us, you can rest assured. We won't demand extra pay. Just as Yi Qingqing was about to nod in agreement, a familiar and sorrowful voice wafted from outside the villa. Qingqing, don't you want your mother anymore? Chapter 85. I can be a stand-in. Yi Qingqing suspiciously glanced at Biao Yi and Biao Air, whose mother is calling. Biao Yi quickly shook his head. Boss, she is not my mother. Mine passed away early, and I have been burning paper for her for 8 years. Biao Air quickly added, Boss, she is not my mother either. Mine only knows how to scold and never cries. Yi Qingqing opened the door and, sure enough, saw Chen Meru's aged face. Qingqing. Chen Meru's lips trembled, ready to cry, but Yi Qingqing quickly stepped back. Biao Yi, from now on, do not let any woman come near me. A strong arm swiftly jabbed toward Chen Meru's nose, causing her to tear up instantly. Chen Meru covered her nose, trembling with anger. Yi Qingqing, how could you have become like this? You have disappointed me so much. You used to be so obedient and well-behaved. Yi Qingqing looked at her apologetically. Excuse me, madam. May I ask who you are? How dare she pretend not to recognize her? Chen Meru could no longer maintain her facade. She glared fiercely at Yi Qingqing. I don't care what you pretend. Your uncle is hanging by a thread. Do you know he is currently alive only because of an oxygen tube? Give me 100,000, and once this crisis is over, I will never bother you again. Yi Qingqing peeked out from behind Biao Air, sincerely looking at her. Madam, if you just pull out the oxygen tube, you can directly start collecting gifts. Can't you do that? I tell you, the gift money is not low. You can easily gather 100,000 just from that. Isn't this unnecessary? Why do you still need to borrow 100,000? At your age, can't you be a bit smarter? Chen Meru trembled all over, pointing at Yi Qingqing frantically. You unfilial daughter. Just wait, you will pay for this. Yi Qingqing swiftly pulled out a mask from a nearby cabinet and put it on. Remember not to make a mess on the floor. The cleaning fees are quite expensive. Chen Meru narrowed her eyes, stepping back cautiously. Yi Qingqing, what are you planning to do? I'll tell you. I will call the police. In a flash. A large hand swiftly shoved something pinkish-gray into her mouth as she gaped in shock. A pungent odor surged forth, directly assaulting her senses. Chunmeru gagged. But before she could spit it out, a sock was shoved into her mouth. Biao Er held his breath, suppressing his urge to vomit as he advised her. Don't waste food. This stuff isn't cheap either. Finally, Chunmeru, who had been forced to swallow her words, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Upon noticing this, Biao Yi swiftly grabbed her collar and dashed outside. Hurry up, don't let her vomit in the villa area. Biao Er covered her mouth and followed suit. Meanwhile, Qingqing, who was leisurely strolling toward the security booth with a mask on, knocked on the door and instructed, do not allow her in again. This woman's husband is gravely ill, and she is a potential threat. The young security guard looked puzzled. Missy, isn't she your mother? Qingqing shook her head. Not at all. Some events transpired in the past. I am not who I once was. You must have heard the tale of the cat swapping places with the prince, right?
It's somewhat akin to that.
In an instant, the guard imagined a dramatic saga filled with deception, unrequited love, and a malicious nanny. He regarded Qingqing with sympathy. Miss Yi, rest assured, we were previously deceived by her. From now on, within a 10-meter radius of Tianren City, you will never encounter her again. We apologize for our prior negligence. What a splendid owner she was. Despite all that had transpired, she had not uttered a single word of reproach. Meanwhile, Chunmeru, who had been pressed against a nearby trash bin, was in utter despair, crying and retching while cursing. Qingqing, you wretched thing. Just wait, I am going to report you. I will sue you. Biao Yi frowned at her. The boss merely wanted you to sample a unique dish. You are being utterly ungrateful. Chunmeru, with tears and snot streaming down her face, retorted. Why don't you try it, huh? Why don't you try it? Biao Er patiently explained, because the taste is too foul for us. Our stomachs are too delicate.
Ha!
What a reasonable excuse.
She scoffed.
Is my stomach a toilet? After a while, she finally regained her composure. This wretched girl was impervious to her old tricks, and being confrontational was not her strong suit. She had inquired and learned that, in this situation, she could not obtain proof of a parent-child relationship. Qingqing was now of legal age and required the other party's consent for a paternity test to be recognized by the court. The family's finances were dwindling, and she could no longer rely on Qingqing, especially since old Li's illness was quite costly. Strangely enough, the dead girl's reasoning had some merit. Perhaps she could simply cut off the oxygen and feast. After all, she knew old Li's family had plenty of relatives. Biao Yi felt a chill run down his spine as he instinctively tugged at his undershirt, contemplating that he should wear short sleeves next time. His wife had advised him to protect himself, especially since he had abs. Biao Er squinted, blocking Qingqing's view, and mustered the courage to speak. Boss, if you could not look at me, Biao Yi is married. Upon finishing, he closed his eyes. I can be a stand-in. Biao Yi moved, turned his gaze away, acknowledging the bond forged over years of shared struggles. He slaughtered pigs, while Biao Er handled fish. Their knives were interchangeable.
Qingqing glanced at Biao Er.
Do you earn much from slaughtering pigs? Biao Er's heart trembled, and he pressed his lips together, revealing a bittersweet smile. He knew that a man like him would inevitably attract the attention of wealthy women. During a prosperous month, he could earn 7,000 or 8,000, but in the off-season, it dwindled to 4,000 or 5,000. Recently, however, business had been poor, and the price of pork had plummeted, causing his wages to drop significantly. Qingqing then turned to Biao Yi. What about you? How much do you earn from fish? Biao Yi sighed. I earn less than him. People say I resemble an old inkpot, and this year, customers have dwindled considerably. He quickly added, but I am quite content with this life, truly. A man of integrity should not endure humiliation. A true gentleman, living in this vast world, ought to come work for me. The monthly salary is 12,000, with all benefits included. Chapter 86. Should I be sad? Biao Yi's eyes widened in shock, his voice booming. For half my life, I, Biaozi, have been adrift. With skills untested, I lament the timing of my birth. From now on, I shall serve and repay my boss. Biao Er tugged at his undershirt, clasping his fists. I feel the same. Qingqing widened her eyes. I have yet to specify the job duties. Biao Yi squinted. The boss is upright and kind. It is undoubtedly a suitable position for us brothers. This matter requires no further contemplation. Biao Er cast a side glance at him, realizing that a fish butcher could indeed articulate well. It seemed that a few more years of education had proven beneficial. He sighed inwardly. Yet it did not hinder him from voicing, "I feel the same." Qingqing rested her chin on her hand. "You'll be security personnel at the company. Though your responsibilities will be a bit more complex, primarily, you must ensure my safety." The plot of a dramatic narrative often spirals into absurdity, and she must protect herself diligently. After all, her worth had skyrocketed. Before entering this narrative, she had lived, yet her finances had evaporated.
Now,
She could not afford to run out of money before her life was extinguished. Finally, with a sense of accomplishment, Qingqing exchanged the check. Acting as a temporary driver, Biao Yi asked, "Boss, where to now?" The streets were bustling with traffic during peak hours. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingqing replied, "To the bar." She still yearned for that 199 yuan juice from her last visit. Now that she had money, she must indulge and experience the life of luxury. In Jingbei, the grandest and most opulent nightclub awaited. The bartender, wearing a cap, placed a glass of juice on the counter, stating, "No need for a tip." Though he was merely a worker, he did not mind losing $1. After all, selling just a few beer bottles would surpass that amount. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce slowly rolled to a stop outside the understated yet lavish bar. The rear door opened, revealing the same polished black shoes and long legs clad in tailored trousers belonging to the heirs of Jingbei's 3 most prestigious families.
Shen Chibairi Markt, Sujie.
You dumped Qingqing. She must be at home crying now, right? However, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should go comfort her, given that she had once extended a gracious hand to him. Gu Jing's eyes flickered with darkness. Tomorrow, the share transfer will be finalized. She has gained an entire company. What is there to cry about? Zhou Yueqing shook his head sadly. You wouldn't understand. Last night, when I broke up with her, her eyes were red, and she looked utterly shattered. Those were merely excuses to mask her true feelings, that stubborn and pitiful girl. Ah, Jing. It's no wonder you feel unrequited. You hardly know her. Gu Jing clenched his teeth, wishing he could slap himself for speaking out of turn. The bar, illuminated by dim light, housed the same girl, now dressed casually and sporting a bun. Shen Bai recognized her this time, exclaiming, Qingqing? What is she doing here? Zhou Yueqing paused, his expression darkening as he strode forward, seizing Qingqing's arm. No matter how heartbroken you are, you cannot drown your sorrows in a bar. Qingqing, do you remember what you promised me? She had sworn to herself never to step into a bar again. You have disappointed me. Before he could finish, Zhou Yueqing's expression shifted to one of pain. Biao Er swiftly grasped his arm, his demeanor cold yet tone gentle. Sir, please keep your distance from my boss. Years of butchering pigs had endowed Biao Er with strength beyond the ordinary. Zhou Yueqing immediately thought of a chiropractic clinic. He gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. Then you should let go of me. Qingqing finally grasped the situation and quickly smiled to defuse the tension. Oh dear, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Biao Yi regarded him with vigilance and couldn't help but remind him, Sir, do not lose your mind. Qingqing looked at Zhou Yueqing with bewilderment. This bar is not yours. Why do you keep asking such questions? Zhou Yueqing found no trace of sorrow on her face, only an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity, which made his heart feel heavy. His dark eyes scanned the 2 men behind her. Who are they? Why do they always follow you? He had long wished to ask this question, but his thoughts had been consumed by Lin Wanning, causing him to overlook this crucial matter. Zhou Yueqing's mind was momentarily in disarray. They even have bodyguards? Shen Bai, with a complex expression, looked at Qingqing and voiced Zhou Yueqing's confusion. Why are you not crying at home? Crying? To be honest, she had indeed laughed and cried several times the previous night. Qingqing shook her head. I am not that fragile. Zhou Yueqing clenched his jaw, his arms crossed behind his back. Qingqing, I know you are hurt. But do you realize how dangerous it is for a girl to get drunk in a bar late at night? Can't you be a little more obedient? How can a well-behaved girl come to a bar? Qingqing grew displeased, pointing at Biao Yi and Biao Er. With them here, I am not in danger. After saying that, she glanced back at the 3 men. Moreover, a well-behaved man shouldn't be in a bar either.
Or are you 3 not well-behaved?
Zhou Yueqing was infuriated, letting out a cold laugh. Qingqing, I didn't expect you to have such a sharp tongue. He declared sternly, this is the last time I tell you. There is no possibility for us, so do not come to places like this again. The next time I see you, I will not feel any heartache. Qingqing blinked, glancing at Zhou Yueqing, then closed her eyes before looking at him again. She then turned to Shen by standing behind her and pointed to her own head. Miss Lin won't marry him. Has he gone mad? What nonsense is he spouting? Shen Xiaibai's brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, Yi Qingqing, you are not sad? Zhou Ge does not like you and does not want you. His heart only belongs to Sister Wanning. This is all wrong. Everything feels off. Why is Yi Qingqing's reaction so utterly different from what they had anticipated? Could it be that Gu Jing's words were correct? Yi Qingqing stared blankly at Zhou Yueqing. Huh? Should I be sad?
No one told me.
Chapter 87 Lin Wanning. Good. Excellent. Yi Qingqing, you're something else. Zhou Yueqing smashed a red wine glass in frustration. Yi Qingqing was startled and quickly looked at the bartender behind her. Did you see that? He broke it. It has nothing to do with me. I won't pay for it. Zhou Yueqing smashed another glass, his eyes reddening with anger. Tell me, Yi Qingqing, after leaving me, do you feel not even a shred of sadness? I don't believe it. Upon reflection, he indeed felt a twinge of sorrow. Zhou Yueqing insisted. I don't believe it. I admit you gave me a lot, but I truly cannot cry right now. I don't believe it. Yi Qingqing, feeling helpless, relented, and, seeing him like a petulant child, said, All right, I'll lay my cards on the table. I am very sad. Zhou Yueqing gritted his teeth. Yi Qingqing, who are you trying to fool? Your mouth is grinning from ear to ear, and you tell me you're sad? You only seem clear-headed when it's time to embellish. Yi Qingqing pretended to look behind him and waved her hand. Oh, it's Miss Lin. You're here too? However, at the entrance of the bar, amidst the bustling crowd, there was not a single woman in a white dress. Yi Qingqing, only the bartender, donning a cap, spoke softly, Sir. This lady just ordered 2 juices and said to charge them to your account. Gu Jing's lips moved, and he couldn't hold back. I've said it before. This Yi Qingqing is nothing but a gold digger. She has no sincerity whatsoever. Where can you find a pure girl like Wanning in this world? Zhou Yueqing shot him a dark look. Shut your mouth. That cursed crow. Outside the bar, Yi Qingqing, dragging Biao Yi and Biao Er, hurriedly ran out. Having lost one of her slippers, with a face of relief, she opened the car door. Fortunately, I cashed the check this afternoon. Otherwise, it would have been a hassle. Everyone had settled their accounts. Why did he suddenly awaken to the plot? Biao Er silently clutched a small lady's slipper and then got into the car. Boss, your shoe. Yi Qingqing slipped the slipper back on, glancing nervously at the rear-view mirror. Let us drive. He smashed 2 glasses and 1 tea be able to leave for a while. Besides, Gu Jing has signed the stock transfer. Everything is set in stone. The night in Jingbei gradually enveloped the bustling city. In a brightly lit restaurant, Lin Wanning sat at a table, the sound of her spoon clinking against the porcelain bowl echoing. A lavishly dressed woman stood beside her, smiling warmly. Our Wanning is still so beautiful. No wonder President Zhou is so enchanted by her. Seated opposite Lin Wanning was a young girl who curled her lip. That's debatable. I've heard President Zhou found a female university student who is just as pretty. Lin Wanning calmly set down her spoon, her tone even. Is my room ready? The porcelain bowl was gently placed on the table, and Lin Wanning raised her gaze. I cannot sleep in any other bed. Then how did you manage to sleep abroad all these years? Heji's face flickered with displeasure as she glanced at Lin Xiang'an, who had remained silent, and spoke uneasily. This matter is Aunt He's fault. You don't live at home. What's wrong with me using your room? Where can I stay? So pretentious. Besides, that room will eventually be mine anyway. The girl opposite, dressed in white and resembling Heji somewhat, scoffed. What a show-off. Qingqing, how can you speak to your sister like that? It's rude. Lin Xiang'an finally spoke, ostensibly rebuking Lin Qingqing, but in truth, he was protecting her Wanning. Qingqing is young. Don't hold it against her. Heji chuckled lightly. All right, Xiang'an, Wanning has had a long day. Let her rest early. The couple left leisurely, as though Lin Wanning's earlier assertion about wanting to sleep in her own room was merely a jest. Only the 2 sisters remained. Lin Qingqing grew bolder, maliciously smiling. Sister, for my birthday banquet next month, Dad said he would throw a grand event. Mom said that you, as the elder sister, must dance to entertain, ballet. Lin Qingqing's birthday coincided with her mother's death anniversary. Lin Wanning sat quietly in her chair, one hand holding the spoon, blowing on the steam. Then, her eyelids gently lifted. The steaming bowl of soup was suddenly splashed onto Lin Qingqing's face. Ah! Lin Qingqing's face turned instantly red from the scalding liquid. Letting out a pitiful cry, Lin Wanning curled her lips into a smile, standing up to wipe her fingers with a tissue, lightly uttering, What are you even? With her face burning, Lin Qingqing felt both pain and fear, crying out, Dad, Mom. Come down quickly. It hurts. It hurts so much. The couple upstairs. who had been calm moments ago, rushed down in a panic. He was no longer gentle, tightly embracing Lin Qingqing and glaring fiercely at Lin Wanning. How could you be so cruel? Splashing hot soup on your sister. Get out, you wretched thing. Lin Xiang'an trembled with anger, pointing furiously at the door. Lin Wanning didn't even glance at him. Instead, she dialed a number right in front of him. Achung, could you come pick me up? It seems there's no place prepared for me to sleep at home. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Xiang'an ceased to tremble and dared not express his anger. He pressed his lips together, casting a glare at He. Let us hear what the child has to say. Wanning has always been gentle. It must not be intentional. Lin Wanning tilted her head and continued dialing another number. Jing, could you bring me some medicine? It seems my hand is injured. Is Xiao Bai with you? Could you both come? What a fuss over nothing. Thank you, Jing. He chuckled awkwardly while holding Lin Qingqing. This child. It's merely some playful scuffling among sisters. Qingqing hasn't been harmed at all. That wretched vixen. She resembles her deceased mother too closely, both adept at seducing men. Lin Qingqing's face flushed red, her eyes welling with tears from her parents' attitude. Mom, my face is hurting terribly. Do you want to ruin my looks? He's expression shifted rapidly as she urgently called out. Aunt Wang, hurry and bring some burn ointment for the young lady. Lin Wanning, seemingly unfazed, sat down again, frowning at the overturned porcelain bowl on the table, and spoke coolly. It appears this household truly does not welcome me. I cannot even enjoy a meal in peace. Lin Xiang'an took a deep breath. Aunt Wang, please prepare another bowl of bird's nest soup for the young lady. Chapter 88. The Black Lotus. Lin Qingqing, standing nearby, attempted to speak but was swiftly pulled back by He. I will apply the ointment for you. Hurry upstairs. On the staircase, Lin Qingqing's unwilling voice could still be heard. Mom, why are you afraid of her? Isn't Mr. Zhou coming over? I want to meet Mr. Zhou too. I'm not any less attractive than Lin Wanning. Shut up. He, furious, slammed the door shut and, with a heavy heart, fetched a towel to wipe her face. You foolish child. How can you be so impatient? That wretched girl, Lin Wanning, has never been easy to manage. Before she turned 10, she was somewhat manageable, but after that, even I often suffered in silence at her hands. She appears as innocent as a little white rabbit, yet she is a veritable black lotus. Outside the window, the roar of luxury cars echoed. He's lips trembled, and indeed, she saw the Rolls-Royce with the license plate number 38. Regardless of her resentment, she could only force a smile and head downstairs. Zhou Yuecheng, with remnants of red wine on his clothing, received Lin Wanning's call and could not be bothered to pursue Yi Qingqing, especially since that woman had fled too quickly. He hurried over, and on the way, the three encountered a drunk driving checkpoint. On the second floor of the villa, in the elegantly decorated princess room, Lin Xiang'an and He were sweating profusely as they moved items outside. Aunt Wang was also swiftly mopping the tables and floors. After half an hour, the room was transformed. Even the flowers on the vanity were replaced with freshly bought roses. Lin Wanning stood downstairs, yet showed no inclination to ascend. She tilted her head apologetically towards Zhou Yuecheng and gently said, I have a slight allergy to roses. I cannot possibly stay in this room. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Xiang'an's face. He had witnessed many people gifting roses to Lin Wanning. How could she lie so brazenly? However, the three men standing before the sofa were not to be trifled with, yet he yearned to associate with them. He bit her lip in frustration. Just a minute ago, that little vixen's hand was perfectly fine, not even a scratch. She truly excelled in the art of slander. Lin Wanning shook her head sadly. It was merely a minor conflict with my sister that resulted in an accidental injury. I am perfectly fine. Shin Bai kicked over a chair at the dining table, startling Lin Xiang'an. Where is that lunatic Lin Qingqing? Tell her to come out and apologize. Sister Wanning has a good temperament and is kind-hearted. It does not mean you can bully her at will. Gu Jing's dark gaze swept over, and He, not daring to delay further, hurried upstairs to call for Lin Qingqing. They were bound to suffer a loss today. Who would have thought that Lin Wanning, despite being abroad for so long, still had these three men protecting her? Are the young masters in the northern capital truly so dim-witted as not to see through such trivial schemes? The neon lights outside flickered, casting shadows on Lin Wanning's profile, faint traces of undried tears still visible. Zhou Yuecheng felt a pang of distress. He parked in front of an ultra-luxurious hotel and softly said, The room 1919 is reserved for you tonight. Lin Wanning bowed her head. Acheng. I still feel a bit unwell. Zhou Yueqing immediately nodded with concern. All right, you rest well. It was his impatience. It was his fault. Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's name, a surge of agitation washed over Zhou Yueqing, and he pressed his lips together. Wan Ning, please do not mention Yi Qingqing's name again. He began to doubt himself. Why didn't that woman appear heartbroken? He no longer desired her. Why wasn't she crying? Lin Wan Ning's eyes flickered with surprise as she keenly sensed Zhou Yueqing's thoughts drifting away from her, and alarm bells rang in her heart. Could it be that Zhou Yueqing had not completely severed ties with Yi Qingqing? She tentatively glanced at Zhou Yueqing. I'm sorry. I'm just afraid Missy might do something unwise. Do something unwise? I see her as jubilant as ever. The more Zhou Yueqing thought, the angrier he became, his expression darkening. I encountered that woman at the bar earlier, and she dared to treat me in such a manner. It was one thing to make me pay for extra juice, but the crux of the matter was that the wretched woman showed no sign of sorrow whatsoever. Lin Wanning bit her lip. She knew Yi Qingqing would not easily relinquish Zhou Yueqing, her sturdy tree. Returning to the hotel room, Lin Wanning tore off the bandage, her slender fingers as smooth as jade, without a hint of injury. After a bath, she donned a vibrant red gown. No one knew she had never cared for ballet, only relishing the passionate and exuberant samba. Amidst the powerful musical rhythms, her beautiful face radiated an alluring charm.
Yevink.
You are rather disobedient. What method shall I employ to deal with you? Sowing discord? Kicking you while you're down? Slander? Using others to do my bidding? At the unlimited live streaming company, Yi Qingqing donned a sleek black suit, while Zhou Yingxue stood behind her, sipping milk tea. The share transfer document was delivered by Xin Bai, who watched as Yi Qingqing swiftly signed her name before pursing her lips and saying, Yi Qingqing, brother Zhou, went to watch sister Wan Ning's competition today. Yi Qingqing plopped down in the boss's chair, spun around, and adopted a serious demeanor. Vice President Bai, please refer to me as President Yi in the company. How infuriating. Why does Xin Bai dare to address her by her first name? He didn't even hold more shares than she did. Xin Bai's expression darkened. I am speaking. Have you heard me? Yi Qingqing tapped the table. President Yi. Taking a deep breath, Xin Bai was thoroughly vexed. Do you believe I will buy your shares right now? Make you my subordinate?
Yevink furovet herbrov.
Was there such an opportunity? She cleared her throat. 15 million. The price is negotiable, my dear. Before Xin Bai could respond, Zhou Yingxue slammed her hand on the table. Brother Bai, do you dare to make me your assistant? Do you believe I want to call my brother right now? Cough, cough, cough. Yi Qingqing desperately signaled her with her eyes. Miss, please be quiet. Xin Bai turned away, his expression shifting through various colors, before finally relenting and reluctantly calling out, President Yi. Outside, Li Chengquan, dressed in a chef's uniform, stood respectfully, holding a steaming plate of chicken legs. Revealing a standard 8-tooth smile, my esteemed President Yi, I, lacking in talent, have prepared the chicken legs according to your guidance. Yi Qingqing frowned and then smiled. Manager Li, I suddenly thought of a position that would suit you perfectly. Chapter 89. The earth does not explode. The company does not collapse. Li Qingquan's heart jolted. He immediately placed the chicken legs on the office desk and eagerly looked at Xin Bai. Young Master Xin, would you like to try some too? Young Master Xin? Why is Yi Qingqing President Yi while he is merely young Master Xin? Xin Bai glared daggers at the chicken legs. Only dogs eat that. With that, he turned to leave, while Zhou Yingxue, caught in the act of reaching for a chicken leg, froze. Yi Qingqing paid no heed to the commotion. She took a bite of the chicken leg and remarked, It's indeed quite good. Li Chengquan felt a wave of relief wash over him, rubbing his hands together. Well then, President Yi. After careful consideration last night, he had concluded that he could not retain the manager position. But he could boldly attempt the chef de cuisine role. Due to the recent upheaval, a significant number of employees have departed from the company, including the head chef. This position is quite lucrative, requiring minimal effort while offering substantial rewards. It seems that my wife was right to insist I obtain the qualification, as the saying goes. A multitude of certificates is never burdensome, and diverse skills are never superfluous. What about becoming a streamer? That suits you perfectly. Li Qingquan's previously relaxed demeanor stiffened. What? A streamer?
Him?
His hair is nearly gone. How could he embark on such a venture? Is it about looks or talent? Yi Qingqing rested her chin on her hand and nodded. Exactly. The company has seen a significant loss of streamers. Someone must take up the mantle. And that responsibility falls squarely on you. Manager Li. How about a late-night food streaming show? With your culinary skills, it deserves to be showcased. I am not one to stifle talent. I have already chosen your partner, the selfless Chun Jiao Jiao, who has been a noodle streamer for quite some time and possesses considerable experience. Together, you two will undoubtedly become the dynamic duo of the streaming world. Li Qingquan looked at Yi Qingqing, bewildered. President Yi, you can't be serious? Yi Qingqing smiled silently and presented her phone, displaying alarming headlines that were hard to ignore. A middle-aged man, devastated by unemployment, tragically jumps to his death at midnight. A highly educated man loses his job at 40. And his wife runs off with a younger man.
Shop.
A man, unable to repay his mortgage, disguises himself as a woman to compete for clients with sex workers. Li Qingquan felt a chill run down his spine. He forced a smile. President Yi, your considerations are indeed comprehensive. Yi Qingqing smirked, effortlessly grasping the situation. Who could understand the psyche of a corporate worker better than her? Before she could fully relish her thoughts, a jolt of realization struck her. She had become a heartless capitalist. Quickly, she resolved to offer prayers at home that evening. Long-standing employees would not leave so easily, and several key personnel remained, allowing Yi Qingqing's takeover of the company to proceed relatively smoothly. However, the security team had fled, prompting Yi to recruit Biao and two of his brothers with high salaries. The four of them took turns serving as bodyguards and security personnel. Biao, alongside his comrades, were veterans, currently working as security in a neighborhood, embodying righteousness and a steadfast gaze as if they were ready to join the party at any moment. The morale of the entire company stabilized, save for Song Yanji and Su Xinsue. For them, the silver lining was that their company had not collapsed. But the downside was that the boss and assistant were now the very individuals who had previously slapped them. Su Xinsue sobbed, Yanji, what should we do? Zhou Yingxue adores you. She will seize this opportunity to take advantage of you. Previously, she had relied on her wealth, but now she had become the president's assistant. She would undoubtedly use work as an excuse to pester you incessantly. Song Yanji was even more irritated. Xinsue, that is not the crux of the matter. The real question is, have you borrowed money from Zhou Yingxue or not? Su Xinsue felt even more wronged. I cannot even find her. If Zhou Yingxue does not present herself, I have no chance to approach that woman. We are from entirely different worlds. She frequents high-end beauty salons and luxury boutiques. Song Yanji furrowed his brow deeply, then sighed in resignation. It seems she is deliberate. She is determined to have me. He lamented the plight of a man who must bow for the sake of mere sustenance. Su Xinsue widened her eyes in indignation. Are you really going to compromise? Yanji, you cannot sacrifice your life as happiness for an older woman. Life is precious, but love is priceless. You must not do this. Song Yanji shook his head. Do not try to persuade me further. My decision is made. As the sun set, 2 luxury cars and 1 shared electric vehicle stood before them. 3 women and 1 man faced each other. Song Yanji's eyes were inscrutable as he looked into Zhou Yingshue's eyes and spoke deliberately. Zhou Yingxue, you have won. Su Xinsue turned her head away. Unable to bear it, her voice tinged with tears. Yes, you have won. Are these 2 engaging in a melodrama? Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Do not compel me to take action. I have bodyguards. Song Yanji glanced at her, then took a step back. President Yi, this is a personal matter. Please do not interfere. Zhou Yingxue impatiently tossed her bag behind her. What is it? I have an appointment with my beautician. Speak quickly, and do not waste my time. Song Yanji lowered his previously high head. I can be your boyfriend, as long as you. Su Xinsue covered her mouth, wishing she could shield her ears as well. Yi Qingqing quickly glanced at Zhou Yingxue, noticing her momentary daze, and whispered in her ear, Athlete's foot is contagious. Song Yanji, incredulous, lifted his head. I have already lowered myself this much, and you still wish to take advantage? Zhou Yingxue wrinkled her nose in disgust. Keep your distance. With that, she hastily dove into her BMW, swiftly revving the engine and speeding away. Yi Qingqing smiled in satisfaction, casting a glance at Su Xinsue, whose face was a mix of sorrow and joy, before climbing into her own luxury vehicle. Whether those 2 felt pity for her was of no concern. She would easily find a reason to dismiss them the following day. After 2 days of work, salaries were precisely 250 each. The company was operating normally, with the most popular streamer, Xiaoyangge, still under contract. And even Li Qingquan and Chun Jiao Jiao's streaming had found its rhythm. They even attracted a following of viewers, eager to watch the usually stoic internet heroine. Chun Jiao Jiao. Yi Qingqing had but one objective. As long as the Earth did not explode, the company would not collapse. Thus, during her first few days as President Yi, she attended 5 live streaming exchanges and 6 influencer meetups. Throughout this period, she firmly rejected 7 young men flaunting their abs, attempting to seduce her. What ulterior motives could these men have but to covet her wealth? Absurd! She, Yi Qingqing, was not a woman easily swayed by mere appearances. Chapter 90. Silence is the Cambridgeshire of tonight. After her sardonic laughter, Yi Qingqing turned to Biao beside her. Keep those men away from me. None of them are worth my attention. Biao nodded, sighing inwardly. Sometimes, being an excellent bodyguard meant not overshadowing the boss, with him and Biao Air setting the standard. The boss's expectations had risen to a new altitude. As the evening banquet drew to a close, a throng of figures gathered at the entrance, revealing a striking couple, Zhou Yuecheng and Lin Weining. Lin Weining had secured the championship at the national stage of this competition. This achievement catapulted her fame, making her a coveted figure in an era where popularity reigned supreme. Yi Qingqing perked up her ears, listening intently to the 2 executives discussing business opportunities. Though the Lin family had fallen from grace, they had produced a remarkably capable daughter. Lin Weining, however, was indifferent. The true power lay in the capital backing her. Indeed, anyone who could forge a good relationship with her would find themselves well-placed within the business circle of Jingbei. Even in times of economic crisis, there would be no fear. Yi Qingqing listened with rapt attention, nodding vigorously. Upon hearing the final statement, a revelation struck her. It was as if a door to a new world had swung open. As a novice business owner without a solid background or much ability, with an assistant who was a love-struck naive young lady and a partner who was a slacker living off his family's wealth, perhaps she should cling tightly to a powerful ally. Gold and silver mountains pale in comparison to the support of a strong figure. It dawned on her. Winning over the White Moonlight meant conquering the entire business circle of Jingbei. She was truly a clever little fox. This logic would earn her accolades even from Aristotle. Lin Weining was not simply her boss, she was her big sister in the business world. Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled with ambition, her heart swelling with determination as she clenched her fists. For the sake of preventing her company from going bankrupt, what was a small sacrifice? At this moment, Lin Weining, linked arm in arm with Zhou Yuecheng, gracefully entered the center of the venue, her gaze subtly sweeping across the corners. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the presence of Yi Qingqing. This woman, as she had surmised, was not one to relinquish her pursuits easily. Lowering her gaze, Lin Weining gently addressed Zhou Yuecheng. "Ah Cheng. It seems Mixue is also here." This banquet was ostensibly an investment meeting within the circles of northern Beijing, and Zhou Yuecheng had no compelling reason to attend. However, upon receiving the invitation and seeing the name of Wu Jixian Company, he inexplicably felt compelled to accept. Hearing Lin Wanning's remark, he casually glanced towards the woman holding a glass of red wine. Today, Yi Qingqing wore a black gown that added a touch of sensuality while diminishing her purity, rendering her even more captivating. Zhou Yuecheng bit his lip. Just as he was about to approach her, he noticed Yi Qingqing was instead making her way towards him. His expression remained impassive, yet his eyes were drawn to her irresistibly. The petite figure approached him slowly, stirring a multitude of emotions within him. Her fleeing figure from the previous day was still vivid in his mind, and Zhou Yuecheng's gaze turned opaque. Perhaps her actions were merely a desperate attempt to protect her self-esteem. A flicker of joy emerged in his heart as he relaxed his brow and softly uttered, "Yi Qing." Unfortunately, before he could finish her name, he was abruptly jostled aside by an unforeseen force. Stumbling, he nearly fell, only to find Yi Qingqing had unceremoniously thrown herself into him, her forehead colliding with his nose, causing tears to spring forth from his eyes. Opposite them, Lin Wanning's expression shifted, and just as the words malicious scheming crossed her mind, she witnessed Yi Qingqing embrace her like a rabbit with a clear target. Indeed, she was clinging to Lin Wanning, not Zhou Yuecheng. "Sister Lin, I thought I might die for missing you." Yi Qingqing held on to Lin Wanning tightly, even pinching her soft waist. Inwardly, she mused about how Sister Lin's waist was like a lethal weapon, and these men were akin to fish in a barrel. Instantly, those around them fell silent. Lin Wanning's brow furrowed as she desperately racked her brain for a strategic counter, yet she could not discern which tactic Yi Qingqing had employed. Zhou Yuecheng's expression darkened, veins pulsing at his temples, as he forcefully pulled Yi Qingqing away. "Let go of Wanning." Freed from Yi Qingqing's grasp, Lin Wanning squinted, leisurely adjusting her long hair, attempting to quell her shock. "Ah Cheng, Do not be so fierce. I believe Mixue did not mean any harm. Before Lin Wanning could finish, Qingqing pouted and seized her wrist again. With a hint of familiar guile, she exclaimed, Sister Lin, please do not blame Mr. Zhou. He did not mean to bump into me. After which, she sniffed, touched her forehead, and with red-rimmed eyes, appeared aggrieved. Sister Lin, my forehead hurts so much. But I am not scared at all. Zhou Yueqing, exasperated and rubbing his nose, was so incensed by her accusations that he momentarily forgot to push her away again. Qingqing, are you blind? When did I bump into you? You came barreling towards me. Qingqing clung to Lin Wanning. Sister Lin, I have already apologized. Why is Mr. Zhou still being so harsh with me? He wouldn't want to hit me, would he? Lin Wanning took a deep breath, momentarily forgetting her intended words. Qingqing's tactic had rendered her speechless. Wasn't this her own strategy? The audacity of Qingqing to strike first while misidentifying her target? Zhou Yueqing inhaled and exhaled, feeling slightly breathless. Qingqing, with a helpless pout, responded. There's no need to use such language. Let us maintain civility. Sister Lin, why is Mr. Zhou being uncivil? I am so scared. Lin Wanning's carefully constructed persona was on the verge of shattering. She yearned to grasp Qingqing by the throat and demand, what exactly are you playing at? Yet, with so many eyes upon them and some even surreptitiously taking photographs, she could only muster a forced smile, embodying the benevolent white lotus. Ah Chung, you frightened her. Qingqing's heart leapt with joy. She had secured her position. The White Moonlight sister had indeed been moved by her plight. Zhou Yueqing, gritting his teeth, sneered. Qingqing, you claimed yesterday that you were unbothered, yet today you employ such a crude tactic to draw my attention. Lin Wanning's gaze shifted to Zhou Yueqing, who was fixated on Qingqing, and she narrowed her eyes. At that moment, it was clear that Zhou Yueqing's focus was solely on Qingqing. In their previous subtle confrontations, she had found herself outmaneuvered by Qingqing. Qingqing, oblivious to Zhou Yueqing's thoughts, blinked her starry eyes at Lin Wanning. Since we seem to get along so well, sister, would you be interested in forming a sisterly bond? Silence enveloped the evening's atmosphere. Lin Wanning was exceedingly curious about what perspective Qingqing had that led her to believe they were so compatible. Once again, she felt her conversational skills were in dire need of an upgrade, as she was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhou Yueqing's gaze softened. He bit his lip, a secret sweetness blossoming in his heart. Perhaps he had misunderstood her the previous night at the bar? They say a woman's heart is a labyrinth, impossible to navigate or comprehend. He was now acutely aware of this truth. How foolish he had been to consider himself well acquainted with Qingqing. Zhou Yueqing covered his forehead with a pained smile, tugging at his tie. Qingqing, truly, you must cease employing such diversionary tactics to attract my attention. You know I have always been devoted. My heart cannot accommodate another. What purpose does a fish serve in this scenario? A nuisance. Lin Wanning barely managed a strained smile. Mixue is indeed an intriguing individual. At this point, she had no desire to linger any longer. Her confidence teetered on the brink of collapse. Qingqing was indeed living up to her name. One must not underestimate her. Referring to each other as sisters allowed her to inch closer to Zhou Yueqing. If Lin Wanning rejected her, it would appear petty. If she accepted, she would feel a sense of loss. One Qingqing had maneuvered her into an utterly precarious position. Lin Wanning's heart grew colder, and resolved that she would have to resort to the most rudimentary of tactics. With a darkening gaze, she began to lean unsteadily towards Zhou Yueqing. Ah Chung, that last push for Mixue was a bit forceful. I feel a bit dizzy. Get up. You're in the way. Qingqing, more anxious than Zhou Yueqing, yanked Lin Wanning back from his grasp and shouted, Biao Yi, hurry. Take Miss Lin to the hospital. Immediately, Biao Yi took Lin Wanning, and within a minute, they had vanished from sight, moving with a speed that even the emergency services would envy. One might have thought Lin Wanning was in dire straits. Zhou Yueqing, suddenly bereft of her presence, was caught off guard, still processing the loss when he frantically tugged at his tie and chased after them. Qingqing, put Wanning down. Hurry to the hospital. Can't you see how pale she is? If something happens due to a delay, can you bear the responsibility? Did he just deliver a line? Then why did she steal my line? Zhou Yueqing ran so fast he felt winded, bent over at the door, unsure if it was exhaustion or anger that left him breathless. The man emerging from the gym could not possibly outrun Biao Yi, who was accustomed to playing hide and seek with city enforcement. Lin Wanning had never encountered such a scene. Her perpetually gentle facade finally faltered. Grasping Biao Yi's shirt, she gasped, "Put me down. Yi Qingqing, you are insane." Just as the words left her lips, the world dimmed, and she was unceremoniously placed in the rear seat of a large vehicle. That insufferable Yi Qingqing, was she attempting to abduct her? Bursting into the vehicle, Yi Qingqing reassured her, "Sister Lin, do not be afraid. I will take you to the best hospital. By the way, do you have health insurance? If not, we should get you admitted first. The reimbursement rate for hospitalization is higher. Let us conduct a comprehensive examination, draw some blood, and perform an electrocardiogram. She should be hospitalized. Your entire family should be hospitalized." Lin Wanning's perpetually pale face flushed with anger, and she seized Yi Qingqing's collar, wishing she could strangle the girl. "I am not ill. You are the one who is sick, mentally deranged. You deceitful scoundrel. Who taught you these tricks?"
Huh?
This nonsense isn't even found in Sun Tzu's Art of War. Can you not use your brain when you act? What is even in your head?
Huh?
Yi Qingqing, you're the one with a serious problem. After venting her fury, she sighed heavily, leaning back in her wheelchair. Lost in thought, you need to make him stop. She truly felt unwell, exhausted by Yi Qingqing's incessant antics. Yi Qingqing was taken aback by the scolding. Cautiously observing Lin Wanning's expression, "Sister Lin, are you angry?" Lin Wanning glanced at her weakly, showing no intention of masking her feelings. Merely curling her lips in a cold smile. "Yi Qingqing, just wait. I will eventually make you regret this." Yi Qingqing's heart quaked, and she hastily shook her head. "I'm not worth playing with. Zhou Yueqing is far more entertaining. Play with him instead."
Ha!
Lin Wanning sneered. Yi Qingqing grew increasingly anxious. Despite her earnest efforts, she still hadn't secured this vital connection. "So, are we still going to the hospital?" Lin Wanning shot her a glance, continuing her sardonic smile. "Ha!" Yi Qingqing bit her lip. "How about I cover the medical examination fee?" Lin Wanning smirked. "Ha! What if the important person is angry?" Yi Qingqing tangled her fingers in her long hair, suddenly inspired. "How about I cook for you? I've memorized your dietary preferences. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Lin Wanning cast her a speechless glance, then pulled out a number from her phone and handed it to Yi Qingqing. "Dr. Liu, the most renowned neurosurgeon in Jingbei and the youngest chief physician. His appointments are unattainable for ordinary people. Mention my name, and you can get in directly." Yi Qingqing instantly understood. Dr. Liu must also be one of Lin Wanning's connections. Indeed, clinging to the right people yields rewarding benefits, and these connections span various industries. Wouldn't she be able to navigate Jingbei effortlessly in the future? "Sister Lin, you are truly kind to me." Yi Qingqing joyfully saved the number, then looked at Lin Wanning with sparkling eyes. "By the way, do you know any executives in need of live streaming for product promotion? Please introduce a few to me. Preferably those with high volume and price." Lin Wanning scoffed. "Yi Qingqing, this is all you are capable of. You know nothing and yet aspire to run a company like them?" Yi Qingqing felt a bit wronged, but he offered it voluntarily. "I couldn't possibly refuse, could I?" This statement was automatically interpreted by Lin Wanning as boasting. Yi Qingqing regrettably put her phone away, then inquired again. "Then could you introduce me to someone in operations?" Lin Wanning firmly shut her eyes, biting her silver teeth in frustration, realizing that this woman had indeed learned to push her luck. Taking a deep breath, after a long pause, she murmured, "Stop the car ahead, or I will call the police." As soon as the words left her mouth, the car screeched to a halt, nearly causing her nose to collide with the back of the front seat. The driver swiftly opened the door. "Please exit the vehicle immediately." Lin Wanning, "No need to rush." From behind, Yi Qingqing's anxious voice echoed. "Sister Lin, do you really not want to go to the hospital for a checkup? You look rather unwell. Watch your mouth." Lin Wanning lifted her skirt and turned to leave, her demeanor radiating fury as if ready to lash out. One day, she would make Yi Qingqing weep like a child before her. Zhou Yueqing, who had finally caught up, halted, gasping for breath. "Wanning, you didn't go to the hospital? Hurry, get in the car, I'll take you." Lin Wanning, for the first time, she felt that Zhou Yueqing was of little value. It would be better to let it go. Zhou Corporation Building. Gao Baiji took a delicate sip of her coffee. "Understood." With a calm demeanor, she picked up the phone on her desk. "Xiao Sun, notify all departments to convene in half an hour." In the elevator, Lin Wanning draped Zhou Yueqing's suit jacket over her shoulders, looking utterly fatigued. "Chung, Missy is rather naive and reckless. I do not hold her accountable for this incident. Zhou Yueqing was still seething with anger, snorting coldly. Wan Ning, you are too soft-hearted. This time, I must teach her a lesson. Lin Wan Ning's heart stirred, and a vague smile tugged at her lips. What do you plan to do? Zhou Yueqing patted her shoulder. Tomorrow night is your celebration banquet. I will have her come and personally apologize to you. Lin Wan Ning's smile faded. She had no desire to see Qingqing. No need. She merely has a childish temperament. With so many people at the banquet, asking her to apologize seems excessive. Zhou Yueqing pushed open the door to the president's office, his face darkening. You need not speak on her behalf anymore. My mind is made up. Gao Baiji stood at the office door, casting a detached glance at Lin Wan Ning, their eyes meeting momentarily before they both resumed their composure and parted ways. Lin Wan Ning softly smiled. Secretary Gao, long time no see. Gao Baiji slightly nodded, acknowledging her before averting her gaze. Placing a stack of documents before Zhou Yueqing. President Zhou, the promotional plan for the new product has arrived. Please review it. I have already informed all department heads to meet in half an hour to expedite the approval process for project advancement. After speaking, she glanced at Lin Wan Ning. Speaking coolly, apologies, I was unaware Miss Lin would be present, hence the meeting was scheduled rather early. Secretary Gao, please prepare hot coffee and a thick blanket, and arrange for a white suit to be delivered in Wan Ning's size. Understood, President Zhou. Gao Baiji nodded with a faint smile, her expression remaining composed. But her countenance darkened the moment she closed the door. She was aware that Yi Qingqing would also be at the afternoon banquet, and had seen the news. Observing Zhou Yueqing's tender demeanor towards Lin Wan Ning, she suspected that the fool had likely suffered a significant setback. She furrowed her brows, methodically managing the tasks assigned by Zhou Yueqing while dialing Yi Qingqing's number. What happened at the banquet? Yi Qingqing, feeling dejected in her office, sighed deeply upon answering. Master, don't even mention it. I Haven Tea secured a single advertisement. Aside from a few long-term partners from Xiaoyenge, the remaining streamers Haven Tea landed any ads. At this rate, am I destined for bankruptcy? Regrettably, Lin Wan Ning only introduced me to a doctor today, and a neurologist at that. Gao Baiji paused, pondering. How much have you lost with Lin Wan Ning? Lost? Yi Qingqing thought for a moment. Although I Haven Tea suffered any losses, I Haven Tea gained any advantages either. Isn't not gaining an advantage tantamount to a loss? Darn it, it's all Zhou Yueqing's fault. Gao Baiji took a deep breath. What is wrong with your brain? Do you still intend to gain an advantage from Lin Wan Ning? Do you think that is possible? Huh. Yi Qingqing, feeling frustrated, drummed her fingers on the table. Then what should I do? I don't want the company to go bankrupt. Fool. Gao Baiji flipped through several documents and coldly remarked, Zhuang's Wood Industry has a group purchase meeting next week, and Roxin Cosmetics is seeking cooperative streamers for product promotion. The 521 Platform and Business Opportunity Network have advertising slots available. Jot these down and go negotiate. You can initially lower the price. They have limited budgets and are uncertain about their price range, so they will consult me. Yi Qingqing, looking a bit dazed, nodded rapidly, hastily jotting down notes. Then pouted with a forlorn expression. Master, but I don't know how to negotiate. Then you'd better be foolish. Yi Qingqing, what kind of boss are you with your intellect? Wouldn't it be better to just live off your wits? Master. Gao Baiji regretted making this call. Inhaling deeply, have Zhou Yingxue and Shen Sibai handle the negotiations. While they may not be the sharpest, their looks are their greatest asset. If your pricing is reasonable, who would dare to refuse? If someone doesn't want to, just let them be. Can't I command the young lady and the second-generation heir? Yi Qingqing felt helpless. Do you really think they would listen to me? A cold and haughty voice emanated from the microphone, creating something from nothing, sowing discord. Yi Qingqing, as if struck by a master, swiftly expressed her gratitude and hung up the call. Gao Baiji's expression darkened. She glared at her phone, grinding her teeth. That wretched Yi Qingqing didn't even invite her to play games tonight. She hadn't learned to swap out equipment yet, but had become adept at burning bridges. That ungrateful creature deserved to be bullied by Lin Weining. After ending the call, Yi Qingqing ventured into the adjacent assistant's office. This office was twice the size of hers. Adorned like a miniature palace, where the esteemed Miss Zhou Yingxue was sprawled on the sofa, sorting through documents while cursing. What kind of pathetic data is this? Only this much revenue after an entire night? Might as well close down. It's not enough to buy a purse. ISNTA monthly report sufficient? Why bother with daily and weekly reports? What nonsense. I need to find someone from a top-tier university to review these reports. Yi Qingqing approached and pressed her hand down. Miss, don't make a fuss. We can't afford that. Zhou Yinxue huffed impatiently. This job is utterly boring. I'm dying from the monotony in the office. Yi Qingqing cleared her throat, clutching the documents she had just been sorting. Well, Vice President Shen expressed some doubts regarding your capabilities. Xiao Bai? Zhou Yinxue narrowed her eyes, instantly incensed. What right does he have to question me? I scored 20 points higher than him in the college entrance exam. Yi Qingqing nodded in understanding, then exited and made a surreptitious phone call. Vice President Shen, Assistant Zhou says you lack ability and rely solely on family connections. Chapter 93. The brain has grown, but not by much. When Shen Sibai received the call, he was sipping tea in Gu Jing's office. Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's words, he was initially furious, but soon fell silent, acknowledging that there was some merit to her claims. Forget it. Zhou Yinxue is not to be trifled with. Yi Qingqing hadn't anticipated Shen Sibai's self-awareness, and after a brief pause, she decided to drop a bombshell. She mentioned that you're not exactly impressive in that regard either. What man could tolerate such an affront? Shen Sibai leapt to his feet, smashing Gu Jing's tea set in the process. Gu Jing's face turned pale. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Sibai felt a surge of rage and wanted to break something else, but Gu Jing firmly held him back. Is Zhou Yinxue going too far? She is spreading rumors, making lewd allegations. This is simply outrageous. Gu Jing held him down, furrowing his brow. Calm down. Next time that violent woman comes to my office, she is a dog. Yi Qingqing felt satisfied. Hadn't she achieved her desired outcome? She lowered her voice. Don't you want to prove your worth? Just imagine how gratifying it would be if Zhou Yinxue had to apologize to you. Slowly, Shen Sibai began to regain his composure, narrowing his eyes. Yi Qingqing, what exactly are you implying? I detect a hint of conspiracy. Oh. Has he suddenly become astute? Yi Qingqing felt a twinge of nervousness, momentarily revealing her hand. It's nothing really. The company needs to negotiate a few collaborations, and Assistant Zhou needs to go. Don't cover for her. Shen Sibai scoffed. She is incapable of negotiating anything. I'll handle the collaborations myself. Let her watch closely what true capability looks like. Is that so? It seems the brain has grown, but not by much. Shen Sibai, still unsatisfied, took a sip from the remaining cup of tea, glancing at Gu Jing with a hint of embarrassment. Sorry, brother. I acted impulsively. Rest assured, I'll compensate you. No need. Gu Jing inhaled sharply. Given the growing rift between him and Zhou Yuxing, it would be unwise to let this minor incident sour their relationship. Their situations were different. Zhou Yuxing was already the designated heir of the Zhou family, with no power struggles to contend with, merely waiting for his father to step aside. Meanwhile, Shen Sibai was significantly younger than his elder brother, who had already taken complete control of the Shen family business by the time Shen Sibai was a teenager. Though impulsive, Shen Sibai had never harbored ambitions for the family fortune, leading a lavish life solely on dividends. Only Gu Jing, alongside several cousins from his uncle and second uncle's families, was under constant scrutiny. If it weren't for his alliance with Zhou Yuxing, he wouldn't even be in a position to lead Gu Corporation. Even so, his cousins held shares, and even his younger brother was restless. Moreover, due to recent events, his engagement had been annulled, leaving his status precariously unstable. Wan Ning, how can I protect you? After Shen Sibai departed, Gu Jing pondered for a long while and ultimately succumbed to the urge to call Lin Weining. I heard you had a disagreement with Yi Qingqing yesterday. Did she bully you? At that moment, Lin Weining had just sent Zhou Yuxing away and felt a surge of agitation at the mention of Yi Qingqing. However, with Shen Sibai's reputation at stake, how could she possibly report her? Speaking in ambiguous terms was her forte. Ah Jing, Yi Qingqing is merely a pitiable girl. I want to hold it against her. Gu Jing became agitated. She is the one who is not pitiable. Wan Ning, you can't be so kind-hearted. Lin Weining lowered her gaze, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Zhou Yuxing was merely a stepping stone. Her aim had never been to compete for a man's affection, as that would be absurd. Tomorrow, A Chung said, he'd throw a celebration banquet for me. Will you come? Gu Jing nodded without hesitation. Of course, Wan Ning. What gift do you want? I'll get you something nice. Lin Weining's tone carried a hint of sorrow. I'd be happy just to have you there. Gifts are unimportant. Besides, Qingqing and the others will also be attending, even if it's for me. She left her sentence unfinished, but Gu Jing understood that Lin Qingqing had always taken things from Wan Ning since childhood, and with Lin Xiang'an's bias and a stepmother who was hardly virtuous, Gu Jing clenched his phone. his expression darkening. That Lin family estate rightfully belongs to you. What right do they have to occupy it? Wan Ning, rest assured, the Lin family will eventually be yours. That filthy place reeks of decay. She would never set foot there. The Lin family? Of course, it belonged to her, and it could only be ruined by her hands. At the Infinite Live Streaming Company, in the conference room, Zhou Yinxue and Shen Sibai sat facing each other. They exchanged eye rolls before nonchalantly reviewing the documents. The prices we've negotiated will serve as a reference. Yi Qingqing slid a sheet of paper in front of them. You two should schedule a time to meet at the other company. Zhou Yinxue tossed her long hair, glancing at Shen Sibai. Xiaobai, you lack experience in this area. Just listen carefully. Shen Sibai smiled with a veneer of politeness. Yinxue, I'm the vice president. You'll simply follow my lead. Vice president? Is that supposed to impress me? Zhou Yinxue's expression hardened. Just wait. I'll have my brother call you. Shen Sibai's face darkened. Zhou Yinxue. You're just leveraging your brother's influence. In truth, he wanted to call her a bully, but he refrained. Zhou Yinxue picked up her outrageously expensive handbag and shot him a sidelong glance. Are you coming or not? Shen Sibai, contemplating, thought he shouldn't have come at all. The two, adorned with gold trimmings, exited the conference room, and Yi Qingqing immediately reported to Gao Baizhi, Master, I've managed to handle them. Gao Baizhi, busy organizing her schedule at her desk, scoffed, Do you still need my praise? No need for flattery, just don't scold me. Scold? What chaotic antics have you been up to? Yi Qingqing chuckled, How about we do OQ tonight? The pen in Gao Baizhi's hand was tossed aside as she smirked. Not bringing trash along. I've worked hard enough. I can only play support. If you dare play another position, I'll blacklist you. Received. In their endeavor to showcase their capabilities, they relentlessly negotiated the price, with the other party reluctant to outright refuse, yet unable to treat them as fools. The two sides continued to tug at the strings. Chapter 94. She is a White Lotus, not a Maria. Yi Qingqing had just finished her bath and was blissfully opening the game when she clicked on the invite, only to be met with the irritable voice of Gao Baizhi. Change your game name. Immediately. Yi Qingqing feigned innocence. Master, I can only change it after 7 days. Gao Baizhi's game name was Wolf from the Northwest, while Yi Qingqing had whimsically altered hers to Boss of the Northwest Wolf. Yi Qingqing, your audacity is growing. Do you wish to be knocked out? Master, can I just indulge in a little banter? You weren't always this irritable. Gao Baizhi took a deep breath, cursing while continuing her gameplay. Shut up. After a moment of silence, she added, Tomorrow, you will receive an invitation to Lin Wanyan's celebration banquet.
Yeving responded, Oh.
Are you attending as well? I will go, but don't expect me to pay you any heed. Just be careful. The banquet was organized by Zhou Yueqing for Lin Wanyan, and all the details required her handling. Yi Qingqing was not initially on the guest list. Yet Zhou Yueqing insisted on sending her an invitation, likely to bolster Lin Wanyan's standing. However, aside from Yi Qingqing, a novice, the attendees would be prominent figures from the Jingbei business circle. After all, who would dare disrespect the Zhou family? If Yi Qingqing could brave Lin Wanyan's schemes, attending would surely benefit her company. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Baizhi warned her, Stay away from Lin Wanyan tomorrow and make an effort to network with some investors. Bring Zhou Yinxue or Shen Sibai along. Yi Qingqing, not entirely grasping the implications, nodded enthusiastically. All right, then you assist me in the next round.
Get lost.
With a streak of 6 consecutive victories, Yi Qingqing finally went to sleep with a smile, while Zhou Yinxue and Shen Sibai successfully secured several contracts that evening. The two had talked so much that their voices were nearly worn out, ultimately achieving a price higher than what Yi Qingqing had proposed. Zhou Yinxue, sitting in her car, felt no fatigue. I must frame these contracts and hang them in my grandfather's study. Shen Sibai, filled with a sense of accomplishment, chimed in the end, It's all thanks to my drinking prowess.
Just a few cups of wine, haha.
The following day, at the most prestigious hotel in Jingbei, under a dazzling array of lights, the elite gathered for a celebration banquet honoring a ballet dancer. Lin Qingqing followed He Ji and Lin Xiangan, her face marred by jealousy. I really don't understand what makes Lin Wanyan so special. Is Zhou Zong's vision impaired? Be quiet, He Ji, startled by her brazen words, glanced around before shooting Lin Qingqing a glare. Watch your mouth. Reluctantly, Lin Qingqing fell silent, but secretly reveled in her plans.
Tonight,
she had prepared a grand gift for Lin Wanyan, a scheme to publicly humiliate the hypocritical woman. A sleek black vehicle pulled up, and Biao Sen revealed a muscular forearm. Coolly opening the door, "Boss, we're here." It was his duty today, and naturally, he was the driver. To align with the banquet's elegance, he wore a tailored black suit jacket and, under Yi Qingqing's strong suggestion, had opted not to wear sunglasses. Accompanying Yi Qingqing was Shun Sibai, while Zhou Yinxue had to represent the Zhou family due to familial obligations, being the sole heiress of the Zhou clan. Upon entering the grand hall, Yi Qingqing's eyes immediately fell upon Lin Wanyan, surrounded by a throng of men. Truly a formidable figure, her allure was undeniable. Among those fortunate enough to stand beside Lin Wanyan was the event's financier, the ever-spirited Zhou Yueqing. Yet his demeanor darkened upon spotting Yi Qingqing. As he strode towards her amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he reached out to grab her shoulder, only to be halted by the vigilant Biao San. "Sir, please conduct yourself." Biao San, a former soldier with a strong sense of integrity, would not resort to violence lightly, but if pushed, he could be far more intimidating than mere brute force. Zhou Yueqing scrutinized Biao San, questioning, "Yi Qingqing, who is he?" Biao San's distinguished appearance and commanding presence momentarily confused Zhou Yueqing. Yi Qingqing frowned. "Do you wish to know?" Zhou Yueqing's expression grew colder. "I am asking you."
Who is he?
Shun Sibai hesitated, wanting to intervene, signaling with his eyes, "Brother, he asks security." However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhou Yueqing glared at him. Silence. "Let her speak." Yi Qingqing pulled out her phone and began scrolling. Within 5 seconds, a familiar payment code appeared. Scan to pay for the full answer. Zhou Yueqing inhaled deeply, realizing his assistant had the phone. This diversion reminded him of his original intent, and his voice turned icier. "Regarding yesterday, Wanyan was almost harmed by you. You will apologize to her in front of everyone, do you understand?" Shun Sibai could not hold back. "Brother Zhou, is that necessary?" "A private apology would suffice. She is now the company's manager. A public apology in such a setting could tarnish her reputation." Yi Qingqing pouted, her eyes reddening. In the next instant, she darted past Zhou Yueqing, sprinting to Lin Wanyan's side. In the midst of numerous gaping onlookers, she embraced Lin Wanyan and exclaimed, "Miss Lin, what should I do? He is threatening me. Boo-hoo, I'm so scared." Lin Wanyan nearly lost her balance from the sudden confrontation, her smile faltering.
Lilu,
who had long harbored disdain for Zhou Yueqing, scoffed. "It seems Zhou Zong is quite tyrannical. A mere girl, and he can frighten her to tears?" Noticing Yi Qingqing's close proximity to Lin Wanyan, he softened his tone. "Don't be afraid, young lady. Wanyan is a kind-hearted girl. She won't let anyone bully you. Right, Wanyan? Right? What do you mean by right? Why should she protect Yi Qingqing? She is a white lotus, not a Maria." Lin Wanyan's gaze turned icy for a moment before she quickly donned a cheerful facade, patting Yi Qingqing's hand and smiling at Zhou Yueqing. "Ah Chung, let it go.
Mixue understands her mistake.
Although I was slightly harmed yesterday, I believe it was unintentional on her part. For my sake, please forgive her. How could she possibly act as a shield for Yi Qingqing?" With that one statement, the surrounding crowd grasped the implication. Yi Qingqing had caused Lin Wanyan injury? Chapter 95. Using a knife to kill. Yi Qingqing immediately grew anxious, glancing at Lin Wanyan. "You are hurt? I thought you should get a checkup." Biao San. Lin Wanyan's entire body tensed, and without a second thought, she swiftly covered Yi Qingqing's mouth. Today was her celebration banquet, fundamentally different from the previous evening's gathering. If she allowed a bodyguard to carry Yi Qingqing out in front of everyone, how could she retain her dignity? Was Yi Qingqing intent on ruining her reputation? "I am unscathed." "Quite well." In fact, Lin Wanyan forced a smile, then affectionately linked arms with Yi Qingqing, her expression deceptively sweet yet lethal. "Let us go over there for some juice." She was determined to silence this woman. As the two girls departed, the remaining men exchanged bewildered glances. Was this girl truly Lin Wanyan's close friend? It seemed yesterday's incident had merely been a misunderstanding. In a corner, Gao Baiji sighed in relief, uncertain as to why Lin Wanyan had suddenly changed her tune, but at least that fool was no longer the target of scorn. However, Gao Baiji narrowed her eyes, observing the two women linked arm in arm from a distance, questioning why she sensed an unspoken bond between Lin Wanyan and Yi Qingqing that she was unaware of. Meanwhile, Lin Jingjing, having seized the moment, finally found an opportunity to approach Zhou Yueqing. She approached, holding a glass of red wine, her demeanor shy and coy. Zhou Zong. As for Zhou Yueqing, one might say he is fickle, yet he harbors an unwavering affection solely for the pure white jasmine flower. no matter how alluring or captivating another may be. If they do not align with his aesthetic, he would not spare them a second glance. Conversely, one could argue he is devoted, yet he possesses an inherent desire for that which eludes him, relishing the poignant beauty of unattainable love. Thus, Lin Qingqing, emulating Lin Wanqing in her white dress, failed to grasp the essence of it all, for her appearance favored He, replete with an alluring yet acerbic charm. This was a matter of innate disadvantage, compounded by the presence of Lin Wanqing, the epitome of innocence. Get lost, Zhou Zong scorned, indiscriminately reprimanding regardless of gender, especially in his current irate state. Lin Qingqing, a young and attractive girl, accustomed to adoration, found herself reduced to tears, her pride wounded despite her malicious nature. He, feeling a pang of sympathy, dared not speak against Zhou Yueqing and could only retreat with Lin Qingqing. How many times must I tell you not to provoke Zhou Yueqing? His heart is entirely with that little vixen Lin Wanqing. How could you possibly benefit from approaching him? Lin Qingqing, her eyes reddened with indignation, retorted, why should I? If Lin Wanqing marries Zhou Yueqing, will I still have a good life ahead? He patted her hand reassuringly. Do not worry, as long as I am here, she shall never rise again. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing and Yi Qingqing distanced themselves from the crowd, sipping juice in a corner. Yi Qingqing, still clinging to her arm, expressed a sense of satisfaction akin to clinging to a benefactor. Sister Lin, from now on, you shall be my true sister. Lin Wanqing attempted to extricate her arm, but to no avail. She scrutinized the smiling Yi Qingqing, sensing an inexplicable naivety reflected in those eyes that bore a resemblance to her own. Or perhaps Yi Qingqing was merely feigning innocence, playing the role of the underestimated? Contemplating this, Lin Wanqing adopted a more cautious demeanor. She tugged at her arm once more, then spoke coolly, Miss Yi. I do not have the habit of casually adopting sisters. Yi Qingqing promptly chuckled. I knew you were steadfast. You need only recognize me. With no one around, Lin Wanqing could not suppress a roll of her eyes. Late to the gathering, Zhou Yingxue entered, lifting her skirt as she approached, ignoring those who sought her favor, and made a beeline for Lin Wanqing and Yi Qingqing. Sister Wanqing, Yi Qingqing, what brings you two together? She squeezed in nervously, her expression taut. Sister Wanqing, Yi Qingqing has given up on my brother. Please spare her. Just a few days had passed, and this young lady had already changed sides? Lin Wanqing chuckled lightly. Yingxue, do you think I am a narrow-minded person? Of course not. Zhou Yingxue shook her head, then glanced at Yi Qingqing with concern. Are you all right? Lin Wanqing's smile faded. The siblings shared a remarkable capacity for love and concern. Just then, the music of the banquet swelled, heralding the main event. Gao Baiji rose and took to the front stage, her cool voice resonating. Today, we celebrate Miss Lin's achievements at Zhou Corporation, congratulating Miss Lin Wanqing on winning the international ballet competition. Applause erupted, and Zhou Yueqing ascended the stage, extending his hand toward Lin Wanqing from afar. The crowd gathered, with Gu Jing, Shen Sibai, and Zhou Yingxue naturally occupying the front rows, while Yi Qingqing, due to her status, remained on the periphery. The scene was enchanting, igniting envy in countless women and stirring melancholy in many men. Yi Qingqing had not been with Zhou Yueqing long, nor had she appeared in public before, so few were aware of their connection. However, Lin Qingqing, who often kept a watchful eye on Zhou Yueqing, was well aware of her presence. Nonchalantly, she approached Yi Qingqing, who was still clapping, and whispered, Miss Yi, I imagine you feel quite distressed. Yi Qingqing furrowed her brow, glancing at her. And you are? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Miss Yi. Thus, we are naturally allies. Lin Qingqing swirled her wineglass, casting a glance at Lin Wanqing on stage. She is our common adversary. Yi Qingqing's frown deepened. You claim you and Sister Lin are enemies? Lin Qingqing nearly laughed at her choice of words. Miss Yi, you certainly tread lightly. Sister Lin? Are you perhaps her half-sister? What right does a woman who wears a mask of deceit have to call me sister?
Yeving.
Growing impatient with Lin Qingqing's monologue, queried, So, who exactly are you? Lin Qingqing cursed her foolishness inwardly, but felt more assured, revealing a cryptic smile. Lin Wanqing is my stepsister, with a smooth acquisition of 1 million and a suite to boot? Yi Qingqing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Lin Qingqing's lips curled into a slight smile. Even if her scheme to ensnare Lin Wanqing succeeded, the repercussions from Zhou Yueqing would be inescapable. It would be far better to employ a cunning stratagem, killing two birds with one stone. This woman seemed rather dim-witted, making her the perfect pawn. She envisioned the plan's success, Lin Wanqing disgraced and scorned, while Yi Qingqing faced dire retribution within the elite circles. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Nearly bursting into laughter, Yi Qingqing regarded her with confusion and then whispered to Biao San behind her, "What is wrong with her? Has she lost her mind?" Biao San's expression shifted slightly. Then, ever dutiful, he shielded Yi Qingqing, "Rest assured, boss, she cannot harm you in the slightest." Lin Jingjing was pushed aside, snorting in disdain. The foolish bodyguard was just as foolish, and in the end, he would still have to dutifully serve her purpose. Chapter 96. The blade borrowed, the wrong target struck.
Now.
All attention was on Lin Wanqing and Zhou Yueqing, leaving no one to notice them. Lin Jingjing wasted no time. She flipped her palm, revealing a small pill. "Miss Yi, may I have a word?" Yi Qingqing glanced at Biao San and replied, "We are all on the same side. Speak freely." Lin Jingjing hesitated for a moment, lowering her voice further. "This pill, you must discreetly place it into Lin Wanqing's wine glass later. I acquired this drug at great expense. It is colorless and tasteless, dissolving instantly in water, leaving no trace. I will find an opportunity to take her to a room afterward. Remember, do not let anyone catch on."
With that,
she turned to leave, a confident smile gracing her lips, eagerly awaiting her windfall. The pill, roughly the size of a mung bean, lay quietly in her palm. And Yi Qingqing suddenly understood. This woman was following the script of a malicious, supporting character. Biao San observed the pill with a complex expression. "Boss, engaging in unlawful acts is unwise. Boss, you are truly benevolent." Biao San sighed, accepting the pill. However, due to his excessive grip, he accidentally crushed it in two. He pressed his lips together, glancing at Yi Qingqing without daring to speak. Silently, he turned to leave, stealthily closing the distance to Lin Jingjing. At that moment, Lin Jingjing was lost in her fantasies, envisioning how she would feign shock when Lin Wanqing faced calamity, ensuring she did not laugh too loudly. To entice wealthy men, she had deliberately donned a revealing white gown, her smooth arms exposed. Biao San felt his face heat up. This was not an easy task. It seemed inappropriate to place the pill anywhere. The righteous Biao San was well aware of the propriety between men and women and hesitated for a moment. Finally, his eyes darkened, and a glimmer of determination shone through. As the saying goes, speed is of the essence in martial arts. It appeared the time had come to showcase his true skills. All those years of hard work were finally about to bear fruit. With narrowed eyes, Biao San moved slightly, his fingers forming a slingshot shape. With a gentle push, the half-pill shot out like a ghost, aimed directly at Lin Jingjing's chest. Then, like a fish entering water, it flawlessly bypassed the hill and landed straight into the wine glass before her. Indeed, it dissolved instantly, colorless and tasteless. Biao San's heart sank. This was bad. Unfortunately, Lin Jingjing provided him no opportunity for retreat, smirking as she downed the wine in her glass. After finishing, she raised her glass triumphantly toward Lin Wanqing on stage. "Lin Wanqing, this time you will face a terrible fate." Regrettably, she could not fathom that while the knife had indeed been borrowed, the wrong person had been harmed. Biao San's tone was despondent, resembling a remorseful bear. "I didn't mean to. It was just that the lady wore so little." Yi Qingqing, determined to be a good boss, promptly consoled him. It's all right. She consumed her own belongings. You have merely returned what belonged to her. You have done a good deed." Biao San pursed his lips, glancing at the self-satisfied Lin Jingjing and quietly inquired, "Should I inform the boss?" Yi Qingqing shook her head. "Biao San, one should do good deeds anonymously. Since you have acted, why let her know? Rest assured, the boss won't deduct your salary." Only then did Biao San relax, recalling how during his time as a security guard, even if a stray dog wandered into the community, he would be penalized 50 yuan by his supervisor. His heart swelled with gratitude. Such a wonderful boss was indeed a benefactor to him. The matter of money was trivial. What mattered was that his boss had an eye for talent. However, Biao San spread his palm, revealing the remaining half of the pill, now darkened by his perspiration. No one could ascertain its nature, but it was undoubtedly not a good thing. Yi Qingqing hesitated to let him discard it carelessly. What if a cat or dog consumed it? Biao San solemnly nodded and placed the half pill into his suit pocket. On the other side, Lin Jingjing, having consumed only half of the pill, felt the effects slow to manifest and remained unaware. As she saw Lin waning descend from the stage, a cold smile flickered in her heart. She glanced at Yi Qingqing from afar and nodded at her. Out of courtesy, Yi Qingqing returned the gesture. Lin Weining's gaze drifted momentarily before lowering again, her heart already formulating a rough answer. What were Lin Qingqing and Yi Qingqing plotting? Were they conspiring against her? How foolish. A chill ran through her. Though she masked it well, her vigilance heightened. At that moment, Lin Qingqing elegantly approached, a facade of insincerity plastered on her face. Sister. Today Mr. Zhou has truly honored you, bringing so many people. It is quite a spectacle. Lin Weining glanced at her and smiled. Sister's complexion has improved remarkably. It seems I underestimated you, not realizing that shamelessness could be beneficial. The memory of nearly being disfigured by scalding soup lingered vividly in Lin Jingjing's mind, causing her smile to falter as she tightened her grip on her skirt, her temper flaring. Her eyes darted towards Yi Qingqing, and she laughed loudly. Yi Qingqing, didn't you just say you wanted to toast to my sister? So she was waiting for her here? Lin Weining's gaze sharpened as she watched Yi Qingqing approach, her red lips curling slightly. Missy, do you know my sister? A toast? Yi Qingqing shot Lin Jingjing a displeased glare. Sister Lin, don't listen to her nonsense. Your stomach isn't well enough for alcohol. I remember everything. She then cast a smug glance at Lin Jingjing. Sister, why does she want you to drink? How inconsiderate of her. Unlike me, who only cares for your well-being. What was she babbling about? Lin Jingjing felt her head growing hotter. Lin Weining's smile faltered again. What scheme was this woman concocting now? Was it possible she had misjudged the situation? Yet, the subtle exchanges between the two clearly hinted at conspiracy. Having clashed with Yi Qingqing twice and never gaining the upper hand, Lin Weining was now even more cautious. She pressed her lips together, deciding to abstain from alcohol for the remainder of the night, just in case. Meanwhile, Zhou Yueqing was encircled by a group of bosses, unable to extricate himself, and had been closely observing Lin Weining when Gu Jing swiftly approached to act as her protector. Without a second thought, he shielded Lin Weining behind him, casting a hostile glare at Yi Qingqing and Lin Jingjing. Keep your distance from Weining. If you harm her, I will flay your skin. Chapter 97. The Return of the Fingersnap Technique. In the elite circles of Jingbei, the Zhou, Gu, and Shun families held the most power, with the Gu family being the weakest. Nevertheless, Gu Jing belonged to the upper echelons of Jingbei society, a target for women seeking to elevate their status. Lin Jingjing, however, was different. Her ambitions were solely focused on Zhou Yueqing. Furthermore, due to Lin Weining's influence, she harbored a deep-seated aversion to Gu Jing, viewing him as a sycophantic snake. Cold and repugnant. Though reluctant, Lin Jingjing stepped back 2 paces, discreetly signaling Yi Qingqing to seize the opportunity. Biao San dutifully followed Yi Qingqing, and upon hearing Gu Jing's words, instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of his boss. Sir, please speak respectfully to our boss. Gu Jing, unfazed, chuckled. Had he not suffered enough at Yi Qingqing's hands? Now, even a mere bodyguard dared to flaunt his authority. Yi Qingqing, what audacity you have. A small company accompanied by a bodyguard? How laughable. Before his words could settle, Zhou Yingshu leaped out from nowhere, her face brimming with defiance. Who are you calling a small company?
Ha!
Dare to say our company is small? You're the small one. Your whole family is small. In all of Jingbei, the Zhou young lady feared only those from the Zhou family. Gu Jing's venomous glare faltered, forced to swallow his retort, seething silently. One day, he would trample all those who looked down upon him, including Zhou Yingshu. Biao San furrowed his brow, silently standing behind Yi Qingqing, his mind still preoccupied with a half-pill. Just as he noticed Lin Jingjing raising her glass again, he felt a surge of determination. The recent mishap was merely an accident. After years of dedicated training, how could he doubt his abilities over a single misstep? Without a moment's hesitation, the elusive fingersnap technique resurfaced. The now darkened pill flew out unnoticed, only for Biao San's expression to stiffen. Damn it! How could I miss the mark again? It must be the wind in this venue. The pill soared past Lin Jingjing, as if guided by its own will, plunging straight into Gu Jing's wine glass. Biao San hesitated, aware of the many eyes upon him, and could only nudge Yi Qingqing, conveying his distress through a glance. Boss, feel free to deduct my salary. I've missed again. Yi Qingqing reassured him with a pat. Fear not, with Sister Lin here, he wouldn't dare harm you. Gu Jing's face darkened, his grip on the wine glass whitening. Yi Qingqing seized the opportunity to complain. Sister Lin, he harbors unrequited feelings for me, seeking to forcefully claim me. What if he turns dark? I'm so scared. Gu Jing, flustered, glanced at Lin Weining, hastily defending himself. Weining, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't tea. Lin Waning smiled gently. Ah Jing, I believe in you. Gu Jing's tension eased. Only to hear Lin Waning continue. I trust that even if you have intentions towards Missy, you wouldn't resort to such methods. Zhou Yingshu scoffed. Give it up. Yi Qingqing will never fall for you. Gu Jing's face turned an ashen hue, wishing he could poison everyone's wine to silence them. With a frustrated gulp, he downed the entire glass of red wine, forcing a bitter smile. Waning, whether you believe it or not, my heart has always belonged to one person. Yet, he dared not voice the identity of that person. Zhou Yingshu was thoroughly incensed. You are forbidden from confessing your feelings to Yi Qingqing. With a loud crack, the wine glass shattered in his grip, blood streaming from his hand. He mumbled an apology, turning to leave, fearing that any longer in this situation might unleash his wrath. One day, Gu Jing would no longer bow down. He would embrace the one he loved. A voice of concern from Lin Waning followed him. Ah Jing, are you alright? Only someone as kind and pure as Waning deserved him. Meanwhile, Lin Jingjing, who had been waiting for Yi Qingqing to drug her, now sensed something amiss. She felt a surge of heat coursing through her body, wishing to tear off the scant long dress she wore. How could this happen? Could she be suffering from a cold or fever? Lin Xiang'an, while accompanying He Ji in seeking investments, kept an eye on Lin Jingjing's situation. Upon noticing his daughter standing next to Lin Wanyan, her cheeks flushed, and Lin Wanyan no longer holding a wine glass. He felt a surge of joy. Perhaps his efforts had borne fruit. Xiaoji, the person ahead is Mr. Ma from Runyu Group. Let us greet him. At this moment, the farther we stay away, the better, to avoid any subsequent suspicions. As he turned away, he failed to see that Lin Jingjing could barely stand. Her gaze was unfocused, drawn irresistibly to the imposing figure of Biao San behind Yi Qingqing. Struggling to swallow, Lin Jingjing couldn't help but reach out towards Biao San's chest. The usually principled and pure-hearted man was taken aback, stepping back in fright and hiding behind Yi Qingqing. Boss, what does she intend to do? Yi Qingqing recalled the half-pill, and her eyes darted around before she seized Lin Jingjing's hair. Biao San, with no other option, removed his upper garment and wrapped it around Lin Jingjing, encasing the restless woman like a dumpling and hoisting her onto his shoulder. He dashed towards the guest lounge on the second floor with astonishing speed, leaving Lin Wanyan feeling a wave of relief. Thankfully, she had not resorted to feigning weakness. Otherwise, it would have been her being carried away. As for Lin Jingjing, she was so disoriented that she could not utter a sound as Biao San unceremoniously tossed her into the lounge. The righteous Biao San was quite particular about privacy, placing her in the innermost room with the best soundproofing and gentlemanly closing the door behind him. However, Gao Baiji, who had been observing closely, immediately sensed something amiss and hurried over to Yi Qingqing, feeling relieved to see her unharmed. Her gaze fell upon Lin Wanyan, and with a slight nod, she pulled Yi Qingqing away. After instructing a server to clean up the scattered wine glasses, Gao Baiji led Yi Qingqing to the back balcony before halting. Having not seen Gao Baiji for several days, Yi Qingqing excitedly tugged at her suit, exclaiming, "Master, I've missed you so much." Chapter 98. Perhaps it's best for a fool to remain a fool. Yi Qingqing pouted, her voice taking on a comical tone. So should I be quiet or speak? At such a time, you're still playing word games. Gao Baiji snickered, pulling out her phone. Blocked. Yi Qingqing, sensing urgency, quickly pressed down on her hand, smiling ingratiatingly. I meant it was just. In a few brief exchanges, she recounted Lin Jingjing's attempt to drug Lin Wanyan, but by a twist of fate, the drug ended up returning to its rightful owner. Gao Baiji shot her a glare. At least you possess some wit. You didn't heed that fool's words. What became of the other half of the pill? Did Lin Jingjing consume it as well? The temporarily hidden Biao San poked his head out sheepishly. The wind was too strong, and I momentarily squinted. Before he could finish, he lowered his head in embarrassment. That pill seemed to have sprouted legs, making its way towards Mr. Gu's wine glass. I did my utmost. Oh. A man standing at 1.90 meters, resembling a child caught in mischief. Yi Qingqing, taking on her role as the caring boss once more, reassured him. It's all right. It's not your fault. If fate is whimsical, what can you do? Such is destiny. Gao Baiji, losing patience, covered her mouth. Speak plainly. Yi Qingqing quickly changed her tone. He deserves it. Gao Baiji grimaced at the saliva on her hands, wiping it on Yi Qingqing's evening dress, lost in thought. The nature of that drug was evident. In light of this, why not turn the tables and use their own strategy against them? Seeing Gao Baiji's icy demeanor, Yi Qingqing felt a twinge of anxiety. Master, What's wrong?
Fool.
Gao Baiji scoffed, arrogantly turning away, but not before advising her. Find a corner to stay in, eat plenty, and speak little. After so many games, how could she still not grasp the extent of this woman's folly? A fool should remain a fool. Gao Baiji, in her 3-centimeter heels, gazed down from the second floor. Qingqing was frowning, pressing his forehead. With a slight smirk, Gao Baiji silently approached the banquet manager. Manager Zhang. How many lounges have been prepared on the second floor? The chief secretary of the Zhou family is someone every hotel wishes to please. Today's guests are either wealthy or noble, placing great importance on privacy. Do you catch my drift? Rooms with do not disturb signs must be maintained in absolute silence. Understood, understood. Rest assured, our staff is well trained. Gao Baiji smiled. Is that so? I have my doubts. A cold sweat broke out on Manager Zhang's forehead as he grew anxious. Secretary Gao, if there's anything unsatisfactory, please let me know, and I will rectify it immediately. With her chin raised, Gao Baiji's gaze fell on Qingqing outside. That guest seems unwell. Why hasn't any staff approached him? Manager Zhang, recognizing Qingqing, nodded immediately. I will have a server attend to Mr. Gu right away. Gao Baiji then gestured towards several visibly inebriated individuals. Arrange for the intoxicated guests, and for Mr. Gu, provide him with the quietest room. Rest assured, rest assured. The well-trained staff sprang into action. As the banquet progressed, a few guests had already become tipsy. And as they were kindly escorted to the lounge by tuxedo-clad servers, they couldn't help but marvel at the Zhou family's exceptional service. Gao Baiji stood at the top of the staircase on the second floor, nodding at each departing guest. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Although they were all executives, every one of them was astute, and they exchanged pleasantries. Secretary Gao, you are too kind. Until Qingqing, supported upstairs, his face flushed unnaturally, began to sense something was amiss, and he instructed the server aiding him. Take me to the quietest room, close the door, quickly. The server, already instructed, led him to the innermost room, without a second thought. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qingqing was already lying inside. As the door opened, the server prepared to assist Qingqing inside, but Gao Baiji interjected. Mr. Gu does not like to be disturbed. Lock the door behind you. Yes, Secretary Gao. Stumbling, Qingqing loosened his tie and entered the room alone, feeling an overwhelming discomfort. Once the door closed behind him, he frowned, trying to make a phone call. But before he could dial, a soft figure pressed against him from behind. The effects of the drug intensified. Hot. So hot. His phone slipped from his grasp. In his half-dazed state, Qingqing could only see a woman in a white dress and exposed skin.
Wanyan. Acheng.
The two, like kindling to a flame, murmured the names they longed for, embracing and rolling onto the grand bed. Outside, Gao Baiji smirked, hanging a do not disturb sign. She was merely fulfilling the duties of a chief secretary, was she not? Downstairs, Qingqing was chatting with Zhou Mixue while munching on sunflower seeds. Bai sat across from them, exclaiming, I truly can't believe it. Can you two pay attention to your image? Our company has just signed several contracts. What if they fall through? He felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. When he initially invested in this company with Qingqing, he hadn't even reviewed the financial statements. Now he had to personally negotiate contracts. However, he had to admit that contract negotiations were rather intriguing. He was praised. In the future, if anyone dared to label him a playboy, he would shatter their faces with the contracts. Just as he finished his grand declarations, Zhou Mixue shot him a dismissive glance. Are you a fool, you playboy? Who would dare let the contracts we sign go to waste? How dare you ruin my contract? I will make you regret it. Bai ground his teeth in frustration. Never mind, let us just pretend he never said that. Qingqing, disturbed by the commotion, rested her delicate chin on her hand and mused, this cannot continue. We need to recruit some intelligent individuals. Zhou Mixue, feeling indignant, retorted. Who is it that claimed we couldn't afford to hire from 985 universities? Bai, clutching his phone, replied, I'll get you a PhD from 985. Just as the two were about to engage in another round of competition, a piercing scream erupted from upstairs.
Ah.
Help! What are you doing here?
Mom?
Woe is me. Chapter 99. I recorded it. Everyone's gaze turned towards the second floor. Gao Baiji took a sip of juice, a smirk playing on her lips. This Qingqing is quite fast. Is he a lightning dog? I thought it would take at least an hour. It was Lin Qingqing's voice. Lin Wanqing instinctively glanced at Yi Qingqing, noticing her equally bewildered expression, intensifying her curiosity. She sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control, rendering her unable to comprehend it. Yi Qingqing was entirely different from her expectations. She did not seem to be vying for Zhou Yueqing's attention at all, yet she kept reappearing. What was amiss? Zhou Mixue grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and, lifting her skirt, rushed upstairs. Quick, let's go see. Yi Qingqing eagerly followed suit, grabbing her own handful of seeds. Shen Bai, bemused, scoffed, recognizing that women were inherently drawn to chaos. He leisurely took a handful of seeds and began his ascent. At that moment, another shout rang out from upstairs. Gu Jing, you scoundrel. Gu Jing? Shen Bai froze, abandoning the seeds, and swiftly overtook Yi Qingqing and Zhou Mixue. In the disheveled, dimly lit room, an awkward odor lingered. Gu Jing appeared utterly drained, his bare torso marred by visible scratches, his face darkened with anger. Though brief, the events had unfolded as they should, and all interactions had occurred. Lin Qingqing, her hair disheveled, resembled a deranged person. Why is this happening?
No.
This is not how it should end for Lin Wanqing.
Why is it me?
Yi Qingqing cracked a seed and commented, Sister Lin's sister's genes are rather ordinary. Her chest is not even as impressive as Biao San's. Biao San silently took 2 steps back. Regardless of Lin Qingqing's breakdown, to outsiders, Gu Jing was a scion of a prestigious family, part of the elite circle in Beijing. Meanwhile, the Lin family had long since fallen from grace. In this scene, the notable figures could only think of one term: drugging and climbing into bed. Gu Jing gradually regained his strength, rising to seize Lin Qingqing by the neck, like a predator. You dare to scheme against me?
You seek death.
Shen Bai quickly intervened. Calm down, brother. Let us get dressed before we speak. Gao Baiji stood at the doorway, her gaze unwavering. Mr. Gu, please remain composed. There are many people here. Gu Jing reluctantly released his grip, raked his fingers through his hair, and upon seeing Gao Baiji, softened his tone. Gao Mi, please fetch me a new jacket. And, about today. Gao Baiji smiled faintly. Mr. Gu, I will do my best. Gu Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. The commotion had largely subsided. Those who needed to know were informed, and those who shouldn't be aware had also been made aware. Gao Baiji then gestured, and well-trained staff promptly began to clear the area. My apologies, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Li, we did not manage things well. After such an incident, the celebratory banquet that shouldn't have ended was now over. In just over 10 minutes, only Zhou Yueqing, Lin Wanqing, Yi Qingqing, Zhou Mixue, Shen Bai, and Lin Qingqing's parents remained. At this moment, Lin Qingqing was in shock, staring blankly at the door, her grip on her clothing tightening as she murmured, How could this happen? How could it? Suddenly, as if driven mad, she lunged at Yi Qingqing, shouting, It's you. You conspired with that wretched Lin Wanqing to set me up. You, Yi Qingqing, you, and Lin Wanqing.
How dare you?
Yi Qingqing blinked innocently. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Lin Qingqing's clothes were tattered, barely covering her, and while Biao Sen struggled to intervene, he could not allow her to approach the boss. He had no choice but to firmly grasp her hair, averting his gaze, and spoke softly, Miss Lin. Our boss is innocent. Gao Baiji crossed her arms, her expression unchanged. One can be reckless in bed, but one must not speak recklessly. As far as I know, Missy did not approach you, or Gu Jing at all. Gu Jing frowned. Not only did he trust Wanqing, but he also found it implausible that Yi Qingqing had any involvement. As a CEO, he was quite astute. In this world, everyone acted in their own self-interest. Drugging oneself would yield no benefit to Yi Qingqing, let alone tying Lin Qingqing to him. Of course, he could never fathom that in this era, such an extraordinary skill as finger-snapping existed. He, protective of Lin Qingqing, held her close, wanting to cry, but refraining. Lin Qingqing's mind gradually cleared. Having failed to outwit Lin Wanqing, she couldn't afford to lash out in front of Zhou Yueqing and Gu Jing. Yet, no matter how she tried to spin it, Yi Qingqing was undoubtedly involved. She was the one who had handed that pill to the woman. It was Yi Qingqing. It was all her fault. At this point, her only option was to shift the blame onto Yi Qingqing. Zhou Yueqing furrowed his brow, noticing Yi Qingqing with her head lowered, clutching her phone tightly, appearing frightened. He felt his heart soften as he spoke in a deep voice. Lin Qingqing, Yi Qingqing met you for the first time today. She has no reason to act against you. Zhou Yueqing's expression grew cold as Zhou Mixue stepped forward. unceremoniously slapping Lin Qingqing. Shut your mouth. Yi Qingqing is Gu Jing's cherished love, the one he longs for. You dare to accuse her of seduction? Use your brain when you slander. Gu Jing's expression darkened further. His lips tinged with pain, and his legs felt weak.
Shen Chibai kicked a chair in frustration.
Lin Qingqing, I believe you are the one who drugged yourself. Yi Qingqing and sister Wanqing have already been slandered. Let us check the surveillance footage. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover some evidence. Yi Qingqing shot him a bewildered glance, thinking it foolish to think of such things at such a time. Meanwhile, Lin Qingqing felt a surge of fear, whether or not she could drag Yi Qingqing down with her. If the surveillance revealed anything, she would be the first to face the consequences. She clutched Tiji's clothing, trembling in fear. Beside her, Lin Xiang'an's mind raced. If this could lead to a connection with Gu Jing, wouldn't it be turning misfortune into fortune? Yi Qingqing quietly opened her phone. No need for such trouble. I recorded it. Recorded? What did you record? The expressions in the room varied, but all eyes instinctively turned to Yi Qingqing's phone. Chapter 100. You're quite fragile. She slowly opened her phone, and Lin Qingqing's voice echoed through the room. I obtained this drug at great expense. It is colorless and tasteless, dissolving in water, leaving no trace afterward. I will find an opportunity to get the person into the room. Lin Qingqing's face went pale. She never imagined that this foolish woman, Yi Qingqing, would pull such a stunt. She released Tiji and attempted to lunge forward again. What else? What about the rest? I said more than just this. She had instructed Yi Qingqing to drug him, so why was there only this one line? Lin Qingqing was on the verge of a breakdown. What about the beginning? What about the ending? Biao San had no choice but to pull her away, his tone now icy. Miss Lin, this is the second time. Yi Qingqing blinked innocently. I only recorded this one line. It has all the key points. Zhou Yingxue pouted. The situation is so clear, yet you still try to argue. I see you merely wish to be Yi Qingqing's substitute. Otherwise, what purpose does that white dress serve? Lin Qingqing felt a surge of blood rise in her chest, nearly choking on resentment. She was imitating Lin Wanqing, not Yi Qingqing. Her intention was to seduce Zhou Yueqing, not Gu Jing. However, if she were to confess that her original plan was to drug Lin Wanqing, the consequences would surely be even more disastrous. Truly, she had shot herself in the foot, left speechless. Gu Jing cast a cold glance. Let this matter rest. I do not wish to hear any rumors outside. Although he had been schemed against, it was merely a matter of sleeping with a woman. How could he possibly marry her for that? I shall remain in the hotel. My sister bears numerous wounds. It would be inappropriate for me to compete with her for a room now. She is the one who erred. I am the one who must be punished. Lin Qingqing's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Punished? What punishment? Is it to stay in a 5-star hotel? Yet, Zhou Yingxue was moved to tears by a few words, supporting Lin Wanqing and turning to shout at the family of 3. Sister Wanqing is so kind and accommodating, yet you continue to bully her. Are you even human? If not now, when? Yi Qingqing hurriedly approached, feigning concern. Why do you treat my sister this way? My heart is breaking. Sister, if they do not welcome you. I do. Sister, come stay at my house. We can talk all night and truly understand one another. Zhou Yueqing squinted at her. Yi Qingqing, you are quite fragile. For some inexplicable reason, hearing Yi Qingqing's words directed at Lin Wanqing stirred a pang of jealousy within him, leaving him unsure of the cause. Lin Wanqing glanced at her, genuinely feeling a bit weak. Miss Yi is indeed so passionately overwhelming. Yi Qingqing offered a sincere smile. It is a serendipity that we have met amidst the vast sea of people. Let us enjoy a candlelit night together, sharing our connections. Zhou Yingxue excitedly chimed in. I want to go too. Gao Baiji smirked, pulling Yi Qingqing back, whispering, 10 games tonight. Now turn and walk away. At such a time, this fool had no fear of revealing her true self. How could Yi Qingqing miss such an opportunity? She whispered back. The game name remains unchanged. Gao Baiji gritted her teeth. Leave. Yi Qingqing, feeling triumphant, stubbornly pinched Lin Wanqing's waist and raised an eyebrow. Sister, we shall chat another day. Only then did she obediently leave with Biao San. Lin Wanqing also gritted her teeth, cursing silently. Leave. Once Yi Qingqing departed, Zhou Yingxue found the atmosphere dull. Grasping Shen Sibai, let us go, continue the contract discussions. Gao Baiji watched them leave, her demeanor returning to its aloofness. Mr. Zhou, I have promptly sealed off the news. But with so many witnesses today, the effect may not be ideal. Zhou Yueqing understood this well, nodding. For today's guests, arrange for gifts as a consolation. There is no need to concern ourselves with anything else. Understood. Gao Baizhi glanced at Lin Wanqing. Miss Lin, shall we take our leave? Gu Jing looked at her earnestly, shaking his head. Wanqing, how could I possibly blame you? Lin Wanqing smiled apologetically, her gentle eyes hinting at unspoken words, as if 1,000 sentiments were left unuttered. This made Gu Jing's blood boil. Recalling his entanglement with Lin Jingjing before Wanqing, his resentment grew even more profound. That wretched Lin Jingjing not only embarrassed him, but also dashed any chance he had with Wanqing. She deserved to suffer. After Gao Baizhi and Lin Wanqing departed, only Zhou Yueqing and Gu Jing remained. Gu Jing forced a smile. Brother Zhou, about today. Zhou Yueqing patted his shoulder. Forget it. No need to speak of it. We are all brothers, I understand. Gu Jing lowered his head, concealing his discontent. I will not let Lin Jingjing get away with this. Zhou Yueqing hesitated, finally sighing. Ah Jing, heed my advice and let go of Yi Qingqing. Do not view Lin Jingjing as a substitute. I have been down this road. We are brothers, and I cannot bear to watch you make a mistake. Love is a matter of both pursuit and fate. You two are simply not meant to be. Gu Jing could not muster a smile. His lips moved, yet he lacked the energy to argue. On the elevated highway, a luxury car sped past. Gao Baizhi sat in the passenger seat, while Lin Wanqing rested in the back, eyes closed. Soft music played in the car, creating an atmosphere that was simultaneously eerie and harmonious. Have you given up? Lin Wanqing, still with her eyes shut, softly uttered those words. She did not articulate it directly. Yet Gao Baizhi understood. Do not touch her. Gao Baizhi did not say it outright, but Lin Wanqing comprehended. The two had subtly clashed several times before Lin Wanqing's departure abroad. Although each had their victories, it was evident that Lin Wanqing held the upper hand. In truth, unsaid, they both understood one principle. When a man requires you to compete for him, he holds little value. Gao Baizhi's realization came in an instant, while Lin Wanqing remained ever clear-headed. What she sought was never the man, but the resources to crush those beneath her. She had traversed the shadows, mercilessly dispatching all obstacles in her path. Kindness? What purpose does that serve her? Slightly opening a window, the wind rushed in, tousling her long hair. Lin Wanqing's voice floated with the breeze to Gao Baizhi's ears. Are you going to protect her? Chapter 101. Protecting her, but to what end? After watching Lin Wanqing enter the hotel, Gao Baizhi returned to the car, muttering softly. Protecting her, but to what end? After all, once a teacher, always a parent. No, always a mother. No, forget it. Gao Baizhi chuckled at herself, pulling out her phone to dial. Senior brother, do you have time tomorrow? Let's meet. At the hotel, in the presidential suite, Lin Wanqing sat on the sofa, her phone displaying Yi Qingqing's WeChat name along with her message. Sister Lin, if you're not feeling well, be sure to drink more hot water. Drink more hot water. This is the language of a scoundrel. Lin Wanqing scoffed, tossing her phone aside. The day's events had unfolded bizarrely. With a little thought, she could guess that Lin Jingjing aimed to use Yi Qingqing to drug her. But why had Lin Jingjing ended up consuming the drug herself, along with Gu Jing? She was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Yi Qingqing's strategy. If Yi Qingqing had truly given up on Zhou Yueqing, why did she continually gravitate towards her? Nonetheless, one thing was certain. The cunning Yi Qingqing undoubtedly had ulterior motives. That man, taller than him, donned an ordinary brand suit, yet his demeanor exuded an air of intimidation. Moreover, he remained closely attached to Yi Qingqing, causing Zhou Yueqing immense discomfort. A bodyguard? Zhou Yueqing froze, feeling somewhat foolish, awkwardly voicing, why is a bodyguard dressed in a suit? Each invitee was permitted to bring a partner to the banquet. Although Biao San had entered with Yi Qingqing, his true identity was indeed that of a bodyguard. Zhou Yueqing helplessly shut his eyes. Why did he always feel like a fool in Yi Qingqing's presence, losing all sense of reason? He clearly preferred Wanqing, and he had always been calm and composed around her. The Limitless live streaming company had a perfectly valid reason. The young lady wished to charter a plane to witness the aurora, making a grand farewell to her love. The reason for the farewell was Song Yanji. From across the company gates, he pedaled a shared bicycle, looking haggard as he called out, Mixue, come out and see me. Today, the duty officer outside is Biao Er, who earnestly advises, Sir, please do not disrupt our work, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to resort to force. Song Yanji gazes longingly at the company gate, silently shaking his head. Yet, he dares not shout again. He waits until Zhou Yingxue emerges with her small bag to drive away before hastening toward her. Yingxue, you have won? I concede. Zhou Yingxue's immediate reaction is to pinch her nose. Yi Qingqing nods in satisfaction, remaining silent, intending to see what Song Yanji will say, regardless of how the plot unfolds. This couple is destined to be torn apart in her eyes. However, he lacks height, does not possess chiseled abs, nor can he utter sweet nothings, rendering him utterly uncompetitive in front of a wealthy woman. Ultimately, he resolves that he no longer wishes to strive. It is not impossible to live off others. I admit, I realized my feelings too late, failing to recognize my heart in time. Yet it is not too late, Yingxue. Let us be together. As long as you purchase me a small apartment and an ordinary car, I shall belong solely to you. Yingxue. Zhou Yingxue's eyes widen. Casting a glance at Yi Qingqing, is he insane? Yi Qingqing shakes her head, indicating her own ignorance. Song Yanji sighs, smiling helplessly. Enough of this nonsense, Yingxue. Let us first dine. How about that steak you mentioned last time? All illusion shattered, Zhou Yingxue feels a wave of nausea watching Song Yanji stumble. She cannot fathom why she once chased after such a man. Was she blind before? Can you be quiet? Who wants to be with you? Where is the security? Keep him away from me. Zhou Yingxue yanks Biao Er over, her delicate fingers pointing, throw him 10 meters away. Song Yanji, humiliated, steps back abruptly before shouting frantically, Zhou Yingxue, you truly have no heart. Just wait. One day, I will make you regret this. Very well. If I am not welcome here, there will be another place for me. Originally, a foreign tycoon recognized my talents, and I refrained from leaving out of reluctance.
So,
Zhou Yingxue, listen closely. Today, you treat me with indifference. Tomorrow, I shall make you unattainable. His remaining harsh words are abruptly silenced as Biao Er covers his mouth and throws him far away. Shen Si witnesses this spectacle. Laughing so hard, he nearly gasps for breath. Ha, you're in love with such a peculiar character. Zhou Yingxue? Unattainable? Ha, this is hilarious. Zhou Yingxue purses her lips, saying nothing and kicks him. Laugh. Go on, laugh. Why have you stopped? Shen Si ceases his laughter, dodging as he exclaims, Damn it, Zhou Yingxue. Are you trying to kill me? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? In a fit of rage, Zhou Yingxue throws her back. You're so annoying. This company can do without you. With me, there's south no place for you. With that, she opens the car door and accelerates away. Shen Si, dejected, also enters the car. Yet, Yi Qingqing can find no amusement in this. Is Song Yanji really going abroad? Must this dreadful plot unfold? The original narrative suggests that after going abroad, Song Yanji transforms into a new business magnate who humiliates Zhou Yingxue. Are the new business elites truly mad? Chapter 102. The Fierce Tiger and the Starving Wolf. That lunatic Su Xinsue even called me to boast, claiming they caught the attention of an internet tycoon from northern Myanmar and would be heading abroad tomorrow. Northern Myanmar? An internet tycoon?
Ye Wing Billings, her warrior Sudanni dissipating.
After all this, Song Yanji is not a business magnate, but rather a standout in the sewing machine industry. Clearly, Zhou Yingxue's temporary departure for vacation poses little impact on the company, perhaps none at all. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qingqing promptly hires a legitimate male assistant. A graduate from a prestigious university, experienced, adept at meetings and reports, and with a perpetual gleam behind his glasses. This individual was introduced by Gao Baiji, so Yi Qingqing feels reassured. His explanation is quite sufficient. He is exhausted and wishes to see the aurora. Everyone is unreliable. Yi Qingqing is utterly fatigued, and that evening, feeling aggrieved, she calls Gao Baiji. Master, am I going bankrupt? Although Wujilin is merely a small company with modest income, bankruptcy is still far off. Gao Baiji simply states, then go bankrupt. You won't starve while begging. Half an hour later, the new assistant Lu Qi enters, adjusting his glasses as he addresses Yi. Live streaming and selling goods have too few channels and fierce competition, and we are constrained. The crucial point is we cannot retain hosts. Therefore, my suggestion is to pursue a new route. Yi Qingqing considers adjusting her glasses but refrains, instead, plucking an eyelash and feigning profundity, such as, for instance, short dramas are a new channel on current live streaming platforms. We have the capital and influencers, so we must seize this opportunity. Yi Qingqing nods in agreement. Assistant Lu, that idea is quite commendable. It coincides with my thoughts. Thus, Assistant Liu, I assume you know what steps to take next without my elaboration? Lu Qi nods slightly. Rest assured, President Yi, I do not have high expectations in this regard. Since the last celebration banquet for Lin Wanqing, the capital circle of Jingbei has been rife with rumors. Lin Wanqing as half-sister and Gu Jing, the current president of the Gu family, have been reported to have a passionate encounter at a certain banquet, with intimate photos leaked. When this news broke, Gu Jing was nearly driven to faint with rage.
Why?
He had already dealt with this matter. How could it be exposed by the media? And where did these intimate photos come from? Lin Wanqing immediately calls to comfort him. Jing, it's my failure to educate my sister properly. Gu Jing, furious, still remembers to speak gently. Wanqing, this has nothing to do with you. It's Lin Qingqing's delusions. Lin Qingqing, that wretched girl. She must have leaked this news. How dare she claim she didn't initiate the scandal? Her actions are clearly to force a marriage. Wretched girl. In the Lin family, Lin Qingqing is also weeping.
Mom.
How could this happen? Wasn't it said that no one would learn of this? I refuse to marry that pervert Gu Jing. He will kill me. Wailing. I want to marry. Lin Xiong'an's expression is equally grim. He intended to form a connection with the Gu family, but not in such a manner. The rumors circulating outside are unpleasant, filled with all kinds of slander. The second daughter of the Lin family, unable to contain her loneliness, seduces the bodyguard at the venue only to turn her attention to the young master of the Gu family. A certain wealthy heir of the Gu family, heartbroken after a failed pursuit, seeks a substitute. Even more absurdly, the Lin family matriarch and daughter team up, leaving the Gu family trembling. Where did these outrageous marketing claims come from? Now, Gu Jing finds himself in a predicament. Refusing to marry Lin Qingqing would mean a month filled with 2 scandals, all involving women, and his shareholders would not let him off the hook for the sake of the company's stocks. Marrying Lin Qingqing would mean losing any hope of power. A foolish and impoverished wife would turn his marriage into a burden rather than an asset. Had he known this, he might as well have married Wanqing directly. Zhou Yueqing, faced with Gu Jing's plea for help, merely says 2 words, I'm sorry. He can offer Gu Jing some money, but will not interfere in the power struggles of other families. In a serene tea room, 2 women sit on the floor. Lin Wanqing, with her long hair cascading, raises her eyelids slightly. Hi, you move swiftly. Aren't you afraid Chen will find out? Gao Baizhi, with an expression of indifference, replies, Miss Lin, wild speculation can easily bring trouble. Those photos are quite intriguing. The media's narrative is well crafted. Not as adept as your ability to twist facts with just a few words, Gao Baizhi flatters, but I have said nothing. This statement is laughable. I merely stood by and watched. After finishing their tea, Lin Wanqing finally regards the cold-faced chief secretary seriously. Are you not planning to endure this? All because of a Yi Qingqing? Gao Baizhi's serene gaze rippled at the mention of a name, only to quickly fade. Lin Wanqing, your greatest flaw is that you overthink. Lin Wanqing chuckled softly, leaning slightly closer, her crimson lips parting. Your most significant shortcoming is your emotional entanglement.
So?
Gao Baizhi laughed in return. Shall we engage in mutual destruction? Lin Wanqing's expression turned icy. As long as there is no conflict of interest between us, I have no desire to engage in futile endeavors. Very well. Gao Baizhi nodded, rising to leave in her high heels, casting no further glance in her direction. Lin Wanqing, still seated, elegantly savored the last sip of her tea. In Jingbei, the trio of Zhou, Shun, and Gu stood firm, and perhaps one of them should consider a change of surname. Yi Qingqing, utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of business, found solace in her reliable subordinates. Soon enough, a significant venture approached, naturally drawn to the immensely popular Xiao Yenge. The agent and assistant of Xiao Yenge perused the documents, eyes widening. President Yi, this may prove problematic.
Why?
The offered remuneration is quite substantial. This company takes a 50 cut. Yi Qingqing could not fathom the refusal. Aware that while Xiao Yenge was the star of her company, he did not rank among the elite in the influencer sphere. After all, there were countless fitness streamers. The assistant pointed to the investor's name. This Lady Hong, aged 45, is notoriously known as a fierce tiger in the industry. I fear Xiao Yan may struggle to withstand her advances. Although Xiao Yan bears the title of Ge, he is merely 25 this year and is particularly averse to underhanded dealings. Otherwise, he would have already ventured into stardom. While the allure of easy success is enticing, he is not starving for it. Yi Qingqing furrowed her brow, repeating, a fierce tiger? How fierce? How ravenous? Chapter 103. Gender should not be so rigid. The assistant pursed his lips. It is said that Lady Hong enjoys a game called Strip Down, which is the nightmare of countless male artists. How outrageous. For a mere short film, one must disrobe. What nonsense. Yi Qingqing resolutely slammed the table. Decline it. The assistant looked upon Yi Qingqing with admiration, then sighed. Lady Hong has numerous artists under her wing, and a considerable standing in the entertainment industry. Rejecting her may lead to offense. Indeed, upon seeing Lady Hong's name, he felt a chill for Xiaoyan. In this industry, aside from those already established and renowned, few dare to directly refuse Lady Hong. After all, she is generous and possesses abundant resources. Aligning with her generally outweighs the risks. The industry is already chaotic, and there is little to be ashamed of. Yi Qingqing scoffed. I, Yi Qingqing, have always been averse to evil and unafraid of power. Does a mere Lady Hong think she can make me bow? Absurd. Decline it. The assistant hesitated before suggesting, we could consider offering other artists from our company, as Lady Hong's generosity is well known. Stripping one article of clothing fetches 100,000. Many aspire to this opportunity, but cannot find it. To give up so easily seems a pity. One moment. Yi Qingqing straightened. How much for stripping one article of clothing? The assistant, puzzled. 100,000. Oh. Decline it. However, the path to transformation for the company became exceptionally arduous. Yi Qingqing, frustrated, bit the end of her pen. Goodness. Is the company truly on the brink of bankruptcy? What nonsense is this? In this day and age, forcing individuals into compromising situations? Yi Qingqing huffed. Arrange a meeting with that fierce lady. I shall accompany Xiaoyan. Good to meet her. ISN, tea just drinking? Let us drink. Lu Qi pressed his lips together. This drinking entails more than mere drinking. And also stripping? Yi Qingqing scoffed. Let us strip her of her bankruptcy. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Lu Qi remained silent. Before leaving, he heard Yi Qingqing softly utter, do not inform my master. For if this matter were to reach Gao Baiji, it would merely add one more person to worry. It is a pity that Sister Lin's support has yet to be secured. Perhaps she still has connections in the entertainment world. The Rose Bar. Nestled in an obscure corner of Jingbei, Xiaoyan donned a black jacket over a black short-sleeve shirt, glancing at the glimmering pink sign. He pressed his lips together. President Yi, are you certain about this? Yi Qingqing patted his shoulder. Rest assured, none of your 3 points will be exposed today. Xiaoyan exhaled. I'm not afraid of a little exposure, just don't let them touch me. Following behind were 4 bodyguards clad in black, known as Biao Yi, Air, San, and Sea. Just before they entered, Biao Air, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke. Boss, please ensure we protect our integrity. I personally do not mind, but they're different. Biao Yi and Biao Si are already married with children, and Biao San has a secret crush. After saying this, he dramatically closed his eyes. If it comes to a last resort, sacrificing myself is not out of the question. As a man of such flair, the unique prince of pork at the market, it was inevitable for him to attract the attention of wealthy women. He felt powerless to resist. Before Yi Qingqing could respond, Biao Yi kicked him from behind. Do you think we're here to serve you? You're not sacrificing anything. Biao Si shot him a cold glance. If it weren't for the fear of delaying the mission, I would wake him up with a splash of urine. Biao Sin shook his head nonchalantly. You've been too fiery lately. That one do. Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle at their banter. The tension within him dissipating. In the dimly lit private room, a voluptuous woman sat, flanked by 3 or 4 men dressed inappropriately. Each had pale skin, slender waists, and sultry gazes, causing Yi Qingqing to shudder. Lady Hong sported a short, curly hairstyle, a prominent mole at the corner of her mouth, and wore a red camisole with black leather pants. Upon seeing Yi Qingqing and the 5 men behind her, she erupted with laughter. President Yi, so young yet so savvy. Your generosity is commendable, these gentlemen. Her eyes roamed over Biao Yi, Air, San, and Sea, finally landing on Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, come sit. Yi Qingqing grasped Xiaoyan Ji's hand, signaling him to remain calm, then forced a smile as she sat down. Lady Hong, let us drink and converse. Lady Hong cast an impatient glance at Yi Qingqing, her jealousy flaring at the sight of the innocent visage. President Yi, you can leave now that you've brought him. Yi Qingqing inhaled deeply, shaking Lady Hong's shoulders. No, I am not leaving. I wish to drink with you, Lady Hong. Prior to their arrival, she had specifically inquired and learned that Lady Hong had a preference for men. Xiaoyan discreetly wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. His boss's sacrifice seemed too great. Lady Hong, feeling dizzy from the shaking, grew increasingly impatient. Yi Qingqing, stop pretending to be foolish and leave. Do not hinder my affairs. Biao Er gritted his teeth, taking a couple of steps back. Fine, my mother was right. A man must stand strong. I, Biao Er, will not bend. This matter requires careful deliberation. Yi Qingqing pouted. Lady Hong, broaden your horizons. Gender should not be so rigid. Where did this madwoman come from? Lady Hong, infuriated, stood up. I will say this one last time. Everyone but Xiao Yan leave. I only want Xiao Yan. Yi Qingqing surveyed the several pretty boys behind her. What about them? All of you out. Lady Hong narrowed her eyes, gazing at Xiao Yan go in front of her. Unable to resist clenching her legs. He truly is a gem. What no one knew was that she had long been Xiao Yanji's secret admirer. Had she found a reason earlier, she would have already brought this delicate flower into her fold. Now, how could she let such an opportunity slip by? The pretty boys reluctantly exited, and one even cast a flirtatious glance at Biao Er, casually touching his well-built chest.
Biao Er.
Lady Hong glanced at Yi Qingqing and the remaining 4 sturdy men, gritting her teeth. You all leave as well. Today is my first meeting with Xiao Yenge. It's best to keep it low-key. What if I scare my little treasure? Chapter 104, Live Streaming. Yi Qingqing clapped her hands lightly, and Biao Er, San, and Si instinctively retreated outside the door, yet they did not stray far, standing guard like the 4 heavenly kings. Hong Jie, growing increasingly impatient, furrowed her brow upon seeing Yi Qingqing still present. Why are you still here? Leave. Yi Qingqing retrieved a bottle of alcohol from her pocket and placed it on the table. I'll drink with you. The liquor here was certainly spiked. Her enthusiasm reignited. She produced a card and placed it on the table, her gaze piercing as she looked at Xiao Yan. Each piece of clothing costs 100,000. If you can win every cent from this card today, all the short films this year will belong to your company. Yi Qingqing bit her lip. How much is on this card? Hong Jie chuckled. 5 million. Not just one man, but even 10 men would leave here bare. Yi Qingqing slammed her palm on the table. All right. Xiao Yan, what are we waiting for? Xiao Yan exchanged glances, uncertain. Are we really doing this?
Ye vink nodded reassuringly.
Xiao Yan sighed, thinking, I've already offended Hong Jie, so what is there to fear? He promptly shed his outer jacket, revealing a black short-sleeve shirt. Hong Jie sat up straight, her tone bubbling with excitement. Go on, go on. Xiao Yan pressed his lips together, closed his eyes, and bit down to remove his short sleeve. Underneath was a white tank top, plastered with band-aids. Yi Qingqing stood up, eagerly explaining. Hong Jie. Xiao Yan is famously known as the Band-Aid boy in our company. Each Band-Aid counts as a piece of clothing. Coincidentally, there are exactly 50 Band-Aids here. Hong Jie was no fool. She understood that Yi Qingqing was toying with her. Enraged, she felt her entire body tense. Well then, Yi Qingqing, you seem to underestimate my reputation. If you want to keep Xiao Yan here, I'll let you go. Yi Qingqing widened her eyes in curiosity. What if I don't?
Don't?
Hong Jie let out a cold laugh, clapping her hands. Suddenly, several men in black burst through the door. If you don't stay, then you can't leave. Yi Qingqing responded with a casual "oh" and clapped her hands again. Biao Yi and the others immediately pushed the door open. Boss, should we take action?
Hong Ji laughed heartily. Ye vink.
Do you really think these few can take me on? Do you have any idea who my bodyguards are? I don't know, Yi Qingqing admitted honestly, pulling out her phone. But I can find out. Hong Jie sneered dismissively. You won't be able to uncover their identities. Is that so? I don't believe it. Yi Qingqing declared as she dialed. Hello, police officer? There are individuals involved in illicit activities here, and several may be fugitives. Hong Jie was taken aback. How dare Yi Qingqing call the police? Did she not understand how deep this industry ran? Those who suffered losses typically swallowed their pride. Even if the police intervened, she had ways to clear her name, and the one who called the police would never see the light of day again. So naive and foolish. Hong Jie rose with an air of arrogance, adjusting her red spaghetti strap before approaching Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, my heart is captivated by you, keeping me awake at night. My sheets soaked. Tonight, be a good boy for sister, and I shall elevate you to stardom. She playfully lifted his chin with one hand. Xiao Yan quickly stepped back, hiding behind Biao Er, clutching his arm nervously. Biao Er swallowed hard and, summoning his courage, shouted, Let him go. If you have the guts, come at me instead. Immediately regretting it, he felt weak in the knees. Hong Jie eyed Biao Er with interest. Your physique isn't bad. That sparse little beard is quite alluring. Tomorrow, I'll have my sights on you. Biao Air, gulping hard, looked to Yi Qingqing for help. Boss, should we fight? Hurry up. I can't take this. Fight? We are law-abiding citizens. Yi Qingqing smiled slightly, then changed her tone. Thank you all for the gifts. Holding up her phone, she directed the camera at the stunned Hong Jia. This lady is our fierce tiger lady. At Wu Ji Xian Live Streaming Company, we are committed to exposing the dark underbelly of the entertainment industry. With internet heroines like Chen Jiao Jiao leading the charge, we have our live streaming warrior, Sister Mei Qian. Let us see those yachts and planes roll in. Today, our viewers will have a chance to dine with our internet heroine, Chen Jiao Jiao. Meanwhile, Chen Jiao Jiao, sitting on the toilet, expressionless, put down her phone. Oh, are we having dinner with noodles? In merely 20 minutes, the entertainment industry exploded. Who would have thought someone would be so audacious? This was the entertainment industry's hidden rules. You could call the police, but dare to live stream?
Yevink.
Not just a simple live stream, but a shocking one. Hong Jia collapsed onto the sofa, her legs uncrossed, sweat pouring from her. Outside, frantic footsteps and police sirens blared. It was over, truly over. Live streaming? How could she dare? Was she out of her mind? Who would dare collaborate with Wu Ji Xian in the future? To be honest, Yi Qingqing hadn't thought this far. But since Xiao Yan had caught Hong Jia's eye today, whether they collaborated or were coerced, it was only a matter of time. Since she was bound to be bullied eventually, why not turn the tables and gamble? One could only say this gamble was monumental. How many artists were under Hong Jia's wing? Many were top tier. The ramifications were vast, directly involving half the entertainment industry, with male artists vehemently declaring they had never been alone with Hong Jia. In Tianrun City, Yi Qingqing hung her head as she faced the reprimands. Gao Baiji squinted at her. What went wrong? Yi Qingqing stood obediently, holding a written apology. I shouldn't have live-streamed, shouldn't have acted impulsively. After a moment, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved. But I can't truly sell out Xiao Yan, right? Yes, my employee, I'm a good boss. A foolish good boss. Gao Baiji scoffed. You might as well declare bankruptcy. No one will dare work with you again. Yi Qingqing's eyes reddened. She tugged at Gao Baiji's sleeve. Master, you want to help me? Seeing Gao Baiji unmoved, Yi Qingqing's eyes flickered. Then I'll seek out Sister Lin. Lin Wanning certainly had significant connections in the entertainment industry. Whether she would assist, Yi Qingqing did not ponder, thinking it best to ask first. Chapter 105, A Scoundrel. Gao Baiji knew her foolishness, but did not expect her to act so irrationally. No fighting. We'll discuss the aftermath once things cool down. Yi Qingqing immediately felt emboldened. Master, do you have a plan?
No.
What do you mean? Yi Qingqing, still clutching her apology, looked puzzled. So I don't need to write this? Gao Baiji had already exited, her icy voice drifting back. 800 words. Miss a single punctuation mark. And you're blocked. Yi Qingqing puffed her cheeks, and once Gao Baiji had walked away, she quickly typed a message to Lin Wanning. Sister Lin, have you considered our last conversation? If you're ignoring me, are you on your way to find me? Lin Wanning, currently on a date, saw Yi Qingqing's persistent messages, smirked, and then blocked her. The man across from her stirred his coffee, glancing curiously. A friend? Lin Wanning smiled lightly. A scoundrel. The man nodded knowingly and chuckled. You have so many admirers. I can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Lin Wanning rested her chin on her elegantly long fingers. Xiuqi, you're a good man. The man who had received the good man card forced a smile. All right. I'll take that project. He accepted being used. After all, she was the one woman he could never refuse. Still sprawled on the sofa, Yi Qingqing gazed at the crimson exclamation mark, feeling increasingly despondent. Lin Wanning's thighs were indeed too difficult to embrace. In this moment, she concluded that her master's thigh was the most comforting to cling to. Regardless of the upheavals in the entertainment industry, the Zhou Group, which remained uninvolved in such affairs, felt no repercussions. However, Zhou Yuecheng was somewhat restless as he perused the news on his phone, tapping the table. Where is Yi Qingqing now? Keep an eye on her condition. He sighed deeply. Yi Qingqing is rather audacious, with Wu Jixian and Xiao Bai. She cannot directly confront Hong Jia. Representing a significant portion of the entertainment industry's capital, it was implausible for this entity to collapse so easily. Even if Hong Jia was apprehended due to the live streaming incident, the capital backing her was not so fragile. The essence of capital is its collective nature, not individual. Hong Jie's downfall would undoubtedly impact numerous interests, and those individuals would not easily let Wu Jixin Company off the hook. Zhou Yueqing understood this well, as did Gao Baizhi. Yet, she was surprised that Zhou Yueqing, so enamored with Lin Wanning, would suddenly show concern for Yi Qingqing. Seated behind the president's desk, Zhou Yueqing was still lost in his sentimental self-reflections. After all, she is a girl, too impulsive in her actions. In my presence, she was as gentle as water. Who knew there existed such a rebellious side to her? He instructed his secretary, Gao, let that silly girl resign from the company and convert her stocks to cash. I'll have a word with old Zhao, allowing Qingqing to work with him as a simple secretary or assistant. She is still young. Business is not her forte. Is it really that simple? Gao Baizhi lowered her gaze, a fleeting smirk crossing her face. President Zhou, I will convey your message. But how Missy decides is up to her. Additionally, I have sent my resignation letter to your email. Please approve it at your earliest convenience. Zhou Yueqing was taken aback. What did you say? Resignation letter, please approve it promptly. Gao Baizhi patiently repeated, adding, I will begin handing over my duties tomorrow, and the materials will be organized and given to Assistant Chen soon. He couldn't comprehend why any company could possibly offer better benefits than Zhou's. If it's a matter of compensation, we can negotiate with HR. No need, Gao Baizhi offered a perfectly timed apologetic smile. President Zhou, let us part amicably. I hope there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Zhou Yueqing fell silent. For the first time, he truly observed this typically reticent and composed secretary. Her meticulous makeup, her poised and capable suit, and the inscrutable emotions behind her glasses were striking. What are your plans for the future? Gao Baizhi was slightly taken aback. She had anticipated he wouldn't broach such trivial matters. My senior has invited me to collaborate on a project. I've turned him down too many times. This indicated her intention to venture into entrepreneurship. Thank you, President Zhou. I simply wish to give it a try. While she wasn't extraordinarily wealthy, she was not financially constrained either. Over the years, she had remained independent, investing in various ventures, ensuring she would not face hardship even without employment. However, today, the thoughts that once lingered in her heart, stifled by emotions, no longer needed to be suppressed. Yi Qingqing's situation was merely a catalyst. Zhou Yueqing's expression gradually darkened as he took a deep breath. Having been at Zhou's for so many years, your departure will significantly impact the company. Gao Baizhi smiled lightly. President Zhou, the company will continue to function seamlessly without anyone. I'm not that presumptuous. But a secretary like you is irreplaceable within all of Jingbei. Such an assessment was the highest compliment for both the former Gao Baizhi and the current secretary. Zhou Yueqing was clear-headed when it came to relationships beyond romantic entanglements. He did not wish to lose her but understood that once a resignation was tendered, it was unlikely for her to remain, especially someone in Gao Baizhi's esteemed position. Realizing this, he stood up and finally nodded. All right, if you need assistance, feel free to reach out. Having worked at Zhou's for a decade, Gao Baizhi knew Zhou Yueqing well. He was both reckless and blind in matters of the heart, but not entirely unkind. At least he was generous towards women. The fact that he could utter such a final statement indicated that if she required help in the future, he would indeed extend a hand. Compared to the trivialities of romantic relationships, she seemed much more satisfied with this outcome. For the first time, Gao Baizhi sincerely advised, President Zhou, cherish the person before you. Chapter 106, The Overbearing President's Runaway Little Wife. Zhou Yueqing sighed softly. Gao, I simply failed to see my own heart in time. By the way, please handle matters concerning Yi Qingqing. And don't forget to send a bouquet of roses to Wanning. Gao Baizhi glanced helplessly at the sky outside, vowing that she would only speak out this once in her lifetime. No wonder Lin Wanning could easily manipulate him. He truly deserved it. The entertainment industry had recently become fraught with anxiety. After a week of calm, it began to stir once more. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing's company began feeling the repercussions. Short films were out of the question, and even the traffic from live streams had diminished significantly. Apart from the few contracts secured initially, there were hardly any new revenues. Yi Qingqing was in a frenzy. How could she not worry? Each night, she dreamt of the company going bankrupt, frowning at the financial reports, which she could scarcely comprehend. She lamented, You're not the one in a hurry. It's the emperor who is. Who will pay next month's salaries? Am I to deliver takeout on a tricycle? Lu Qiqing coughed, reminding her, You've mixed up the order of that saying. Yi Qingqing was even more distressed. What does it matter at this point? Are you really nitpicking grammar? Assistant Liu, think of a solution quickly. These days, even her master had stopped attending to her. He no longer played games or communicated, and she had no idea what he was busy with. Lin Wanning had even blocked her. The young lady and young master should approach their problems in a rather blunt manner, by throwing money at them. Zhou Yingxue tossed her bag onto the floor and began making phone calls. Find out how much money I still have. Shen Bai, though not as affluent as her, possessed considerable assets of his own, so he decisively made a call. Find a villa that hasn't been decorated. Sell it. Zhou Yingxue looked at her as if it were obvious. Let us film a short drama. Why wait for someone else to invest? Shen Bai agreed. Let us shoot in Mo Bay. The auroras there are stunning. They were not lacking in investment, they were merely lacking a platform. The domestic market was monopolized. Even the best film would be of no use. Is there a problem that money can't solve? I refuse to believe it. Zhou Yingxue furrowed her brows in confusion. Is it possible that we haven't spent enough? Shen Bai's expression faltered slightly. Should we sell another villa and see? Yi Qingqing was speechless. No need. Just give me the money, and I'll declare bankruptcy. Goodness, the two of them thought. In business, just do it. Whether it's profitable or not is irrelevant. Zhou Yingxue was displeased. Can we still monopolize the domestic market? That's easy. Let us shoot overseas. I refuse to believe we can be monopolized globally. Shen Bai immediately perked up. Yes. I want to shoot penguins. Lu Qingqing, who had been flipping through documents, looked up. President Yi, you truly are well-read and knowledgeable. After finishing that thought, he pivoted. However, it's worth a try. The investment for short films isn't substantial. Venturing abroad might be a feasible alternative. Yi Qingqing was astonished. Assistant Liu, don't joke. Before long, she was ignored, as the three of them engaged in an enthusiastic discussion, ultimately settling on a book titled The Overbearing President's Runaway Little Wife. This book encompassed tropes of substitutes, mistaken identities, miscarriages, imprisonment, car accidents leading to amnesia, marriages followed by love, and fiery pursuits, among other dramatic cliches, making it a pioneer in the realm of ancient romantic dramas. If this were to be released abroad, it would undoubtedly captivate those unworldly foreigners. The short drama unfolds with scenes being filmed simultaneously. Lu Qi swiftly contacted a foreign company specializing in social media, initiating the purchase of copyrights and the casting of actors. As the project is aimed at an overseas market, the cast consists of foreign talent. Yi Qingqing intended to accompany them on this business trip abroad, confessing that she had never ventured outside her country in her entire life. However, Gao Baiji, who was in the process of resigning, halted her with a phone call. The foreign market is merely a trial-and-error avenue. The outcome remains uncertain. Why would you rush over there? Have you passed the CET4? The last question was the crux of the matter. Yi Qingqing pouted defiantly. Isn't there a translator? A CEO negotiating overseas needs to communicate in English. And you still want to bring a translator? Gao Baiji scoffed. I'll send you an English dictionary. Memorize it within a month. And I shall conduct a surprise check afterward. Instantly, Yi Qingqing's hackles were raised. English was a nightmare for her. She mustered rare defiance in front of her mentor. I won't memorize it, even if you block me. Yet Gao Baiji suddenly laughed. If you can memorize it, the game title will remain unchanged. Qingqing, even as a boss, you must strive to excel. This was the first time her mentor had referred to her as Qingqing. Yi Qingqing felt completely cornered, sitting up straight in a daze. I will memorize it right now. After hanging up, Gao Baiji sighed. This fool was being taken advantage of yet remained blissfully unaware. Entering the foreign market was far from easy. Moreover, as a young female CEO, lacking English proficiency would leave her vulnerable to exploitation. While she could assist her at times, she could not be her crutch in all matters. Meanwhile, in Jingbei, an obscure multimedia enterprise had just been successfully registered, and a simple inquiry would reveal that the largest shareholder was Gao Baiji. On the first day of her resignation, sensational news broke in the Jingbei business district. Lin Jingjing was pregnant, allegedly with Gu Jing's child. Lin Wanqing, who was on a date with Zhou Yuecheng, put down her phone, a glimmer of amusement passing through her eyes. Indeed, a bunch of fools. What does that have to do with you? Zhou Yuecheng patted her. That woman is simply a reflection of her dysfunctional upbringing. She has never been a model of propriety. After finishing, he sighed. Wanqing, growing up in such a family, I can only imagine the suffering you've endured, yet you remain untainted. Lin Wanqing bit her lip, looking troubled. With this scandal, the Lin family will surely be affected, right? Although I don't understand business, it's still my mother's legacy. Zhou Yuecheng felt a wave of sympathy for her. It's all right. I'm here for you. Lin Wanqing looked up at the opportune moment. Ah Chung, you are so good to me, but I... What is it, Zhou Yueqing spoke gently, viewing Lin Wanqing as the very embodiment of goodness and beauty.